After a heavy rain, 80% of the world's population turned into ferocious zombies, which could be seen everywhere, ready to devour all living things. Even the docile animals underwent alarming mutations under the impact of the rainstorm, becoming extremely ferocious and aggressive. My name is Song Yen. After 3 years of surviving the apocalypse, I became a gold-level evolver. Although this level is not the strongest, it is still possible to survive surrounded by zombies. However, due to a sudden coma, I was reborn on the last day before the end of the world. What's even more shocking is that I got a mysterious sign-in system. I can sign in once a day on the system panel, and each time I sign in, I will get a precious item randomly. When others are panicked and afraid of the threat of zombies. But I rushed into the zombie group without hesitation. My figure was as fast as the wind, sweeping away thousands of enemies. When everyone scrambles for hot weapons to shoot zombies, I have easily captured the arsenal. At this time, in the teaching building of Nanjing University. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the inferior enhanced serum. Inferior muscle strengthening serum strengthens muscle cells, slightly increases active factors, produced in 2747. Note, this type of serum has a 30% chance of failure in strengthening. The specific effect is related to the user's physical fitness, so please use it with caution. Serum? Enhancement? I stared at the blue syringe in front of me. It contained a tube of bright red liquid. The red and blue interweaved, making it particularly eye-catching. Damn it, let's give it a try. Success or failure depends on this one shot. I didn't hesitate any longer. I held the syringe tightly and injected it into my body without hesitation. A warm liquid quickly spread out, starting from the heart and gradually spreading throughout the body along with the blood flow. It's so hot. I quickly took off the 2 pieces of clothing on my body, grabbed the pulse drink on the bedside, and drank it in one gulp. Only then did I feel a little better. After a long time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The injection of inferior muscle strengthening serum was successful, and the host's attributes were improved. I wiped the sweat from my forehead with my hand and opened the system panel to check. Host Song Yen. Level, Black Iron 1. Strength, 16 Speed, 15 Constitution, 15 Spirit, 10. Free attribute points 0. Talents, none. Skills, none. Experience points, 0 out of 10. My strength, speed, and physique all increased by 10 points, and my mental attribute increased by 2 points. Phew, luckily I survived. I should be able to survive better now. I did 40 push-ups on the spot, and as I exhaled the turbid breath, my sense of security grew. After sweating slightly, I looked out the window at the dark night, turned around and walked into the bathroom. After taking a shower, I picked up my phone and saw text messages from 3 people in the dormitory. They went to a nearby bar and would not be back tonight. Everyone has his or her own life. After 3 years of apocalypse, I have long since become indifferent to the ways of the world. I lay down and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the ringing of my cell phone woke me up from my dream. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. I was so shocked that I lost all sense of sleepiness. I quickly went downstairs and retrieved the express package. The contents of the package were rich: weapons, food, equipment. It took more than an hour to put everything in place. I picked up the saber I had ordered. It was forged using a special technique and weighed 40 kilograms. The 4-foot-long handle is too long for ordinary people, but for me, it is just right. In my previous life, I used 2 sabers to fight my way through the zombie horde. At this moment, after being strengthened, the strength of my arms has become extremely strong, and I can lift this 40-pound saber with one hand effortlessly. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have bought 2 more. I wielded the saber in the dormitory. My movements were nimble and powerful, and I was secretly satisfied in my heart. This knife is really worth the money. Ding-ling-ling, the alarm clock rang, and the smile froze instantly, and the eyes became sharp and cold. At exactly 12 noon, the sky should have been bright, but it suddenly became dim. Thick dark clouds pressed down like a huge curtain, completely swallowing up the clear sky, and the whole world fell into darkness in an instant. It seemed that the earth was releasing some mysterious gas, causing the ecology and food chain to collapse in an instant, resetting the order of the entire world. Roaring, Screaming and shouting could be heard in the distance, and the air of the entire Nanshan city was filled with despair and fear. On the campus of Nanjing University, the air was heavy, wailing sounds were heard everywhere, electronic equipment was paralyzed one after another, and everything in sight seemed to be swallowed up by darkness. I clenched the saber in my hand, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Even though I have experienced the end of the world once, facing all this, the fear in my heart is still unavoidable. This is not just a childhood game, this is a real life and death contest. Blood and terror are everywhere. Throwing the phone into my pocket, I curled up the corner of my mouth with a sneer. Come on! This time, I want to occupy a place among the strong men of the end of the world. In my last life, I was just an insignificant gold-level pawn. In this life, I will never make the same mistake again. I must become strong enough to deal with this even more terrifying disaster. There were bursts of noises coming from outside the dormitory. Bang, bang, bang. The knocks on the door were mixed with the zombies' growls. I didn't rush into action, but just waited quietly, silently praying that the time had not yet come. I stood in front of the window and watched the zombies wandering on the streets outside, biting anyone they saw. Those bitten humans will be transformed into new zombies within 24 hours. This endless spread is why the zombie group is so terrifying. Just like weeds, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Fortunately, these zombies have not evolved yet. They are still the lowest level black iron zombies, which can only identify humans through thermal sensing. I said to myself, and then moved the large cabinet blocking the dormitory door, revealing a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the zombies outside the corridor heard the noise and came over, slamming the iron door with their sharp claws. Bang! Boom! Boom! I kicked the iron door open, and the two zombies were pinned to the ground by the door. My strength is comparable to that of an early-stage evolver. It's amazing! I muttered to myself, but my vigilance remained undiminished. The zombies in front of him were already in hordes, and he could not tolerate a moment's distraction. Bang! Another blow, and a zombie's head fell off, with rancid black blood gushing out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a black iron zombie and gaining 1 experience point. Experience points? I was stunned. I didn't expect that I could gain experience by killing zombies. It seems that I will be able to level up soon. A gleam of light flashed in my eyes, and I raised the saber again, quickly clearing out the few zombies in front of the door. Help! Brother, please save me! A cry for help came from the dormitory opposite. I didn't respond, because at this moment I already understood that the people around me were nothing but burdens and I was simply unable to take care of them. After clearing the body outside the window, I looked back and saw one of my roommates being pulled off the bed by another person. The current priority is to clear the zombies in the corridor. Only in this way can we escape from the school. I carried a bag of supplies and rushed out of the dormitory with a sword in hand. I swung the saber quickly and gradually adapted to the power of this body. With every swing of the sword, the zombies fell to the ground one by one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 black iron zombies and gaining 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a black iron zombie and gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, now at level 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Free attribute points? I thought to myself, and without hesitation, I added these 5 attribute points to my strength. Instantly, I felt my arms filled with strength again, as if all the blood in my body had been activated. Come on! I growled, grinning grimly, and swung the saber in my hand again, and the zombies fell down like grass being cut. There were cries for help all around. Brother, save me! I'm willing to pay 300,000. I'll give you anything as long as you save me. In the face of disaster, people's hearts become more cruel. In this situation, no one is willing to fight alongside me. I didn't want to waste any more time facing these selfish guys. I continued to swing the saber, slashing the zombies' necks accurately, causing their heads to fly off and black blood to splatter. I don't want to die here! I rushed to the stairs. Guahaoyu in the dormitory seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. He picked up the arm strength bar in the dormitory and rushed out. Haoyu, are you crazy? Don't go! His roommates shouted loudly, their tone full of panic. Guahaoyu swung his arm stick and smashed it at the zombie's head. Suddenly, one of the zombies' heads exploded, and a mixture of red and white liquid splashed all over the body. "Be careful behind you!" I warned him coldly. I glanced at him and found that this kid seemed to have some potential. At least he could protect himself better than others. He quickly turned around and beat back another zombie with his armed club. "The weak point is in the head." I cut off another zombie's head with one knife and reminded again. Thanks to the efforts of Guahaoyu and I, all the zombies on the floor were cleared out. But the bigger challenge was outside the building. To deal with the bigger threat outside, I opened the fire cabinet in the hallway, took out 2 fire axes, threw them to Guahaoyu, and rushed to the staircase. "Thank you." Guahaoyu picked up the fire axe, followed me, and continued to kill the zombies. With the help of the new weapon, my slashing speed soared again. I wielded the fire axe in my left hand and held the saber in my right hand, attacking the zombies crazily. Guahaoyu followed closely behind, accurately killing every fish that escaped the net, and their tacit understanding continued to deepen. The 2 of them quickly went down the stairs to the first floor and successfully broke into the dormitory building. However, as soon as we arrived at the dormitory building, we saw groups of zombies, more than 100 of them, blocking the exit. "Fuck, so many?" Guahaoyu chopped down the last zombie and was about to take a break, but he was stunned when he saw that the dormitory gate was surrounded by zombies. Bang! 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 The zombies banged on the iron gate desperately, opening their bloody mouths, as if they were ready to devour us. "Follow me!" I glanced at the zombies at the door and turned and walked towards the small door without hesitation. Guahaoyu was stunned for a moment, and followed closely. He himself couldn't explain where this invisible trust came from, but now, the only thing he could do was to follow me. He couldn't help but feel in his heart, as long as he follows me, he can survive. We walked through the corridor and came to a small door. Outside the door was a small parking lot. There were 2 cars parked here. One was an ordinary business car, and the other was an old car that had been parked for a long time. "That's great, I thought I'd have to rely on that old car," I thought to myself, then raised the fire axe and chopped the chain on the door. Sparks flew everywhere, and the violent collision made the air around us shake. "Wow, that's awesome!" Guahaoyu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he watched the chain, which was as thick as my little finger, being easily cut off by me. "Cover me, I'll light the fire." I moved quickly without any hesitation because the zombies would hear the noise soon, and we had to be quick. I picked up the back of the fire axe and smashed it hard against the driver's window of the car, shattering it. I opened the car door and quickly started the car. "Hey, buddy downstairs, can you take me with you? I have a company at home." "Brother Yan, don't go, take me with you, okay? Help! I don't want to die yet." People upstairs spoke up one after another, some of them were my classmates. Guahaoyu was stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that he was in such a TV drama. "Get in the car. If you drive slower, I'll go by myself." I said no more and started the car. "Brother, you were so awesome just now. Which department are you from? Freshman or sophomore?" Guahaoyu was sitting in the passenger seat, the fire axe in his hand still dripping with blood. "Song Yen," I responded briefly, not planning to say more. Guahaoyu touched his nose and didn't ask any more questions. The car rushed out of the school and passed through the devastated streets. Guahaoyu felt the cold wind blowing in from the car window, which calmed his heart a little. "Luckily I ran away. If I had stayed in the dormitory, wouldn't I have been fed to the zombies?" he sighed. "Well, live well." I looked deep in my eyes and continued to concentrate on driving. Looking at the dents on the car body left by the zombies' impact, I knew that this car would not survive the next collision. "Where are we going?" Guahaoyu suddenly asked. "4S store, find a good car," I answered briefly. The Wayan 4S store in Nanjing City is a place that was almost unimaginable to go to before the end of the world. The end of the world has changed everything. Money is no longer the dominant force, and fists are the new symbol of power. We stopped here for a while, and I opened my system interface. Since I started killing zombies, the system prompts have almost never stopped. Host Song Yen. Level, Black Iron 4. Strength, 21 Speed, 15 Constitution, 15 Spirit, 10 Attribute Points, 10 Talents, None skills, none experience points, 14 40ths. In just over 2 hours, I had already reached Black Iron level 4. After careful consideration, I decided to distribute the attribute points evenly to ensure a balanced overall strength. As a warm current flowed into the body, the attribute values changed: strength, 23 speed, 17 constitution, 17 spirit, 14. Especially mentally, I added 4 points and my mind became unusually clear. I took out a water bottle from my backpack. Water resources have become extremely precious in this era. I took a big gulp and handed it to Guahaoyu. Where are we going now? Guahaoyu looked at me with a nervous look in his eyes. I promise, I will try my best not to hold you back. I nodded slightly, my thoughts racing. Finally, I found my goal. Go south. We started the car and drove south. To be on the safe side, we also filled up our tanks at a nearby gas station and took 2 barrels of spare gasoline. My memory tells me that there is a specially evolved zombie in Huanjiang City near Nanshan City. This means that the evolution of zombies is not limited to speed and strength, but even has a more complex evolution. If we drive further, will we reach Huanjiang City? Guahaoyu asked. We need to get something special. Now we have to prepare the supplies, I replied calmly. I parked my car in a relatively safe area with few zombies around. Pick up your axe and get ready to fight, I reminded him. Guahaoyu nodded and rushed out with an axe in hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Black Iron zombie and gaining 1 experience point. I held a fire axe and a saber and moved through the zombie horde. With the improvement of attributes, my mobility and killing efficiency have been greatly enhanced. Now I can deal with these zombies with ease. Guahaoyu seemed a little confused. He stood behind me, staring at me like a god of death, and seemed a little overwhelmed for a moment. Who am I? What am I doing? He seemed to be asking himself. Soon, the dozen or so zombies at the door were cleared out by the 2 of us, and before other zombies arrived, we quickly entered a nearby convenience store. I took Guahaoyu to move the store's high-calorie foods, compressed biscuits, purified water and other supplies into the car. We didn't nod until the Range Rover was full. We have to go. Let's find a place to hide before it gets dark. I squinted my eyes and watched the dark red sun gradually sinking. I knew in my heart that the first night of the end of the world was about to come. The night is the world of zombies. Even I don't dare to fight zombies head-on at night. Without the protection of sunlight, the zombie's strength will double. Soon, we stopped in front of a small building. The building looked intact and seemed to have not been invaded by zombies. Let's get ready to clear out the zombies in this building and stay here today. I parked the car and turned to Guahaoyu and said, It's still a day's journey from here to Huanjiang City, and the appearance of special zombies will take about a week after the outbreak of the apocalypse. So, I still have 5 days left to improve myself. I have been eager to uncover the secret hidden within that special zombie's body. Bang! Guahaoyu waved the fire axe and successfully pried open the security door at the entrance of the small building. Not far from us, a pair of eyes were staring at us. Be gentle. Even though there aren't many zombies nearby, once they gather together, it will be enough to give us a hard time. I stared at Guahaoyu. His actions were simply provoking the zombies' anger. Okay, I understand. Guahaoyu responded quickly and pushed open the door. A faint fragrance came from the door, and I couldn't help but wonder, how could there be fragrance in the end of the world? I quickly stopped Guahaoyu, who was about to move forward, and whispered, Something is wrong here. I'll check if there are any zombies downstairs first. You go upstairs and take a look. Guahaoyu nodded and went upstairs with the fire axe. I picked up my saber and began to search every room on the first floor. What surprised me was that there seemed to be no trace of zombies on the first floor. Just when I was confused, Guahaoyu came down from upstairs. Boss, there's a little girl upstairs. What? I put down my saber and walked quickly upstairs. In the room that Guahaoyu pointed me to, I saw a little girl squatting in the corner, holding her head tightly, her body shaking constantly, but she didn't raise her eyes. That's it. She doesn't seem to be able to speak. She won't answer anything I ask her. I walked forward, and judging from the little girl's physical condition, she was not infected by zombies. She was probably just overly frightened. I whispered, Are you hungry? He took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to her, speaking as gently as possible. The little girl raised her head, her eyes full of fear. She looked at me cautiously, then looked at the lollipop in her hand. "It's okay, eat if you want." "Mom said, we can't eat candy from strangers." The little girl responded softly. "So you can speak? I thought you were mute." Guahaoyu scratched his head, obviously surprised. "Come down if you're hungry. We're downstairs." I touched the little girl's head and put a small bread next to her. "We will live downstairs today and block the front door to prevent the zombies from rushing in." I turned to Guahaoyu. "Okay, boss." Guahaoyu walked downstairs excitedly. Looking at Guahaoyu's expression, I couldn't help but laugh and shake my head. When did this guy learn to call me boss? But I didn't stay for long and hurried out to strengthen the defense of the entire building. After all, we would be staying here for a few days. Downstairs, the little girl watched me walk out, hesitated for a moment, then carefully tore open the bread and ate it with tears in her eyes. Soon, the doors and windows of the entire building were sealed with heavy objects, and the defenses were strengthened. Guahaoyu and I sat on the sofa on the first floor and opened 2 bottles of beer. How has the world become so bad? It's really upsetting. The government hasn't issued any notice yet. Guahaoyu drank beer in big gulps and lay on the sofa, looking as if nothing had happened. It's almost there. The apocalypse has destroyed all electronic devices, and the government needs time to restart the communication system. I took out my cell phone from my pocket and turned on the radio software, which was the only function left on the phone. "Boss, what are you going to do? I have nothing now and nowhere to go." I nodded slightly, a deep light flashed in my eyes, and asked, "Where is your family?" According to common sense, a normal person would worry about his family first, but Guahaoyu didn't seem to care. "My home is in the military area, so it should be okay. They must be very worried about me now." After drinking the wine, Guahaoyu put his hands under his neck and stared at the ceiling in a daze. On the coffee table, fragrant porridge was cooking in the alcohol pot. On this night, being able to drink a bowl of hot porridge and have a comfortable sleep is a luxury. I took out 2 porcelain bowls from the kitchen and scooped out the porridge from the pot. At this time, the little girl quietly walked downstairs, holding the handrail at the entrance of the stairs, and looked at us eagerly. To be precise, she was looking at the hot porridge in the bowl. I turned around and said with a smile, "Come on, this pot of porridge is more than the 2 of us can finish." The 3 of them sat together. The little girl held the porcelain bowl and blew on the porridge quietly, trying to cool down the heat. "What's your name, little sister?" "My name is Guahaoyu. You can call me Brother Haoyu. The guy next to you is my boss. He's very good at fighting monsters." Guahaoyu looked at the little girl with a smile. When the little girl heard the voice, she quickly put the bowl of porridge on the coffee table. After hesitating for a moment, she said softly, "My name is Tong Xian. This is the name my mother gave me. In order to protect me, woo woo." When Tong Xian said the name, my heart skipped a beat, and fragments of memory quickly emerged. It was her. She was a transcendent being. Okay, don't cry, we will always protect you." Looking at Tong Xian's tears, Guahaoyu felt a pain in his heart, and he comforted her softly. I held the bowl and drank the porridge silently, but in my heart I was thinking about the girl from the past. The little figure in front of me gradually overlapped with the one in my memory. Who would have thought that this cute and fragile little girl in front of him was actually Tong Xian, one of the 5 great venerables? "Little Tong Xian, what are you going to do in the future? Do you plan to stay here, or do you have other plans?" I gently placed my hand on Tong Xian's head, my eyes full of fondness. Who wouldn't like such a smart girl? Moreover, she has great potential to become a venerable. "Really? I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you. I'm timid and I don't have enough strength." "Don't be afraid, my brother is super powerful and there will be absolutely no danger." Guahaoyu finished the porridge in the bowl and gave her a reassuring smile. After dinner, I coaxed Tong Xian to sleep, while Guahaoyu was exhausted after a whole day of fighting. After taking care of everything, I put a wine bottle upside down at the door and chose a room to lie down. This is the first night of the apocalypse. The roars of the zombies outside intertwined with the ice-blue moonlight, seeming particularly eerie. Ding! The host has not signed in today, do you want to sign in? Yes. I woke up from my sleep and the voice in my ears was extremely clear. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the storage ring. Storage ring contains 5 cubic meters of storage space, capable of storing dead objects. Storage. I couldn't help but smile, thinking that this ring would definitely help me a lot. It really came in handy. Try to put a saber and a fire axe in it. The space is spacious and can hold more items, which is full of fun. I woke up Guahaoyu, who was sitting next door, and told him, I'll be back later. Keep an eye on it here and stay alert. Guahaoyu nodded sleepily and grabbed the fire axe. I shook my head and simply set up a few small traps. These traps didn't cause much damage, but were enough to remind him to stay alert. Brother, where are you going? Can I go with you? Tong Xian ran down from upstairs. Today she wore a dark pleated skirt and small leather shoes. She jumped down the stairs with eyes full of anticipation and looked very cute. This place is very dangerous today, Xiao Tongxin, aren't you afraid? Tong Xian shook her head firmly, without any hesitation in her eyes. I want to become stronger, avenge my mother, and kill all the zombies. There was a determination in her tone, and I was stunned. The determination for revenge revealed in the eyes of this little girl in front of me made me understand why she became a venerable. Soon, I drove Tong Xian to the nearby police station. This was the first step of my plan. I parked the car in front of the police station and looked back at the pale-faced Tong Xian. I'm going to get a few things. You stay in the car. Don't make any noise. Stay safe. After giving the instructions, I got out of the car with a fire axe and a saber. It is daytime today, the streets are empty, and the zombies are all active indoors. Bang! An axe smashed down, and the door lock of the police station broke. Yo! Yo! As the door opened, the zombies inside swarmed in. I rushed over without hesitation and started a fierce battle with them. Tong Xian in the car stared at the scene of me waving a knife and fighting zombies, her eyes full of shock and desire. Outside the small building, 2 figures approached. Zhu Yuan, do you think there are really people inside? I just saw them go in. Feng Chuang, who was short in stature, asked cautiously. Are you stupid? Of course there are people. I saw them cooking a big pot of porridge yesterday. Feng Chuang couldn't help swallowing his saliva and smiled. Wow, can we have a bowl of porridge too? Don't worry, follow my plan. Zhu Yuan knocked on the door gently. Who is it? Guahaoyu shouted. Zhu Yuan shouted in panic. Help! There are zombies outside, can we go in and hide? Zombies? Where? Guahaoyu opened the door and looked around in confusion. It smells so good. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Feng Chuang couldn't help but peek through the crack of the door, his eyes fixed on the steaming pot of lean meat porridge in the room. You guys. Guahaoyu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Come in, there are some food in the room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a black iron zombie and gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Current level is 5, and you have obtained 5 free attribute points. I distributed the points evenly without hesitation, and then cleared the zombies in the hall. Some of these zombies were even infected police officers. I killed them and seized 2 pistols. Suddenly a loud noise came, and my heart tightened. That was not the cry of a zombie. With a bang, a huge hole was knocked open in the wall of the hall, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared from inside. Evolved beast? This should be the evolution of a police dog, right? I calmly looked at the evolved police dog in front of me that was the size of a cow, with strong limbs, jet black hair, and sharp teeth flashing cold light. Ayo! The evolved beast let out a deafening roar and rushed towards me. The huge body made a series of dull sounds on the ground. Bang! Bang! I quickly pulled out my pistol, aimed accurately at its eyes and fired 2 shots. Ouch! The evolved beast let out a mournful cry, its eyes were pierced and blood gushed out. It pounced wildly, but couldn't hurt me. I quickly put away my pistol, drew out my saber, took 2 steps at a time, and slashed its throat hard. Screech! The huge body of the evolved beast fell down with a bang, and a crisp system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an evolved police dog and gaining 10 experience points. Ha, my marksmanship needs to be improved, I muttered to myself as I took out its crystal core. I gently cut open its neck with the saber in my hand, and about a minute later, I took out a peanut-sized crystal core from its head. I didn't expect to get something like this on the second day after the apocalypse. I'm so lucky. I wiped the crystal core, put it in my pocket, and walked towards the car. In the car, Tong Xian saw me coming out and waved happily. Take this and wait for me to come back. I handed a pistol to Tong Xian, patiently taught her how to use it, and then walked towards the armory in the police station. The target of this mission is right there, a warehouse with heavy thermal weapons. In the early days of the apocalypse, its value is simply inestimable. I put the fire axe into the space ring and walked in with the saber. There were no zombies inside, just some wooden boxes filled with hot weapons. The armory was not large, only about 100 square meters, and was surrounded by steel storage racks. The long racks were filled with military green wooden boxes. Finally, I'm in. I walked forward and opened a wooden box. Inside were standard-issue automatic rifles, 5 in each box. I put them into storage and opened the other boxes. 72 guns, 4 boxes of secondary weapons, and 4 boxes of throwing weapons. The most abundant thing was 20 boxes of bullets. I thought about it for a while and decided to put all these hot weapons and bullets into the storage space. Then I got back in the car. Brother, is the mission over? I looked back at Xiao Tongxin and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, this mission went very smoothly. I'll prepare a small gift for you when we get back. In the small building, Guahaoyu just woke up from being tied up. Woo-woo! Zhu Yuan was a little surprised and said, Wow, this person is awake? Brother Yuan, what should we do next? Feng Chuang ate 4 bowls of lean meat porridge and lay on the sofa with a happy face. What should we do? Of course we should silence him. When he comes back, we can solve the problem together. Can't we just move away? They don't know about it, so it's good to leave them alive. You fool, open your eyes and look carefully. The interior of this small building has been reinforced. We can use it as our base. Zhu Yuan's eyes were shining, as if he was already fantasizing about a better life in the future. Woo-woo! Guahaoyu struggled angrily, feeling extremely regretful. Why did he open the door to these 2 guys, and they actually wanted to occupy the small building? I parked the car outside the small building and walked to the door with Tong Xian. Knock, knock, knock. I knocked on the door, and someone responded from inside. Coming. This sound is wrong. I immediately became alert, and quickly drew my saber from behind. Who are you? I raised the knife coldly. Zhu Yuan and Feng Chuang looked at the blood on the knife and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This man is so cruel. Boss, we are here to seek refuge with you. My name is Zhu Yuan, and his name is Feng Chuang. Zhu Yuan's eyes rolled, and he immediately bowed respectfully to me. Seeing this, Feng Chuang quickly followed suit. Yes, boss, we will come to you. I was a little skeptical, and I glanced at the situation in the room from the corner of my eye, and said coldly, Tong Xian, close your eyes. Little Tong Xian nodded immediately and obediently covered her eyes with her little hands. The saber swept across, and 2 heads fell to the ground in an instant. The murderous look in my eyes slowly disappeared. I threw the 2 bodies into the backyard, picked up little Tong Xian, and smiled at her. Let's go home. Brother, what just happened? It's okay, my brother dealt with 2 bad guys. Woo-woo. As soon as he entered the door, Guahaoyu immediately struggled to wake up, regret in his eyes. Why was Brother Haoyu tied up? Was it those 2 bad guys? I smiled helplessly, walked up to him, and untied him. You need to be careful, why don't you listen? Well, I'm so angry. Those 2 bastards deserve to die. Guahaoyu rubbed his sore arm, indignantly. Remember this next time. Come with me and I'll show you some good stuff. I patted his shoulder, turned around and walked out of the room with Xiao Tongxin. Before entering the small building, I put the weapons in the ring into the trunk. At this moment, Guahaoyu was completely shocked. Is this a real gun? I nodded. What else? We got these from the police station. We have enough bullets. Guohaoyu picked up an automatic rifle and smiled with satisfaction. Boss, walking out of the school with you is definitely the best decision I have made this year. Okay, put all these things in a small building and I'll teach you how to use them, I said, picking up a box of grenades and walking upstairs. Soon, all the ammunition in the trunk was moved into the small building. Xiao Tongxin, this is for you, eat it. I hesitated for a moment and decided to let Xiao Tongxin take the evolution crystal core. After all, Guohaoyu's physical fitness is already good compared to ordinary people, and I myself don't need this kind of thing at all. Little Tong Xian nodded and ate the small transparent crystals. Boss, what is this? Guohaoyu was confused. Is it candy? This is something I found from the corpse of an evolutionary beast. It contains a certain amount of evolutionary energy that can allow us to evolve. I don't understand, boss. Please teach me how to use a gun. I shook my head, picked up the pistol in my hand, and began to explain how to use the gun. The little Tong Xian sitting next to him was also holding a pistol with his brows tightly furrowed, as if he felt that this was a nightmare. Xiao Tongxin, hold on! White. The whole world was covered in white. Tong Xian looked at the snow-capped mountains in front of her, then looked down at the pistol in her hand, feeling a little flustered. The snow-white world is extremely cold, and the icy wind is as biting as a knife. Where is this? Little Tong Xian looked around in confusion. The cold seemed to freeze her thoughts. Hold on, Xiao Tongxin. My voice echoed in the snowy valley. Just when Xiao Tongxin was about to close her eyes, her eyelids suddenly lifted up. Frost control. Control the power of frost and freeze everything. Suddenly, the world spun around. Little Tong Xian returned to the familiar little home, and saw my smiling face. How do you feel, Xiao Tong Xian? I was a little surprised that this evolution crystal core actually allowed Xiao Tong Xian to evolve successfully. She truly deserves to be one of the 5 strongest people of this century. I feel fine, but there's a voice in my head that keeps nagging me, Tong Xian whispered, fiddling with her snow-white hair. Ah, my hair! I stroked her hair and comforted her. It's okay, you're still cute. Boss, why did I become like this? This is our Frost Lord, Xiao Tongxin. Frost Lord? Guohao's mind was shocked when he heard the name. That's right, Xiao Tongxin, try freezing this. I walked up to her with a cup of hot water and gently placed it in her hand. Tong Xian was stunned for a moment, and then the hot water in her hand froze and solidified in an instant. Ah? I made this. I gently ruffled Tong Xian's hair and said with a smile. This is your ability, a special power exclusive to evolvers. I've become stronger. Then, can I fight with Brother Haoyu? She looked down at the frost on her hands, then looked up again, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. No, you're still a child, you have to follow us, Guohaoyu said nervously. Obviously, he didn't dare to let a little girl participate in the battle. It was too dangerous. No problem. We'll fight side by side from now on. After that, I patted Guohaoyu on the shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Believe me, and believe in Xiao Tongxin, she can do it. As we were talking, a loudspeaker sounded outside the window. Dear survivors, welcome to the Xia Shan city base. In the wake of the apocalypse, this is your only safe and reliable base. Base address, Xia Shan City Military District. Those who bring supplies to join the base will enjoy generous treatment. The voice came from outside the building, and I nodded. This was all as expected. The leader of the Xia Shan city base should still be Meng Chongquan. A cold light flashed in my eyes. Meng Chongquan had a very bad character in his previous life. If I have the chance, I don't mind making him suffer. Oh my God, are there troops outside? Are we going to be rescued? Guohaoyu tightly gripped the automatic rifle in his hand, his eyes full of surprise. I shook my head. Saved? We can only be truly saved when all the zombies in the world disappear. After saying that, I turned around and walked downstairs. I was going to hunt zombies, and my goal was to reach bronze level before the special zombies mutated. Brother, where are you going? I'm going to kill zombies, do you want to come with me? Tong Xian blinked, with curiosity flashing in her eyes. Then can I kill zombies together? White frost continued to emerge from her hands. Since her evolution, Xiao Tongxin's temperament has also changed a lot. I nodded. Okay, let's clean up the zombies around us first. So, the two of them began to clear the zombies along the streets near the small building. Next to it is a low bungalow courtyard, and occasionally a few zombies can be seen wandering around. Come on, Xiao Tongxin, use your abilities to deal with them. I cut off the limbs of a zombie and placed it in front of Xiao Tongxin. Yuck! Yay! The zombie let out a terrible roar and pounced towards her. Tong Xian stood there in a daze, looking at the bloody zombie in front of her, her body trembling slightly, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Xiao Tongxin, think about your mother, why don't you dare to do it? I shouted, as if a thunderbolt split her fear. Her expression instantly became firm, and she raised her hand to condense frost. Ah! A stream of snow-white frost shot out like a cone-shaped spike and pierced the zombie's head accurately. I stood aside, watching the zombie being penetrated by a single blow, and I couldn't help but feel a little envious. As expected of the Frost Lord, even this ability is almost invincible in the early stages. I did it! Tong Xian shouted excitedly with tears in her eyes. I walked over, hugged her gently, and stroked her snow-white hair tenderly. You did it! You really did it! In the following time, we killed zombies frantically. Oh no, our truck is attracting zombies all around! The man in military uniform on the truck shouted hurriedly. His name is Dong Liang. He is a non-commissioned officer of the Zishancheng military region and also the captain of the rescue team. On the truck was a poorly equipped team of 10 people, whose mission was to collect supplies and rescue survivors. Then what should we do? Captain Dong, I don't want to die. A soldier held his gun nervously, his face full of fear, and he trembled unconsciously when he saw the zombies. Everyone, get ready to shoot! We have to get rid of some of the zombies first. Dong Liang ordered, leading the team members to pick up their weapons and shoot outside. The zombies are huge in number, coming one after another, and have no fear of death at all. By noon, I and Tong Xian had already killed more than 20 zombies. 7 of them had their heads pierced by ice picks by Xiao Tongxin. As the battle progressed, Xiao Tongxin gradually mastered the fighting skills, became more and more efficient, and even began to catch up with me. Just as we were about to turn back, we heard gunshots in the distance. Then, a green pickup truck slowly drove over, followed by a large group of zombies. Oh my God! So many zombies! Xiao Tongxin, get ready for battle! There was a flash of fire in my eyes. There were hundreds of zombies following the car. It was simply the perfect target for leveling up. Without hesitation, I took out a grenade from the storage space, pulled the safety pin, and threw it at the group of zombies. Bang! There was a loud noise and the body parts flew everywhere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 black iron zombies and gaining 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 4 black iron zombies and gaining 4 experience points. It's so cool! I looked at the group of zombies excitedly, and kept taking out grenades from the storage space. Captain? It's a grenade! But I don't know where it came from! A soldier screamed. Obviously, they didn't have such equipment. A gleam of light flashed in Dong Liang's eyes. Reinforcements are coming! Everyone follow me and kill all these zombies! Bang! Bang! The sounds of explosions continued to come from the zombie group, and the prompt sounds in my ears also continued. Soon, the zombie population began to decline sharply. Captain, we've run out of bullets. What should we do? A soldier's face was full of despair, watching the zombies approaching. Dong Liang's eyes were full of bloodshot. If you don't have bullets, use bayonets instead. Kill 1 and you'll get your money back. Kill 2 and you'll make a profit. The team members on the truck all put on bayonets, and their morale was high. Xiao Tongxin, wait a moment, I'll go help them. I put Xiao Tongxin aside, turned and walked towards the truck, ready to harvest the experience points of this wave of zombies. Chapter 8 Rescue. Little Tong Xian sat in the car, holding on to the window with her 2 little hands, staring at Song Yen who was not far away. The latter, with 2 weapons in hand, rushed into the zombie horde like a god descending from heaven, killing 1 zombie with 1 sword. The prompt sounds came from my ears frantically, and the zombies fell one after another. Soon, Song Yan's figure gradually disappeared among the zombies. A soldier on the truck noticed Song Yan and exclaimed, "Oh my god, there seems to be someone in the zombie group!" As soon as the voice came out, Dong Liang on the truck immediately looked towards the zombie group and said quickly, "Don't move, just observe first. If you get bitten in this pile of zombies, won't you turn into a zombie?" For a moment, the soldier's movements slowed down. "If he is rescued and then infected, won't he bite you back?" They had already prepared the bayonets on their rifles, but instead of charging towards the zombies, they stood on the truck, staring at Song Yan. Song Yan stood in the zombie group and said to himself, "Damn, these guys won't do anything, right?" However, this is the reality. In the last days, the fickleness of the world has long been the norm. Fortunately, Song Yan was fully prepared before rushing into the zombie group. He cut off the head of the zombie in front of him with a knife, and then threw a grenade not far away. Bang! For a moment, the zombie's broken limbs and remains flew all over the sky. The minced meat and broken bones blocked the soldiers' eyes. They were all stunned for a moment, and then Dong Liang's eyes became fiery. "This is a grenade. My goodness, this guy is definitely not simple. Who still has bullets? Shoot them at the zombies' heads. Don't save your ammunition!" Dong Liang shouted and stabbed the zombie's head with his bayonet. Behind him, the soldiers started moving, and those who had bullets in their hands shot at the zombies. Those who had no bullets would stand in front of the truck and raise their bayonets. Song Yan was not idle either, and threw out 2 more grenades. 2 bang sounds were heard, which made Dong Liang's heart suddenly excited. This kid definitely has a lot of bombs in his hands. In fact, the thing that excites him the most is that this time the task should be able to be completed in excess. The main purpose of Dong Liang's team is to collect supplies of all kinds throughout Xia Shan City. The Xia Shan City base was temporarily established because of the end of the world. If it is to be maintained, it must have sufficient supplies. So, Dong Liang needs supplies, a lot of supplies. Arms and hot weapons can give people enough sense of security in this era when people's hearts are cold. This is also what Dong Liang desires most. He stared at Song Yan, and seeing that there were fewer and fewer zombies around him, he couldn't help but jump off the truck. "Team leader!" A soldier was stunned for a moment and shouted quickly. Fortunately, there were no zombies where Dong Liang landed. But Song Yan didn't pay attention to this. He was immersed in the prompt sound ringing in his ears. In just a few minutes, his level reached level 8. Host Song Yan. Level Black Iron 8. Strength 25. Speed 22. Constitution 22. Spirit 22. Free attribute points 0. Talents none. Skills none. Weapons slash, horse, sword, fire axe. Experience 7 out of 80. This upgrade speed is like riding a rocket. Song Yan killed a zombie next to him and said to himself, "It's still faster to kill a group and level up. I don't know when I will encounter so many next time." He turned around and chopped down with his sword, killing a zombie instantly. As the number of zombies was decreasing rapidly, the soldiers on the truck jumped off one by one and began to clean up the remaining zombies. Soon, all the zombies on the streets were wiped out. "Hello, I'm Dong Liang, the captain of the 2nd collection team of Xia Shan City Base." Dong Liang did not pause, and hurried over and said, "With your ability, you can get a position in the base. Wouldn't it be nice to have no worries about food and clothing?" Song Yan wiped the blood off the saber, then turned around and said to Dong Liang, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your official position." To be honest, Song Yan had no interest in officialdom. Wouldn't it be nice to kill zombies and level up by yourself? Clang! After sheathing his saber, Song Yan turned around and walked towards Lansheng, leaving the soldiers with a dashing back view. In the eyes of the soldiers he seemed cool, but in Dong Liang's eyes he felt that Song Yan was wasting his bright future and was simply mentally ill. Instead of coming to the base to enjoy themselves, they went to kill zombies? Killing them desperately? There is definitely something wrong with your brain. My friend, since we are both residents of Xia Shan City, would you mind getting to know each other? Dong Liang stretched out his hand with a kind smile on his face. Song Yan, if there is anything, let's talk about it later. I should go home for dinner. Song Yen answered indifferently and got into the Land Rover sideways. Captain, what should we do now? A soldier looked at Dong Liang in a daze and reminded him in a low voice. Well, since they don't want to, let's not force them. Let's move the things from the convenience store into the car first. Dong Liang came to his senses and quickly told his team members to move the goods and load them onto the truck. This is a chain convenience store. If we take away all the items inside, this loss can definitely be made up. We can even go a step further. Thinking of this, Dong Liang put Song Yan's matter behind him and carried a box of chocolates onto the truck with a happy look on his face. Not long after, Song Yan brought little Tong Xian back to the small building. Gua Haoyu was sitting in the living room cooking porridge at this time. He looked up and smiled. How is it? Did you encounter any danger? Xiao Tongxi nodded, then shook her head, and she danced with excitement. Too exciting! Tong Xian killed 7 zombies today! Ah? Gua Haoyu couldn't believe it. He turned his head and looked at Song Yan. The expression on the latter's face already told him the answer. Song Yan spread his hands and explained. This is the end of the world. It is very difficult for everyone to survive. If you want to survive, you must have the strength to survive. Just like you, if you are still kind to everyone, you may be the only one who suffers in the end. After saying that, regardless of what Gua Haoyu in the room was thinking, Song Yan went up to the balcony on the second floor alone. He was seen holding up his automatic rifle and aiming at a nearby building, but he did not shoot. I didn't expect that improving my spiritual attributes could also extend my vision. Song Yan was a little surprised. Since reaching level 8, his vision has become much broader. It can even be said that if the target is 100 meters away, Song Yan can hit it with one shot. Not long after, Gua Haoyu came over. Boss, you're right. I still haven't faced reality. The world has changed. Song Yan nodded, but didn't say anything. Boss, I want to go to the Xia Shan city base tomorrow to take a look. Huh? Why are you going there? My parents should be there, I think. Song Yan turned his head and looked at Gua Haoyu's face, which looked like he was about to say something but hesitated. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's okay. If you want to go, go ahead. I'll drive you there tomorrow. Chapter 9 Fanbing. Xia Shan City Base. A middle-aged man with a beard sat in the center of the conference room, and next to him were 2 pretty women. The 2 women were feeding grapes to the man, who looked very pleased with himself. At this time, a soldier rushed in and said, Report! The material collection team has returned with a truckload of supplies. Ha ha ha, that's great. Where's the team leader? Call him over. I want to praise him. The man smiled with satisfaction and spoke. This man is Meng Changquan, the leader of the Xia Shan city base. Before the end of the world, Meng Changquan was just a minor official in the quartermaster department, at most a warehouse keeper. After the end of the world came, Meng Changquan watched the whole world fall into chaos, and the seeds in his heart began to sprout. He called a few of his trusted aides and quickly seized the weapons from the quartermaster department, while convening a military meeting. After killing 2 short-sighted old officers, he firmly established himself as a leader. He's just outside the door. I'll send him in. After the soldier finished speaking, he turned around and ran out. Not long after, a figure walked in. It was Dong Liang. Meet the commander! Dong Liang walked into the meeting room, took a look at Meng Changquan's appearance, twitched the corner of his mouth, and then said respectfully, Don't be so polite. Do you think this collection task is difficult? There is one thing, but the main thing is that the truck makes too much noise, which could easily attract hordes of zombies, and then it would be difficult to deal with. Dong Liang hesitated for a moment, but still told Meng Changquan his true situation. After all, the collection mission is a matter of life and death, and cannot be taken lightly. Meng Changquan sat on the leather seat, stroking his stubble with one hand, and then said, How about this? There are a total of 10 material collection teams in the base now. You are in charge of them all. Ah, this? Dong Liang didn't expect that he would take office so soon. It was unbelievable. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll try my best to arrange it for you. A glimmer of light appeared in Meng Changquan's shrewd little eyes, and then he waved at Dong Liang, indicating that the latter could leave if he had nothing to do. Dong Liang immediately understood, and quickly got up and walked out the door. For a moment, an amorous atmosphere suddenly filled the conference room. The sky gradually darkened, and there were still a few sparse stars in the night sky. Song Yan looked at the red moon in the sky, feeling a little confused. Blood moon? Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. It's only the second day of the apocalypse, how could there be something like a blood moon? He shook his head and went back to his room to sleep. According to his memories from his previous life, the blood moon only began to appear on the 15th day, and every time it appeared, it usually brought with it the birth of a new evolution. High-level zombies, evolved beasts, and even plants can evolve. The blood moon improves the overall strength of the entire Earth, and it also gives humans a chance to breathe. Overnight, everything began to change quietly. The next morning, Song Yan woke up from bed. I signed in silently in my mind, and the familiar reminder tone sounded in my ears again. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the regional radar. Radar? Song Yan looked at the small high-tech disc in his hand with a puzzled look, and a piece of information was instilled into his mind almost at the same time. Regional radar. Within a radius of 200 meters, the location of all living things can be seen. A few scattered red and green dots appeared on the screen among the circles of dials. Red represents danger, i.e. zombies, while green represents humans, i.e. survivors. I see. So it seems that there is another person living in the house next door? Song Yan was a little surprised. He thought there were no one nearby, but when the radar was turned on, he found that there was a neighbor next door. He stood up, walked to the door of the next room and knocked gently. Who? It was a boy's voice, and it sounded cautious. Neighbor who lives next door to you, do you know Xiao Tongxin? Song Yan responded. If they were neighbors, the person he was most familiar with should be Xiao Tongxin, right? With a squeak. The metal security door opened a crack, revealing a chubby head. He looked around with his two small eyes, and then said to Song Yan, Come on, it's not very safe outside. Song Yan nodded and followed the fat man into the room. Only then did he notice that the house was full of military supplies. The fat man grabbed a dagger from the coffee table, looked at Song Yan with cold eyes, and asked, How do you know Xiao Tongxin? From what I know about her family, it seems that there is no one like you, right? What's going on? Do you think I'm a bad person? Song Yan was also slightly stunned, and then explained. I was passing by her house and saved her life. Xiao Tongxin is still staying at her house now. Damn, why didn't you tell me earlier? You scared me to death by playing tricks on the neighbor. The fat man quickly put the knife back on his waist, and the cold expression on his face disappeared, and suddenly he exuded the aura of a sunny big boy. Through the conversation, Song Yan learned that the fat man's name was Fan Bing. He has been interested in military things since he was a child, but unfortunately, when the end of the world came, he found that he couldn't even kill a zombie. Song Yan found it hard to believe that there was a fat military geek living here. That's nothing, I'll go back first. Song Yan stood up to leave. Fan Bing sat on the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and stood up and said, Forget it, I'll go too. I haven't seen Xiao Tongxin for a long time. And just like that, the two of them walked out of the room together. At this moment, the sun was rising in the sky, and the pale sunlight was shining on the ground. Fuck, there are no zombies outside? I thought it was still the end of the world. There are still zombies. Don't hold my legs. There are none nearby for now. Damn, it was just a false alarm. Song Yan, can you finish your sentence in one go next time? Song Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Fan Bing's exaggerated behavior. The two of them came to the small building. Fan Bing was puzzled. He scratched his head and asked, Is this really Xiao Tongxin's home? Why has it changed? He was in the living room on the first floor, touching and looking around, and exclaiming from time to time, Oh my god, this kind of fortification is amazing! The structure is simple and stable. Song Yan, were these buildings built by you? I am really convinced now, you are such a ruthless person. Song Yan shook his head. When he walked upstairs, he saw Guo Haoyu holding a spatula with a serious face. The latter whispered, Hush, I heard some noise downstairs this time, boss, just wait and see. Don't be impulsive, the ones below are friendly troops. Song Yen scratched his head, feeling a little relieved. Fortunately, they were stopped, otherwise, wouldn't these two people have fought here? Ah? Is he your friend, boss? No, I'm looking for Tong Xian. Is little Tong Xian up yet? I'm already up. Tong Xian never sleeps in. Just then, little Tong Xian walked out of the door in pink pajamas, looking sleepy. Chapter 10 Bronze Zombie Claws. She rubbed her eyes and walked out in small steps. Xiao Tongxin, there's a man named Fan Bing, do you know him? Song Yen touched the little girl's head. The little girl must have been too excited about killing zombies yesterday. Tong Xian blinked and nodded. Yeah, I know, it's brother Fan Bing from next door. Xiao Tong Xian. Fan Bing also happened to come upstairs, and he looked at the little girl in front of him with surprise. Xiao Tongxin turned her head, and then the two of them gradually approached each other. She asked, You are still alive, why don't you come to see me? Damn, you little girl are still talking about me. You dared to dye your hair, you are amazing. This is not dyed, it's because I evolved, brother Song Yen helped me evolve. Evolution? Fan Bing was stunned for a moment, his mind was a little confused. What is evolution? How come I've never heard of it? Hey, look! Tong Xian spread out her hands, and a snow-white ice cone suddenly condensed on her palm, floating in the air. Fan Bing's mouth also changed from a dot to an O. What the hell, what is this thing? How can it be so awesome? Guahao Yu happened to be carrying a pot of porridge downstairs, mumbling. What are you arguing about? It's time to eat. Soon, everyone sat around the big sofa in the living room, each holding a bowl of porridge. Fan Bing couldn't help but be curious and asked Song Yen. Brother Yen, Boss Yen, how did Xiao Tongxin evolve? There are many ways to evolve, and the fastest and most effective one is to evolve with the help of external forces. External force? Seeing Fan Bing's puzzled face, Song Yen shook his head and said, Let's see if we can get it today. If we are lucky, I can help you get it. When Fan Bing heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up and he asked excitedly, The same as Xiao Tongxin? No, everyone evolves in a different direction and acquires different abilities. After Song Yen finished speaking, he buried his head in drinking the porridge in his bowl. I'm done. Brother Song Yen, when are we leaving? Little Tong Xian put down the bowl of porridge, as she had already drunk all the porridge in it. She looked at Song Yen with anticipation. Song Yen handed the Range Rover keys to Tong Xian without a second thought, and then said, Go wait in the car, we'll be there soon. Fan Bing looked at Tong Xian, then at Song Yen, and couldn't help but ask, Where are you guys going? Go to Xia Shan City base. Hao Yu's family may be there. Song Yen wiped his mouth and then put on the leather jacket on the sofa. Guahao Yu on the side did the same, picking up a fire axe and following Song Yen. Damn it, don't leave me alone, can't we go together? Then move faster. Soon, everyone got on the car, Song Yen and Guahao Yu sat in the front row, and Tong Xian and Fan Bing sat in the back. The car drove along the road towards the military area. Not far away, among the zombies. A zombie that was obviously strong and sturdy growled towards the distance, and the surrounding zombies quickly made way for him. This situation is slowly beginning to occur all over the world. People learned a piece of news: zombies have evolved. From the most ordinary state, become stronger, more powerful, and faster. Song Yen drove the Land Rover and rushed towards the group of zombies. Fortunately, the fuel tank was full of gas. I stepped on the accelerator and a roar of gas gushed out of the exhaust hole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 3 black iron zombies and gaining 3 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 black iron zombies and gaining 2 experience points. Fan Bing looked at the zombies outside the window and felt very nervous. He was worried whether this thin-tempered glass could withstand the attacks of the zombies. Apparently, there was no problem. Oh my God, what is that? Taking a deep breath and looking out the window, Fan Bing couldn't help but exclaim. A burly zombie moved quickly from the zombie crowd and attacked the Land Rover. Because of its height, it stands out among the zombies. Song Yen turned his head and took a look, a little surprised. Shouldn't the bronze zombies appear on the 7th day? It's only the 3rd day, how could it appear so quickly? No matter what, you can't let it go if you meet it. I'm going to go out for a while, you wait here for me. Song Yen stopped the car, took out his saber and was about to kill the zombies. I want to go too. Little Tong Xian held onto the car window with both hands, looking aggrieved. Why are you going? Going out to die? Fan Bing looked at the zombie and the fear in his heart rose again. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen if the zombie approached. No way, I killed 7 zombies yesterday. Don't look down on me just because you're sick. Is this true? You can kill zombies? Of course, I'm awesome now. Little Tong Xian raised her little hand, the snow-white frost slowly condensed, and she even showed an eager look on her face. Then Song Yen. Fan Bing suddenly realized this problem. He turned his head and looked out the car window. If even Xiao Tongxin can kill zombies, then wouldn't Song Yan's strength be even more powerful? Song Yan, who was not far away, drew his saber from its scabbard and slashed at the zombie that was rushing towards him. The saber has been in Song Yan's hand for so many days, and it is still as sharp as ever. Yuck! The huge zombie naturally also smelled Song Yan's breath. He growled, and the zombies surrounding Song Yan immediately dispersed. Song Yan looked at the evolved bronze zombie and became even more confused. If the first zombie evolution was pushed forward, would the process of the apocalypse also be accelerated? He couldn't imagine it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. At this moment, the bronze zombie raised its 2 sharp claws and swung towards Song Yan. It's Iron Claw? Iron Claws are a type of bronze zombies, and their evolutionary talent is sharp claws. The Bronze Stage Iron Claw zombies have 2 claws that are as hard as metal and can easily break glass. Song Yan quickly moved sideways and unleashed his skills at a speed exceeding the bronze level, leaving the Iron Claw zombie with no time to react at all. Base. Song Yan went behind the zombie in 1 second and drew his knife. With a raised knife, the zombie's head flew up. The movements are continuous and done in one go. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze zombie, and gaining 10 experience points. An evolution crystal. Yeah. The zombies around roared and pounced towards Song Yan. The latter naturally did not waste his energy on them. After casually cutting open an exit with a few slashes, he walked directly towards the Land Rover. Fan Bing was a little dazed. He was still thinking about the scene where Song Yan killed a powerful zombie with 1 knife. When will these zombies be as easy to deal with as cabbages? Only when he saw Song Yan return to the driver's seat and start the car did he come to his senses. Boss Yan, how about I become your disciple? I also want to kill zombies. There was a fire burning in Fan Bing's eyes, and he was filled with heroic spirit. Song Yan. No. Xiao Tongxin. No. A bucket of cold water was poured over, and the flames went out instantly. Chapter 11 Entering the Base. Why? Fan Bing looked aggrieved. Why can you all do it but I can't? Brother Song Yan said no, so why are you so stubborn? Xiao Tongxin frowned and said seriously. Get out of the way. Why do you want to interrupt a grown-up conversation? Fan Bing rolled his eyes at Tong Xian, then looked towards Song Yan who was in the driver's seat. Song Yan shook his head and said, I was planning to let you kill a zombie to try, but you're not brave enough. Do you need to be taught how to kill a zombie? Need it? Fan Bing responded weakly, looking at the other 2 people in the car as he spoke. Guahaoyu scratched his head and smiled innocently. In order to survive, I followed the boss and fought his way out. I didn't think too much about it. Tong Xian made a face at Fan Bing and whispered. Brother Song Yan said that only by facing fear can we defeat it. Fan Bing. Soon, the car stopped in a small alley. This place is very close to the military area, so Song Yan suggested walking to the Xia Shan city base. Firstly, it is to ensure that the means of transportation will not be lost. Secondly, if they encounter zombies on the way, it can also see whether Fan Bing has the courage. Fan Bing was still a little unconvinced. He looked resentful and said, You are definitely targeting me. Song Yan patted his shoulder, placed 2 weapons in front of him, and said, Choose a knife or a fire axe? This? Fan Bing picked up both weapons, weighed them, hesitated for a moment, and chose the fire axe. He carried the axe on his shoulder, smiled at Tong Xian, and said proudly, "Just wait and see, Mr. Fan must kill 2 zombies for you today." "TSK, I don't believe it." Watching the two bickering, Song Yan shook his head and laughed. He could not believe that the Frost Lord was still making faces 3 years later. Buzz! The radar in Song Yan's hand suddenly vibrated. He quickly took a look and then said to Fan Bing, "Fan Bing, your chance to show off has come. 2 zombies are coming over here." "Ah? 2? Fan Bing's wrist shook and the fire axe almost fell to the ground. If they came one by one, he could still handle it psychologically, but if 2 came together, who could withstand it? "Are you scared? Ha ha ha, you coward!" "Nonsense! Who is afraid? Fan Yi has never been afraid." Fan Bing gritted his teeth, picked up the fire axe again, this time holding it with both hands, and walked out of the alley. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to follow. Song Yan was walking at the back, and the radar showed that 2 zombies were just at the entrance of the alley. Yuck! As soon as Fan Bing walked out of the alley, he saw a bloody mouth rushing towards him. He swung the axe in his hand forward wildly, with his eyes closed tightly. "Open your eyes and cut the zombie's throat." Song Yan walked behind and was speechless when he saw Fan Bing's appearance. "Do you think that if you swing the axe with your eyes closed, the zombies' heads will fall off?" Fan Bing opened his eyes, his 2 small eyes widened, he let out a strange cry, and the axe in his hand directly smashed through the head of a zombie in front of him. "You can't die anymore." Yuck! Just when he was exhausted and was about to take a break, another zombie didn't stop and rushed straight towards him. At this moment, Fan Bing felt more regret than panic. He has overcome his fear of fighting zombies, but he forgot that there is more than one opponent around him. He closed his eyes and let go of the fire axe. Bang! "Hey, stop lying there, we have to go!" Little Tong Xian kicked Fan Bing, who was lying on the ground, with a look of disappointment on his face. The latter was stunned for a moment, then he stood up flexibly with a somersault, and he exclaimed, "P226, a semi-automatic pistol, a 19mm caliber pistol originating from Germany. Not bad, you can tell by the sound?" Song Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Fan Bing was so talented that he could recognize the gun in his hand just by the sound of the gun. Hee, if I don't even have this much strength, I've lived for 20 years in vain." Fan Bing showed a mischievous smile on his face. He looked at the gun in Song Yan's hand and continued, "Boss, can I touch this gun?" "Here, this gun is for you to use temporarily. Hide it when you go in later. Don't get caught." Song Yan handed the gun to Fan Bing without hesitation. The latter took the pistol and immediately began to caress it gently as if he had seen a beautiful woman. "Boss, shall we go there now?" Guahaoyu scratched his head. He was eager to see his parents. After all, the world was very unsafe now. Song Yan nodded, his eyes calm as water. Let's go and take a look now." Song Yan and his group left the alley and headed towards the gate of the military district. At this time, Citizen Base. A high cement wall stood in front of the military zone's gate. It looked like it had been built recently, and a long queue had already formed in front of the gate. The people in the long queue were dressed differently, some in suits, some looking wealthy, some were even wearing school uniforms. They are citizens from Xia Shan city who came here in search of a safe haven. Come one by one, everyone should register in front and record your name, age and occupation. Those who jump the queue will bear the consequences at their own risk. A man in camouflage uniform stood at one side of the long line, looking at everyone with disdain. His name is Jingdijua, and he is an ordinary soldier. He was able to get this position thanks to his cousin who is an officer at the base. At the end of the team, Song Yan followed with Guahaoyu and others. "Brother Song Yan, is it really fun here?" Little Tong Xian blinked her big eyes, revealing a hint of doubt. This place looked very desolate. If it weren't for the long line of people, she would even think it was a wasteland. Song Yan nodded and reminded quietly, "Don't show your abilities here, it's very dangerous." Xiao Tongxin looked at Song Yan and nodded seriously. "Oh my god, this long line, when will it be our turn?" Fan Bing stood behind Guahaoyu, looking forward from time to time, and then let out a long sigh. Okay, this team has been moving, maybe it will be our turn soon. Guahaoyu patted Fan Bing on the shoulder and comforted him. Just then, there was a commotion ahead. What? Just because I didn't graduate from college, I have to be a laborer? A well-mannered boy asked the man registering at the door, his eyes full of disbelief. This was simply an insult to him. He was so young and should have been learning knowledge in a university classroom, but now he had to do hard labor. He can't accept it. Bang! At the sound of a gunshot, everyone felt terrified. If you don't have solid professional knowledge, go to work. If you don't want to, get out. Jingdiju held the gun in his hand and shouted at the college student. Chapter 12, Meeting Dong Liang again. The polite young man had a look of disdain on his face. He shouted, I would rather commit suicide here or feed the zombies than work for you vampires. After saying that, he left the gate angrily. The young man's movements caused a turmoil in the crowd's emotions. I heard that if you contribute to the base construction, you will be given 2 steamed buns a day? No way? Your news was from yesterday, right? Today you said you would give me 1 steamed bun a day. What? That's all you'll give me? How can I survive? 1 is not enough to eat. Everyone was talking in low voices, and the team was slowly moving forward. Soon, it was Song Yan and his group's turn. Name? There was a table outside the gate. A man in camouflage uniform looked up at Song Yan and asked. His name is Duan Hong. He was a corporal in the former Xia Shan city military region. Now that the world has come to an end, he has managed to get a leisurely job. Song Yan. Age? 21. What's your profession? Student. Duan Hong raised his head and asked again. Do you want to stay in the base to work or go out? Go with that kid just now. Song Yan smiled and said, If you don't work, there will be no food, right? Then can I not work today and go in for a walk? Want to go in and take a look? When everyone heard this, their eyes almost popped out. Good man, do you think you can come here whenever you want? Ha, of course, you can just look around here and come out on time. Duan Hong was a little surprised, then smiled and waved to Song Yan, indicating that he could pass. Song Yan nodded, and then continued. These people behind are my friends. Let's go through here together. Okay, you guys go together, just don't get separated when the time comes. Duan Hong stroked his chin as he spoke, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The people standing behind Song Yan and others saw that Song Yan had a smooth journey and were about to follow suit when Duan Hong, who was sitting on the chair, sneered. He raised his hand and called Jingdiju over, saying without hesitation. Send 2 people to keep an eye on them. If they dare to act rashly, they will be shot directly. Execution. Everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spines, and those who were about to follow that person's example felt a surge of fear in their hearts. Looking at Duan Hong, who appears kind on the outside but is extremely cruel in his heart, the refugees' queues are arranged in an orderly manner. Wow, is this inside the military area? This is my first time here. The little boy looked at the new things in the base with excitement in his eyes. Song Yan glanced at the stunned Guahaoyu and couldn't help but ask. Shall we go to the family area now? Song Yan had not been here many times in his previous life, but he was the most familiar with this place among those present. Yes, let's go to the family area and check. They should be there. As he spoke, Guahaoyu walked towards a place not far away. Song Yan pulled Tong Xin and Fan Bing and headed in the same direction. Little did they know that there were 2 people following them. Damn it, why did the higher-ups assign us such a mission? The tall and thin soldier complained. He has always wanted to complain about the base's assignment of tasks. The daily tasks, apart from the daily sentry duty, are mostly physical work. When can we kill the zombies? Is all my enthusiasm going to be wasted? Another soldier who was a bit fatter curled his lips and said, Come on, He-Lu, you are so small that you won't even be enough to feed the zombies. He-Lu stopped and looked forward cautiously. He lowered his voice and said, Pang Long, look, they seem to be going to the family area? Pang Long was also stunned, and couldn't help wondering. Could it be that they are family members of the military district? They must know that the family area has been changed to a place where the leadership of the base lives. With a family and a little girl, it's probably true. Is there anyone who still believes the family member's story? We'll just keep an eye on them here. As long as nothing unexpected happens to them, they'll probably be dealt with by the security guards at the door. Pang Long's face was full of joy. This mission was extremely easy. In front of these two people, Song Yan and others also arrived at the main entrance of the family area. Stop now! A camouflage soldier with a gun quickly raised his rifle and spoke seriously. Guahaoyu scratched his head and asked, Is this the military district's family quarters? I want to ask. No, the people living here are all the officers of the base. What can I do for you? Sir? Guahaoyu was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he spoke again. Please inform him that the son of the former 3rd District Chief of Staff is here. The soldier looked at him as if he was a fool. The corner of his mouth twitched and he shouted, It's not your commander, it's the commander after the end of the world. The family member you are looking for may be working on the construction site now. Stay away from here if you have nothing to do. After saying this, the soldier raised his gun with a threatening look on his face. If you dare to pass by here, the gun in his hand is not to be trifled with. How come? Guahaoyu was a little dazed. His parents were already old, and yet they had to work on the construction site? Song Yan came over and patted his shoulder, comforting him. Don't worry, we haven't seen anyone yet, so we can't deny it rashly. Yeah, don't look at what this kid said. In fact, maybe he himself doesn't know whether it is true or not. Fan Bing also spoke up, saying that he thought this matter was too biased and didn't seem to be true. The camouflage soldier's face was tense. He put his finger on the trigger and said fiercely, I'm warning you, don't cause any more trouble, this is a restricted area. Restricted area? Song Yan sneered. There was actually such a saying. This closed way of development is the most backward. It seems that the ruler of this Xia Shan city base is not very smart. That's right. If you try to trespass here without permission, I have the right to shoot you dead, so don't push me. The rifle in the soldier's hand was shaking slightly, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Boss, let's go to the construction site first. If there's nothing there, we can go in later. Guahaoyu's tone finally softened, and he pulled Song Yan's arm. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to go to the construction site and take a look at the situation first. Song Yan nodded, took Tong Xin and walked towards the construction site. Just then, a voice rang out. Song Yan? It's really you! Song Yan was also stunned for a moment. He turned around and looked. A man in camouflage uniform walked over with an excited smile on his face. I'm Dong Liang. Do you still remember me? I didn't expect you to come here. Captain Dong? What a coincidence. The situation is urgent now. We will talk to you later. Song Yan took a look at the brief description of Dong Liang's camouflage uniform. His heart moved slightly, and he curled his lips and said. Dong Liang was a little confused, and he quickly asked, Little brother, tell me about it, maybe I can help you do it. Chapter 13 Breaking the Door. The corners of Song Yan's mouth curled up slightly. This matter was probably settled. Although he didn't know why there was an extra star on Dong Liang's epaulets, at least it could be used now. Song Yan quickly shook Dong Liang's hand and then told him what had just happened. Family quarters? Now it's renamed the base management quarters. Most of the people living here are people with status in the base. Dong Liang nodded and introduced it. After saying that, he walked up to the camouflage soldier and whispered a few words. The latter looked at Dong Liang, then at Song Yan and others, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Okay, looks like we can get through this time. Song Yan curled his lips. He didn't expect that he could become friends with Dong Liang just by killing a zombie. That's really great. Guahaoyu stood behind Song Yan and said a little embarrassedly, Boss, thank you. You're welcome. You call me boss, so I have to take care of you. As he spoke, Dong Liang waved at them, and Song Yan and others walked into the base management area. There have been a lot of changes here. The building is still the same as before, but the location is not the same as before. If you want to find some former war zone relatives, maybe. Maybe what? Guahaoyu was immediately puzzled, and he asked quickly. This matter concerns the safety of his parents, so he must get to the bottom of it. It might be hard to find, that's the reason. By the way, don't get into a fight with anyone wearing camouflage uniforms here. Dong Liang walked and led everyone to the door of a building. The third floor of this building is allocated to me by the base. If you have nowhere else to go, you can live here. Captain Dong, thank you so much for today. We came here mainly to look for Haoyu's parents. Song Yen shook his head and explained the matter. How could this trip be in vain? At least we had to find Gua Haoyu's parents first. Dong Liang nodded quickly and said, In that case, I wish you all the best. After bidding farewell to Dong Liang, Song Yen and others followed Gua Haoyu and headed in the direction the latter remembered. Less than 5 minutes later, he stopped and pointed to a low building in front of him and said, It's the third floor of this building. The location has not changed. Song Yen looked at the building and then took out his radar. There are 12 green spots of light displayed on it. This means that there should be 8 more people in this building. The strange thing is that each light spot is of different size, some are big and some are small. He carefully compared the positions of the 4 people in his group. He was the oldest, followed by Xiao Tongxin, Gua Haoyu, and Fan Bing was the youngest. Could it be that the size of this green light spot is used to distinguish strength? Song Yen looked at the 8 light spots in the building. Their distribution was unclear, but some were big and some were small. The largest one is not even as big as Xiao Tongxin's light spot. He shook his head and said, Fan Bing, you and Xiao Tongxin keep an eye on it down there, Haoyu and I will go up there. Several people nodded, and then Song Yen took Gua Haoyu upstairs. Building number 7, family quarters, room 303. Brother Yang, this woman is too stubborn and doesn't want to do it at all. A man with a crew cut said in panic. His name is Lu Tsunguang, and he is Fu Yang's little follower. Damn it, can you do anything I ask you to do? You are such a good for nothing. The person who spoke was Fu Yang, a senior officer at the Xia Shan city base. The reason why he was able to become a senior military officer was because his father, Fu Dehai, was one of the leaders of the base. This house was also specially allocated to him. Angry, Fu Yang stood up and walked to another small bedroom. Inside, there was a woman in a white shirt, who was tied to a chair. She looked up at Fu Yang, her eyes showing murderous intent, and she gritted her teeth. Fu, you'd better kill me today. As long as I'm not dead, you won't be able to live. Ha 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 ha, Xia Shan, are you threatening me? Don't you see what your current status is? As he spoke, Fu Yang walked to the chair and gently stroked Xia Shan's fair face with his index finger. Snort! Xia Shan snorted coldly, turned her head away, and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. If looks could kill, I believe Fu Yang would have been cut into pieces by her long ago. Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy it slowly. This is not the kind of pain you imagine. Maybe you will feel so good that you fly to the sky. Fu Yang gave a sly smile, then picked up a glass of water on the table and poured it on Xia Shan. The cold water flowed down slowly, and the latter's body began to tremble slightly. Haoyu, which one? 303. Song Yen nodded, then walked forward and knocked on the door. According to the radar, there are 3 spots of light in this room. Gua Haoyu's parents are most likely here too. Who is it? A man's voice sounded, with a somewhat impatient tone. When Gua Haoyu heard the voice, he quickly came over and asked, Excuse me, is Gua Zhiqing at home? He's not here. Stop hanging around and do what you need to do. Lu Tsunguang had just been scolded by Fu Yang and was feeling very unhappy. How could he be in the mood to talk nicely with Song Yen and the others? He looked through the peephole and saw Song Yen and the other man outside the door. They were not familiar faces. Since he is not an important figure in the base, Lu Tsunguang naturally would not give him face. Song Yen and Gua Haoyu looked at each other outside the door, then Song Yen patted Gua Haoyu on the shoulder and said, Stand aside. Upon hearing the sound, the latter quickly jumped to the side. Song Yen raised his right leg and kicked the door with all his strength. Bang! As the wall dust fell, the entire security door was kicked to the ground. Fuck! Who the hell is this person? Lu Tsunguang had just left the door when his own security door was overturned, and it seemed that it was kicked open with just feet. This is not scientific at all. I'm asking you a question. Where did Guizhichen go? Song Yan was in no mood to argue with him. The most important thing now was the safety of Guahaoyu's parents. What Guizhichen? I don't know. Brother Yang, someone is messing up the place. Lu Tsuingguang looked at Song Yan, and a sense of fear rose in his heart for no reason. He kept backing away, and sat down on the ground, shouting. Here they come! Really, who is it? Fu Yang looked unsatisfied, but he had to go out and take a look. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and walked out of the small bedroom. I'll ask one last time, where is Guizhichen? Song Yan was a little impatient. Was there anyone in this room who knew Guizhichen? Where the hell are you from, Guizhichen? Where the hell are you, you idiot? Fu Yang had just suppressed the evil fire in his heart, but when he looked at the incomprehensible man in front of him, a nameless anger ignited again, and he cursed angrily. The pistol in his hand was also aimed at Song Yan, as if he would pull the trigger at the next moment. Chapter 14. Xia Shan. You don't know, do you? There was no fluctuation on Song Yan's face. He took steps and continued moving forward from the door. Don't come over here, I'll shoot you. Do you believe I'll shoot you to death? Fu Yang was a little confused. Was this person crazy? Was he not even afraid of a gun? Then shoot me. I just want you to recall what happened to Guizhichen. After saying that, Song Yan suddenly sped up and rushed towards Fu Yang. Bang! Boss! When Guahaoyu heard the gunshots, he hurried into the room and shouted in panic. Fortunately, no one was injured. The room was in a mess. A pistol fell to the ground, Song Yan pressed Fu Yang to the ground, and Lu Tsuingguang took out a dagger. Damn it, die! Lu Tsuingguang shouted and rushed towards Song Yan, with a cold light emitting from the dagger in his hand. He was so fast that Guahaoyu could only react slightly. The latter said again, Boss, be careful! Song Yan's reaction speed was not that simple at all. He grabbed the dazed Fu Yang and then turned around. Phew! The dagger pierced directly into Fu Yang's abdomen. Severe pain spread throughout his body, and every hair stood up. What the hell is Lu Tsuingguang, what the hell? Brother Yang, I didn't mean it, please listen to my explanation. Lu Tsuingguang didn't know what to do for a moment. He was extremely panicked. Why did he stab the wrong person with the knife in his hand? Bang! Song Yan beat Lu Tsuingguang until he fainted, and then said to Fu Yang, who was struggling on the ground. Now tell me, Guizhichen, the original owner of this house. I'm bleeding, I'm going to die, why don't you take me to the infirmary? Fu Yang's eyes widened as he looked at the liquid gushing out from the wound in his abdomen, and suddenly became panicked. Sizzle! Song Yan pulled out the dagger without a trace of emotion on his face. The intense pain came again, and Fu Yang screamed again. He felt that he would rather die than live. Both lips turned pale due to excessive blood loss. What on earth are you going to do? Where did Guizhichen go? There was no warmth in Song Yan's voice, it was as calm as a lake. But the calmer it is, the more unfathomable it seems. Fu Yang recalled with trembling voice, and then said, The two of them were driven out of the base to feed the zombies. Fu Yang is capable of doing such a thing. After all, the ownership of this house belongs to him. Clang! A fire axe fell to the ground. Guahaoyu's eyes became empty. He muttered to himself quietly, but no one could hear him. You did it? Song Yan frowned. He didn't expect that things had developed to this point. Fu Yang thought about it carefully, then nodded. He sneered and said, Those two people said that this was a benefit given to them by the military region. They wanted to wait for their son to come back here and were unwilling to leave. I didn't even have to do anything. Lu Tsuingguang beat up the two men, put them in sacks and threw them out of the base. As he spoke, Fu Yang's expression still showed a hint of unfulfilled desire. Bastard! Guahaoyu was a 1.92-meter tall man, and tears were streaming from his eyes. He picked up the fire axe on the ground and chopped at the unconscious Lu Tsuingguang. Fu Yang stared at Guahaoyu intently. In his eyes, the latter was like a devil who killed people without blinking an eye. Song Yan stood up without saying anything more. He leaned against the wall and watched everything with an expressionless face. These people deserve to die. He shook his head and turned to walk towards another room. According to the radar, there should be another person inside. This is a small bedroom with some simple furniture, a bed, a desk, a chair, and a woman? Song Yen looked at the woman with better features in front of him with some doubts, and couldn't help but ask. Hello? Who are you? Where is that beast Fu Yang? Xia Shan had a strange expression on her face. The noise outside just now was actually real, and the scream just now seemed to have come from Fu Yang. Fu Yang? Is he dead? Are you trapped here by him? Song Yen walked over, went around behind Xia Shan, untied the knot for her, and asked casually. Thank you for saving my life. I am Xia Shan, former chairman of Zhuhua Group. What is your name? Song Yen, Baogai Song, Strict Yen. Song Yen was a little surprised. This woman turned out to be Xia Shan. She was the ruler of the most famous women's base in China in her previous life. In that base, there were basically no adult men, and all matters were handled by women. It was incredible that such a woman who could turn decay into magic actually appeared in front of him. Rumor has it that she was once defiled by men, and later in the base she established, there were almost no men to be seen. So, this is what you are talking about. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Xia Shan was a little confused and re-examined herself. As expected of a woman who is resolute and swift, Song Yen nodded secretly. He smiled and said, It's nothing, I just think you are a little special. Special? Xia Shan blinked her two lively eyes, then rolled her eyes at Song Yen, and then said seriously. I should leave now. I can't stay here for long. Fu Yang's biological father is a leader of this base. If he is caught, he will definitely not be able to leave. I, Xia Shan, will personally repay you if there's a chance in the future. She patted Song Yan's shoulder, then tied the rope to the radiator and jumped out of the window. As expected of a unique woman, even the way she left was not simple. Song Yen secretly admired and then walked out the door. In the living room, Guahaoyu stood aside with red eyes. Song Yen glanced at the marks on the ground, walked over calmly, patted his shoulder, and said, You are here, is there anything you want to take away? We have to move quickly, this Fu Yang has a lot to do with this base. Guahaoyu felt warm in his heart, and he looked at Song Yen seriously. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Song Yen was still standing by his side, not retreating a single step. I, Guahaoyu, will definitely follow a boss like this. Wait a minute, I need to get something. He nodded, raised his sleeve to wipe the tears from his face, and then walked into the room. Song Yen walked out of the room, stood in the corridor, and waited quietly. Less than 3 minutes later, Guahaoyu left the room carrying something. He smiled at Song Yen outside the door and said in a muffled voice, Boss, let's go. The four of them walked out of the base management area and returned along the original route. Little Tong Xian looked at the silent atmosphere between Song Yen and the other man, and tactfully didn't say anything more. In a corner not far away, Pang Long opened his eyes at the right moment and shouted in surprise. Liuzi, wake up quickly, they don't seem to be dead. Didn't the people in the family quarters kill them? What? He-Lu also quickly opened his eyes and looked into the distance cautiously. Chapter 15 Baozi Town. At this moment, Song Yen and 4 others appeared in front of them again, walking swaggeringly on the road. Oh my god, it's true! What should we do now? He-Lu was a little confused for a moment. People who trespassed into the base management area would usually be shot. How could they be wandering around the streets like nothing happened? Wait, what is our mission? We are responsible for watching where they go. Don't be afraid, Liuzi, we just need to follow them. Pang Long looked confident. He patted He-Lu on the shoulder, and then the two of them chased after Song Yen and the others. Not long after, a military green pickup truck stopped in front of building number 7, and a middle-aged man with a big belly got out of the car. He was Fu Dehai. He and the leader of the base, Meng Chongquan, are sworn brothers. When the end of the world began, they were still drinking and chatting together. The reason why Fu Dehai can have his current status is entirely due to his friendship with Meng Chongquan. Damn it, this brat, I have to personally treat him to a meal. How important is today's banquet? Today's banquet is very important. Meng Chongquan gathered leaders from various positions in the base to discuss future development, and Fu Dehai was also called over. He was thinking of bringing his son Fu Yang there to see the world, so that he could be taken care of in the base in the future. How could this be possible? You are still sleeping at home? You haven't gotten up all morning? Fu Dehai climbed up to the third floor in one breath and arrived at the corridor platform slightly panting. He was stunned for a moment. 303. Eyeing that kid does live in this room. Where's the door? Fu Dehai suppressed his doubts and walked into the room without a door. As soon as he entered the door, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face, and he almost vomited on the ground. The two rotting corpses were now lying flat on the ground, with white bones and flesh intertwined together. Judging from his clothes, Fu Yang's figure can be vaguely seen. My son! Who is that bastard? Fu Dehai cried out in grief, fell to the ground, and stared at the corpse on the ground with lifeless eyes. From then on, the news spread throughout the base. Workers and managers at different job positions are discussing this matter. Have you heard? The son of Fu Dehai, the Minister of Population, was killed. It seems that he was chopped into pieces with an axe. I heard that Fu Dehai was so angry about this that blood was gushing out of the room. Oh, he deserved it. I don't know how many people will be happy now. This dandy bastard finally got killed. When Fu Yang died, some people were happy and some were sad. From a general perspective, Fu Yang's death can be said to be a great relief to the people. At this time, the instigator, Gua Haoyu, had returned to the car. Song Yan patted his shoulder and consoled him. Today, the boss will take you to experience real happiness. He calculated the time. If ordinary bronze zombies had already evolved, then the special zombies in that place should have reached the bronze level long ago. True happiness? Brother Song Yan, what is that? Little Tong Xian was full of curiosity, as she had never heard of what true happiness was. How can a kid understand so much? Just go wherever the boss is driving, right? Fan Bing touched the pistol in his hand, his eyes flashing with heat, and raised the gun to aim at the scenery outside the window. Say it again! Tong Xian's two little hands suddenly turned into 10 sharp ice cones, and her cute face also turned cold. I was wrong! Little Tong Xian is the best and the cutest in the world. Feeling the cold murderous aura of Xiao Tongxin, Fan Bing naturally did not dare to be arrogant, and quickly turned into a flatterer. With a puff, the Frost Lord's power was immediately broken. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the car became much more lively. Pang Long, are they gone? He Lu had a dazed look on his face. He just walked out of the base. Sixth son, let's go back and report to the higher-ups. This matter is not our responsibility. Pang Long also had a melancholy look on his face. The two of them had been chasing the person for a long time, but in vain. Just going back like this. He Lu was somewhat unwilling, but there was nothing else he could do at the moment. The two of them walked towards the base with sad faces. Xia Shan City Base, Conference Hall. For a moment, almost all the important people in the base gathered here. Everyone, we are able to gather here today. No matter what the reason is, I hope you can contribute to the base. Meng Chongquan looked at everyone with a smile, and there was a sense of heroism in his tone. Obviously, the owner of this base is now surnamed Meng. He winked at Fu Dehai, who was sitting next to him, and the latter quickly stood up and bowed to Meng Chongquan, saying, We should obey the orders of Commander Meng. Although the voice is not full of energy, it is still quite loud. The people who were placed in the crowd quickly echoed. We should obey the orders of Commander Meng. Go through fire and water, no matter what. Go through fire and water, no matter what. The sound filled the entire conference hall for a moment. Everyone then realized that their appearance was just to be able to stand here, and it didn't matter whether it was important or not. Meng Chongquan looked at the more than 100 people in the conference hall, and his ambition suddenly rose in his heart. First, we need to take care of the base's defenses. Minister Zhang, your workers need to speed up. The man who was named quickly stood up and bowed, then said, Please rest assured, Commander Meng, I will personally supervise it. The entire conference hall seemed to respect Meng Changquan. This is the general trend. At this moment, everyone, in a trance, regards Meng Changquan as the leader. Meng Changquan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Only by holding on to the position in your hands can you survive more comfortably in this dangerous apocalypse. He had tasted the joy of enjoyment, so naturally he didn't want to give up this wonderful life. Commander, what happened to my son was truly tragic. Fu Dehai's face turned pale. He had only one child, and although he had already been buried, he still didn't know who the real murderer was. He couldn't sleep or eat well. About an hour later, Song Yan parked the car in a small town. The name of this town is very interesting. It is called Baozu Town, which means all-encompassing and long-lasting. Song Yan also heard about the origin of Baozu Town from others, and he had not had any in-depth knowledge of it. But he was very familiar with this town. In the first year of his previous life, Song Yan lived here almost from morning till night. Song Yan is basically familiar with every building here. Brother Song Yan, are we there yet? Little Tong Xian held onto the window with her two little hands, and was curious about the strange buildings outside. Here we are, get ready to clean out this town. Song Yan had a grim look on his face. Now that the apocalypse had just begun, the number of zombies in this small town should be enough for him to evolve from the Iron Stage to the Bronze Stage. Similarly, for Xiao Tongxin and others, this is also a good novice village. The number and quality of the zombies are more than enough for them to get used to each other, and steadily improve their strength. Chapter 16 Collective Evolution. Cleaning? Boss, are you kidding me? Fan Bing was completely confused. This was a fucking small town, and they could just clean it up like that. Don't zombies have any respect at all? Song Yan opened the trunk and took out boxes of weapons and ammunition. Then he looked at Fan Bing and said, "Any questions? Have questions?" Fan Bing looked at the trunk of the Land Rover Range Rover with a fiery face, and his confidence suddenly increased a lot. He quickly saluted with a standard military salute. What do you think? Song Yan noticed Guo Haoyu standing beside him. As he walked over, the latter's mood had stabilized a lot. Guo Haoyu held the fire axe, looked up at Song Yan, and then shouted, "Kill!" A crazy murderous intent emerged in his eyes again, and Fan Bing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, this momentum is really good. Song Yan nodded, unloaded some of the weapons and ammunition from the car, and said to everyone, "This town basically meets all the needs of life. With the mountains surrounding it, we can occupy this place. We'll use this place as a small base for us, do you understand?" The three of them nodded, not quite understanding. There was a deep look in Song Yan's eyes. This time, he must do things in the long run. His ambition goes far beyond this. If he cannot reach the top in his life again, he might as well not live. Let's go! Let's take over this supermarket first. If we're lucky, we can have a full meal tonight. At the order, Song Yan took the lead and headed towards the supermarket entrance, and Guo Haoyu and Fan Bing hurriedly followed. Really, why didn't you wait for me? Little Tong Xian put two exquisite little pistols on her waist, picked up a hand grenade necklace and hung it around her neck, and walked slowly forward. Baozu Town is surrounded by mountains on three sides. In ancient times, it was a military fortress and also an important transportation hub, where two major provinces met. Although it is called a town, in fact, if we only talk about economic development, Baozu Town is no worse than some small county towns. In terms of population, the total population of Baozu Town is as high as 200,000. At this time, in a chain supermarket in the town center, Song Yan led everyone to lure the zombies inside to the outside of the supermarket, and then concentrated on killing them. In just one afternoon, even the most timid Fan Bing, relying on the pistol given to him by Song Yan, killed 30 zombies. Song Yan also successfully reached level 9 in this afternoon, and his experience value was about to reach level 10. Most of the zombies in the supermarket have not evolved yet. Those that have evolved by chance were caught by Song Yan and stabbed to death. Song Yan killed every bronze stage zombie, and while cleaning up the supermarket, he also collected 5 evolution crystals. At this stage, people still don't know what the use of this thing is, so basically no one will keep it around. Song Yan distributed the collected evolution crystals to everyone, one per person. Song Yan decided to keep the remaining one temporarily, so that if someone failed to evolve, he could use this one as a make-up. So if you eat this little thing you can evolve? Have superpowers? Fan Bing held the evolution crystal in his hand, with a hint of desire in his eyes. He thought that with this evolution crystal, he would be able to swing icicles all over the sky like little Tong Xian. Song Yan shook his head and explained. Everyone is different. It depends on fate. Fortune-telling? Fan Bing scratched his head. This sentence was not the answer. He hesitated for a moment, and swallowed the evolution crystal. The evolution crystal melts in your mouth and tastes surprisingly good. On the other side, Guahaoyu seemed to be hesitating as well. He held the evolution crystal in his hand and stared at it with wide eyes. Don't worry, there are no side effects. Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to survive in this apocalypse? Song Yan patted his shoulder. He had also had this kind of doubt before. Anyone would feel hesitant about swallowing something strange, which is normal, but taking the evolution crystal will definitely not be wrong. This behavior seems to be self-selective evolution. Taking it means becoming stronger and being able to survive longer, but it also means more terrifying strength. Become stronger, just this one word may not be able to attract Guahaoyu. But the word survival made Guahaoyu's heart move. Being able to survive, this is what he wants. He would never take the initiative to kill zombies, but at this moment of survival, his axe would chop them down without hesitation. Thinking of this, Guahaoyu's eyes lit up and he swallowed the evolution crystal. Why should I eat? Tong Xian, a little kid standing next to the two of them, was holding a bag of potato chips and chewing them. This first one is to awaken your abilities, and the second one is to make your abilities even stronger. Song Yan touched Tong Xian's head. This kid doesn't want to become stronger? Xiao Tongxin hesitated for a moment, but still ate the evolution crystal. Seeing that everyone had taken the crystals, Song Yan finally showed a satisfied smile, and then he took a crystal as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. Do you want to start the advancement? Song Yan was a little confused. It turned out that this crystal stone could be converted into experience points. Wouldn't that mean I missed several of them? He looked at the people around him who were absorbing evolutionary energy, and felt relieved. Without them, how would he build his empire in the future? This is Song Yan's capital. This is the starting point of Song Yan's rise. As for evolution, Song Yan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to evolve. He was somewhat curious. Would his evolutionary abilities be different after his rebirth? Gradually, a mountain appeared before his eyes. Rows of stairs appeared in front of Song Yan, leading straight to the top of the mountain from a distance. Yo! Yo! From all directions there were roars of zombies, including black iron, bronze, silver, even abyss-level zombies. Song Yan's heart trembled. There was no possibility of him giving in at this moment. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he walked towards the stairs in the mountain. I don't know how long it took, spring, summer, autumn and winter, but Song Yan finally arrived. He stood on the top of a high mountain and looked forward. He saw an ancient brown totem of a ferocious beast emitting a blazing light. Ah! Song Yan woke up in shock, and the world before his eyes returned to normal again. He wiped the cold sweat from the corners of his eyes and took a deep breath. Brother Song Yan, you finally woke up, that's great! Little Tong Xian, standing aside with a pair of panda eyes, said excitedly. Song Yan looked at the sun outside the window and asked quickly. Xiao Tongxin, how long have I slept? 1 day, you fell asleep last night after taking the evolution crystal. 1 day? Why so long? Song Yan quickly got up from the bed, touched Tong Xian's head, and asked. Where are the two of them? Brother Haoyu and Fan Bing have both awakened new abilities and are competing outside. These two guys. Song Yan couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He put on his coat and took Tong Xian out of the supermarket. Chapter 17 Talent Speed Up. Damn it, look at this move of mine, Flame Jet! Ugh! Fan Bing was full of confidence. He took a horse stance on the spot, exhaled forward, and a small flame flew out. Attribute ability? Isn't this power a bit too small? Song Yan shook his head. He didn't understand the reason. Ha ha ha, Fanbing, your flame is too small, right? Look at mine! Guahaoyu looked at the tiny flame and almost laughed to tears. Then, his whole body swelled up. Suddenly, the whole person grew 20 centimeters taller. Guahaoyu, who already had a strong build, now looked like a small mountain. The skin color has also become much darker and looks very solid. Physical alienation. Song Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed that he had done a pretty good job in recruiting this little follower. One has physical transformation, the other has fire elemental ability. Ahem! Song Yan stood in front of the two of them and coughed softly. Boss! Boss! The two people who were playing stopped what they were doing immediately and said with a look of surprise. Not bad, not bad. Your awakened abilities are all pretty good, but… Fanbing, what's going on with your flame? Song Yan looked at Guahaoyu with approval, then turned his head to look at Fanbing. It seemed that his ability was a bit fake. I don't know. I think my ability is pretty good. It's pretty cool. I can even light a cigarette. Fanbing scratched his head, looking excited. This was a superpower, the kind that he had only seen on TV before. For Fanbing, he is very content. Song Yan didn't think too much about it. Since it didn't have much impact, he just let it go. By the way, boss, what are your abilities? Guahaoyu cancelled his giant form and became smaller. He walked over and asked. When Fanbing heard this, he also agreed. Yes, boss, what exactly are your abilities? Even the little Tong Xian, who had a calm face, turned her head and looked at Song Yan curiously. Mine? Song Yan was also stunned when he heard this. He opened his eyes and walked over without even checking what his abilities were. He muttered to himself, System panel. Then, a piece of his own personal information appeared before him. Host Song Yan. Level Bronze 1. Strength 29. Speed 24. Constitution 24. Spirit 24. Free attribute points 0. Talent, double speed. Skills, none. Weapons / horse, sword. Experience, 27 out of 100. Times fast? Song Yan looked at his information panel and couldn't help but read it out loud. Then, a message appeared. Speed. The host's speed can be increased geometrically, depending on the host's speed attribute and level, and the duration is 1 minute. Now it can reach 2 times. Double speed? Song Yan muttered to himself that this talent seemed to be able to grow as his own strength improved. It's speed! Song Yan showed a satisfied smile. This new ability seemed pretty good. In his previous life, the ability to increase speed was quite rare, and this kind of exponential growth was absolutely unique. Speed? Fanbing picked his nose and asked with a look of disdain. Very fast? How fast can it be? A gust of wind blew past, and Song Yan in front of him disappeared without even leaving a shadow. It should be soon. Song Yan felt his own speed. Now that he was running at full speed, the maximum increase of double speed could even rival that of an ordinary silver-level ability user. For silver ability users, what matters is the all-round development of physical fitness and evolutionary ability. To be able to reach the silver level, one must not only be capable enough, but also have extremely strong physical fitness. Where are the people? Fanbing looked around in panic as he saw Song Yan disappearing from his sight. Song Yan walked around to behind Fanbing. He raised his finger and pressed it against the fat flesh on the latter's waist. He said in a cold tone, Don't move. You are already dead. The latter's body stiffened and he quickly raised his hands. Boss, don't kill me. I don't dare to do it anymore. Ha ha ha, you're still as timid as ever when you're sick. Little Tong Xian stood aside, watching Fanbing change his expression as quickly as turning the pages of a book, and laughed so hard that she bent over. When Fanbing saw the little boy so happy, he immediately felt something was wrong. He looked back and found that what was against his waist was not a pistol, but Song Yan's fingers. Fuck, boss, you actually scared me? Fanbing's face darkened. His fame was ruined just like that. Fanbing, you must always be vigilant in the future. Danger is everywhere in this apocalyptic world. Song Yan shook his head. This was not a joke. Although ordinary black iron zombies have limited IQ, they are enough to threaten the lives of ordinary people. What's more, what about the evolved zombies? They have greater strength, harder bodies, and even higher IQs. Danger is always there. I'm going to go out for a while. When I come back, I hope to see that this supermarket has been renovated to be more sturdy. Song Yan patted Guahaoyu on the shoulder and gave instructions. Out? Where to? Guahaoyu was confused. Isn't everything fine? Why did he go out? I'm going to an important place and will be back tonight. After saying that, Song Yan left behind some weapons and ammunition and drove the Range Rover towards the small building. The three of them looked at each other, and they all saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Little Tong Xian was the first to speak. Brother Song Yan, did you go out to find something delicious? Bah, you're the only one who thinks about food every day. The boss must be going to get weapons. Fan Bing looked at Xiao Tong Xian with disdain. Ever since he gained the ability, he even felt that he could go head-to-head with Xiao Tong Xian. Fan Bing, are you sick again? Xiao Tongxin was surprised. Did she offend him again? Why was he so different today? Fan Bing stood in front of Xiao Tongxin and said with a fighting look on his face. Come, let's compete. Let me see whether your ice is more powerful or my fire is better. My frost is definitely more powerful. Your little flame is a no-brainer. Alright, let's wait and then quarrel. Let's reinforce the supermarket first, otherwise it will be hard to explain when the boss comes back. Seeing the two men getting increasingly angry, Guahaoyu hurriedly tried to dissuade them. If a fight breaks out, regardless of who will win, who will do the job? Snort! Finally, the two chose to compromise. Guahaoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then he directed. You all go find tools, some cement nails, hammers, wooden boards and the like. I'm very strong, so leave the rest to me. Tong Xian nodded and took small steps to look for tools in the supermarket. Fan Bing thought for a moment, then turned his head and looked throughout the supermarket for materials that could be used to replace the wooden boards. Chapter 18, Alienated Bronze Zombie. Minister Fu? Are you talking about Xiaoyang? A hint of doubt appeared on Meng Changkun's face. He had not heard of this matter yet. Yes, my son was killed in the base management area an hour ago and is dead. Fu Dehai's face was full of worry. He had originally planned to save some wealth and leave it to his son. But I didn't expect that the elderly would send off the young. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. In front of so many people, Meng Changkun must set an example in order to demonstrate his leadership ability. The two soldiers in camouflage uniforms nodded quickly and trotted out of the meeting room. Among the crowd, Dong Liang's heart skipped a beat and a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? At this time, it was getting dark, and Song Yan came to the place he had remembered before. The roadside was deserted with only one gas station. He stopped the car and walked over carefully with his saber in hand. According to my memory from my previous life, those three people happened to be at this gas station when they discovered the secret and later received the reward. Song Yan muttered to himself, and then came to the vicinity of the gas station. Because this place is sparsely populated, even zombies are rare, and there are only 5 red dots marked on Song Yan's radar. He carefully opened the door of the convenience store, and the shelves inside were still full. Yuck! A zombie smelled human scent and immediately rushed towards Song Yan. Song Yan didn't hesitate and chopped it down with his knife, and the zombie's head flew up immediately. He was a little surprised. There was no familiar prompt tone in his ears, which made him a little confused. Could it be that their strength has increased? Can zombies of this level not provide experience points? At the same time, 2 more zombies rushed over. Song Yan slashed down twice, but still no prompt sound was heard. What the hell? What's going on? I can't improve my strength by killing zombies? He quickly opened the system, only to remember that he had not signed in for today. The thought moved me slightly, and I finally heard a familiar voice in my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded with a set of special combat uniforms. Special Operations Uniform, produced by the Future Military Fortress, number 002, using extremely tough technological fabrics, with the characteristics of fire resistance, insulation, and impact resistance. Equipment? Song Yen was delighted. This was what he had always wanted. Without any hesitation, he took out his Special Operations uniform and put it on. The clothes are pitch black, with a unique pattern engraved on the surface, similar to scales, but different from scales. Song Yen tried to use his saber to scratch the clothes hard, but there was no mark at all. He couldn't help but nodded. It was a nice piece of clothing. Yuck! Just then, a roar was heard. Song Yen was also startled and was busy looking at the system, but ignored the zombies beside him. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge zombie roaring and slapping the wall of the gas station with its 2 claws. Bang! There was a loud bang, and several cracks suddenly appeared on the wall. Song Yen didn't even dare to think about this kind of trace. This zombie's strength is much stronger than the bronze level. He thought to himself, if this comes a little later, will I not be able to deal with it? Song Yen put away his saber. In this situation, he could only keep his distance. This knife might not be able to cause any harm to the zombies. Boom! Under the beating of the giant zombie, the wall finally couldn't bear the weight and collapsed. An extremely huge zombie also revealed its full appearance at this time. He had a dark body and 2 eyes that shone with a hint of scarlet light, full of bloodlust and cruelty. What's even more terrifying is its limbs, which not only have strong muscle lines, but also have densely packed scales. What kind of monster is this? Song Yen was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that the rumors from his previous life were actually true. A terrifying zombie appeared in people's sight in the form of an evolution crystal, and a man with half an arm missing told the story of the zombie. A fully equipped team of 10 people had 7 deaths and 3 injuries. As everyone tried their best to kill it, the zombie was finally eliminated. They found a white crystal the size of a ping-pong ball in its head. It was this crystal that opened the chapter of human evolution. Song Yen shook his head. This zombie was simply terrifying. Without any hesitation, he took out a sniper rifle from his storage ring and fired at the zombie. Bang! The bullet directly pierced the zombie's left eye. The zombie roared and continued to attack Song Yen. Fuck! The weak point isn't the head? Song Yen looked at the huge hole on the zombie's head and couldn't help feeling surprised. He wasn't dead? This is not scientific at all. Without even having time to think, he quickly knocked open the glass of the convenience store with his arm, turned over and jumped out. Fortunately, he had a special combat suit, otherwise, just rolling on the broken glass would have been enough to get Song Yen in trouble. After landing successfully, Song Yen turned on the speed directly without any hesitation. He quickly distanced himself and fired another shot at the zombie that was trying to rush out of the convenience store. This shot pierced the other eye again. The zombies didn't stop, as if they were tireless, and banged against the wall frantically. What the hell is the problem? Song Yen stood on the side of the road. He regretted coming here. If Baozi Town had been built honestly, such a thing would not have happened. Looking at the zombies constantly hitting the wall, he felt a headache. Seeing that the zombie was about to break through the defense line, Song Yen had no choice but to pick up the sniper rifle again and fire 2 shots at the zombie. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots directly broke the zombie's 2 arms, but the zombie did not stop and continued to hit. Boom! The wall finally fell again, and the zombies rushed towards Song Yen. Song Yen's eyes lit up. If the arm could be broken, did that mean the legs could also be broken? He quickly raised his sniper rifle, aimed at the zombie's legs, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. Really? The zombie's running movements suddenly slowed down, and one of its legs exploded, oozing dark green pus and blood. It also lost balance and fell to the ground because one of its legs was broken. I finally caught him! Song Yen looked at the zombie he had subdued and let out a deep breath. It's really not easy. He walked forward, raised his saber, and chopped down with one blow, directly cutting off the zombie's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the alienated bronze zombie, and you will be rewarded with 50 experience points. Alienation. Song Yen looked at the strange zombie corpse on the ground and nodded without comment. If we say that it is a different species among zombies, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. He lowered his head and cut open the mutated zombie's head, taking out an evolution crystal the size of a ping-pong ball from it, and was secretly surprised. If I eat this, I wonder how much experience points I will gain. Song Yen hesitated for a moment, but still swallowed it. Chapter 19 Survivors. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, now the level is 4. Song Yen felt a surge of energy rushing into his body. This feeling was so refreshing. Host Song Yen. Level Bronze 4. Strength 29. Speed 24. Physical Fitness 24. Spirit 24. Free Attribute Points 30. Talent, Double Speed. Skills, none. Weapons / horse, sword. Experience, 27 out of 400. Every time you level up, you can get 10 free attribute points? Song Yen was a little shocked. Following this direction of development, wouldn't his strength increase in the future? The total attribute value of a bronze evolver who has just awakened his abilities is at most 50 points. And Song Yan's current attribute values far exceed those of a bronze evolver. Without hesitation, he added all the attribute points in the order of 1 point for strength and 4 points for speed. In the past, he added points evenly in order to keep the data stable. Now that he has the ability to multiply at the bronze level, he is no longer the same as before. The premise for being able to maximize speed is to have sufficient strength support. After filling up the points, Song Yen also figured out why he couldn't gain experience points from the Black Iron Zombie. The Black Iron Zombie's strength is too low to capture the energy for evolution. After the matter here was resolved, Song Yen did not stop, got into the car and drove towards Baozu Town. In a dormitory at Xia Shan city base, a man in a non-commissioned officer's uniform came in and shouted to everyone. Yesterday morning, someone broke into the base's management area and even killed Commander Fu's son, Fu Yang. Does anyone know anything about this? For a time, there were many different opinions. Oh my God, Fu Yang is dead? Is this a personal vendetta? Or is someone doing this on purpose? Yesterday morning, I was supervising the workers' work and didn't go to the base. Report. I know something. Pang Long sat on the playground and slowly raised his hand. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Pang Long. I know a little bit too. Helioza, who was standing by, glared at him and then stood up as well. Speak. The officer nodded and motioned for the two to continue. Yesterday morning, Liuzi and I received a mission. Our superiors asked us to monitor a group of 4 people. Pang Long thought for a moment, and recounted what happened yesterday when Song Yen and others went to the base management area. The officer nodded then said, Very good, did you see them come in contact with anyone? He suddenly thought of something and stood up quickly. We originally thought that they would be shot by the soldiers at the entrance of the management area, but then they walked out of nowhere. In this way, the matter was traced back until someone knocked on Dong Liang's door. Captain Dong, we hope you can actively cooperate with our work. Dong Liang was slightly surprised when he saw the aggressive investigation team coming at him, but he could only tell the truth. He did not mention the other party's origins, but just said that he happened to see Song Yen and others. The matter just ended there. At this time, the sky gradually darkened, and the moon and a few dim stars rose again in the sky. Song Yen took advantage of the moonlight and rushed back to Baozu Town. He parked the car in front of the supermarket, and Xiao Tongxin quickly opened the door for him. Brother Song Yen, you are finally back! Song Yen touched Tong Xian's head and then walked in. There was a huge change in the layout of the supermarket. Rows of shelves were emptied, and the empty space suddenly became larger. Ding! 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 When Song Yen heard the sound, he quickly looked to the side. Guo Haoyu, who was standing by, was fixing pieces of wood on the wall. The whole wall seemed to have been thickened a lot and looked solid and reliable. Seeing Song Yen, Guo Haoyu quickly stopped what he was doing and smiled at him. Boss, you're back? Yeah, I just got back. Where's that kid Fan Bing? Not long ago, A dozen survivors came and were taken away by Fan Bing. They should be in the backyard of the supermarket. Survivor? Song Yan's heart moved slightly. He patted Gua Haoyu on the shoulder and walked towards the backyard. Tong Xian was holding a bag of potato chips, eating while asking vaguely, Brother Haoyu, do you think there is anything different about Brother Song Yan's return this time? Huh? No, I feel the same. Gua Haoyu was confused for a moment, and he answered in surprise. I feel like Brother Song Yan has become stronger, and a lot stronger. Tong Xian swallowed the potato chips and took a deep look at Song Yan's departing figure. She could feel it, but it was a feeling that was hard to describe and very mysterious. Why? Why can't I feel it? You harm, I can't explain it either. At the same time, in the backyard of the supermarket, a dozen survivors sat together in the yard. Fan Bing opened a box of expired bread and distributed it to the group. These are expired, but I don't think you will refuse them, right? Are you kidding? Even if you eat expired food, you won't starve to death. The survivors nodded, took the bread and thanked Fan Bing. Fan Bing, where do these people come from? Song Yan leaned against the gate with his arms folded across his chest, looking at Fan Bing with a calm expression. When Fan Bing heard the voice, he turned around and said in surprise, Boss, you're back. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and quickly explained. These people are the survivors of the town. I saw that they had nothing to eat, so I prepared some for them. As he spoke, he watched Song Yan's face, fearing that the latter would suddenly lose his temper. So that's how it is. Why don't you go get another box of milk? Isn't the bread too dry for the one we just had? Song Yan shook his head and laughed. This kid actually thought that he would blame him. Okay. Fan Bing was surprised and ran towards the warehouse. At this time, a woman who was eating bread came over. She walked up to Song Yan and said with coaxing eyes, Thank you, you are really our great benefactor. Don't be so polite. I'm planning to build my own base. If you're willing to stay, we can work together. Song Yan looked at this group of people and said calmly. In his previous life, he was like the survivors in front of him, running desperately for food and never looking back. This time, he looked at the people in front of him again, as if he saw himself hiding in his previous life, and many emotions arose in his heart. Stay? There are so many zombies in this town, how can we stay? Yes, Baozu has too many people, it's not suitable for living, and we have to be on tenterhooks at night. I think we should just forget it. There are so many zombies. I heard there's a base nearby, but it seems there are no zombies there. When everyone heard this, they all started discussing it. Chapter 20 Recruiting Survivors. Song Yan frowned. It seemed that these people lacked confidence. Be quiet! As soon as the voice came out, everyone hurriedly looked at Song Yan, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard. Song Yan cleared his throat and said seriously, Where you want to go has nothing to do with me. But for those who are willing to stay, I will do my best to take care of them. The group of people hesitated, looking left and right from time to time with confused expressions. A man in a military green coat swallowed the bread in his hand and asked Song Yan, What good will it be if I follow you? Song Yan looked at the man. He should be less than 30 years old, but his face looked weathered. Following me may not bring you any benefits, but at least we can share the joys and sorrows. Ha 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 ha. There was a sudden burst of laughter from the crowd. It was a bald middle-aged man who laughed exaggeratedly. Everyone's eyes were focused on this person for a moment. Song Yan was no exception. He looked at the man and asked, Is there anything funny? You can't even draw a cake, and you're trying to win people's hearts? Young man, be careful not to burst your stomach. The middle-aged man had a look of disdain on his face. In his opinion, Song Yan, a young boy, actually wanted to be the leader. How is this possible? Putting aside his experience, even in terms of social experience, Song Yan is not as good as him. Oh. Song Yan's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, Then how should we draw the pie according to your wishes? Song Yan will not make promises, because this is the end of the world and the future is full of impossibilities. At best, he only has some experience and can play a role in the early stage of the apocalypse, that's all. An empty promise? Ha 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 ha, if I were to lead you all, I would be willing to share all my assets with you all, and everyone would be equal. The bald man thought he was in the upper hand, and looked very confident. He even said with a hint of lingering interest, I am Qingjigua, the former vice president of Nudian Company, Limited. I believe no one can compare to me in terms of leadership ability, right? As soon as the voice came out, everyone started to discuss it in a low voice. Oh my god, isn't that one of the top 100 companies in Xia Shan City? I didn't expect there's such a big shot among us. Yes. This person is very low-key and doesn't show off. In my opinion, following this guy is not bad. At least everyone is equal. Song Yan looked at the restless expressions of the crowd and couldn't help but shook his head. This old idea had already been deeply rooted. Seeing this, Qingjigua was secretly delighted. This was a good opportunity, and should not be missed. Just as he was about to add fuel to the fire, Song Yan pulled out a pistol, pointed it into the sky, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, everyone's voices stopped abruptly, and even Qingjigua's smile froze. Everyone, I'm afraid you haven't recognized this world clearly yet. Haven't you recognized reality clearly yet? It's the end of the world now. There are zombies eating people outside. What do we need? We need a base that can defend against zombies, and we need weapons that can kill zombies. Song Yan calmly put the gun back on his waist and said to everyone, I don't care what you think. If you want to stay, go find Fan Bing to register. If you want to leave, I won't keep you here. Let's say goodbye now. Song Yan turned around and patted Fan Bing on the shoulder. The latter had been watching here for a long time, so Song Yan naturally knew this matter very well. However, in order to set an example for his little follower, he had to do so. After these words were spoken, the survivors were also quite shocked. No one could refuse or refute it, because everything Song Yan said was true. The world has changed, become extremely cruel and full of dangers. Ahem, if anyone is willing to leave here with me, with my years of experience, I am confident that I can lead you to a life of plenty. Qingjigua coughed dryly, but still tried to win over the crowd without giving up. He knew that if he missed this opportunity now, he might not know when he would have the next one. Here, your milk. Thank you. Fan Bing handed a bag of milk to a female survivor, who took it and bowed to express her gratitude. This action made Fan Bing a little overwhelmed for a moment. He quickly helped her up and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Don't be so polite, just treat this place as your own home. Soon, the survivors split into two waves. The larger group of people are those who are willing to stay. The remaining 4 or 5 people, led by Qingjigua, were planning to leave. Qingjigua drank the milk, blew it up again and drank it again. A survivor standing next to him was dressed as a manager. Although his stiff suit was dirty, his temperament still exuded a professional atmosphere. The man in the suit looked at Qingjigua, then handed him a business card and said cautiously, President Qing, I am a professional accountant. I hope you can give me more support in the future. Qingjigua lowered his head and glanced at the business card, which had a gold border and looked quite impressive. His eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded and smiled. Sure. The rest of the people were in the same situation. Fan Bing stood aside, shook his head speechlessly, and said to himself, These guys, are they crazy about going to work? He distributed a box of milk, and then said to Qingjigua and his group, If nothing else, you can pack your bags and prepare to leave. Qingjigua stood up, patted his butt, and said in a gentlemanly manner, Let's go. Fan Bing's face suddenly darkened. He didn't expect this group of people to be so outrageous. Fortunately, they left tactfully, otherwise Fan Bing might not have been able to resist shooting at them. He closed the door to the backyard of the supermarket, and then said to the people who stayed behind, Since you are willing to stay, come to me first and write down your personal information. Just write your name, age, and occupation first, and don't write anything else for now. Fan Bing knew nothing about this, so he copied and pasted everything he had seen at the Xia Shan city base. Soon, everyone lined up in an orderly manner and wrote down their information on Fan Bing's white paper one by one. Boss, why do we need to hire people? Isn't it good for the 4 of us to run this supermarket? In an office next to the supermarket, Guo Haoyu pulled a towel from the shelf to wipe the sweat off his body and expressed his doubts. Song Yan looked at Guahaoyu with a sincere face and said with a smile, "Haoyu, you have to take a long-term view. We have to fight against zombies as human beings." The latter scratched his head, not quite understanding. "That is to say, you will have a partner to work with you from now on." Little Tong Xian was sitting on the desk, holding a bag of potato chips, eating them with a contented look on her face, her two little legs hanging down and swinging constantly. Song Yan glanced at Xiao Tongxin with some surprise, and thought to himself, sure enough, Xiao Tongxin's IQ is still online. Chapter 21 Wutong Fortress. Not long after, Fan Bing walked in with an A4 paper full of handwriting. "It's a list of the people who stayed, along with their respective ages and occupations." "Sure, Fan Bing, so efficient?" Song Yan was a little surprised. He thought that if he handed the matter over to Fan Bing, he would not get results quickly, but he did not expect that this kid would give him a surprise. He picked up the A4 paper and looked carefully at the names on it one by one. "From today on, we have to build an organization." Song Yan took a deep breath and told everyone the decision he had made. Fan Bing was puzzled. "Organization? Are we still together?" Guahaoyu scratched his head. "Yes, boss, just tell me what to do." Xiao Tongxin, click, click. Song Yan nodded, then shook his head. He gestured for everyone to sit down, and then said, "From today on, we are going to build a fortress together. An unconquerable and impregnable fortress." "Fortress? Are you kidding me?" "We?" The three of them stared at Song Yan with wide eyes. They had not expected that Song Yan's ambition was so big. If they knew that Song Yan was a reborn person, wouldn't they go crazy? Song Yan nodded. "I have already thought of a name, it's Wutong Fortress." Fan Bing blinked, then came over and whispered again to confirm. "Are you really going to do it?" "Boss, don't do anything rash." "Don't worry, I've thought about it a long time ago. This matter needs to start as soon as possible." Song Yan looked at the three of them seriously, and then said, "I know it's too early to say this now, so let's take it step by step." "How you?" "Boss, I'm here. Take these two people with you tomorrow and let them try to kill the zombies." Song Yan picked up the paper and circled the two names on it. Guahaoyu did not hesitate, he nodded in agreement. In his opinion, this kind of thing was a piece of cake, as he had gone through this before. "Fan Bing!" "Boss, you say?" Fan Bing felt a little listless. His heart couldn't stop beating nervously when he thought about the huge project that would start tomorrow. "Put the big pot in the warehouse in the yard. Your task tomorrow is to cook. It doesn't have to be too sumptuous, just meat porridge will be fine." "Ah? It's that simple?" Song Yan nodded and said, "We need to take care of 20 of us, not just 4 of us. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, boss. I will complete the task." A confident smile appeared on Fan Bing's face. This job was really too easy. "What about me? Brother Song Yan, what should I do?" Little Tong Xian put her hands on the table and looked at Song Yan expectantly. Song Yan glanced at Tong Xian, then raised his hand and stroked his chin, saying, "Tomorrow, you follow me and we will go for special training." "Special training? Is it fun?" "Of course. It can make you stronger and kill more zombies." "Good." When little Tong Xian heard that she could kill zombies, she immediately became excited. If it were another child, she would probably be scared to tears. After everything was arranged, Song Yan told them to go to bed and went to the backyard alone. At this time, in the backyard, the 16 survivors were lying here. Some of them looked up at the sky outside the yard. Some of them tightened their clothes again and again. Outside the gate is a paradise for zombies. From time to time, zombies knock on the iron gate, making a deafening sound. "Hello everyone, I haven't had the chance to introduce myself yet. My name is Song Yan, and I'm a college student at Nanjing University." Song Yan found an empty space to sit down and spoke cheerfully to everyone. "He's actually a college student? I thought he was a soldier." Yeah, you look so murderous, you really can't tell you're a college student." "South City University, which means he is only in his early 20s. Everyone was talking about it, with a hint of disbelief in their tone. They didn't expect Song Yan to be so young. "Yuck!" Song Yan walked to the gate of the backyard, opened the iron gate calmly, and allowed a zombie to rush in. Then, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, he drew out his saber and chopped the zombie's throat. Song Yen shook off the black blood on the knife and continued, "Although I am a college student, I hope you can pay more attention to me." Everyone was stunned when they saw this move. Those were zombies, how could they be dealt with so easily? Song Yen sheathed his saber and asked everyone, "I have a question for you guys. Do you want to live? Think." Everyone answered without hesitation. There was no point in asking such a question. Who wouldn't want to live? Very good, then do you want to live a better and more comfortable life? Think. One last question. Do you dare to kill zombies? This time, everyone was silent. They couldn't answer. When facing zombies, an irrepressible feeling of fear will arise in one's heart. This is the only reaction in one's heart when facing unknown creatures. Creepy. Song Yen nodded in satisfaction and spoke again. I can't guarantee what our future will be like, but the only thing I can guarantee is that each of you can become as strong as me. If you want to survive, you need to become stronger and be able to fight against zombies. This is the way to survive. Those who are willing to follow me to defeat the zombies can continue to stay here. We will go to clean up the entire Baozi town tomorrow. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now, but I can't guarantee that it's as safe outside as it is here. Every time Song Yen spoke, his eyes would scan everyone. He wanted to see if these survivors really had the courage, and whether they had the intention to muster up the courage. We humans are the masters of this world, not zombies or other beasts. For a moment, all the survivors in the yard fell silent. Yes, humans are the masters of this world. Human beings have existed on this planet for millions of years, and humans are the masters. Zombies? Beasts with no IQ and only know how to swallow. Why? Everyone's hearts were constantly excited, and there was a ball of anger in their chests that was about to be vented. Song Yen, right? I, Chen Hu, am willing to stay. I want to kill zombies. A middle-aged man with a full beard stood up straight, his eyes wide open, and spoke to Song Yen. Song Yen nodded, his lips slightly raised, thinking secretly, the effect of this lobbying is actually quite good. Count me in, I want to kill zombies too. My wife and daughter were eaten by zombies, I want revenge. Another figure stood up, and tears appeared in this man's eyes. I want to kill zombies too. Why should we let zombies be our masters? Everyone was very excited at once, and they all volunteered to join in. No one chose to leave. Song Yen felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that these people were quite courageous. After finishing the story, Song Yen asked everyone to rest and recharge their batteries in preparation for tomorrow's battle. Chapter 22, Leading the Team Personally. The next morning, Fan Bing put a big pot in the yard. There was coal for barbecue underneath and a whole bucket of pure water poured on top. He was going to cook porridge. A group of survivors were taken out by Guahaoyu to kill zombies, under the euphemism of training. Those who stayed behind were some middle-aged people with weaker constitutions, and they were responsible for reinforcing the supermarket. Song Yen took little Tong Xian for a stroll around the entire Baozi town. The whole process took place in the car, so Song Yen was not worried about the zombies. Xiao Tongxin, have you recorded everything? This town will be our base from now on. Tong Xian nodded quickly and handed Song Yen an A4 paper with a floor plan drawn with a gel pen on it. Residential areas, houses, hotels, etc. are marked, and all the buildings in the entire town are marked. Song Yen looked at the paper and his eyes lit up. He touched Tong Xian's head and said with a smile, That's great. With this picture we don't have to grope in the dark anymore. When they returned to the supermarket, the porridge in the pot was already cooked, and Song Yen saw Fan Bing sitting alone in the yard, using his flame ability to refuel the charcoal. This operation also surprised the survivors. They had never seen such magical ability before. It was as magical as a magic. Song Yen stood in the yard, looking at the busy crowd, and said, Is Yang Zibai here? Here. Captain Song, what's going on? A sturdy man suddenly stopped, carrying a piece of wood, and looked at Song Yen with a puzzled look. You used to be a chef? Right? Song Yen took the roster, looked at it carefully, and confirmed it again. Yes, Captain Song, I was a cook before, so I'm still a little bit unfamiliar with killing zombies. Yang Zibiao put down the wooden board, feeling a little reserved. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he could only choose to accept it. For an ordinary person, killing zombies is harder than climbing to the sky. If Song Yan wanted to kick him out because of this, he would have no objection. Go to Fan Bing. From now on, you will take over the kitchen duties. Just make delicious food for everyone. Song Yan patted him on the shoulder and said that matters like this should be left to professionals. Real! Yang Zibiao's face immediately showed joy. He didn't expect that he could be reinstated and do his best job. This was what he wanted most. He secretly made up his mind to cook a delicious meal to make everyone more impressed with him. After Song Yan finished his instructions, he called Fan Bing, who hurried over and asked, panting, "Boss, what's the matter?" "This is the floor plan of Baoziu Town. The first thing to solve is the housing problem. We can't let them crowd into the backyard every day." Song Yan took out a map and handed it to Fan Bing, then said, "When Hao Yu comes back, ask him to take people to the hotel next door and clean it out first." Fan Bing looked at the map, nodded, and then showed a strange expression. "Could this be drawn by Xiao Tongxin?" "Yeah, is my drawing good?" Little Tong Xian asked with a smile on her face while holding a bag of potato chips. "It looks good, isn't it?" Song Yan looked at the two of them, feeling a little amused and helpless. He took out about 20 sets of tableware from the supermarket shelf and placed them on a large round table. This table was originally available in the yard and it looks to be of pretty good quality. After the tableware was neatly arranged, Guo Haoyu also led everyone back to the supermarket. "Boss, there is a problem." Song Yan couldn't help but look back at the people behind Guo Haoyu, and then he asked, "What's the problem?" 12 of them went out today, and 2 of them didn't come back." As Guo Haoyu spoke, he lowered his head in shame. When he raised his head again, his eyes were red and almost crying. "It's okay. Killing zombies will definitely result in casualties. So, I'll lead the team this afternoon, and you can follow me and learn from me." Song Yan's heart sank. Out of the 12 people, 1/6 was lost in an instant. This was indeed quite serious. There was no other way around it, so after a little thought, he decided to do it himself. "Don't just stand there, get the cutlery and get ready to eat." Guo Haoyu nodded, called out to the team behind him, and everyone quickly dispersed. Song Yan also picked up a set of tableware and followed the crowd to queue up for food. After breakfast, Song Yan brought everyone to the outside of the supermarket. There were only a few zombies scattered on the road at this time, but not too many. Including Guo Haoyu behind him, there are a total of 11 people, and 2 of them have never seen blood. When he heard the news, Song Yan frowned. It was still a morning and there was still someone who hadn't lost her virginity. He said to the young man beside him, "What's your name?" "My name is Lu Qi, and I'm from Wuxiang." Song Yan nodded, then raised his hand and pointed at a lone zombie not far away, saying, "Go kill it!" "Ah? This? I'm afraid." "Afraid? If you're afraid, why would you join? Go or don't go." Song Yan's face suddenly turned cold. He hated people who did not keep their promises the most. The man in front of him, named Lu Qi, was so passionate last night, but today he turned into a coward. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Qi, who blushed with embarrassment. "Go ahead. There's nothing to be afraid of when killing zombies. Just think about your family and friends." "Really? Don't be a coward. Just do it. Just hit it on the head, and it will be solved easily." Behind Lu Qi, the survivor who had killed zombies comforted him. For them, killing zombies is not a common thing, but when facing zombies, their first reaction is definitely no longer fear. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qi took the knife from Song Yan's hand and walked towards the zombies. Yuck! When the zombies were within 10 meters, they could sense the human scent. They roared and then pounced towards Lu Qi. The latter held the saber, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. "Cut it!" Song Yan shouted loudly, as if he had been enlightened. A surge of strength surged into Lu Qi's body from somewhere, and he slashed at the zombies. Base. A knife hit the zombie's shoulder, but the zombie didn't react at all and continued to pounce towards Lu Qi. The latter was because after swinging the knife, he was getting closer and closer to the zombies due to inertia. It's over. If the knife didn't hit the neck, the child would be dead. It's bad. This time it's going to be for nothing again. This is too dangerous. What should I do? Everyone's face was filled with panic. They were powerless to do anything about the situation, and that's how the two survivors died before breakfast. Lucci looked at the zombies rushing towards him, and a trace of regret rose in his heart again. Is he going to die just like that? He thought about it, and closed his eyes in despair. Bang! Chapter 23 Zhong Tiahuai. Bang! A gunshot. The zombie's head exploded on the spot, and red and white things spilled all over Lucci. I'm not dead! He struggled to stand up, and wiped the stuff off his face with a look of disbelief. A hint of excitement also appeared on Guohaoyu's face. This is the boss. His marksmanship is first-rate, and he can even control the situation to perfection. Oh my god, this shooting skill is amazing! Damn, this is so thrilling! Captain Song's operation is amazing! I can't believe he's just a college student. No one saw Song Yan taking out his gun, but they saw a zombie being shot in the head 50 meters away. In full view of everyone, Song Yan put his pistol to his waist, then walked in front of Lucci and said to him, "This is not how you kill zombies." Song Yan took the saber in his hand and slashed at the zombie's throat. He patted Lucci's shoulder and said, "This is the zombie's fatal weakness." The latter nodded thoughtfully, took the knife in his hand, and attracted another zombie over. This time, Lucci was not afraid anymore. He chopped at the enemy head-on. A head flew up. The zombies died instantly. Isn't this possible? Work hard, and you will have the opportunity to become stronger in the future. Song Yan looked at Lucci, who was doing well, and smiled with satisfaction, and the latter also smiled. He can finally face the zombies head-on without having to hide in the corner in fear. Song Yan looked at the crowd again and asked calmly, "Next, who hasn't killed a zombie yet? Step out." "Report, I'm Chenhu." A man in a black denim jacket came out. Seeing him, Song Yan raised his eyebrows and asked, "You were the first one to speak yesterday. Why haven't you killed the zombies yet?" "Oh, I don't have a weapon that's suitable for me." Chenhu found it difficult to speak. It was just an aluminum spoon he found in the supermarket. He had also tried to hit a zombie with it, but couldn't move it at all. The iron spoon in his hand could not cause any fatal damage to the zombies, and it almost put himself in danger. Song Yan nodded. This problem did need to be solved. At this time, the weapons in their hands were still somewhat uneven. Some were holding baseball bats, some were holding wrenches, and all kinds of other things. "I'll take care of this problem, Lucci. Arrive! Give the knife to Chenhu first and let him kill a zombie and see." Lucci nodded quickly and handed the saber in his hand to Chenhu. Chenhu picked up the knife and carefully checked the direction of the blade with 2 fingers. His eyes lit up and he murmured, "This is a good knife. There's a zombie at the door of the Love Hotel next to the supermarket." Song Yan took out the radar and looked at it carefully, then said that he didn't care whether there was a knife or not, he just wanted to see everyone's performance. Chenhu nodded and strode open the door of the Love Hotel. Yuck! A zombie heard the noise and rushed towards Chenhu. "Fuck you!" Chenhu shouted loudly, raised the saber in his hand, and directly split the zombie's head into 2 halves. The movements were quite smooth, and Song Yan showed almost no weakness. "Good! Not bad!" Song Yan nodded. This was a real warrior who could kill zombies. "Everyone, get ready to enter the Love Hotel. Although this hotel is not very big, it is completely sufficient as a dormitory." When the survivors heard the sound, their eyes suddenly lit up. The dormitory is the most basic living environment, which also gives everyone some motivation. No need to sleep on the streets, no need to suffer from hunger and cold, this is what the people want. Fortunately, there were not many zombies in the hotel, and it didn't take long for everyone to clear out the zombies. One clean and comfortable empty house after another was cleaned up, and Guohaoyu handed a plate of keys to Song Yan. "This is the key to this hotel. All the rooms should be here." Song Yan nodded and called everyone to come and choose a room. Those who had chosen a room only needed to report their room number, and they would be able to receive their key from Song Yen. It took a full half-hour to finally distribute all the keys. Every survivor has his or her own house. Song Yen put the key into the storage ring, went outside the hotel, and thought carefully about the issue of weapons. If people were allowed to fight zombies with bare hands, they would basically have no chance of winning. After all, zombies are incredibly strong and have sharp nails. Suddenly, an idea flashed in my mind. He remembered an abandoned steel plant in Baoziu town on the map. When passing by there, Xiao Tongxin also discovered thousands of tons of discarded steel there. Thinking of this, he hurriedly drove the Range Rover towards the steel plant. On the way, his mind was slightly moved, and a system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the reward blueprint. Fine steel long sword. Song Yen couldn't help but feel happy. What he wished for really came true. Now he could go to the steel plant to check out the situation. He only brought a middle-aged man with him on this operation. He was also one of the survivors. He had dark skin and looked very healthy. Uncle Zhong, were you a blacksmith when you were young? Yes, when I was young, I was quite famous in the surrounding villages. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhong is named Zhong Tiahuai. He is 47 years old and has worked in Baoziu town for many years. Then you can be of use today. If everything goes well, we can get 2 weapons today. Weapons? I know a little bit about this. Zhong Tiahuai's eyes lit up. This was what he longed for most when he was young. He used to help others make farm tools, and he often used the remaining iron to tinker with small gadgets himself. Speaking of which, there were a lot of small iron knives in his own small warehouse. Watching others killing zombies, Zhong Tiahuai actually wanted to join in, but his left foot was injured and his legs were not flexible. If I go to the battlefield, I'm afraid I'll be torn to pieces by zombies, right? That's fine. You can rest in the car for a while. I'll go get rid of the zombies and then come back to pick you up. Song Yen nodded and parked the car in front of the steel plant. Then, he got off the Range Rover alone and broke open the iron gate at the entrance of the steel plant with one foot. Zhong Tiahuai, who was sitting in the car, watched this move with a hint of yearning in his eyes, and murmured, "It's great to be young." Song Yen didn't hesitate and rushed in with a knife. Fortunately, this place has been abandoned for many years, and it is difficult for Song Yen to tell with his naked eyes whether there are any dangerous creatures such as zombies here. But through the radar, Song Yen did not find any other creatures except the 2 of them. It looks like there might be a chance for weapons today. Song Yen was delighted and hurriedly took Zhong Tiahuai to the interior of the steel plant. Chapter 24, Iron Abacus Fang Chuyue. After Song Yen left, Guahaoyu led the team. Although everyone's equipment was cobbled together, they showed no mercy when killing zombies. Fan Bing sat in the small courtyard, which had been transformed into a kitchen, and a big pot had been successfully upgraded into a cement stove. Yang Zibiao looked at the big pot and felt quite satisfied. He said to Fan Bing, "Brother Bing, what shall we have for lunch today?" "Hey, well, let's go to the warehouse and take a look. The supermarket still has a lot of food in stock." Fan Bing took Yang Zibiao with him and they came to the warehouse where grain was stored, where there were rows of empty shelves. Expired food is placed in one pile and non-expired food is placed in another pile. Seeing 2 small mountains of food piled together, Yang Zibiao suddenly felt a sense of security in his heart. He thought to himself, maybe if I follow this group of people, I can really survive safely. At the steel mill, Song Yen kicked open the iron door of a factory building and the situation inside was not optimistic. "Oh my goodness, so much dust!" As soon as he opened the door, a smell of corroded rust hit him in the face. Song Yen frowned and broke a window nearby. As soon as the window was opened, the space inside the factory suddenly became much brighter. It can be vaguely seen that there is still a lot of industrial waste and several workbenches left inside. That's all. This workbench is more than enough. Zhong Tiahuai looked at this place with excitement. Only he knew how practical the workbench here was. This steel plant was still in operation 10 years ago, and the equipment and tools inside can still be reused. The most exciting thing is that this factory can be used entirely for processing and production. Song Yen listened to Zhong Tiahuai's story and nodded. He took out the production drawing of the fine steel long sword from his pocket. Zhong Tiahuai took it and frowned. How is it, Uncle Zhong? Is there anything wrong with this knife? Song Yan noticed Zhong Tiahuai's expression and couldn't help but ask. The latter shook his head, then nodded. This knife can be made. I'm just confused as to why it has so many bloodletting grooves in this position. Zhong Tiahuai pointed to the back half of the blade on the blueprint, and continued. If we had 2 fewer bloodletting grooves here, we should be able to see the finished product today. Song Yan stared at the sword intently. This long sword made of fine steel was about 1 meter and 1 meter long and weighed 15 kilograms. For an ordinary person, it may be a little difficult to use this knife freely. For evolvers, this is a piece of cake. Removing these bleeding grooves will not actually have much impact. What Song Yan is considering is whether the people in the supermarket can use it appropriately. Whether it is comfortable to hold is the most important thing. Uncle Zhong, if I reduce the weight a little more, can I get it to 10 kilograms? Lightened? That's right, 15 kilograms, almost as heavy as a blacksmith's hammer. Zhong Tiahuai thought for a moment, looked at the drawing again, and said, We can make it smaller overall, change the length to 1 meter, and reduce the thickness a little bit, so that the hardness and toughness of the knife can return to the balance shown in the drawing. If possible, I'll find you 2 helpers. Song Yan nodded. After explaining everything here clearly, he drove towards the supermarket. The affairs of the steel plant cannot be left to Zhong Tiahuai alone, as this would be both time-consuming and laborious. Moreover, if we want to manufacture thermal weapons in the future, the workload for one person will be too great. In the morning, Song Yan selected 2 survivors and sent them to Zhong Tiahuai. Song Yan himself led the team towards the nearby police station. The area of about 1,000 meters near the supermarket has been cleared by Song Yan and others, and everyone has a brutal weapon in his hand. Either a long wrench, a cast iron water pipe, or a long-handled hammer. Use every possible means. The size of this team has also grown a lot. 2 people voluntarily joined the team while they were clearing out the zombies. One of them was a woman. Song Yan looked at the man and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The man was wearing slim-fit jeans, his long legs were as straight as pencils, and he was wearing a suede short jacket, giving off a heroic demeanor. If he hadn't seen her crying just now, Song Yan would have almost believed it. The woman's name was Fang Chuyue. She used to be an accountant working in a bank and her nickname was Iron Abacus. Song Yan had heard about the origin of this nickname in his previous life. It is said that this woman was framed while working at a base. In a rage, she picked up the accountant's abacus and beat the latter half to death, thus establishing her reputation. Of course, the false accusation is not true. This iron-fisted man is 120% serious about his work. With his own efforts, he calculated all the expenses and income of the entire base clearly. This requires great patience. Whether in the past life or this life, Song Yan admires this woman very much. Song Yan extended his hand towards Fang Chuyue, and then said formally, Wutong Fortress, welcome to join us. Sycamore Fortress? Everyone was stunned and looked towards Song Yan, who did not act pretentiously and said frankly, We are all part of Wutong Fortress. Starting tomorrow, everyone will be busy. Wutong Fortress, a name, spoken from Song Yan's mouth, gradually became imprinted in everyone's heart. Chen Hu. Boss Song, then are we considered a department of the fortress? Lu Qi. Yes, which department do we belong to? Of course we count. We are the chief force of Wutong Fortress. When you become stronger in the future, we will be the founders of Wutong Fortress. Song Yan looked into everyone's eyes and said without hesitation, This end of the world is a disaster for everyone. What Song Yan can do is to turn disaster into motivation, so that every survivor of the disaster can have a spiritual home of their own. Yuck! A huge zombie rushed over. The size of this zombie was far beyond the ordinary black iron zombie. What is this? Fan Chuyue had just joined the team and saw this giant zombie for the first time. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Guohaoyu, who was standing next to her, explained to her. They are just the evolved zombies. Their size and strength are much stronger than ordinary zombies. It may even evolve into some different specialties. Everyone was panicking as they listened to Guahaoyu's words. Could zombies evolve? Would they become stronger? How can humans survive like this? At this moment, Song Yan moved. Turn on the speed. The speed of the whole person doubled again, and the terrifying zombie head flew up immediately. Fan Chuyue looked at the huge zombie falling to the ground, and was shocked again. Song Yan stood there in a daze, frowning slightly. Chapter 25 Legendary Wang Xuexing. It's really strange, why are there so few bronze zombies in Baozu town? There are only a few now. Song Yan put the knife back into the sheath, hesitated for a moment, then turned around and looked at everyone. Don't just stand there, get ready to clear out the zombies here. Following Song Yan's order, everyone did not stop but rushed towards the zombies. After a morning of baptism of blood, Shen Hu and others' ability to fight zombies was significantly improved. Everyone can even stand on their own. Of course, this means fighting with ordinary zombies, but encountering bronze zombies is still inevitable. After all, they have not evolved yet, and what they have now is only combat experience. After clearing out all the zombies on the street, the team grew a lot again, from the original 20 people to nearly 50 people now. Song Yan brought everyone to the supermarket and repeated what he had said before. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. If you want to stay, you have to make some contributions. The newly joined survivors, after seeing this team's ability to kill zombies, were unwilling to leave. Because this team gave them a lot of sense of security. Big pot meals, free housing, and no need to worry about zombies. Where else can you find such conditions? As the number of people in the team increased, Song Yan also divided the team up. Those who are willing to go to the battlefield and kill zombies can follow Song Yan and clean up the entire Baozu town. For those who were willing to stay and do odd jobs, Song Yan assigned them tasks according to their specialties. Fan Bing moved a table and chairs to the entrance of the supermarket and sat down, registering new members with a serious look on his face. What's your name? Occupation, age? Wang Xuexing, a farmer, is 54 years old this year. An old man in dark work clothes came forward. His temples even had some graying hair. Hearing this, Fan Bing looked up at the old man, frowned and said, Grandpa, are you sure you want to join us, Wudong? Sure. He's sure. Song Yan was standing aside. When he heard the old man's voice, he quickly responded on his behalf. The pigeon that Fan Bing had caught was almost let go. Song Yan looked at the old man in front of him with a passionate face. This old man was a legendary figure at the end of his previous life. With just his own hands, he brought new life to the dry land. According to Song Yan's memory, the base where Wang Xuexing lived in his previous life became the most influential food industry chain in the end times thanks to the food grown by old Wang. In other words, basically all bases will purchase food from here. Why? Because they can't grow it. Only Mr. Wang knows how to cultivate high-quality seedlings. Captain Song, can I join the base now? Wang Xuexing gave a dry laugh. He was quite nervous that the core of this team actually valued him so much. He was afraid that some of his shortcomings would be exposed and would be disliked by others. Of course. Fan Bing, register him. After saying that, Song Yan stretched out his hand again, shook hands with Wang Xuexing, and then said, For now, just follow Fan Bing. If there is anything, I will come to you personally. Song Yan's tone was quite respectful, which made the latter feel flattered. Don't bother, if you have anything, just send someone to pass on the message. Fan Bing recorded the information, thought for a moment, and said, Old man, please sit next to me first. Wang Xuexing didn't act pretentiously, and just sat down on the chair. The survivors standing at the back waiting to register were all envious. They were just one step early and yet they could get Song Yan's attention. In their eyes, Song Yan has become the soul of the entire team. Without Song Yan, the team would be like a pile of loose sand. Next one! The registration team came in one after another, and Song Yan brought Fang Chuyue to the office. Brother Song Yan, why are you back? When Tong Xian saw Song Yan, she was surprised. Then she saw Fang Chuyue behind her and a hint of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Come, let me introduce you. This is our Wudong's new accountant Fang Chuyue. Call me sister. Sister Chuyue. Little Tong Xian cried out helplessly. This is my sister, Xiao Tongxin. Song Yan had a calm look on his face. Little Tong Xian was now just like him, an orphan, and the two depended on each other for survival. Hello, Xiao Tong Xian. Fan Qiuyue nodded, then raised her hand to touch the little girl's hair. The latter subconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Fan Qiuyue in front of him with a vigilant look. Ahem, let me first introduce you to the current situation of Wutong. Song Yan coughed dryly, picked up the map of Baozi town drawn by Xiao Tongxin, and pulled Fan Qiuyue to sit on the chair. He also told Fan Qiuyue all the progress made in the past few days. He had 80% trust in this woman. Compared with the cleaning team outside, it is much higher. Fan Qiuyue nodded and then said, Then what do I need to do? Your task will be arduous. I need you to compile statistics on the specialties of all current members of Wutong and bring them together to discover capable talents. We need you to grasp the future of Wutong. Do you have the confidence to do it? Fan Qiuyue looked at the man in front of her and was stunned for a moment. Although this man does not look very handsome, his words, actions, ambitions, and vision are completely different from those of his age. Song Yan exudes a mysterious aura. Fan Qiuyue? Oh! Have faith! Fan Qiuyue then realized that she was distracted and responded quickly. Song Yan exhaled deeply, turned his head to look at the gray sky outside the window, and muttered to himself. That's right, if I leave this matter entirely to you, it may take some time. Don't worry, Captain Song. I will digest these things as soon as possible. Fan Qiuyue took the map in her hand and responded solemnly. After saying that, she opened the office door and walked out. Not long after, Guohaoyu came into the office again. Boss, I think it's time. Can they be trusted now? Song Yan picked up the paper cup next to him and poured a glass of water for Guohaoyu. I think that at least Jinhu and Lu Qi can be completely trusted. These 2 guys are the first zombies you killed. You can trust them. Guohaoyu took the paper cup and drank all the water in it in one gulp. Then I will take care of them both at night. Song Yan hesitated for a moment, then asked, What is the situation of the cleaning team now? The cleaning team now consists of 3 of us, Jinhu and Lu Qi. Each of us will lead a team of 15 people. Apart from the lack of weapons, there will basically be no problems. Weapons, the problem of weapons should be solved by evening. Song Yan nodded, he stretched out his hand and pinched his brow, and said, This starting speed should not be considered slow, right? Guohaoyu was obviously very confident. He nodded and said, I think half a month should be enough to take over this town. Come on, follow me out. Song Yan didn't say much and walked out the door with Guohaoyu. Chapter 26, Fan Bing's Pigtail. Guohaoyu followed Song Yan all the way to the street. The entire street has become a safe zone. After the cleaning team's carpet cleaning, no zombie was spared. Boss, where are we going now? Police department. After much deliberation, it was decided to first take down the police station in Baozi town, where there were enough hot weapons to give people a sense of security. In today's world, guns are still powerful weapons. Captain Song! Captain Song! Song Yan led Guohaoyu all the way to the cleaning team, then he stopped and asked, Chenhu Lu Qi? Here. Captain Song! I'm here! The 2 people whose names were called quickly ran out of the team. Song Yan stood at the front of the cleaning team and said to everyone, Do you want weapons? Think! Everyone looked at Song Yan taking away all 3 team leaders. They were confused at first, but then they realized that it was for weapons. The voice is loud and the morale is high. Song Yan showed a satisfied smile and ordered, Each team should act according to the original plan. As soon as he finished speaking, the 30 people in front of Song Yan immediately dispersed in an orderly manner, divided into 3 teams and headed in different directions. Hey, are you okay, boss? Guohaoyu felt quite satisfied as he watched the cleaning team dispersing. Such order was not much worse than that in the military district. It's best to keep it. Song Yan nodded. He didn't expect that Guohaoyu could even bring out the appearance of an army. It was really unbelievable. After everything was arranged, Song Yan did not hesitate and took the 3 of them to the police station. The police station in Baozi town is a bungalow that was built a long time ago. It looks a bit small among the small buildings. Boss, how many guns do you think there are here? About a few hundred, if you count both the long and short ones. Song Yan made a rough estimate and found that there were only about 100 guns in the Xia Shan urban area before, and the number here should be much more than there. A few hundred? There was a hint of passion in Shen Hu's eyes. He was a warmonger, and his love for guns could be described as true love. Every man has a great love for guns in his heart. Captain Song, shall we rush in now? Lu Qi asked. He observed the facilities nearby and found that they were not that complete. It should be easy to break in here. Song Yan nodded, then kicked the door open. Bang! Suddenly, the sounds from the police station were heard, the roar of zombies and the barking of police dogs. Hearing this, Song Yan's eyes lit up and he rushed in immediately. Having evolved beasts means evolving crystals, and having evolved crystals means the base can have one more evolver. When Wu Haoyu and the other two saw Song Yan rushing in, they looked at each other and followed him. Master, what on earth did my boss ask you to do? Fan Bing was a little confused. He looked at Wang Xuexing, who was sitting next to him. Ever since he knew Song Yan for such a long time, he had never shown such respect to anyone. This Wang Xuexing was definitely the first one. I don't know either. I'm just a farmer. I only know how to farm. I don't know anything else. At this point, Wang Xuexing was also confused. He was just an old farmer, so why did Captain Song take him so seriously? Fan Bing scratched his head, and suddenly a strange thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that they asked you to come and farm? Wang Xuexing heard this and quickly shook his head. This land is no longer the same as before. It is too alkaline and nothing can grow even if we sow seeds. After the end of the world, the soil became severely alkaline, and it was impossible to grow plants. Wang Xuexing had wanted to plant some crops a long time ago, and wait for them to grow next year. The remaining water resources in the house were used to irrigate the fields, but not a single seedling grew. That's really strange. I don't know what the boss is planning. After Fan Bing finished registering the name list, he opened the office door and looked at the woman inside with surprise. With beautiful facial features and fair skin, if the full score is 10, Fan Bing would give her 8 points. Who are you? Fan Bing had a wary look on his face. This woman was sitting here without anyone noticing, which made him suddenly nervous. He put one hand behind his back, ready to pull out his pistol. Are you Fan Bing? Hello, I'm Captain Song's new accountant. My name is Fan Qiuyue. Fan Qiuyue looked at Fan Bing, who had a tense expression in front of her, and her mood also became tense. So that's how it is. This is the list of people who just registered. Can I put it on the desk? Fan Bing nodded, put the list on the table, and ran out the door. Why? Fan Qiuyue looked at Fan Bing running very fast, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Was she that scary? She didn't eat people. Fan Bing walked out of the door and muttered in a serious tone. Damn, the boss is actually secretly keeping a little secretary? No, we have to discuss this matter tonight. What are you discussing? Little Tong Xian happened to meet him face to face, and she asked, holding 2 bags of potato chips in her hands. Huh? Nothing? Leave the kid alone. Will you tell me? Feeling the air around him gradually getting colder, Fan Bing shivered all over and said quickly. It's Fan Qiuyue, the boss's new accountant. By the way, has your appetite increased now? 2 bags of potato chips a day? Tong Xian curled her lips and said, This bag is for Sister Qiuyue. You just said something bad about Sister Qiuyue. I'm going to tell her on you. No, little aunt, how can you go and tell on someone? Huh, who made you always look down on me? I was wrong, little aunt, you can't do this. Fan Bing looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. This little girl didn't play by the rules at all. Will you dare to call me a kid again in the future? Stop calling me that. You're my sister from now on, okay? Sister Xian. Fan Bing shook his head like a rattle, afraid that Tong Xian would be dissatisfied. That's good enough. Take your hands away. I'm going to go back and sit down. Tong Xian snorted, watched Fan Bing obediently let go of his hand, and walked into the office proudly. Huh! A devil indeed! Fan Bing stood up, with a lingering fear on his face. If this little girl told this to others, wouldn't he be socially doomed? He walked out the door, looked at the gray sky, and sighed. Boss, why don't you come back? At the same time, in the police department's armory, Song Yan had just seized all the weapons and loaded them into a van. HU. He rubbed his nose and asked in surprise, Why did you catch a cold out of nowhere? Boss, I've counted them. 168 rifles, 223 pistols, and 80 sniper rifles. Guahaoyu carried 15 automatic rifles in one hand and looked at Song Yan excitedly. Now I'm rich. Chapter 27 Loading. How about the ammunition? Is there enough? There are plenty of them. I estimate there are hundreds of thousands of them. Song Yan nodded and smiled with satisfaction. With the ammunition in the storage ring, there would be enough ammunition for at least a short period of time. He clapped his hands and shouted to the three excited people. Call it a day! Looking at this pile of hot weapons, Lu Qi was both excited and worried. He was excited about upgrading his muskets to cannons, but he was worried about how to get rid of so many things. Captain Song, there are so many weapons, how are we going to get them away? Song Yan smiled, turned his head and looked at Lu Qi, and said, All the things are here. If you want to move them, you only need 2 cars. Can you all drive? Boss, I can do it. I just learned how to drive a car before the new year. Guahaoyu quickly stretched out his hand and said with a smile on his face. I can do it too. I used to be a truck driver. Chenhu also stretched out his hand and said. Lu Qi looked at Guahaoyu and then at Chenhu. Only then did he realize that among the 4 people present, he was the only one who could not drive. How you and Chenhu go find 2 cars and we'll be in charge of guarding here, just in case. Okay, boss. Watching Guahaoyu and Chenhu leave, Song Yan felt a little relieved. He always had a question in his mind, why was Baozu town, such a safe town, so dilapidated in his previous life? Was it man-made or done by zombies? This thought was hidden in Song Yan's heart, and it would make him think about it for a while from time to time. Captain Song, what are you thinking about? Lu Qi looked at Song Yan's eyebrows twisted into a shape and couldn't help but ask. This was the first time he saw Song Yan with this expression. Whenever he saw him in the past, he always looked calm and composed. Song Yan shook his head and said, If a city becomes dilapidated in just 1 month, what is the reason? A month? Lu Qi thought this question was a bit far-fetched, but when he saw that it was Song Yan who raised it, he had to think about it carefully. Yes, in just 1 month, the prosperous scene turned into ruins. Wait, I get it. Song Yan was muttering to himself, and suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, could this be? According to his previous life, he entered Baozu town about a month later. When he arrived at the town, it had already turned into ruins. His pupils shrank slightly. This matter was extremely serious, and he had to prepare as soon as possible. Outside the police station, in a low building, a scarred man stood by the window, looking towards the police station, muttering, Damn it, I don't know what these people are doing. They haven't come out for a long time. The man's name was Huangxing, a local thug from Baozu town. When the apocalypse broke out, he had just been imprisoned, and the police officer happened to turn into a zombie and almost bit Huangxing. This aroused Huangxing's anger, and he accidentally killed the police officer. Just as he was panicking, everyone in the police station turned into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. Out of fear, he took the police officer's pistol with him, and after walking out of the police station, he quickly found a place to take shelter. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Huangxing quickly put the gun in the drawer and shouted impatiently. Enter! The door opened and a bald man walked in with several bruises on his face. If Song Yan were here, he would definitely recognize that this man is Qing Jigua. Boss Huang, I'm here to apologize for offending you before. I also have a secret with you this time. What secret? When Huangxing heard it was a secret, his curiosity made him listen carefully. It's on the street to the east. There's a large supermarket over there. Do you know? Yes, Century Supermarket, it's a chain. The food in that supermarket is enough for us to eat until next year. There was a hint of longing in Qing Jigua's eyes. If he could occupy that place, at least he would have a worry-free life. In his eyes, Song Yan was just a man with a pistol, while the boss Huang in front of him had killed many people. In terms of strength, he is definitely above Song Yan. So much? Huang Xing was quite excited. Yes, that was a chained supermarket. The stocks are replenished as usual every day. If something is missing, it will be added. Basically, there is no shortage of anything. His eyes lit up, and then he looked at Qing Jigua again. How did you know that place? Qing Jigua looked up and exchanged glances with Huang Xing. He was immediately trembling with fear. He lowered his head and whispered, I was there the other day, but there are a few people there now, occupying the place. How many people? They were chased away by just a few of them? No, Boss Huang, they have guns. Qing Jigua looked aggrieved. He really had no idea what he was doing. Gun? What gun? Just a gun, nothing else. There's a strong-looking guy, a fat guy and a little girl. That's it. Huang Xing also felt jealous. With such a small number of people, they wanted to occupy such a large supermarket? Isn't this a bit of a waste of talent? Tomorrow morning, I will go over and take a look. If it is true, I will give you credit. After thinking it over again and again, Huang Xing felt that he should still go. After all, the food was enough to last a year, which was too tempting. Then I wish Mr. Huang a successful start, and hope he can take over this supermarket chain in one fell swoop. Qing Jigua was secretly happy in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Go out and ask Xioli to come in. After hearing the secret, Huang Xing waved his hand casually and let Qing Jigua go out. Not long after, a woman with a good figure walked in. She was a little dirty, but from her facial features, it could be seen that she was a pretty girl. Boss Huang, you're looking for me? She spoke in a coquettish voice and threw a seductive look at Huang Xing. Yes, come here. Huang Xing was looking at the police station outside the window with a look of enjoyment. At this moment, 2 vans drove over. Yes, vans. Huang Xing couldn't help but widen his eyes. In this day and age, there are still people driving this thing? 2 vans drove into the police station one after the other, reversing, and he could not see clearly what was inside. Who would drive into a police station these days? There are so many zombies inside. Huang Xing shook his head and stopped paying attention. Instead, he closed his eyes and enjoyed it. In the police station, Song Yan and others put boxes of weapons into the car. Qin Hu and Lu Qi each carried 1 box. Gua Haoyu carried 2 boxes by himself. Song Yan grabbed 4 boxes and slowly loaded them onto the truck. Captain Song, you're really too strong, aren't you? How did you train this? Qin Hu watched Song Yan effortlessly load a box of automatic rifles into the car without even taking a breath. You know, a box of weapons weighs at least 40 kilograms. 4 boxes of weapons weigh a total of 160 kilograms. Just like nothing happened? Chapter 28, Opening of the General Assembly, Part 1. Ahem, the boss has always been a pervert, don't take this matter too seriously. Gua Haoyu threw 2 boxes of weapons into the car, then turned around without blushing or beating his heart, patted the 2 men on the shoulders and comforted them. Fuck, your strength is abnormal enough. Lu Qi carried a box of weapons and threw it into the car, looking at Gua Haoyu with contempt. Speaking of this strength, boss, do you know something? Following Gua Haoyu's words, Qin Hu and Lu Qi also stopped what they were doing and looked at Song Yan with anticipation. Of course I know a little. I'll tell you at dinner. Song Yan smiled, then picked up the 6 boxes of bullets and walked towards the car. Damn, this is such a jerk. It's like moving nothing at all. Lu Qi's face was full of envy. This kind of life was something he could not envy because he did not have that much strength. Before dark, Song Yan and others finally emptied the armory completely. Lu Qi also took 2 daggers from the weapons rack. The car started, went around a street, and soon stopped in front of the Love Hotel. The cleaning team members had returned by then, and the 3 team leaders quickly asked everyone to help move the weapons out of the car. The cleaning team, who had been killing zombies all day, suddenly showed a hint of enthusiasm in their eyes when they saw the brand new rifles. This is a hot weapon. The fatigue of the day suddenly disappeared, and the group of people excitedly moved their weapons to an empty room on the first floor of the hotel. Song Yan looked at the excitement of the crowd and couldn't help but shook his head. It's just the beginning, and you're so excited? What then? Thinking about the future, Song Yan's brows furrowed deeply again. He shook his head, and then ordered Fan Bing to go to the steel plant to pick up Zhong Tiahuai and the other two. After giving all the instructions, he returned to the office, where Fang Qiuyue was still sorting out some documents. Hearing the noise, he looked up and saw that it was Song Yan, and immediately smiled. Captain Song, you're here just in time. I have something I want to report to you. What's up? I calculated the food storage and the amount of food consumed every day, and found that if the number of people in the base is maintained at 200, the things in the supermarket will only be enough for us for 2 months at most. Fang Qiuyue frowned. This was a serious problem because food had a very high status in today's society. Song Yan nodded and said, It's not a big deal. As for food, we can still get it from other supermarkets. How's the matter I asked you to do? Fang Qiuyue didn't hesitate, picked up a stack of documents from the desk and handed them to Song Yan, then looked at the latter. They are all here. According to what you said, there are 12 people in the construction field, 7 in the manufacturing field, and 3 in the agriculture field. Song Yan took the document and read it again, then asked, Expand these industries into a department of 15 people. If you need tools and materials, you can pick them up on the street. If you need anything, just come to me directly, okay? Fang Qiuyue's beautiful eyes rolled around, and then she nodded. Okay, I'll come to you directly if I have any questions. Okay, let's go eat first. Song Yan smiled at Fang Qiuyue, who was slightly stunned by Song Yan's smiling face. It was the first time she saw this man smile, and he was actually quite attractive. Good. With a bang. Boss, the knives are made. That Zhong Tiahuai is really amazing. He made 4 knives in just one afternoon. The office door was knocked open, and Fan Bing stood at the door holding 4 black long knives. He looked inside and said quickly, Fuck boss, I was wrong, I shouldn't have. As he spoke, he lamented his day. If this person was unlucky, even drinking cold water would get a toothache. Yeah, it's okay. Let me see the knife. Song Yan took the knife handed over by Fan Bing, stretched out his fingers to touch it, and found no burrs. It has moderate hardness, is about 1 meter long, and weighs about 10 kilograms. There is also a small wooden icon carved into the end of the handle. He casually made a knife move, feeling the weight of the knife, and his eyes lit up. Nice knife! Boss, do you think I've been very busy lately? This? Fan Bing looked at the 3 knives in his hand. He thought about it carefully and actually figured it out, 1 for each person. There are 3 captains in the cleaning team, each with a knife. If Song Yan leaves another one behind, wouldn't he be left with no knife to use? Don't you like hot weapons? Why do you want a knife? This knife looks pretty cool to me. I want to try using it to kill 2 zombies. Fan Bing's face was full of desire. When he looked at the knife, he felt a sense of ownership in his heart. Song Yan smiled without saying anything, and took Fang Qiuyue and Fan Bing to the lobby of the supermarket, which had been converted into a cafeteria. About 100 people were sitting here in a row. Captain Song! Captain Song! Every time Song Yan passed by someone, he would hear a greeting. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, Song Yan's status at this time is very high. Ahem! Quiet down! For a moment, the whole room was silent, and everyone's eyes were on Song Yan. He found a slightly higher step and said to everyone, Today, I have a few things to announce to everyone. First of all, the entire street outside our Century supermarket base has been taken over by us. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. It was like being the master again, no longer being intimidated by the zombies. Everyone clapped their hands, and many members of the cleaning team even cried for joy. They had fought side by side to kill the enemy together over the past few days. At this time, many compatriots were bitten by zombies and had to sacrifice themselves. The second thing is that we found a steel mill to the west of Baoziu town and reopened it. Song Yan took out 4 fine steel swords and said to everyone, These 4 steel knives were made by our Master Zhong today. Master Zhong, please stand up for a moment so that everyone can remember you. Zhong Tiahuai felt a little embarrassed. Although he liked this happy atmosphere, when he stood up, he couldn't help blushing. Wow! Suddenly, Applause broke out. Then, Song Yan motioned for Master Zhong to sit back down and looked in the direction of the cleaning team. Guahaoyu, Chen Hu, Lu Qi, Fan Bing, the four of you come up. Me? I want to go up there too. Fan Bing was a little surprised, even flattered, because he originally thought that he didn't have his own steel knife. The four people quickly came to Song Yan's side. Song Yan looked at the four people around him and asked everyone, "Do you recognize these four people?" "No." The people sitting nearby responded, and the people from the cleaning team shouted at the top of their lungs. The sound was deafening. "Is it appropriate to give them these 4 knives?" "Suitable." Fan Chuyue stood in the audience and looked at Song Yan. The charm of this man was incredible. Chapter 29, Opening of the General Assembly, Part 2. In the future, the production speed of steel knives will be increased, and every member of the cleaning team will have one. All the cleaning team members cheered. They were well aware of the shortage of weapons. Many of them did not have any suitable weapons in their hands. Song Yan waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. The third thing is that all members in webtoon can participate. We need to divide the work, and each department needs people, so now there is such a department. Do you want to get involved? After Song Yan finished speaking, he ignored the shouts from the people below and nodded slightly at Fan Chuyue, who immediately understood. She stepped onto the stage in her leather shoes and said nervously, "The number of positions this time is limited. Those who don't get one can wait for the new plan. Then everyone will have the opportunity to contribute to the base. First, the construction industry. We need people in this field to build the walls of the base. Is there anyone willing to go?" All of a sudden, fresh hands stretched out from the crowd. After living in this small base the size of a sesame seed, they found a sense of belonging. They are willing to contribute to the base so that they can keep themselves busy and make this life more like life. Song Yan stood aside and looked at Fan Chuyue working seriously, and couldn't help but laugh. Tong Xian, who was sitting next to Fan Bing, retracted her gaze and turned to look at Fan Bing. "Sister Chuyue, is this really Xiaomi?" Puff! Fan Bing spat out all the water he had drunk. He patted his chest and rolled his eyes. "Fan Chuyue is capable and good-looking, but actually..." "Actually what?" A cold breath emerged, and Fan Bing shuddered again. He quickly shook his head and said, "Auntie, it's nothing. Didn't the boss tell us everything that happened?" Feeling the coldness subside, Fan Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Little Tong Xian nodded, and then buried her head in eating her potato chips, crunch. Before long, due to everyone's enthusiasm, the matter was quickly handled successfully, and even a few assistants were found for Zhong Tiahui. The fourth thing is that we took down the police station in Baoziu town and seized hundreds of guns and hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. For a moment, everyone in the audience, except those who knew the situation, was stunned. Guns seized from the police department? In other words, we also have our own thermal weapons? Great, now we can kill the zombies! Fuck, I want to join the cleanup team. I want to shoot the zombies in the head. Hundreds of thousands of bullets, 1 bullet for each zombie. Won't all the zombies in Baoziu town be wiped out? Everyone started talking and sitting in the lobby of the supermarket, looking relaxed. With guns and cannons, why should we be afraid of zombies? Isn't it easy to get rid of zombies? Song Yan shook his head and said solemnly, "Regarding Baoziu town, I think we need to be prepared for danger in times of peace. If we start enjoying a comfortable life from now on, then if the zombies become stronger, won't we just be passive and take the beating?" Song Yan's voice penetrated into everyone's heart. Yes, zombies will evolve, changing every day. Who knows if one day zombies will no longer be afraid of bullets? Everyone's mood suddenly sank, and the voices of discussion became quieter. "Captain Song, we'll listen to you. Just tell us what to do." "Yes, Captain Song, we want to live a long and comfortable life, and it's not too much to fight for it." "Yes. Let's live a long and comfortable life. What do you want to do?" "I'll work hard." Everyone quickly turned their attention to Song Yan, looking at him with determination. In their opinion, Song Yan's leadership ability was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone present. In just a few days, he led the entire team to build the prototype of a base. How incredible this is! Speaking of the Xia Shan city base, They just borrowed the name of the military region, and the substance remains the same. If Meng Chongqun were to be given the responsibility of managing these 200 people, it would probably take at least 2 months. Song Yan nodded. Seeing everyone cooperate like this, his heart calmed down a little. He raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. If you want to have a comfortable life, you may have to go through another difficult time. Our first priority is to clear out the entire Baozu town so that there is no longer a single zombie here. Secondary mission. We need to build a high wall south of Baozu town. Song Yan paused for a moment. Seeing everyone's puzzled looks, he quickly explained. Baozu town is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, except for the south, which is still empty, so we need to surround that side. This requires our construction team to put in more effort. The street leading to the south is our street, so there shouldn't be many zombies at the south gate of the town. After Song Yan finished speaking, he nodded towards the construction team that had just been formed. This team is basically composed of talents in construction, so it should not be a problem for them to build a high wall. Please rest assured, Captain Song, we will complete this mission as soon as possible. A young man stood up and pushed his glasses seriously. The man's name is Sun Tzu. He is the captain of the construction team elected this time. Before the end of the world, he was a supervisor in the real estate industry, and had made remarkable achievements. Song Yan nodded quickly, and then said again. The 5th thing is about evolution. We humans can evolve too. Song Yan dropped a bombshell, and everyone opened their mouths in surprise for a moment. Oh my god! We can evolve too? Could it be that we can become stronger? Shit, is this realistic? Is this true? Can it really evolve? Be quiet. Song Yan waited until everyone was looking at him like a curious baby, then he began to speak. I discovered this when I was killing zombies. There is a tiny crystal in the head of the evolved zombie. Then, he took out 2 peanut-sized evolution crystals and said to everyone. This is the evolution crystal in the zombie's head. If humans eat it, they will become stronger. Eating from a zombie's head? Damn, is this hygienic? Yeah, will I turn into a zombie if I eat it? I don't want to become a zombie. What would I do if I really became a zombie? Everyone was in chaos for a moment, and everyone was full of doubts about this evolution crystal. Chenhu Lu Qi. As soon as Song Yan finished speaking, 2 figures suddenly walked out from the crowd of cleaning team members. They looked at Song Yan with a passionate look on their faces. Others might not believe it, but they could be trusted. Who can carry an 80 kilograms box without changing their expression? Not to mention not changing their expression, it is not an exaggeration to say that they walked briskly. Are you willing to become evolvers? And contribute to the base? Yes, Captain Song, I'm really willing. Lu Qi raised both hands slightly and said excitedly. I'm willing to do so too, Captain Song. I'm willing to contribute to the base. Chen Hu was equally excited. Song Yan gave them 2 crystal stones and said to everyone, If you don't believe it, let us see it for ourselves. His tone was calm, and everyone stared at them with wide eyes. Chapter 30, Opening of the General Assembly Part 2. The evolution process was quick, painless, and without any special feeling. Chen Hu opened his eyes first. He shook his head and said to Song Yan, Brute force? The latter nodded slightly. This talent was quite good, as it would give him a higher upper limit of strength. In the later stages, the strength can become enormous. Try to lift that stone block. Chen Hu looked at the stone pillar that Song Yan pointed to. It was originally placed in the supermarket yard and it took 3 people to carry it over. Without hesitation, he walked over and felt it with both hands, then lifted it up easily and said to Song Yan in surprise. Captain Song! I did it! Holy crap! He was so surprised that he even swore. The crowd watching were all stunned. How could such a thing be possible? In just less than 10 minutes, an ordinary man could easily lift a stone pier? Immediately afterwards, Chen Hu's other move overturned people's understanding of evolution. He placed the stone pillar on his left shoulder and raised it with one hand. When he performed this movement, it was like eating and drinking. One hand. There was a hint of desire in everyone's eyes, and the source of this desire was Song Yan. Fan Qiuyue also looked at Song Yan in disbelief. This man was not leading the team now, but creating miracles. Okay, go down and kill a few more zombies tomorrow, do you hear me? Shinhu chuckled and nodded rapidly. With such strength, it was only right for him to kill a few more zombies. Oh my god, I'm so scared! At this time, Lu Qi, who was standing next to Song Yan, woke up slowly. He was breathing heavily and his chest was slightly heaving. How's it going? Song Yan looked at Lu Qi's appearance and felt puzzled, so he couldn't help but ask. There's a line in my mind healing the wound. Is this true or false? Seeing Lu Qi nod, Song Yan smiled. This is a powerful auxiliary ability. He raised the saber in his hand and cut a wound on his wrist. Bright red blood slowly flowed out of the wound. Everyone present was stunned. What was going on? Lu Qi quickly raised his hand and pressed the wound, and a green light emerged. For a moment, Song Yan felt a familiar feeling, which was the numbing and numb feeling when the wound was healing quickly during treatment. What the hell? No more bleeding? Is this true? It's amazing, isn't it? It can even be treated? Do I also have this ability to evolve? Don't tell me, I want to get one too. I want to evolve too. The eyes of the crowd gradually became eager, and they gradually became fascinated from their initial disbelief. This thing is beyond their understanding, and the method to obtain it is very simple. Soon, Lu Qi took his hand away from Song Yan's wound, and the latter's wound disappeared, leaving only a white mark. Okay, you can go back first. Song Yan patted Lu Qi on the shoulder, feeling a little surprised, but still able to accept it. Lu Qi pulled his hand back. He was a little disappointed. He thought his ability would be as strong as Song Yan and the others, but he didn't expect that he was actually just a supporting type. Captain Song, am I only going to be able to nurse others from now on? Of course not. Your physical fitness is far superior to that of normal people. If you don't believe me, go and try the stone pillar. Song Yan was a little amused and confused. This Lu Qi had actually turned from a coward into a warmonger. Lu Qi walked up to the stone pillar with a puzzled look on his face, and still lifted it up effortlessly. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is what he wanted, to have powerful strength and even magical healing abilities. Okay, I believe you all should have a certain understanding of our evolution crystal. Song Yan cleared his throat and said to everyone. Everyone can evolve, but there are not many evolution crystals, so priority should be given to those who have made the greatest contributions. Qinhu and Lu Qi, as two ordinary people, can kill zombies fearlessly. This opportunity to evolve is what they deserve. Everyone's gazes were still as fiery as ever, but they were not just directed at the evolution crystal, but at Qinhu and Lu Qi. Their contributions to the base can be seen with our own eyes. If this evolution crystal is not given to them, there seems to be no other choice. So, work hard, young man. As long as you make great contributions to the base, you can get evolution crystals. After Song Yan finished his speech, he walked down the stairs with a calm expression and picked up his bowl. That's enough, let's eat! As soon as the voice came out, everyone in the audience cheered. Those who had finished their meals started to eat, and those who had not yet gotten their meals lined up to get their meals. Song Yan also stood at the back of the line with his lunch box. When the people in front realized that it was Song Yan behind them, they even wanted to give up their seats. He shook his head and said with a smile, No, you won't starve to death if you wait in line for food. Nice, all the work for today is done. Fan Chuyue stood behind Song Yan, moaned, and stretched comfortably. Thank you for your hard work. Go to bed early tonight. Song Yan looked at Fan Chuyue, who looked tired, and couldn't help but comfort her. Song Yan felt a little guilty for making a newcomer exhausted on the first day. It's okay. I am happy from the bottom of my heart to see the base grow. Ha, that's fine. If you need anything in the future, just come to me directly. After finishing his meal, Song Yan sat next to Fan Bing, who looked excited. Boss, you are so nice, I love you so much, well. No, don't do this, I don't like men. Song Yan pushed Fan Bing away with one hand, and the latter realized then that the strength of his two hands was not as great as that of Song Yan's one hand. How's the team that was handed over to you? Hey boss, are you still not confident in my ability? I'll pull it out and show it to you tomorrow morning. Okay, let's see how you perform tomorrow. Fan Bing nodded, then quietly buried his head in his meal. Ever since Yang Zibiao took over as chef, the food in this kitchen has become more and more delicious. After dinner, Song Yan sat in his office and made plans for the impending crisis. There are probably still about 20 days left before this crisis. Whether we can survive this disaster depends on whether we can perform well this time. Now that Song Yan has seized the weapons from the police department, he feels a little more confident, but he still feels a little uneasy. With a squeak, the office door was pushed open and little Tong Xian walked in holding a bag of potato chips. Xiao Tongxin, what's wrong? Song Yan looked up and saw that it was Tong Xian, and asked with a smile. Brother Song Yan, I want to join the cleanup team and kill zombies too. These days, Tong Xian has been doing nothing but eating potato chips and daydreaming, watching everyone else busy, while he is the only one with the most free time. The most infuriating thing is that even Fan Bing is busier than me. Kill zombies? That's great. Come with me tomorrow and we'll go to the south gate of Baoziu town to help them with the construction. Song Yan's eyes lit up. This reminded him that he could go into battle himself. With Xiao Tongxin and I at the south gate, the danger level can be reduced to the lowest. Okay. The little boy nodded excitedly and walked out with the potato chips in his hand. I don't know what this little girl is thinking. Song Yan looked at Tong Xian like this and shook his head, feeling somewhat amused. Song Yan sorted the documents back to their original state, got up and returned to his room, stared at the ceiling, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 31 Direct Capture. The next morning, Song Yan woke up and quickly opened the system to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the inferior enhanced serum optimization Formula 1. Optimized formula of inferior fortified serum. Strengthens muscle cells and slightly increases the number of active factors. Produced in 2749. Optimized version, which eliminates the defects of failed enhancement, and will not cause any adverse effects. Recipe? Optimized version? Song Yan was a little surprised. This piece of paper could create endless possibilities. As long as the serum in the formula is developed, 7 out of 10 people can reach the enhanced state. But right now, I can't take out this note. First, there are not enough scientific researchers to conduct research. Second, the disaster in Baoziu town is imminent and requires no delay. Song Yan hesitated for a moment, then folded the paper and put it into his storage ring. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning and everyone at the base was busy. Cleaning Team 1 and Team 2 continued to clear out the zombies in the entire Baoziu town, while Team 3 went to the south gate to protect the safety of the repair team. Song Yan stood up and was about to go out with Tong Xian. There was a loud noise. Song Yan quickly got up and went outside. At this time, 2 groups of people had gathered on the street. Cheng Jigua, didn't you leave? Why are you back today? After sending Zhong Tiahuai and others to the steel plant, Fan Bing drove back and saw a group of people at the supermarket door, so he hurried out to question them. He didn't know the leader, but he knew the one next to him quite well. It was Qing Jigua who officially led his men away from the base a few days ago. I'm sorry, I came back this time because I wanted you to leave. Qing Jigua touched his big belly with one hand, looking very proud. You don't deserve to own a supermarket. Leave now if you know what's best for you, or you'll get beaten up. Behind him, there were 50 people, all Huang Xing's men. 50 people against 20 people, it is definitely a complete victory. Qing Jigua feels that this is a sure thing. Song Yan stood at the door of the hotel, looking out the window. The situation at the moment was not yet good enough for him to step forward, so he wanted to see what Fan Bing would do. Obviously, Fan Bing is enough to solve the problem. He took out his pistol, aimed it at Qing Jigua and said, Boy, are you tired of living? I tried to persuade you to leave before, why are you back again? Song Yan shook his head. Fan Bing was indeed Fan Bing, with a face full of banditry. Cheng Jigua, who was targeted, turned pale. He didn't expect the man to pull out a gun so quickly. He was so scared that he quickly tugged at Huang Xing's clothes and whispered, This is what I told you before, fatty. Huang Xing heard the voice, looked at Fan Bing, shook his head and said, If there are only so few people, I can handle it myself. Having said this, he also took out his pistol. Boy, I'll give you a chance. If you kowtow to your Grandpa Huang twice, I won't kill you. Who do you think you are? You, Mr. Fan, have never kowtowed to anyone, how dare you? Fan Bing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Huang Xing also had a gun. Since both sides had guns, he naturally couldn't lose face. Who is this person? Why is he humming like that? How crazy! How dare he be so crazy alone? Ahem. Fan Bing stood outside the door, coughed lightly, and then said to everyone, Don't be anxious, let's sort things out first. Things have developed to this point. If they are not resolved quickly, there is a high probability of casualties. Fan Bing didn't want this kind of thing to happen. The Wutong Fortress project had just started, so the more manpower the better. Are you the leader? Either you take your people out, or I will take my people to wipe you all out. Huang Xing narrowed his eyes. With his many years of experience in society, wouldn't it be easy for him to get this young girl? Fan Bing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it. He asked with a fake smile. Why? Ha 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 ha, he asked me why. Do I, Huang Xing, need a reason to do things? Huang Xing laughed so hard that he doubled over. He had already explained the matter clearly, so why was he still asking questions when he already knew the answer? Great! No need for a reason, right? Certainly. Fan Bing didn't give him the chance to continue. Bang! Fan Bing took off the safety and fired a shot into the sky. In less than 3 minutes, a team rushed out of the hotel, each of them carrying an automatic rifle in their hands and 3 full magazines on their waists. Gather! Fan Bing shouted, and all members immediately lined up. Huang Xing and others standing opposite were stunned. Where had they seen such a scene before? Such orderly efficiency, such quality, could this be the military? Aim! Clang! 20 guns were raised at the same time. Huang Xing's team on the opposite side was already scared silly. Now, as long as they fired a burst of gunfire, half of their 50 people would be killed. What is this? What is this? With a plop. Sir, please forgive me, I will never do it again. Huang Xing knelt on the ground, his tone extremely humble. He felt speechless and regretful at the moment. Why did you listen to that idiot Cheng Jiguen next to you and bring people here to show off? Bring them all to the south gate, and make them handymen, and have the second cleaning team watch over them. Fan Bing thought about it for a moment, and came up with a solution. Isn't the south gate construction team short of manpower? You guys are simply a timely help, all of you go. Brother Song Yan, are we going with you? Song Yan reached out and touched Tong Xian's head and said, Let's follow them. If there is any trouble, we can solve it in advance. After saying that, Song Yan greeted Fan Bing in advance, then walked towards the south gate with Tong Xian. Fan Bing stayed where he was, looking at the entire gun team with a dissatisfied expression. The assembly speed is too slow, next time, it must reach 2 minutes. Disperse now. The team quickly dispersed without any nonsense. This new team was just formed by Fan Bing last night. It was drawn from the cleaning team, and its momentum is completely comparable to that of the cleaning team. Great, now let's learn about the parts of the rifle. As everyone knows, the automatic rifles we have are all family type, so even if a part is broken, we can still use it by replacing it with a new part. Fan Bing touched the gun in his hand and spoke to everyone with a serious face. At this time, in the team being escorted to the south gate. Boss Wang, this is a mistake, a mistake. Chen Jigua, with a pair of panda eyes, quickly apologized to Huang Xing. This time he fell into Fan Bing's hands, he couldn't believe it. In just a few days, they already had their own independent armed forces. Cheng Jigua couldn't even think about such a thing. Soon, the team arrived at the south gate. Chapter 32 Entering the Forest. At the south gate, there were about 30 people gathered here. Sun Tzu stood in the middle, holding a construction sketch in his hand, and explained to everyone. We now have a construction drawing, which I drew freehand last night, but I haven't done any field measurements. I just measured it, and it's pretty much what I expected. First, 4 people are needed to build the wall in these 3 places. 2 people are needed to mix the cement here. As Sun Tzu was speaking, Song Yan came over with his team. Captain Sun, are you short of manpower? Song Yan's face was full of smiles. He had originally thought that bringing so many people here would cause some discomfort, and it just so happened that they were short of people. Sun Tzu raised his head and said seriously, "Captain Song, you are too polite. I am just a small captain, and you are the captain." He looked behind Song Yan and was immediately shocked. Where did they get these people from? "Prisoners, don't worry, just leave these people to Lu Qi and the others." Song Yan patted Sun Tzu nonchalantly, signaling the latter to calm down. "Captive? How is it? Is there any problem here?" Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu quickly shook his head and said, "There shouldn't be any problem here. There's a hardware store on the street. We found a warehouse of cement there." Song Yan nodded, took out a pistol from his waist and handed it to Sun Tzu. He patted the latter on the shoulder and said, "Captain Sun, we must get things done here. This is our Wutong's first line of defense. Don't worry, Captain Song. I will complete the mission." Sun Tzu took the pistol and was secretly delighted. He stood up straight and responded. After Song Yan left, Sun Tzu didn't waste any words and gave orders directly to the group of prisoners. In his opinion, there is no need to treat these people kindly. Soon bags of cement were brought over. Since there were no large mixers, the most primitive method was used. Mix cement manually. Huang Xing held a thin wooden stick and stirred the cement with a helpless look on his face. Now that he had lost his pistol, he had returned to being an ordinary person, and the 50 or so people behind him were also forced to become slaves. All of this should be blamed on Qingjigua. Thinking of this, a nameless anger rose in his heart. Bang! He kicked Qingjigua to the ground, and then cursed. "Fuck, it's all because of you, a piece of ass." Several captives nearby were also furious and surrounded the latter, punching and kicking him. I was wrong, Boss Huang, please forgive me." Qingjigua fell to the ground and begged for mercy. He accidentally fell face first and was hit on the face by a stone. "No fighting, just work hard." Lu Qi was holding a steel knife. This knife was a standard weapon. Although it lacked 2 bleeding grooves, its lethality was still strong. Just standing there is enough to be intimidating. Okay, I'll do it right away. Huang Xing looked up and saw the leader coming. He lowered his head and stirred the cement, saying to himself, "Oh no, I've been caught red-handed. Ouch, my face hurts." Qingjigua stood up, covering his face. There were many wounds on his face caused by stones, making him look particularly miserable. "You, stop crying and come here." Lu Qi couldn't bear it, so he called Qingjigua over and put his hand on his face. Soon, the light faded and the latter's face returned to its original appearance. "What the hell is this? Is it magic? Go away, are you stupid? How can there be magic in this world? Since there are even zombies, it makes sense that there should be magic, right? This should be the legendary light magic healing technique?" The onlookers were all surprised. They watched the wound on Qingjigua's face heal right before their eyes. It was simply too magical. "What are you looking at? Get to work. If you don't meet the target today, you won't have any food to eat." Lu Qi enjoyed the envious looks from the crowd, but on the surface he still pretended to be cool and urged them seriously. The standard steel knife in his hand shone majestically in the sunlight. Everyone lowered their heads and started working hard. "Brother Song Yan, where are we going?" Little Tong Xian looked at the town getting farther and farther away behind her, and a hint of doubt arose in her heart. "Let's go find a secret. If we don't find it this morning, we'll go clear the zombies out of town this afternoon." Song Yan took Tong Xian on the road from Baozi town to Xia Shan city. This asphalt road crossed a large forest. The road divides the forest into 2 parts, southwest and southeast. This forest is the origin of this series of tragedies. Beast Tide. Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. There must be some creature that has evolved in this forest that can control animals. Otherwise, these newly evolved beasts alone would not be enough to attack human settlements in an orderly manner. Secret? What secret? Xiao Tongxin was a little confused. What on earth was going on that made Song Yan so concerned? Of course a secret is a secret. Follow me. Song Yan brought Tong Xian along the path to the half of the forest in the southwest direction of the town. This half was slightly smaller than the half in the southeast direction. If the root cause is not found here, it must be in another part. In the quiet forest, the sounds of insects and birds can be heard from time to time, and it still looks as peaceful and tranquil as usual. However, only Song Yen knew that this was no longer just an appearance. After the apocalypse breaks out, the most dangerous thing is not the zombies appearing in human cities, but the forests, seas, and zoos. The species in these places began to evolve, not only animals, but even plants began to grow rapidly. Among the thicker tree trunks, there are smaller dangers hidden. Carnivores have become more ferocious, and omnivores have directly become new carnivores. Xiao Tongxin, wait for me here for a while. If you encounter any danger that you can't solve, use your pistol. Song Yen left little Tong Xian here and walked into the forest alone. The situation in the forest was not much different from what he had imagined. All kinds of animals began to live in this deep forest, and the area under the highway became a favorite for burrowing animals. Squeak! A voice sounded, and Song Yen looked around vigilantly. The lush branches and leaves of the trees blocked a lot of sunlight. Song Yen felt this deeply when he went deeper into here. Fortunately, his radar can detect the creatures here. At this moment, a huge red dot appeared on his radar. Song Yen was startled and looked in the direction of the red dot. A figure rushed towards him at an incredibly fast speed. No hesitation, start at double speed. Song Yen rolled on the ground, then took out his pistol and fired 2 shots in the direction of the black shadow. Bang! Bang! For a moment, all kinds of sounds were heard in the forest, including startled birds, chirping insects, roaring of wild beasts, and so on. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze golden monkey. Reward 20 experience points. 1 evolution crystal. Song Yen retreated at high speed and took the time to take a look at the radar. The place where he was just now was now occupied by densely packed red dots. Chapter 33 Tong Xian Awakens. Song Yen stopped at the entrance of the forest, cold sweat running down his forehead and temples. Without hesitation, he took Tong Xian's hand and ran to the back. It's still very dangerous here, at least for now, it's very dangerous here. Brother Song Yen, what happened just now? Xiao Tongxin didn't know why Song Yen looked so panicked. She had more and more doubts in her mind, and she couldn't get a real answer at all. The creatures inside are very dense. It was the first time that Song Yen was so frightened. The danger level of this forest was beyond imagination. Biology? Yes, Xiao Tongxin, let's go back to town and kill zombies. Song Yen didn't say much. In his opinion, if he wanted to go deeper, he would at least need to improve his strength. Little did they know that when the two were leaving, a pair of scarlet eyes in the depths of the forest were staring at them. A truck was driving on the highway between Xia Shan City and Baozu Town, and its destination was Baozu Town. Captain Zhang, do you believe me? I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that Baozu Town is definitely a great place that has not been developed yet. A bearded man spoke to the sergeant in camouflage uniform sitting in the driver's seat. The bearded man is called Shi Xiaodong, and the man in the driver's seat is called Zhang Junxiang. They came from the Xishan city base. Shi Xiaodong told Zhang Junxiang that in this place called Baozu Town, the environment was quite isolated and the supplies should not have been lost. Lost bags means that the supplies in the supermarket have not been emptied. Zhang Junxiang was holding a cigarette in his mouth, looking excited. Xiaodong, let me tell you, if I didn't know that you were from Baozu Town, I would never have come here. Yes, it's you who are thinking about me, Captain Zhang. Nonsense! I'm not only thinking about you, I'm also thinking about the supplies there. Zhang Junxiang was somewhat helpless. Up to now, the human resources in Xishan City had become more and more abundant, and there were more and more mouths to feed. If there hadn't been a shortage of supplies, Zhang Junxiang wouldn't have had to come here so far to look for supplies. Don't worry, Captain Zhang. I'll definitely let you get the right goods this time. Shi Xiaodong nodded quickly. Just based on his understanding of Baozu Town, he would definitely be able to help Zhang Junxiang return with a full load. Thinking of this, he rubbed his hands with a sly smile on his face. Hey, can you give me the thing that the captain promised me? Zhang Junxiang took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand, threw it out of the car window, and then exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, "Don't worry, you'll be indispensable after this is done." "That's fine. I sure Xiaodong will definitely find supplies for you even if I risk everything." The truck was driving on the road, but there were few zombies on the road. This made Zhang Junxiang puzzled. He murmured, "Why aren't there any zombies on this road? Maybe it's because it's daytime? It's normal that there aren't many zombies here." Zhang Junxiang frowned and asked doubtfully, "Is that really the case?" Song Yin brought Tong Xian all the way back to Baoziu. After giving a few instructions to Sun Tzu at the south gate, he rushed towards an undeveloped street. He was very confused as to what was in this forest. Sooner or later, he would rush in. Song Yan's eyes gradually became firm, and the saber in his hand was unsheathed. Yuck! Zombies rushed out one by one, and Song Yan also rushed towards the zombies. Xiao Tongxin stood aside, feeling a little helpless. Song Yan had become silent ever since he came back from the forest. This made the little girl feel irritated. She raised her two little hands, and countless ice cones condensed and flew towards the zombies. As zombies were constantly being eliminated, Song Yan suddenly sensed a different aura. He suddenly woke up from the killing. It seemed that the zombies in Baoziu town began to evolve. Yes. He heard a lot of prompt sounds. They were all sounds of killing zombies. Only then did he realize that the evolution speed of the zombies in this town was also beginning to accelerate. He thought secretly in his heart, "This time when I go back, I have to solve the evolution problem for the entire cleaning team as soon as possible." Thinking of this, Song Yan's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the few tall men among the zombies. In Song Yan's eyes, zombies are much less lethal than the evolved creatures in the forest. Xiao Tongxin didn't say anything. She condensed the ice cone silently and fired it again. There was only murderous intent towards the zombies in her eyes. One by one, the zombies had their skulls pierced by ice spikes and fell to the ground as if they had lost their lives. Xiao Tongxin's hands did not stop, and ice cones flew out madly one after another. It even almost hit Song Yan. "Xia Tongxin?" Song Yan felt a hint of coldness passing by his ear, and then he realized the situation behind him, and he quickly turned his head. Behind him was the petite figure of Tong Xian, with her arms outstretched and her snow-white hair flying everywhere. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. In fact, all that could be seen was coldness. Song Yan was shocked. What on earth was going on? Without hesitation, he quickly stepped forward and patted Tong Xian gently, but the latter showed no sign of responding. Suddenly, she frowned, and then an ice cone flew towards Song Yan. Bite! Song Yan's body reacted instinctively. He pulled out his saber and blocked the ice cone with one blow. He was still a little frightened. What happened to Tong Xian? "Kill!" Xiao Tongxin screamed, and every strand of her hair fluttered like static electricity. What followed was endless chill, accompanied by an icy breath. Behind her, a snow-white whirlwind condensed and began to spin continuously. Song Yan looked at the whirlwind and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Is this awakening? Song Yan didn't know much about awakening, but every evolver would have a chance to awaken. The earlier you awaken, the greater your potential will be. Awakening means that the abilities of the evolvers can be extended a second time, transforming into even more powerful abilities. There are very few evolvers who can trigger awakening at the bronze level. Just take Song Yan in his previous life, who failed to awaken successfully even at the last moment of his rebirth. He looked at the little Tong Xian in front of him, feeling a little amused and helpless. He really didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to take in the little Tong Xian. Song Yan looked at the snow-white whirlwind that was constantly condensing in front of him, and a sense of danger arose in his heart. He quickly rolled to the side, and then cleared out all the zombies near Xiao Tongxin to prevent them from interfering with Xiao Tongxin's awakening. The snow-white whirlwind continued to expand, gradually surrounding Tong Xian in the center, and she slowly opened her eyes and swung her two little hands forward. Boom! The snow-white whirlwind instantly peeled it off, spinning rapidly forward, sweeping up all the zombies it encountered like a whirlwind. Song Yan stood aside, his mouth wide open in surprise. Chapter 34, Persuading Zhang Junxiang to Withdraw. The entire street was swept clean. All movable objects were caught in the snow-white whirlwind. At this moment, the speed of the tornado suddenly dropped and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. If he hadn't seen the pile of zombie corpses piled up like a mountain, Song Yen might have really believed that nothing had happened. With a plop, Xiao Tongxin also fainted, and Song Yen hurried over. Xiao Tongxin! Hey! He tried to wake Tong Xian up, but suddenly found that the latter had fainted due to overexertion. Song Yen did not hesitate. He quickly put it on his back and walked towards the supermarket. At the south gate, a truck stalled and 2 people got out. Hello, we are from the Xia Shan city base. May I ask what is going on with you? Zhang Junxiang was a little confused. At this time, cement was being prepared at the entrance of Baoziu town to build a high wall. From Xia Shan city base? What are you doing here? Lu Qi also looked at the other party with a puzzled look on his face. He started asking questions right away. If he told him everything about the place, wouldn't you be considered a member of the family? Fuck, Captain Zhang, can I just ask you something? We still have to move supplies to Baoziu town, and all of you will have to be requisitioned. Shi Xiaodong had a look of disdain on his face. He thought that he could do whatever he wanted as long as he had the support of Xia Shan city base. When Zhang Junxiang heard this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Ahem, we are actually here to look for supplies. Please be flexible and allow us to go in. Looking for supplies? Baoziu town belongs to us, Wutong. You can look for them somewhere else. Lu Qi crossed his arms across his chest and stared at the 2 men with an expression as if he was watching a show. They sang in unison, like the black and white faces in opera, one black, one white. Wutong? I, a local, have never heard of Wutong. Let me tell you, if you go along the highway, you will reach Xia Shan city. Shi Xiaodong looked at the people working hard here with disdain. He felt sorry for them and continued. Xia Shan city is much more powerful than your place. We have guns and artillery shells. We will kill zombies directly when we encounter them. Zhang Junxiang couldn't help but poke Shi Xiaodong, signaling him to get to the point. Lu Qi looked at the truck behind them, then looked at the crowd behind him, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, you mean following you guys is more promising? Yes, that's what I mean. You guys can get a steamed bun every day after entering the Xia Shan city base. Shi Xiaodong spoke loudly. He thought that this condition could attract the busy people, and his face showed confidence. 1 steamed bun? Damn, so stingy? With such poor conditions, they dare to show off to us? Are they crazy? Where did this idiot come from? Can you please get out of here right now? Everyone was talking about it, and one thing that was certain was that the food in Wutong was completely different from that in Xia Shan city. In Wutong, at least every meal has 1 dish and 1 soup, while in Xia Shan city, there is only 1 steamed bun. There is no comparison at all. Shi Xiaodong was stunned. He didn't expect that the generous conditions he offered were not attractive enough. Shi Xiaodong, can you do it? Zhang Junxiang felt a little ashamed. He thought he could get the supplies smoothly today. He even imagined returning to the base and seeing everyone looking at him with admiration. I never expected that I would be stopped as soon as I reached the door. You can also join the material collection team. Everyone can get a 56 rifle with 20 rounds of ammunition. Shi Xiaodong was somewhat unwilling. The treatment at the Xia Shan city base was much better than anything here. He believed that he could use his mouth to pry open the door of Baoziu town. 56? Ha 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 ha, cleanup team, assemble! Take out all your weapons! Lu Qi couldn't help laughing. This little fat boy was quite humorous when he spoke. Clang! Behind Lu Qi, a team of 15 people suddenly emerged, each holding a brand new 95 rifle in their hands. Note, most of the 56 rifles have been eliminated due to upgrades, and only a small number are still in service. This? Zhang Junxiang and Shi Xiaodong were both stunned. Even though they had little knowledge about guns, they could clearly tell how advanced the guns in the other side's hands were. One is retired, the other is active. There is only 1 word difference between the two, but they are very different. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. No outsiders are allowed to enter here for the time being. Lu Qi was so amused by these 2 idiots that he fell backwards. There was nothing wrong with it, But why did he have to find some sense of existence? He did not make things difficult for them, but chose to let them go. Apart from these 2 points, Zhang Junshiren quickly covered Shi Xiaodong's mouth, glared at him, and then pulled him towards the truck. 2 minutes later, the truck turned around and drove away. This incident also made the members of the cleaning team and the construction team deeply feel the true strength of Wutong. A name called Wutong was deeply engraved in their hearts. Okay, go back and watch them work, don't let them be lazy. At Lu Qi's command, the cleaning team hurried back to their respective areas and supervised everyone building the wall. At the same time, Song Yan put Tong Xian on the bed, told Fang Qiuyue to take care of the latter, and then joined the cleaning team too where Chen Hu was. He was feeling very aggrieved now. After being reborn once, he still didn't get ahead? Song Yan immediately rushed to the front line, carrying a sniper rifle, found a position that was neither too high nor too low, and aimed at the bronze zombie in the zombie group. Bang! About 100 meters away, one shot in the head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze zombie. Reward 10 experience points and an evolution crystal. He did not stop, but continued to look for the next target. Among the current zombie population, the number of bronze zombies has begun to increase. There are almost 2 or 3 bronze zombies out of every 100. Song Yan decided to rely on the advantages of the system and upgrade himself. Chen Hu and others standing in the center of the street stared at Song Yan not far away in amazement. Captain Chen, Captain Song's shooting skills are amazing! Nonsense, how can this be called amazing? It's like Li Guang is alive again, he can even shoot an arrow through 100 steps, right? Damn it, if I had this kind of shooting skills, wouldn't the zombies have been wiped out long ago? Quiet! Chen Hu also retracted his shocked gaze, and then said seriously. Captain Song is clearing out the dangerous zombies for us. We can't let him down. Go! He raised the steel knife in his hand and killed the zombies in front of him. A surge of brute force emerged, and the heads of 2 zombies flew off. Behind him, a group of cleaning team members were unwilling to fall behind. They took out their various weapons and killed the zombies. Chapter 35, Captain of the Agricultural Team. Zombies were killed one by one, and headless corpses were everywhere. After a morning of hard work, Song Yan successfully reached bronze level 5. Feeling his physical strength rising again, a glimmer of fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Everything is progressing in an orderly sequence. By evening, a dozen survivors joined Wudong's team, and Zhong Tiahuai returned to the base with 20 steel knives. Song Yan fired all 100 bullets, not a single one was missed, and every one hit the bronze zombie's head. His level has also reached bronze 6, and his speed attribute has reached 64 points. Compared to level 4, the speed attribute has increased by 1/3. This 1/3 of speed makes Song Yan so fast that he has no peers. In the evening, when everyone was eating in the cafeteria, another piece of big news came out. Captain Song, we found a good piece of unpolluted farmland behind Ping'an Street. It should be about 200 acres in size. A member of the agricultural team came over and spoke excitedly to Song Yan. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face. Although he was thin, his eyes were sharp. His name is Hu Lei. He is the deputy captain of the agricultural team. He used to be a talent of the Baozi Town Agricultural Bureau. Song Yan has some impression of him. Great! When is the latest time to plant the seeds? The pesticide store across the street should have some. This is definitely exciting enough. This news is simply the hope of everyone in the base. It can be done tomorrow. There is a reservoir 1 kilometer away from that field. We can dig 2 channels from there. At this time, an old man pushed the door open from outside the supermarket. He was covered in mud, but his eyes were shining. This person is Wang Xuexing. Master Wang, where have you been? I just saw you now. Hu Lei, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looked at Wang Xuexing in surprise, as if the latter had been missing for a whole day. No, I heard the sound of water in the fields, and I followed the sound and found the source of water for irrigation. That's impossible? We were a kilometer away, how come we didn't hear anything? Hu Lei had a questioning look on his face, which made Song Yan's face suddenly darken. There seems to be something going on here? Anyway, Mr. Wang, take this evolution crystal. Now that the fertile land has arrived, sowing can't be delayed. Song Yan quickly handed out an evolution crystal. Wang Shuixing was a little surprised. He was just a farmer. How could he be qualified to take over this evolution crystal? Captain Song, should you give me this evolution crystal? I was the one who found the 200 acres of land. The expression on Hu Lei's face was full of jealousy, and even doubts about Song Yan. Why can someone who found water resources take away my honor? What's more, he's an old man. For a moment, the noise in the entire cafeteria quieted down, and everyone's eyes were focused here. Give it to Mr. Wang because of the importance of water resources. Water is the source of life. Song Yan's expression remained unchanged as he handled the matter calmly. Wang Shuixing quickly shook his head and said, Captain Song, isn't it a waste to give this evolution crystal to me? You should keep it for yourself. Song Yan also understood clearly the implication of Wang Shuixing's words, that this evolution crystal stone could not be given to Hu Lei. Stinky old man, you! Hu Lei pointed at Wang Shuixing with an angry look on his face. Quiet! Speak clearly! Song Yan didn't like this kind of thing happening, but as a leader, the very least he had to do was to get to the bottom of the matter. He released all his aura, and suddenly a pressure force rushed towards Hu Lei. This Hu Lei is very strange. Compared with others, this makes Song Yan very puzzled. A breath of pressure pressed down on the ladder, and Hu Lei suddenly panicked. He did not expect Song Yan to protect Wang Shuixing so much. In this case, will my plan go down the drain? Captain Song, we have explained the situation very clearly. We went out to look for him early this morning, but Master Wang got lost on the way. Hu Lei took a deep breath, calmed down, and continued. Later we found 200 acres of fertile land and returned to the supermarket as soon as possible. Wang Shuixing glanced at Hu Lei, who glared at him fiercely. Song Yan did not notice this tiny movement. He turned around and looked at Wang Shuixing and asked, Mr. Wang, please tell me if you have any problem. I will help you solve it. If there is nothing going on, Song Yan would never believe it. Wang Shuixing shook his head and sighed. Captain Song, I feel that I am not up to the task. Song Yan was a little confused, and he continued to ask. Mr. Wang, what do you mean? Captain Song, what he meant was that he doesn't want to be the captain anymore. A triumphant smile appeared on Hu Lei's face, and he crossed his arms across his chest, looking quite proud. The captain's position cannot be changed. That's what I said. Song Yan was a little angry, his brows furrowed. He was the one who appointed Wang Shuixing as the captain of the agricultural team. Anyone who has his ability can naturally take on the role. Why? Why can he, an old man and a stinky farmer, be on top of me? Hu Lei felt anxious and angry when he saw Song Yan defending him like this. After all, he graduated from a prestigious university and worked in a regular company. How come I am not as good as an old man? For a moment, Song Yan was a little confused. He didn't expect that someone would object to him just placing Wang Shuixing in this position. Then, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and his brows were no longer furrowed. Then how about this, you two, one for each of you, and whoever is more suitable to be the captain will take the position. Everyone sat aside and listened, nodding their heads. This was indeed a more reasonable approach. Okay, let's do it this way. I will definitely be the captain. Hu Lei also nodded. In his opinion, this method was quite fair and allowed competition between each other. He thought that a native country boy could never be better than himself. Song Yan gave the 2 evolution crystals to the 2 of them, patted Wang Shuixing on the shoulder, and said solemnly, Take this crystal and don't think about anything else. The latter nodded and swallowed the crystal. Hu Lei, standing aside, even showed a hint of joy in his eyes. This is an evolution crystal, and only those who have made great contributions to the base can take it. He swallowed it in one gulp without hesitation. Uncle Zhong, this is yours. Song Yan threw out another evolution crystal, and Zhong Tiahuai, whose name was called, looked incredulous. Captain Song, isn't this too precious? This is what you deserve. The base's standard weapons were all manufactured by you. We'll be counting on you to mass-produce them in the future. Song Yan directly stuffed the evolution crystal into his hand, and no matter what the latter said, he ignored it. Zhong Tiahui felt warm in his heart. He didn't expect that in this cruel and indifferent end times, he could still feel the warmth of human nature. Chapter 36, Furious. In full view of everyone, the three of them took the evolution crystal. Don't be so envious. Soon we will have more and more places, and everyone will have a chance. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Song Yan hurried to comfort them, but when he thought of Hu Lei, he became serious again. But I hope that in the future, everyone, regardless of their status or position, will do their job well. Can you at least behave yourself? Song Yan's words made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Naturally, they had no intention of refutation. Everything here would not exist without Song Yan. Soon, the first person to wake up was Hu Lei, who had been shouting for a long time. He opened his eyes with a look of surprise. I have awakened the ability to control water. Song Yan raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, it's actually an elemental ability, which is still pretty good. He nodded and then said, Come on, show us what you can do. The smile on Hu Lei's face became even wider. This was the ability of an evolver. He didn't expect that he could become an evolver so easily. He raised his hands, concentrated and held his breath, and then a stream of water as thick as his arm flowed out from between his palms. Oh my God! So much water! My goodness, this is almost as powerful as a high-pressure water gun, right? I didn't expect this kid to be so capable. The onlookers looked at Hu Lei with envy as he was displaying his abilities, and the latter also had a satisfied smile on his face. Hu Lei raised the corner of his mouth and said proudly, Captain Song, how about my ability? Not bad, congratulations on becoming an evolver. Song Yan spoke indifferently. This ability can only be considered mediocre. It is not very powerful, but it has a strong auxiliary effect. The second person to wake up was Zhong Tiahui. A hint of joy appeared on his face, presumably this ability would be of great help to him. Captain Song, I really want to thank you this time. Zhong Tiahui stretched out his hands and held Song Yan's hands tightly. Uncle Zhong, what is your ability? This question not only troubled Song Yan, but also the audience sitting here were equally curious. This ability, liquefying metal, allows me to liquefy all metal substances. This way, the number of weapons produced can be multiplied several times. Zhong Tiahui's honest voice echoed throughout the hall, and everyone was stunned. Once upon a time, weapons were rare products in this small town. If you want to get a good weapon, you either need luck or a reward from the base. When these words were uttered, the first to be shocked were the cleaning team. They could finally stop using all kinds of miscellaneous weapons. Fuck! Can I use a standard steel knife? I've been eyeing the captain's knife for a long time. Indeed, he's so handsome and powerful, killing zombies is effortless. I can't help it. Maybe we can arrange it tomorrow, and I finally won't have to hold this baseball bat anymore. For a moment, the atmosphere in the whole venue was buzzing. They cheered and all their attention was focused on Zhong Tiahui. The latter was a little flattered. After all, such a scene was rare for an ordinary blacksmith. Song Yan was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had such a talent. The ability to liquefy metal was very rare. At least Song Yan had never seen more than one hand in his previous life. Now, the team's cold weapons and hot weapons can be arranged in place. I believe that within 2 days, the team's equipment will be fully prepared. Song Yan also felt a lot more relaxed at this time. Hu Lei's face was stiff. He didn't expect that his brilliance would be overshadowed so quickly. Zhong Tiahui emerged as a rising star, and his brilliance quickly took over the entire cafeteria. In comparison, Hu Lei's abilities seemed insignificant. Ahem. Old man Wang Xuexing coughed twice, and then opened his bright eyes. Song Yan had rarely seen this pair of eyes in his previous life, but in this life, he saw them several times. Hey old man, what are your abilities? Hu Lei was closest to Wang Xuexing, and asked curiously. He raised his hand and a fist-sized water ball floated out. This is my ability, controlling the water element. Everyone turned their heads curiously and looked at Wang Xuexing expectantly. They never understood why Song Yan chose this old man. But now, it is time for him to prove himself and also to show himself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old man looked a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and was about to speak. Mr. Wang, this is a seed. Song Yan had a smile on his face. He believed in his own judgment, and similarly, he also believed in Wang Shuixing's ability. Wang Shuixing's confused eyes suddenly brightened up, and then he took it with gratitude. This is a wheat seed, which Song Yan specially prepared. Seeds? Could it be about identifying seed varieties? I have learned this professional knowledge in college. Isn't this evolution crystal a waste? Hulei was a little disdainful. When it comes to professional knowledge, his expertise is definitely higher than anyone here. In his eyes, he should be the captain. What is this grassroots farmer Wang Shuixing? He might as well go and live in retirement. Shut up! Song Yan's eyebrows were twisted into a knot, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes, spreading towards Hulei. Why is this guy so poor? I never noticed it before. Hulei, who was shrouded in murderous intent, felt as if a stone was stuck in his throat, and cold sweat oozed from his back and forehead. He felt like he was about to suffocate to death, but suddenly, his murderous intent was quickly retracted. Hulei, who was experiencing death, had his chest heaving. He was gasping for breath and had no time to care about Wang Shuixing beside him. The latter placed the seed in the palm of his hand, and then a fresh and natural scent spread throughout the cafeteria. This seed took root and sprouted in Wang Shuixing's hands. Everyone was stunned, including Song Yan. He had never thought that this ability could be so perverted. A tiny seedling grew at a speed visible to the naked eye and gradually rose higher. 5 centimeters, 7 centimeters, 65 centimeters. In the blink of an eye, a 65-centimeter wheat plant grew directly in Wang Shuixing's palm. Everyone's eyes were fixed with astonishment and exclamations of admiration. Is this a magic trick? Or does he have some top-grade fertilizer? How can chemical fertilizers grow wheat in 1 minute? This should be called the magic of accelerated ripening. This is so amazing! It would be a shame if I didn't use this ability to farm. The voice kept coming, and Song Yan recovered from his surprise. He cleared his throat. Hulei, do you have any objections? This is fake. You are working together to deceive me, right? I will kill you! Hulei's eyes were red. He picked up a knife from the table and stabbed Wang Shuixing. Something unexpected happened, and no one had time to react. Oh no! That old man is our lifeline! Bang! A flash of light passed by, and then a figure landed not far away. Chapter 37, Talisman. What Song Yan couldn't have expected was that Hulei would be so narrow-minded. Do you feel that you can't become the captain, so you kill people to vent your anger? What is the difference between this and that inhumane beast? Song Yan didn't hesitate, and directly turned on the speed and kicked him. Bang! Hulei's body turned in the air and fell into the corner of the wall, his life or death unknown. Do you think I have a good temper? Song Yan's voice lowered a degree. He endured it again and again. Did anyone really think that he, Song Yan, was made of clay? Everyone's breathing stagnated. This was the first time their leader got angry. Damn it, this guy is also sick, he is getting more and more unreasonable. Fan Bing, who was sitting at the dinner table, had a serious look on his face. This was the first time he saw Song Yan angry. Throw it out and don't incorporate it into the Wudong base in the future. After Song Yan finished speaking, he excitedly shook Wang Shuixing's hand. This is the future of the base. As long as he is tied firmly in the base, Wudong's future will be limitless. Mr. Wang, do you think there will be any problem starting the sowing tomorrow? Upon hearing this, the latter quickly said in a serious tone. No problem. I am willing to dedicate myself to the base. Wang Shuixing has always had a lump in his heart. Since he came to this base, he has been provided with good food and drink. If it were someone else, they would have been enjoying a comfortable life long ago. However, he, being an honest man, did not think so. He always felt that he owed something to the base and Song Yan. I even thought that I was just a freeloader before. That's good. Now I can finally help the base and play my role. From now on, the base will implement a contribution system. Anyone who contributes to the base will receive a reward. Song Yan looked at the Wudong personnel. They were the future of the base, but the base's system was not perfect enough. In his memory of his previous life, bases that implemented a contribution system tended to enjoy long-term stability, so Song Yan decided to adopt the same approach. Fan Qiuyue, I'll give you a plan for this matter tonight. Fan Qiuyue, whose name was called, quickly agreed. This guy is just too full, he dares to do anything. Who said it wasn't true? This person is educated but has no sense of propriety. Should he be kicked out? All right, just leave it there. Whatever you want, let's go back and eat. At the same time, 2 members of the cleaning team threw the unconscious who lay onto the street and went back to eat, cursing. Boss, why are you angry with him? It's not worth it. Fan Bing watched Song Yan sit down with his bowl of rice and hurriedly followed him. No, I just suddenly realized that my image is a bit too kind. He jumped out, so I had to suppress him. What Song Yan said was not wrong. Although the people in this base respected him very much, it was just respect. In their eyes, Song Yan was just a leader, calm and composed, and he had never been angry with anyone. If such a habit is formed, this base will be off track with Song Yan. Therefore, it is necessary to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. By the way, are there any problems with the soldiers assigned to you? Song Yan suddenly remembered this matter and quickly expressed his concern. When Fan Bing heard this, he scratched his head and looked helpless. These people basically only have a sense of firearms, but some of them are still learning how to fire a gun. Then we'll form a sniper team, and you'll be the captain. Shooting shouldn't be a problem, right? Song Yan hesitated for a moment, and decided that if he couldn't teach them all, he might as well recruit some players who were talented with guns. Fan Bing's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? In this way, rifles and sniper rifles can also come in handy, and what is more useful is actually pistols. Pistols are the easiest to operate, and almost every soldier in the cleaning team has one. Then tomorrow, we will conduct a target shooting test and pick out a few talented people. You will lead them to follow the cleanup team, responsible for sniping the evolved types among the zombies. Fan Bing nodded. This way, he could not only provide support to the cleaning team on the front line, but also develop good on-the-spot performance skills. Just like that, a sniper team was finalized, but little did they know that in the near future, this team would evolve into an extremely powerful team. After dinner, Song Yan walked into the office with the draft of his plan. Captain Song, you're finally here. I still don't quite understand. Fan Qiuyue looked up and smiled at Song Yan, then frowned again. She found it difficult to understand what contribution system Song Yan was talking about. Song Yan felt a little distressed that the woman in front of him was so concerned about him. He placed the draft he had drawn on his desk and said to Fan Qiuyue, "This is my basic plan. We can plan the follow-up." The general meaning of the draft is that every member of the base must make sufficient contributions to the base in order to exchange them for weapons, evolution crystals, and even food. In this way, there will be no unfairness. So, is this contribution an exact value? Or does it depend on the situation? Fan Qiuyue looked at Song Yan, who was sitting next to her, and expressed her doubts. For materials that can be decided, we will determine the contribution value. For those that cannot be decided, we will determine them based on the circumstances. Song Yan groaned for a moment, then continued. By the way, take this evolution crystal. You are the only one in my office, so please don't be too tired. This? Fan Qiuyue looked at the white crystal handed over by Song Yan with surprise. She already knew how precious this crystal was. Of course, she also longed for it more. After all, having magical powers is very attractive to everyone. Thank you, Captain Song. She didn't act pretentiously. She took the crystal stone openly and swallowed it, not caring at all that there was a strange man sitting next to her. Song Yan just sat there, looking at Fan Qiuyue carefully. From every angle, Fan Qiuyue is a beauty, and Song Yan quite agrees with this point. Such a girl, even if she is just a vase, can still be pleasing to the eye when placed in the office. What's more, Fan Qiuyue in front of him has such outstanding working ability. Fan Qiuyue's chest was rising and falling slightly at this time, and a faint smell of soap rushed into Song Yan's nostrils. This smell was not very common. After all, this is the end of the world. It is impossible for people to keep themselves clean and fresh like in the previous society, so it is rare to have a good smell on your body. Under Song Yan's gaze, Fang Chuyue slowly opened her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes also looked towards Song Yan at the same time. When their eyes met, Fang Chuyue saw depth in the latter's eyes, and in addition to depth, there was also a hint of mystery. This made her feel a little feverish, and her cheeks were slightly flushed. "How is it? What ability?" Song Yan's voice rang out, which brought the latter back to his senses. "Ah? My ability is a talisman. A charm?" Song Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He never expected that he would have this ability. Chapter 38 Panlong 13 Swords. In the end times, there is a special group of people. Their physical fitness is comparable to that of ordinary people, but their spiritual strength is very strong. Relying on the power of the spirit, some branding spells can be created. These charms are usually branded on weapons and equipment to increase damage and enhance defense. They are called talisman masters. So what was your first spell? Song Yan's breathing became a little rapid. He didn't expect that his Wudong base was really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yes, sharp! Fang Chuyue answered carefully and seriously. Her two big eyes with the blush that had not yet faded made her look quite adorable. Sharp! Song Yan felt relieved after hearing this. He patted Fang Chuyue on the shoulder. From now on, Uncle Zhong's weapons will have to go through your hands and be remade. Yeah, I can be considered to have made some small contribution to the base. Can I get any other rewards in the future? A hint of excitement appeared on Fang Chuyue's face. This was a good thing, which meant that she could exchange certain rewards through her own efforts. What other rewards do you want? Weapons or equipment? I want a pistol for self-defense. Bang! Song Yan placed a pistol and a saber on the table. He said with a smile. Come on, add a buffer to my knife first, and this pistol will be yours. Add buffer? What is that? Fang Chuyue was a little confused. What was that? Could it be? No, you can't! A strange picture suddenly flashed through her mind, and her face turned red again. I just want you to put a spell on my knife, Comrade Xiao Fang. What are you thinking about? Song Yan looked at Fang Chuyue, whose face was becoming increasingly rosy, and suddenly felt as if something was wrong. Could it be that she was thinking in the wrong way? 5 minutes later, Song Yan walked out of the office with a satisfied look in his hand, holding a saber. Inside the office, Fang Chuyue held the exquisite little pistol and smiled with joy. The next morning, Fan Bing led the cleaning team to gather downstairs, and there were nearly 100 people lined up downstairs. Everyone, fire 5 shots, aiming at the target 50 meters away. Fan Bing put his hands behind his back and his face looked very serious. Fan Bing, what are you doing? It's so early in the morning and you won't let us go out. Guahayu looked confused. They were originally a cleaning team and now they had to go back to their original posts to clean out the zombies. That's great. I was stopped as soon as I walked out the door. Yeah, Fan Bing, what do you want to do? Lu Qi and Chen Hu also looked puzzled. Ahem, as the boss said, I can also lead a team and choose from among you. What? What the hell? Is this true? The 3 captains all looked confused. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Okay, don't waste your energy, just shoot and then go do whatever you need to do after you're done. Fan Bing was getting a little impatient. He stood there for a long time with 2 rifles in his hands, but no one dared to come up and shoot him. Guahayu and others looked at each other and had to let the team get ready and conduct the target shooting test in the order of Team 1, Team 2, and Team 3. Bang! Fan Bing stood next to the target, staring at it silently. He would not miss any polymer bullet that appeared on the target. After firing 5 rounds, the cleaning team members followed their captains and left the scene. Behind Fan Bing stood 10 members of the cleaning team. He frowned. He didn't expect there would be so few. Are people with talent and marksmanship so rare? You guys over there, come over here and shoot a few shots. Fan Bing noticed some new survivors who had joined the base and quickly called them over to shoot. In about an hour, the sharpshooter team successfully reached 20 members, and everyone's shooting skills were above average. Very good, now follow me. Let's first learn about the types of guns. Fan Bing led everyone to an empty room that had been prepared in advance. There were 5 of the most common firearms in the base, namely pistols, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, and shotguns. While everyone was following Fan Bing in practicing the disassembly and assembly of firearms, Song Yen stood up and walked to the room where Xiao Tongxin was. The latter lay quietly on the bed, breathing steadily, but there was no sign of waking up. The temperature in the room was also surprisingly 2 degrees lower. Song Yen sat in the room, feeling infinite emotion in his heart. As expected, a genius will always be a genius. Thinking of this, he was somewhat glad that he still had the system, otherwise he would not be able to make much waves by himself relying on his reborn memories. My mind moved slightly and a reminder sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and receiving the reward Martial Arts Skill Panlong 13 Swords. For a moment, a piece of information about swordsmanship was instilled into Song Yan's mind. In my mind, a figure holding a steel knife practiced the 13 Panlong swords to perfection, with wide and powerful moves. After a long time, Song Yan opened his eyes, with a hint of joy in his eyes. He has already learned the sword technique, and can use it with a wave of his hand. Walking out of the door excitedly, Song Yan did not hesitate, and went all the way to the office to copy down the mantra of this sword technique. If this sword technique is used by every soldier in the cleaning team, wouldn't the speed of killing zombies be greatly increased? As Song Yan wrote, he recalled the essence of the 13 Panlong swords. He was so engrossed in writing that he didn't even notice Fang Chuyue walk in. Captain Song? Why are you here? What are you doing? Fang Chuyue lowered her head and looked at the handwriting copied by Song Yan, which looked quite difficult to understand. Song Yan went through all the information in his mind, and suddenly he realized that there was someone else in the room. Oh my god, Chuyue, when did you come? Ah? Ha ha ha, I just got here, what are you writing? This is a sword technique. The cleaning team is more suitable for practicing this. Swordsmanship? Fan Chuyue was confused for a moment. Where did this sword technique come from? Did Song Yan create it? But in comparison, she would rather believe that Song Yan could do it. In her eyes, Song Yan's magic is far more than that. Song Yan nodded, then handed the paper to Fang Chuyue and said, Give this to the cleaning team at noon. Copy out a few more copies. I'm going to take them to practice sword fighting tomorrow morning. The latter was a little confused, but nodded and did as he was told. Song Yan turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly he thought of something and turned back quickly. By the way, how is the contribution system going? Have any results been achieved? Fang Chuyue hesitated for a moment, then said, For this contribution system, I can't calculate the number of evolution crystals rewarded. How much is it? When Song Yan heard this, the expression on his face suddenly became strange. Chapter 39, Killing the Silver Zombie. What's wrong? Is the number small? Fang Chuyue looked at Song Yan and frowned her pretty dark eyebrows, but she was thinking of other things in her mind. If the number is relatively small, Song Yan will keep one for himself. In Fang Chuyue's heart, a seed called love quietly sprouted. No, I have a lot of this stuff now, but I don't know who to give it to. Song Yan scratched his head, then took out a handful of evolution crystals from his pocket. These were all obtained from killing bronze zombies, and many of them were confiscated from the captains of various cleaning teams. They can also defeat bronze zombies as long as their shooting skills are steady enough. Fang Chuyue. Love comes quickly and goes quickly. She nodded, then thought for a moment and said, Well, I'll give you a more complete report before dinner at the latest. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Song Yan looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was working hard and never complaining, and a sense of guilt arose in his heart. Although Fang Chuyue has never walked out of the door and has never killed a zombie, her importance to the base cannot be underestimated. After leaving the office, Song Yan came to a street full of zombies. The number of bronze zombies here was quite large. If it were left to Guohaoyu and the others, casualties would probably easily occur. Song Yan doesn't want this kind of thing to happen. After all, this team has just started. Song Yan did not hesitate. He jumped to a commanding height and took out a sniper rifle from the storage ring. As bullets were consumed one by one, the number of bronze zombies was decreasing rapidly. At this moment, a huge red spot appeared in Song Yan's radar. If you compare it with the bronze zombie light spot, it is definitely a dwarf compared to the giant. Seeing this, his pupils shrank slightly and an idea was born in his mind: silver zombie. According to the common sense and the memories of the previous life, the evolution of zombies would not be so fast. But how could the silver zombies evolve so quickly now? Fortunately, there are still only a few zombies like this. Song Yan stared at the trajectory of the huge light spot while shooting at the bronze zombie. Bang! 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 The noise made by the sniper rifle was very loud, and Song Yan basically moved to another location after each shot. A shot was fired, and the familiar prompt tone came to my ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the bronze zombie, and get 10 bonus experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, the current level is level 7. Song Yan stood up with a satisfied smile on his face. The most effective solution was to improve his strength before the beast tide came. Yuck! A huge roar was heard, and Song Yan's movements froze. On the radar compass, a huge red light spot was heading towards him. Song Yan quickly allocated the attribute points, and then climbed to another slightly higher platform. Song Yan held the gun in his hand and fired a shot at the bronze zombie not far away, blowing it in the head. The prompt sound in his ears also made him feel a little relaxed. He looked at the radar nervously. The light spot on it was only 100 meters away from him. He stood up and looked in the direction of the red light. Sure enough, a sturdy zombie with a height of 2 meters was running towards him. Silver-level zombies are usually fully evolved, with powerful arms, agile speed and sharp claws. It can be said to be a collection of different types of bronze zombies, but they are faster, stronger, and have sharper claws. Song Yan frowned. The speed of this silver zombie was such that it was impossible to aim at it with a sniper rifle. Too fast. With a silvery white glow on the surface of its skin, the whole zombie looked like a silvery white ray of light when running. Song Yan did not hesitate, and took out his saber. It happened that the saber was cast with a sharp spell, so he could try out its power. Yuck! The silver zombie stood on the ground, roared at the taller Song Yan, and then leaped up. It leaped more than 4 meters high, stretched out its silver claws, and attacked the latter. Song Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strong murderous aura emanated from his body. With the speed turned on, the whole person was like a shadow, directly avoiding the zombie's attack. The saber in his hand spun up, and the 13 dragon sword started as the move, and he climbed the dragon gate. As the knife slashed out, the tense expression on Song Yan's face did not relax at all, because the zombie was also very fast, and it was unable to dodge and was hit on the shoulder by the knife. Snap! A silver-white arm fell to the ground. Song Yan hit it with one strike and quickly flew back. Yuck! The silver zombie felt no pain and pounced on him again, waving one arm. Fortunately, Song Yan can maintain the speed-up state for 1 minute. This 1 minute is enough to do a lot of things. 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Song Yan's saber fell gracefully in the air at an incredible speed, cutting off another arm of the zombie. Now the zombie without arms was much less threatening. Song Yan casually swung his knife twice and the zombie's head flew up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a silver zombie. Reward 200 experience points and an evolution crystal. Song Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the system prompt sound. Speaking of which, this silver zombie is definitely the most dangerous creature Song Yan has encountered so far. Without hesitation, he cut off the silver zombie's nails. The texture of these 10 nails is comparable to that of metal and can even be used for smelting. Many powerful weapons in previous lives came from the bodies of zombies and evolved beasts. After inserting his fingernails into the storage ring, Song Yan continued to kill the bronze zombies on the street. Xia Shan City Base, Material Collection Camp. A man in camouflage uniform stood at the front of the team. He faced everyone and said seriously, "According to the Lord's proposal, we need to start developing agriculture again. Otherwise, we will eat up all our resources and lose our future." This person is Dong Liang. Since the last incident, Dong Liang's status has risen along with the importance of materials. So, if there are any of you who are talented in agriculture, you can step forward now. I can guarantee that the benefits will definitely not be low. Soon, a lot of people walked out of the team, all of whom were related to agriculture. It is extremely difficult to get any welfare these days. So when they heard there were benefits, everyone jumped out immediately. Dong Liang selected some of these people and ordered them to go to the newly developed agricultural departments. After dealing with these matters, Dong Liang said to the remaining members of the supply team, "All the rest of us are the elites of the material collection camp. Now our superiors want us to go out. What should we do?" "Follow your leader." A group of members of the collection team responded at this time with great momentum. Dong Liang looked at everyone, a trace of worry in his heart. Chapter 40 Dong Liang arrives. This morning, Meng Changkun explained the matter clearly to Dong Liang. The supplies near Xia Shan city have basically been emptied, and now there are no new supplies to be consumed, and the situation has basically reached the point where the resources are exhausted. However, Meng Changkun heard rumors that there were sufficient food reserves in the nearby town of Baoziu, and he was tempted. Although Dong Liang was skeptical about the matter, Meng Changkun was the leader after all, so he had to take action. Therefore, apart from those transferred from the agricultural department, the rest would follow Dong Liang to Baoziu town. Although there was absolutely no need for him to go, he wanted to see with his own eyes where the food reserves, enough to feed 100,000 people for a year, were. Soon, a huge fleet of trucks drove out of the Xia Shan city base, and Shi Xiaodong, who was standing at the gate of the base, smiled. "Damn it, let's see if you guys are still crazy now." Shi Xiaodong looked around and saw that the collection team that set out this time had at least 300 people. He didn't believe that they would be stopped this time. In just one morning, Song Yan killed almost all the bronze zombies on the entire street. Looking at his strength approaching the silver level, Song Yan decided to go to the forest again. In the current state, the entire Baoziu town can be cleared of zombies within a week. By then, there won't be any zombies in the entire Baoziu town. And in Song Yan's storage ring, there are nearly 200 evolution crystals. These crystals are even enough for most people in Wutong Fortress to become evolvers. After lunch, the cleaning team members who were on guard at the south gate ran back. At the same time, a piece of news was brought over. Nearly 20 trucks were parked at the gate of Baoziu town. Song Yan was shocked. What was going on? He gathered 3 cleaning teams and brought the sharpshooter team led by Fan Bing to the south gate. At this moment, besides a few soldiers who were keeping watch, there were the 20 trucks mentioned in the news. My goodness, could this be someone from the Xia Shan city base? Fan Bing noticed the license plate of the truck. It had the same Jiang license plate on it. This was a unique license plate for Xia Shan city. Boss, what should we do? Should we fight them? Guohaoyu was a little nervous. He thought that the news that he had killed Fu Yang might have been exposed. At this time, he held the steel knife in both hands and stared at the truck not far away. Don't be impatient, let's see if they have any moves. Fan Bing, your troops should stand at different points. Song Yan was a little amused and confused. The battle hadn't even started yet, so why was it time to fight to the death? Just as they were in a stalemate, a familiar figure jumped out of the truck parked in front and trotted over. Everyone, I wonder if there is a chance to enter Xia Shan city this time? The person who spoke was Zhang Junxiang, with a smug look on his face. Ever since he was persuaded to quit last time, he has always had a knot in his heart. It has nothing, not even a chance to compete with Baoziu town. Thinking of this, a gleam of hope flashed in Zhang Junxiang's eyes. It will definitely work this time. This time, Captain Dong brought a total of 300 people here. Is there anything that cannot be passed? Oh? This time? And last time? Song Yan looked at Zhang Junxiang, who was acting like a big shot in front of him, and couldn't help but wonder, was the person who came last time also from the Xia Shan city base? Boss, I've seen this guy. We chased him away yesterday, but he's here again today. Lu Qi held the steel knife in one hand and spoke in a low voice. Song Yan nodded. Only then did he understand that it was not Lu Qi's fault. It was normal that he had not heard of the Xia Shan city base. After all, this small town is still quite isolated from the outside world. Yes. You went too far last time. This time I'm here to get back at you. Call your leader over. When Zhang Junxiang heard this, he immediately crossed his arms over his chest and said with disdain. For a moment, Fan Bing, Chen Hu and others hurriedly looked at Song Yan. Song Yan was somewhat helpless. That's me. If you have anything to say, tell me. You are? Then do you know how your subordinates treated me yesterday? Zhang Juinxiang's tone revealed a hint of grievance. He really lost face yesterday. Song Yan was a little confused for a moment. Does this matter have anything to do with me? Lu Qi quickly leaned over to Song Yan's ear and explained what happened yesterday. The latter stood there, his face trembling slightly, as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Juinxiang, "You're comparing welfare with mine? But what does this have to do with me?" "Welfare, that's true, but I just think the welfare at our Xia Shan city base is very good." Zhang Juinxiang thought about it again and again, and he really had no reason to refute, so he had to defend the policy of his base. "Compared to our wutong, your policies are shit. Is it good to give you 1 steam bun a day?" When Lu Qi heard this, he immediately became unhappy. Their Xia Shan city was simply being exploited compared to the wutong base. That is, one is underground and the other is in the sky. "Just wait for me." Zhang Juinxiang was a little angry. He quickly ran back and his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. "Boss, are we really going to have a fight now?" Guahaoyu raised the knife in his hand and came over with a nervous look on his face. "Why are you fighting? You know the strength of the other side. We are clearly slaughtering them." Fan Bing was quite excited. Although he had only taught the sharpshooter unit for 1 morning, their talent was as good as in the target shooting test, and they absorbed knowledge very quickly. There is a chance now to practice. "Damn it, just kill them when they come. I feel like my knife is thirsty." Chen Hu also imitated Guahaoyu and raised the steel knife in his hand. "Yes, if they come, we'll kill them. No matter who they are." For a moment, the team behind Song Yan was filled with anger and inexplicably got excited. "Ahem, don't be so anxious, take a look at the situation first." Song Yan cleared his throat and signaled everyone to stay calm and be prepared for the attack without shouting and killing. Just then, Zhang Juinxiang came over with a figure. "Captain, it's them. Their military strength can't even compare to ours." Zhang Juinxiang looked very confident as he spoke to Dong Liang. The latter looked forward carefully, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Captain, not only do they say that we don't have good welfare, they even look down on our hot weapons, saying that we are just picking up other people's leftovers." Zhang Juinxiang was completely unaware and started to exaggerate the matter with tears and snot. "Song Yan!" Dong Liang said with a look of surprise. He didn't expect that he would have the chance to meet again this time. "Dong Liang?" Song Yan was also a little puzzled. Why was it always Dong Liang? Battalion commander, do you know him?" Zhang Juinxiang almost dropped his jaw in shock. It turned out that his immediate boss was very familiar with the person opposite him. Their relationship was even ridiculously close. Chapter 41 Top Efficiency. In the supermarket, Song Yan and Dong Liang sat at a table. "Brother Dong, why did you come back to my place?" Song Yan brought the latter here, and as soon as he sat down, he couldn't help asking. "It's a long story, but the reason is probably related to the supplies." Dong Liang sighed. He didn't want to come to this place at all, but his superiors said he had to go. Little did he know that Zhang Juinxiang, who was standing behind him, had a bitter look on his face, as if he had Coptus chinensis stuffed in his mouth. "Supplies? Where are the supplies in Xia Shan city? Aren't there still quite a lot?" "No more. They've all been emptied out." "Empty it?" Song Yan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that Xia Shan city would become unable to make ends meet so quickly. But this is no wonder. There are not many bases that can survive in this world. And there are basically less than 10 bases with sufficient food reserves. "So, I wanted to come to you to ask for some supplies." Dong Liang looked embarrassed. It was really hard to say what was going on in this situation. He is not a shameless person, but now that the critical moment has come, he has to swallow his pride. "No problem, call your people and follow me." Song Yan thought about it for a moment, then nodded in agreement. This was the first time that Song Yan had to borrow supplies, but Dong Liang had done him a favor before. "I have to help." Song Yan doesn't like to owe favors to others, but once he owes someone, he will definitely pay it back double. In this way, 20 trucks slowly drove into Baozi town. Song Yan led the way and came to a street that had never been cleaned. He said to Dong Liang, "This street and all the supplies belong to you. How much you can take depends on your ability." This? Dong Liang was a little hesitant. When he was sitting in the car, he found that there were quite a few zombies on the road, some of which were even powerful evolved zombies. Even among the team members he brought with him, some of them had never even killed a zombie. If we use this to fight zombies, won't it be the end? Don't worry, we will help you solve it. Song Yan naturally saw the concerns in Dong Liang's heart. He patted the latter on the shoulder, and then took out his sniper rifle from behind. Crash! All of a sudden, two teams came behind Song Yan, one led by Chen Hu and the other led by Fan Bing. "Boss, I'm ready, and so are these little guys behind me." Fan Bing looked very excited. Just talking about firearms knowledge for the whole morning had already made him thirsty. He is not a man who is content with what he has, and he has many ideas about making achievements, so being able to come forward and kill zombies is exactly what he wants to do. Behind him was a group of young men holding guns. They were all in high spirits, as if they could enter combat status at any time. "Captain Song, we are ready too. Just one word from you and we will kill!" Chen Hu shouted loudly, his voice was quite resounding. Behind him was a group of hot-blooded men, exuding murderous aura. "Everyone get ready. The cleanup team will be responsible for the ordinary zombies. Fan Bing, you lead your men to snipe the evolved zombies. Try to save ammunition." Song Yan nodded slightly. After several days of killing, the team now looked somewhat better. At the very least, some momentum has been cultivated. With just these few people, can they really kill the zombies? Don't lose money, okay? Dong Liang, who was standing aside, was a little confused. The zombies on the street made him scared, and now when he saw Song Yan's team, he was even more surprised. There are less than 50 people, and they want to kill a whole street of zombies? Is it even possible that there are more powerful evolved zombies among the zombies? This is simply impossible. Dong Liang absolutely did not believe that this was true, and even the collection team behind him did not believe it. Isn't this too outrageous? 50 people are going to fight 5,000 zombies? This is the first time I've seen someone brag like this. 5,000 zombies, these 50 people are not even enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. We'll see. When they sacrifice themselves, they probably won't be so confident anymore. However, it wasn't long before the situation on the field made everyone gasp. Just when they were stunned, Song Yan led his team and launched an attack on the zombies. The cleanup team bravely confronted the zombies head-on, unafraid of the terror they brought. Although their weapons were not the same, their attacks were equally ruthless. A knife, an axe, and a hammer all hit the zombies' head accurately. The shooting troops behind them raised their rifles in an orderly manner and shot at the zombies' heads. Fan Bing and his men stood behind the cleaning team and killed any fish that had escaped the net. Song Yan looked at the people who had just started to cooperate and nodded slightly. Their movements were still a little stiff, but they had begun to slowly harmonize. This is the tacit understanding that has been gradually developed. The cleaning team stands in the front to resist the zombies, while the gun team behind them is responsible for killing the strongest among the zombies. As time slowly passed, the team had already reached the middle of the street. Behind them was a pile of zombie corpses. Dong Liang was dumbfounded. He didn't expect it to be like this. Although these two teams have fewer people, they are not weak in momentum. He was a soldier, so he naturally knew this feeling. The group of people behind Song Yan were more militarized than he had imagined. Sophisticated equipment, orderly discipline, and even absolute obedience. When Dong Liang shifted his gaze to Song Yan again, he found himself a little confused. How could this man have such an ability? It was simply too magical to be more magical. Dong Liang still remembers that when they first met, Song Yan was still a little green and had the air of a college student. But now, it seems like it has been completely reborn. The team was still moving forward. Song Yan took the time to kill several bronze zombies inside and returned to the front of the truck team. "Brother Dong, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and load the supplies." Song Yan's words instantly awakened Dong Liang, who suddenly came to his senses and quickly called on the people behind him to rush into the street to move supplies. Right. What are you all standing there for? Go move the supplies! Everyone looked at the team fighting the zombies with admiration on their faces. Their bravery was something the collection team had never seen before. In one afternoon, almost every truck was fully loaded. Dong Liang said with gratitude, "Thank you very much, Song Yan. If it weren't for you this time, I don't dare to think what the outcome would be." Ha, Brother Dong, you're too polite. Are you leaving tonight? Dong Liang nodded, then looked in the direction of the cleaning team, immediately revealing a puzzled expression. The latter was cleaning up the battlefield, prying open the skulls of every evolved zombie and searching for something inside. What is this doing? Oh, that's the evolution crystal. It's only found in the heads of evolved zombies. Excuse me, the evolution crystal? What is it for? Chapter 42, Dividing the Loot. Song Yan glanced at Dong Liang and suddenly remembered that this matter had not yet spread. He paused for a moment, then continued. This evolution crystal is of course used for evolution. Humanity's ability to open a new chapter depends on it. As he was speaking, Fan Bing came over with a happy look on his face. Boss, guess how many I got? 20? Song Yan made a rough estimate, and concluded that there were probably only about 40 bronze zombies on the entire street. Hey, I have 36 of them. A satisfied smile appeared on Fan Bing's face, because Song Yan had said before that the evolution crystal was in the zombie's head, and whoever got it would own it. Song Yan looked at Fan Bing's bulging pockets and nodded, then asked, "What are you going to do with these evolution crystals?" "I'm going to give one to each of my teammates, and keep the rest for myself." "What does this evolution crystal look like?" Dong Liang stood aside with a curious look on his face. He could hear that the two were discussing the evolution crystal. But he had lived in the Xia Shan city base for a long time and never left the house, so how could he have seen such a thing? "Well, this is it." Fan Bing did not act pretentiously. He took out an evolution crystal from his pocket and spread it in his palm to show Dong Liang. A milky white crystal the size of a stone exudes a hint of crystal clearness. How do I use this?" Dong Liang really couldn't believe that this thing in front of him, which was no different from a stone, could actually be used for evolution? Orally. After Fan Bing took it, he gained new abilities. Song Yan explained, and then patted Fan Bing on the shoulder. The latter immediately understood, put the evolution crystal into his pocket, and then stretched out his hand in front of Dong Liang and rubbed it. Call! A tiny flame appeared on his hand. "Oh my god, is this a magic trick?" Dong Liang was shocked by the tiny flame. It was the first time he saw such magical power. Song Yan smiled and shook his head, explaining, "This is his ability to control the fire element." "Ability?" Dong Liang looked confused, and Song Yan did not explain much. For things like this, knowing the general idea was enough. If I knew everything, and if we became enemies in the future, wouldn't I be in danger? "Captain Song, I have picked up 8. Chen Hu looked aggrieved, which made Song Yan feel a little amused. "Wait till tonight. There is something important to be announced tonight." "Is this true? Boss, I wonder how much benefit you can get from this announcement." When Fan Bing heard this, a smile immediately lit up his face. He had picked up a long steel sword last time, and he wondered what good stuff he would pick up this time. Dong Liang stood aside, feeling quite embarrassed. He was not a member of this base and had even taken away the supplies of Baoziu town. "Song Yan, thank you so much this time. I'll treat you to a drink if we have a chance next time." "Sure, see you there when the chance comes." Song Yan looked at a line of trucks passing by, and a sense of emotion arose in his heart. In this life, he could actually make such sincere friends. "Captain Song, where are we going now?" "Go back to the supermarket." On the street, Guahaoyu and Lu Qi gathered together with excitement on their faces. "How about we put them together and calculate how much we got?" Lu Qi took out the evolution crystal from his pocket and placed it on a job advertisement. 14, 15? You only have 15 here?" Guahaoyu's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. After such a massacre just now, there were only 15 Lu Qis left. Yes, our team is not very strong, and we didn't kill many zombies just now. Lu Qi looked innocent, he had already taken out all the evolution crystals. I still have 25 of them. Put them together, there are only enough crystals for 40 people to evolve. I still need 10 more. Guohaoyu looked serious, and the cleaning team members standing behind them were all moved. Speaking of which, most of the evolution crystals are used by their captain in fighting against evolved zombies, which is much more dangerous than killing ordinary zombies. They actually tried their best just to evolve themselves, ordinary people. This is rare. Lu Qi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's go back and ask Captain Song for it. He should have quite a few. But I think we shouldn't trouble the boss with this kind of thing." Guohaoyu shook his head. His own evolution was all helped by Song Yan. Now, did he want Song Yan to help his teammates as well? "Oh, why are you so stubborn? It's almost dark now. Let's go back first and talk about it, okay?" Lu Qi looked at the dazed man in front of him, feeling somewhat helpless. Guohaoyu stood up, nodded, then organized the team and walked towards the supermarket. As they were walking, Guohaoyu suddenly stopped and said to Lu Qi, "I know! Fan Bing must have it. That kid is following the boss today, so he must have some evolution crystals. Come to think of it, it seems to be true. Let's go!" When Lu Qi heard this, he immediately became interested. This method definitely has great potential. The two of them excitedly led the team back to the supermarket. In the evening, the supermarket cafeteria was once again filled with the fragrant aroma of rice. "Well, I feel like there's something delicious again today." Fan Bing took a light sniff, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This tasted absolutely delicious. "Captain Fan, don't rush to eat. I have something to tell you." Guohaoyu rubbed his hands and asked nervously, "What is it? Can't you tell me now?" Although Fan Bing was confused, he did not refuse. Seeing that Guohaoyu did not say anything, he had to follow. The two of them walked all the way to the door of the warehouse. Only then did Fan Bing realize that not only him, but also Chen Hu and Lu Qi were here. "Ahem, tell me, what do you think about today's evolution crystal?" Seeing that all four captains were present, Lu Qi quickly spoke to everyone. "What do you mean? Isn't the evolution crystal used for evolution?" "Captain Fan, don't play dumb. What I meant is, how many do you have?" Lu Qi placed his 15 evolution crystals on the table and continued. "Haoyu and I have decided to leave these evolution crystals for the members of our own team. They should also evolve once." "Yes, I think so too." Guohaoyu also placed his 25 evolution crystals on the table. For a moment, the bright white light piled up into a small hill on the table. "If you say so, I have the same idea." Seeing how generous the two were, Chen Hu quickly threw his few evolution crystals on the table. There were sporadic voices. Guohaoyu and Lu Qi looked at each other and asked in surprise, "Chen Hu, are you just a few?" "Yeah, I found 8. Everyone was silent for a moment, and then turned their eyes to Fan Bing standing aside again. "What are you looking at me for? Hey, stop messing around!" Chapter 43 Advanced to Silver. Soon, it was dinner time. Song Yan had just prepared the meal and sat down when Fang Chuyue came over with a piece of draft paper. The latter had a smile on his face. "Captain Song, the prescribed pattern has been established. The evolution crystals are temporarily available to those who need them, proving that they are qualified to obtain them." "What does this mean?" When Song Yan heard this, he was quite surprised, because this was exactly what he thought. After all, everyone's abilities are different, so if possible, we need to let each of them evolve. Then, based on each person's abilities and specialties, we make special assignments and place them in different positions. However, according to the current situation, the average level of the entire Wutong fortress is still not up to standard. It means that we should deal with it in different areas. First of all, the most important thing should be the manpower, and the second is productivity. I agree with this. So we should follow the first step and upgrade the base's military strength. When Song Yan heard this, he really admired this woman, Fang Chuyue. It only took one day to create something from nothing. What an advanced thought and understanding this is. He nodded and looked at Fang Chuyue with approval. This woman was really extraordinary. The latter smiled and asked, So when will we take the first step of upgrading? Tonight. Huh? Tonight? Fan Qiuyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Song Yan had planned things to this point. She was originally complacent about her cleverness, but now she felt that the man in front of her was becoming more and more mysterious. Ahem! Song Yan didn't say anything, but stood up and walked to his familiar seat, still giving the same opening remarks. Everyone's eyes were also focused on him. The three captains of the cleaning team, Fan Bing, come here! Soon, 4 figures hurried onto the stage. Fan Bing had a look of despair on his face, while Guo Haoyu and the other 2 looked radiant. In order to ensure the safety of our base, should we do something? Yes. The 4 of them responded quickly. They were naturally very happy about this kind of thing. Song Yan patted Fan Bing's shoulder with satisfaction, and then whispered to them. How much is left? If it's not enough, I'll fill it up for you. Guo Haoyu smiled when he heard this. He rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Boss, just give it to me. 20 pieces are enough. What? You want another 20? You swallowed all of mine? Fan Bing was in disbelief. He almost took off his pants just now, and these people were willing to let him go. Now they dared to ask for so much? No, our cleaning team has a total of 84 people, plus the 20 people from your shooting team. That's just enough. As soon as Guo Haoyu heard it, he knew that Fan Bing was definitely wrong. He had just robbed him in order to clean up the team. Now these 20 missiles are absolutely for his Fan Bing shooting team. Haoyu, I was wrong. I thought you were going to defraud the boss. Nonsense, can I do this? Yes, brother, you is right. It was me, Fan Bing, who was confused for a moment. If you asked me, it's something you can do. What? Stop, be quiet, can you guys pay attention to your image? Song Yan looked at the situation between the 2 people and saw that it suddenly became unbearable, and several black lines appeared on his forehead. We are in a meeting, and we have important things to do today. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They sensed the hint of murderous intent quietly rising. Song Yan took a deep breath, took out 20 evolution crystals from his pocket, and handed them to Guo Haoyu, then said to the people in the audience. Today, we have saved enough evolution crystals, so our cleaning team and shooting team will evolve ahead of time. As soon as the voice came out, the whole supermarket suddenly became lively. Fuck, they got it together so quickly? Damn, evolution doesn't cost money anymore? It doesn't cost money in the first place. I heard that the evolution crystals were taken from the heads of evolved zombies killed by each captain himself. Captain? I'm so envious. I wonder if we can all evolve in the future? Of course we can, we at Wudong can definitely do it. Song Yan looked at the excited crowd with a satisfied smile on his face. He instructed the 4 captains. Okay, now go distribute them and try to finish this evolution before dinner. Fan Bing and others nodded quickly, and walked down with a handful of evolution crystals in the envious gazes of everyone. Song Yan walked onto the stage without hesitation and came to Fan Qiuyu's side. Where are the weapons Uncle Zhong sent today? Fan Qiuyu woke up as if from a dream. She said quickly, In the office, Uncle Zhong also gave us a surprise this time. He made 100 steel knives today. 100? A hint of surprise flashed in Song Yan's eyes. He didn't expect that the ability of liquefied metal was so abnormal that it could actually make so many weapons directly. Well, I just branded 12 talismans. I felt a little dizzy, so I didn't continue branding. Thank you for your hard work. If it doesn't work, we can continue to fix it tomorrow. After these people have evolved, I'll need your help to count their abilities. Song Yan touched the latter's head with some heartache, and then looked at the cleaning team not far away, which was the future of the entire Wudong base. Leave it to me. I can still do it. Fan Qiuyu nodded and looked in the direction of the cleaning team. After dinner, Song Yan walked into the office alone. A whole box of fine steel swords was piled in the corner, and there were several branding talismans on the desk. He picked up a reinforced steel knife, held it in his hand and examined it carefully. There is basically nothing wrong with it from the outside, but when it is swung, the blade will flash a strange light. The light is a little dim, but the enhancement in attack is absolutely real. Song Yan walked out of the office, and cheers were heard from outside from time to time. But at this time, Song Yen was not in the mood to participate. He returned to the hotel and decided to make a breakthrough. His experience bar has reached 90% of level 9. As long as he takes a few evolution crystals, he can reach the silver level. More than half a month after the apocalypse began, Song Yen became a silver level expert. If this had happened in his previous life, Song Yen would not even dare to think about it. Tong Xian was still lying on the bed, breathing steadily. Song Yen was a little disappointed, as he thought the girl just needed a day's rest. But now 3 days have passed, and she still shows no signs of waking up. Xiao Tongxin, I'm going to the forest again tomorrow. I hope you'll be sober when I come back. After saying that, Song Yen walked out of the room and returned to his own little house. He swallowed the 2 evolution crystals, and a burst of blazing energy instantly spread throughout his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 210 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10. Do you want to start the advancement? Advanced? A deep sleepiness came over me. Chapter 44 Giant Ape. The next morning, Song Yen woke up from a sweet dream. He quickly opened the system and his attributes changed again. Host Song Yen. Level Silver 1. Strength 47. Speed 96. Constitution 24. Spirit 24. Free attribute points 0. Talent, double speed. Skills, none. Weapons, slash, horse, knife, sharp. Experience, 77 out of 1000. Speed, the host's speed can be increased geometrically, depending on the host's speed attribute and level, and the duration is 1 minute. Now it can reach 3 times. Triple speed bonus. Song Yen looked at the fence, and his fear of the forest was alleviated a little. Now he could come and go freely. If you can't win, can't you just run away? Sign in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 kilograms of meteorite iron. Meteorite. It has extremely good hardness and toughness, is not very large in size, and comes from planetary fragments in space. Meteorite? He looked at the fist-sized piece of metal in his hand, and couldn't help but be surprised. Such a small piece of stone actually weighs 10 kilograms. After thinking it over again and again, I decided to put it into the storage ring since I couldn't use it for the time being. He walked out the door and looked at the cleaning team practicing knife skills at the entrance of the base. Everyone held a standard steel knife in their hands. Song Yen felt quite relieved and said to himself, Fan Qiuyue really puts efficiency first. Boss! Look at my move of Kan Long Yuhui. Guahaoyu had an excited look on his face. He raised the steel knife in his hand and performed the move. Kan Long Yuhui. In great detail. Looking at the posture, Song Yen could not help but nodded. This set of Panlong 13 swords had an overall style of being open and close, invincible, and it was easy to master it together. I have to go out for a while. You should listen to Fang Qiuyue as much as possible about the base. She can be regarded as the second leader when I am not around. Ah? Where are you going? When Qinhu and Lu Qi heard the voice, they stopped what they were doing and followed. I'm going to the forest. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be back soon. Give these 10 nails to Uncle Zhong and see if they can be smelted. As Song Yen spoke, he opened the door of the Range Rover, got in, and stepped on the accelerator. Xia Shan City Base, Conference Hall. Captain Dong, is what you said absolutely true? Meng Chongqun sat in his seat and looked at Dong Liang with surprise. The latter shook his head and said firmly, Commander Meng, if I lied to you, what good will it do me? I suggest that starting from today, we should clear out the zombies in Xishan City and then develop agriculture, otherwise we will freeze to death this winter. Looking at Dong Liang's determined expression, Meng Chongqun inexplicably felt a surge of confidence in his heart. Okay, Captain Meng, I will now promote you to be the head of the Zombie Special Warfare Independent Regiment. Take my order and go transfer the troops. After saying that, he handed a small note to Dong Liang. In this base, Meng Chongqun's oral instructions represent himself. Dong Liang was delighted when he took the note. He saluted the latter with a standard military salute, and then walked out the door. If Song Yen were here, he would know that this Wudong management system was actually learned by Dong Liang. Meng Chongqun sat in the conference hall, his face full of desire. In this cruel and inhumane society, besides power, the most important thing is strength. If you have strong enough strength, which human or zombie will come to trouble you? The development of agriculture is definitely a direction for sustainable development, and the most fundamental thing for mankind. Meng Chongqun knew this truth very well, so he also admired this man named Dong Liang. Little did they know that the creator of this system had just arrived in the forest. The feeling was different from the last time he came here. The last time, Song Yan only felt a sense of oppression. This time, it was a lot easier. He walked slowly into the forest with his saber in hand, and for a moment the clear sounds of birds and insects filled his ears. Squeak! A scream was heard, so sharp that it seemed to pierce the eardrum. Song Yan quickly lowered his head to check the compass, and behind him, a figure rushed over. Without thinking, he turned around and chopped him down with a knife. Base! A head flew up, and strangely, there was a lot of golden hair on the head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze golden monkey. Reward, 2 experience points. 1 evolution crystal. Song Yan was stunned for a moment, and confirmed again that only 2 experience points were given. He was a little distressed. If he continued like this, it would be difficult to improve his strength quickly. A bronze-level golden monkey alone can only bring Song Yan 2 experience points. This will take forever to level up, right? Squeak! 2 more monkeys came out of the forest. Song Yan couldn't help but sigh. Why are there so many monkeys in this forest? He didn't move, just stood there waiting. For Song Yan, his speed is enough to catch up with the golden monkey, but waiting for the opportunity to act can better train his reaction ability. In a corner of the forest, a far-reaching gaze looked in the direction of Song Yan, with murderous intent in the eyes. With 2 sharp slashes of the sword, the 2 golden monkeys fell down again like headless zombies. Ouch! A roar was heard, and the sound came from far away. Song Yan could tell that the sound must have come from a long distance, but it was still a little shocking. What on earth is this? Song Yan frowned tightly. He had no time to think before more than a dozen golden monkeys swarmed out from his surroundings again. Squeak! Squeak! He held the long knife in his hand, staring at a golden monkey in front of him. Start at double speed! The whole person moved so fast that a sonic boom was heard, and the next second he appeared behind the golden monkey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze golden monkey. Reward, 2 experience points. 1 evolution crystal. Golden monkeys kept dying in front of Song Yan, and they finally realized how powerful and terrifying the human in front of them was. Ouch! A roar sounded again, and this time the sound was very close. Squeak! Squeak! Dozens of golden monkeys also appeared in Song Yan's field of vision. He was a little confused. Was this the last wave? Looking at the golden monkeys that were about to surround him, Song Yan's eyes became fierce. He took out a grenade from his storage ring and threw it at the monkeys. Bang! 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 The golden monkeys were blown into pieces, and Song Yan jumped onto a tree before the explosion. At this moment, the ground shook. A huge figure rushed over. Song Yan turned his head and was stunned. It is pitch black and looks like a gorilla, but its actual size is much larger than a gorilla. Just the height alone is about 2.5 meters, and the physique is as strong as a small mountain. The moment Song Yan saw it, his pupils shrank slightly. At this size, it should have reached the size of silver, right? Ouch! Bang! Bang! The giant gorilla slapped his chest, making a dull knocking sound. The golden monkeys behind it squeaked excitedly, and the giant gorilla was like their king. Song Yan looked at the huge gorilla and silently put away his saber. This situation was not suitable for using melee weapons. He turned around, took out his sniper rifle from the storage ring, and ran to the back. To fight this big guy in close combat, Song Yan would have to be crazy. Chapter 45, Golden Monkey Group. Ouch! The gorilla roared, and its 2 rows of neat teeth clenched together. In its eyes, this hateful human killed many of its minions, which had already angered it. Now you dare to run away, it's unforgivable. Bang! It moved, hammering its two strong arms on the ground, and chased in the direction where Song Yan was. Every time the hammer strikes, a loud noise is made, and after the noise, it will chase after it at a rapid speed. Song Yan found a place to stop, suppressed the fear in his heart, and fired a shot at the giant gorilla that was rushing forward. Bang! Ouch! The gorilla angrily hammered the tree trunk nearby, and many birds flew out from the branches and leaves. Song Yan looked at the violently shaking tree trunk and couldn't help but gasp. What the hell is this strength? It was even more powerful than a truck crash. Song Yan did not hesitate and fired at the gorilla again. Pursue the victory and kill them all. This move is also the most important thing Song Yan learned in the 3 years of the last days. One bullet hit the ear, leaving a hole and blood gushing out. Ouch! The giant gorilla went berserk once again, and now it was in a state of rage. This tiny human provoked it several times and even injured it. But the most annoying thing is that it still can't catch up with Song Yan. In a rage, the gorilla grabbed a golden monkey and threw it at Song Yan. Squeak! After a scream, a golden monkey came to Song Yan. The latter quickly dodged and continued to run forward, widening the distance between him and the giant gorilla again. The giant gorilla was somewhat unwilling, so he grabbed another golden monkey and threw it towards Song Yan. This time, it wasn't even thrown as far as the previous one. Bang! The sniper rifle in Song Yan's hand fired again. A bullet hit the gorilla's chest, and it exploded directly in its chest, splashing a ball of blood. The gorilla was a little panicked. If this continued, even a human, no, even a monkey would be consumed to death. It had no intention of fighting anymore, and was just deciding to leave. Another bullet came flying. Phew! This bullet hit the gorilla's buttocks directly. The red buttocks is the softest part of the gorilla, and the bullet causes the greatest damage. Ah! The gorilla was furious. It lost its mind in rage and grabbed the golden monkey and threw it towards Song Yan. Squeak! Squeak! The golden monkey standing behind him also began to protest. The injuries suffered by the golden monkeys that were thrown out were the same as those caused by hand grenades. They all lay on the ground wailing, and none of them could stand up. Ouch! The gorilla didn't want to bother with these trivial matters. It grabbed the loudest golden monkey and threw it towards Song Yan. At this time, the golden monkeys behind it fled one after another. Is this kind of life reasonable? They regarded the gorilla as their boss and originally wanted to seek protection behind it. Is this what you're doing to them now? Pick them up and throw them like stones? Who can withstand this? Song Yan ignored the story of the golden monkey and the gorilla. He just picked up the gun and shot again. Bang! Due to its huge size and the lack of any obstacles around it, the gorilla was like a sitting target, and was shot again. Ouch! The gorilla roared and looked around, but did not find a golden monkey to vent his anger on. Bang! Bang! It hammered the ground and ran towards where Song Yan was. Song Yan's current operation is like that of a guerrilla fighter, firing a shot and then moving to another location. The gorilla, whose IQ was obviously insufficient, suffered a loss and was beaten all over, bleeding half a bucket. It stopped where it was, unable to move or stay still. Just like that, after a howl of agony, he passed away in frustration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the silver jungle giant gorilla. Experience value 300. 1 evolution crystal. Hearing the prompt tone, Song Yan was delighted. He quickly put away his gun and came to the side of the jungle giant gorilla. Without saying anything, he used his saber to cut off 2 huge pieces of flesh from the gorilla's body and put them into the storage ring. The flesh and blood of this evolved beast is equally helpful in nourishing the evolver. Compared with elemental evolvers, evolved beast meat is more suitable for body-strengthening type evolvers. Leave these 2 pieces for Haoyu and Xinhu, and cut out the remaining piece for lunch. Song Yan cut another piece and prepared to make a fire to roast it when dozens of red spots appeared on his compass radar again. He was stunned for a moment, then turned and looked in the direction of the light. Golden monkey? A large group of golden monkeys? Squeak! The golden monkey walking in front shook its hand at Song Yan, and felt a trace of fear in its heart when it saw the latter taking out his saber. "What do you want to do?" Song Yan looked at the group of golden monkeys and felt a little confused. If it weren't for them before, Song Yan wouldn't have had to flee in panic. But now, this golden monkey wants to live in harmony with him? Squeak! 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 A group of golden monkeys squeaked, then lined up in a long line and walked away into the distance. The golden monkey walking at the end patted the ground gently, and then followed the team. He looked back at Song Yan every 3 steps. The latter scratched his head and had a strange idea in his mind. Could it be that this group of golden monkeys are taking me somewhere? The idea came to Song Yan's mind and he almost suffocated it. But now these golden monkeys had no intention of hurting him, so he might as well go over and take a look. Thinking of this, Song Yan quickly stood up and followed the last golden monkey. At the same time, a batch of steel bars were loaded onto a truck and transported to the south gate of Baozu town. That's great. This batch of steel bars arrived just in time. Sun Tzu looked at the truckload of steel bars in disbelief. It was impossible to make a whole truckload of steel bars in just one morning. But now, there was a whole car right in front of him. A rough estimate is that it is at least 1 ton, which is enough to reinforce the city wall. "Ha ha, Captain Sun, is our city wall almost finished?" After practicing the 13 panlong swords that he had learned in the morning, Lu Qi put the swords behind his back and continued what Sun Tzu was saying. "Not yet, but it will be soon. In another 5 days, we can definitely do it." Sun Tzu was not exaggerating. The current construction team has a total of 80 people, and the number is increasing every day. He believed that the solid city wall could be built in no more than 5 days. By then, the real South City Gate that Captain Song mentioned might really be realized, and the people of Wutong will be much safer in the base. "That's great. I don't know when Captain Song will be back." Lu Qi looked towards the forest in the distance, then shook his head and took out the steel knife from behind again. The 13 panlong swords were used again. Chapter 46, Finding Song Yan. In the forest, a stream is flowing. Song Yan followed this group of little monkeys wandering around the forest for 2 days, and he just figured it out this morning. It turned out that they didn't want to take him anywhere, but just treated him as the new boss. Surrounded by golden monkeys, Song Yan wakes up every day to find all kinds of fruits around him. This new and strange fruit is less common than in previous lives. It's like a new type of fruit that evolved after the end of the world. Each one is the size of a fist and full of juice. It tastes extremely sweet when you take a bite. Song Yan was very careful. He kept the seeds of these fruits and planned to give them to Mr. Wang to plant when he returned. Squeak! A miserable cry was heard. Song Yan was no longer surprised by this. It meant that the golden monkey had bullied some animals again. And these animals may be stronger than these little monkeys. Thinking of this, Song Yan stuffed the strange fruit in his hand into the storage ring and followed a golden monkey towards the scene of the incident. Baozu Town, in the room of the Love Hotel. Xiao Tongxin's eyes slowly opened, and all the aura in her body was released. The air in the whole room became dry. She looked around in confusion, then quickly got up and went to the supermarket's office. "Xiao Tongxin! You're awake! Sister Qiuyue, where is brother Song Yan? How long have I slept?" Xiao Tongxin's face was full of anxiety. It was hard for her to understand why she fell asleep, but it seemed that her strength had increased a lot. "Don't worry, Captain Song said he's going out for a while and might be back soon." "Where has he been? How many days?" "The forest south of town. It's been 2 days." Fang Qiuyue said cautiously. It was the first time she noticed that Xiao Tongxin was so emotional. "Forest?" Tong Xian's aura surged, and a wave of cold air spread out. Cold. The only feeling Fang Qiuyue could feel was cold. Xiao Tongxin didn't say anything more, turned around and was about to leave, and the former hurriedly said, "Xiao Tongxin, what are you going to do?" "I want to go find brother Song Yan. He's in there. It's too dangerous. But we have to believe in him and wait for him to come back. What if you go and don't come back?" "I can." The snow-white hair behind little Tong Xian danced wildly, just like snow, so holy. In her opinion, her strength has improved a lot, and she should be able to help Song Yen. Let's wait a little longer. If he doesn't come back in 2 days, we'll go find him together. Fan Chuyue suppressed the chill and walked over slowly. She reached out and held little Tong Xian in her arms. Tong Xian was stunned for a moment, then she realized that her energy was somewhat out of control, so she quickly restrained her breath. Soon, the temperature in the room gradually returned to normal. Plop! A huge bison fell to the ground. Song Yen was gasping for breath, with a satisfied smile on his face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the silver raging bison, and you will be rewarded with 300 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading, the current level is silver 3. In 5 days he had used up all the hot weapons in his backpack. Of course, every bullet was not wasted, and every bullet shell provided Song Yen with a bit of experience. Host Song Yen. Level silver 3. Strength 55. Speed 128. Constitution 24. Spirit 24. Free attribute points 0. Talent, double speed. Skills, none. Weapons / horse, sword. Experience, 77 out of 3000. Oh my god, to reach the silver level, you need 3000 experience points. If it's the gold level, wouldn't it be tens of thousands? Song Yen cut off the bison's horns, put them into the storage space, and smiled at the golden monkey beside him. Squeak! The little monkey seemed a little excited. It jumped and grabbed a bright red wild grass next to the bison's corpse. What's this? Song Yen frowned slightly. What was this weed? Even with his 3 years of experience in the apocalypse, he couldn't recognize it. Squeak! Give me? Song Yen grabbed the wild grass in his hand. He understood what the little monkey meant. It wanted him to eat it. But, can this be eaten? Song Yen looked at the grass, confirmed it again and again, and then ate it with his eyes closed. A continuous feeling of warmth slowly rose in Song Yan's body. The feeling was very comfortable, not too hot, but not too warm to make people fall asleep. This is a powerful heat. Ding! Experience point increased by 1. Song Yen had just stood up when he was stunned. A strange sound came to his ears. Ding! Experience point increased by 1. About a minute later, the sound rang again, and he quickly opened the system interface to check. Sure enough, my experience points really increased by 2 points. Oh my god, what is this thing? It's so magical! Song Yen felt a little emotional. He actually ate such a magical thing without leaving any seeds or anything like that. He squatted down and carefully studied this unusual piece of land, but still found nothing unusual. Squeak! The little monkey pulled out a piece of red weed from somewhere. Song Yen was stunned. It seemed like this thing was free? He did not take this plant, but put it into his storage ring. Wouldn't it be great if this thing could be mass-produced? Anything else? Squeak, squeak, squeak! The little monkey shook his head, then grabbed a vine and swung towards a place not far away. Song Yen looked at the little monkey leaving and felt a little self-mockery in his heart. Yes, how could there be such a large number of such a heaven-defying thing? Ding! Experience point increased by 1. Brother Song Yen! Captain Song! When Song Yen heard the voice, he was stunned. Why did this voice sound so familiar? He hurried towards the direction of the sound. Are you sure it's okay for us to do this, Sister Chuyue? If we don't use this method now, how can we be sure that we can still find Captain Song? Besides, Captain Song said he would come back, but he hasn't come back yet. Fan Chuyue glanced around and continued. Besides, since he is already here, I think we can find him. Okay then. I'll listen to you. Tong Xian nodded as if she understood, and then continued to shout. Brother Song Yen! Captain Song! Rustle. Visibility in the forest was already low, and when they heard the sound, the two girls quickly moved together. Rustle. Where is that thing? Sister Chuyue, please don't be so timid, let me take a look. Little Tongshin protected Fan Chuyue behind him and looked at the bushes in front of him with a nervous look on his face. No, I'm your sister, I should be the one protecting you. Fang Chuyue also stepped forward at the same time. After all, she was an evolver, so how could she hide behind? Without hesitation, he quickly walked in front of Xiao Tongxin. Base. Squeak! A little monkey with golden fur ran out from the bushes. It first looked at the two women curiously, and then screamed. Chapter 47 Military Expansion, First Echelon. Where did this little monkey come from? Wait, don't kill it yet, it looks kind of cute. Tong Xian quickly reached out to stop Fang Chuyue, who was about to shoot, and begged with her eyes eagerly. After all, this golden monkey is not very old, but there is a lively look in its eyes. Okay, you win, but be careful, animals can evolve too. Fang Chuyue touched Tong Xian's head, and the latter squatted down and stretched out his little hand to touch the golden monkey's little head. The golden monkey seemed to be frightened and quickly jumped to the side. Squeak! It's so cute, Sister Chuyue, do you think we can keep it in the future? Raising monkeys? Fang Chuyue was a little confused. Although the situation in Baozu town was optimistic now, it did not mean that there was a lot of food, so it seemed that raising pets was not a good idea. Rustle. Not long after, a group of golden monkeys appeared around the two women. Oh? This seems to be a problem. Fang Chuyue was a little nervous. After all, this might be her first time fighting a monkey. Why are there so many? Xiao Tongxin was also a little surprised. She thought there was only one, but she didn't expect so many of them to appear in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, she wasn't very fond of golden monkeys. Squeak! 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 The little monkeys were all grimacing in anger, while the two girls stood back to back, confronting the golden monkeys. Fang Chuyue held the pistol tightly in her hand, with a hint of panic in her tone. Xiao Tongxin, I'm going to shoot. Open it, open it! These little monkeys are so annoying! Bang! A gunshot rang out. The golden monkeys seemed to be frightened and fled in all directions. Sister Chuyue, did you hit the monkey? No, I just fired a shot into the sky, but fortunately, they finally left. Fang Chuyue felt a little relieved as she watched the golden monkeys fleeing in all directions. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if they had not been driven away. Brother Song Yan! Captain Song! Rustle. There was a noise in the bushes again, and the two women immediately became nervous. Squeak! Xiao Tongxin and Fang Chuyue looked at each other, and they saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Again? No way? Okay, I get it. I'll avenge you. Song Yan touched the little golden monkey on his shoulder. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he could tell from its cry that it was a form of grievance. Squeak! Brother Song Yan? Are you here? Little Tong Xian looked at Song Yan, who was covered in weeds, with a look of surprise on her face. Xiao Tongxin? Chuyue? Why are you here? Song Yan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that he would meet the two of them in the forest. In other words, why did the two of them appear in the forest? Captain Song, this is a long story. Do you know how many days you have been here? Song Yan shook his head and said uncertainly. 5 days? That's right. It's been 5 days. The people in Wutong miss you very much. Shall we go back? Fang Chuyue felt a little sad. This matter was really hard to justify. Going away but not knowing when to return. Song Yan thought about it and decided to go back with Fang Chuyue and the others. He touched the little monkey on his shoulder. Xiao Jin, you can stay here. I live in the north of the forest. We'll meet again someday. He placed the golden monkey between the branches and let it swing away along the vines. Then, he followed the two women and walked towards the base. Along the way, Fang Chuyue told Song Yan a lot of things about the base, and Song Yan kept sighing about the changes in the base. The defensive wall has been built, and a successful building constructed of reinforced concrete still stands at the south gate of Baozu town. Wang Xuexing and his men have successfully cultivated the first batch of rice straw seedlings, and it is estimated that fruits will grow in 3 months. Thanks to the efforts of the cleaning team and the shooting team, half of the entire Baozu town was successfully designated as a safe zone. No zombies will appear in this area anymore. Song Yan followed behind the two women, with a look of anticipation in his eyes. He hadn't heard of these things for a long time. Squeak! Just as everyone was about to leave the forest, a golden monkey stood at the edge of the forest and looked at Song Yan and others anxiously. Song Yan was a little surprised. He thought the little monkey would understand him, but he didn't expect it to catch up with him again. However, something unexpected happened again. Squeak! 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 Behind the little golden monkey were groups of golden monkeys, all of them squeaking and shouting at Song Yan. Song Yan was somewhat moved. He waved towards the group of golden monkeys as a farewell. The little monkeys had no choice but to accept the reality that their umbrella of protection was about to leave them. Brother Song Yan, these little monkeys seem to like you very much. Little Tong Xian looked at the little monkey not far away. She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the little monkey was so human-like. Captain Song, we can come back later. These monkeys won't get lost, right? Fan Chuyue saw that Song Yan was quite sad, so she tried to comfort him. No, they won't get lost. They might be waiting for me in this forest. Song Yan nodded, turned his back to the two women, and walked forward with big strides. In the evening, Song Yan sat in the office of Century's supermarket. He carefully looked through what had happened in the past 5 days. The most obvious thing is the population. The population of Wutong Base has been rising steadily since the first day the cleaning team appeared. Now that half of the base has been cleared, the population has reached nearly 1,000. Nearly 1,000 people, for Song Yan, mean more than just 1,000 working laborers. They also represent 1,000 mouths to feed. This is for eating. Captain Song, here is the food reserve information for half of the town. If we collect all of this, it should be enough for us to survive for a long time. After listening to Fan Chuyue's estimation, Song Yan felt a little relieved. He never thought that his Wutong would grow to this point one day. With a cleaning team of 100 evolvers and talents in various fields, why worry about the development of such a base? For a moment, a sense of heroism rose in Song Yan's heart. I have been reborn from the end of the world, and at this stage, no one should be able to match my skills. Starting tomorrow, we're going to expand our army. I want the cleanup team to reach 500 people. Song Yan pondered for a moment, then expressed his thoughts. The expansion of the military cannot be delayed any longer. Under the current circumstances, it is better to take precautionary measures. Fan Chuyue nodded. He thought for a moment, and asked his doubts again. Why expand the army? Haven't we always taken the route of elite troops? The elite soldiers are the cleanup team. We are forming a militia of 400 people. The name is Wutong First Echelon. Chapter 48 Master Pei Honkai. The First Echelon? Song Yan nodded. The main development direction of this team is to rely on the advantage of numbers. In fact, he already had plans for the end of the world in his heart, and this first echelon was just the beginning. By the way, have you found any talent in biological research? Song Yan suddenly remembered something and asked quickly. These few days in the forest, Song Yan's sign-in rewards basically gave him some drawings, recipes, etc. There is no real thing. Here, the people on this piece of paper should all be talented in biology. Fan Chuyue did not hesitate and pulled out a list of names from the file, which was filled with some people's personal information. Song Yan took the list and crossed out each person's name with his index finger. Halfway through, he stopped. Right in front of the index finger, there is a name, Pei Honkai. When he saw this name, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. This person was simply the savior of that year. Almost everyone living in the end times would mention his name. Pei Honkai, the master of evolutionary studies in the last century. Chuyue, where is this person now? I should be staying in the small hotel next door. What's the matter? Song Yan's mouth twitched. Of course there was something wrong, and it was not a small matter. There was a kind look in his eyes, and he said softly, Find someone to invite him over, and be polite. 207, second floor, Lihua Hotel. Professor Pei, do you think we have any hope if we follow this team? I heard there is a military base next door. A young man in a white robe sat in the room and spoke to another old man. The old man shook his head and said, Let's take it one step at a time. In today's world, As long as someone can give me a job to make a living, I'm willing to stay. Boom, boom, boom. A man with a steel knife stood outside the door. He said respectfully, "Excuse me, is Mr. Pei here? Professor, are Lu Jichion's people here?" The young man looked terrified. He couldn't imagine that the group of people who were trying to steal food would come at this time. Is there still any law? The old man shook his head and sighed. Xiao Su, no matter who it is, be polite when talking to them. Last time, because of this incident, the young man named Su was impulsive and got beaten up. The young man named Su Pin is the old professor's assistant, and also a hot-blooded college student. Otherwise, he would not contradict others. Nu! Su Pin came to the door and carefully opened it a crack. He looked at the person outside the door nervously and asked, "Who are you?" Then, his eyes fell on the steel knife behind the man, and his eyes lit up. "I'm Shui Yiming from the second team of the cleaning team. I'm under Captain Shin. I want to see Professor Pei." Shui Yiming's chin was covered with blue stubble, and he spoke in a stern and imposing tone. Hearing this, Su Pin no longer had any doubts in his heart. He nodded quickly and then shouted into the room. "Professor Pei, the higher-ups want to see you, so I know we won't be hidden away." "Okay, I get it. Let him wait for 2 minutes." A voice came from the room, and Shui Yiming at the door looked confused. Su Pin quickly explained. "Professor Pei is a very clean person, so he needs to clean up." "How did you get the wound on your face?" Shui Yiming nodded. He noticed the scars on Su Pin's face and couldn't help but ask. "It's okay, it's just a minor problem. We were beaten yesterday and our food was stolen." Su Pin was a little reserved. He was really embarrassed to talk about such things. After all, he was the one being beaten. Just as the two were chatting, the door of room 203 opened and 3 figures walked out. They all looked ferocious. The one walking in the middle had a lot of fat on his face, looking murderous. Shui Yiming cast his eyes on the 3 people, who then knocked on the doors one by one and shouted to the people inside. "Tonight, everyone will hand in a steamed bun. If anyone dares to say no, don't force us to do it." Although the doors of each room were not open, their voices could be heard clearly throughout the entire second floor. "Hey, isn't this a college student? Su Pin, I'll give you 3 steamed buns today, do you hear me?" The fat man in the lead noticed Su Pin standing at the door and quickly said with a smile. Shui Yiming was a little confused. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen in this base. He calculated the time and thought it should be enough to handle it, so he turned around and said to the 3 people. "This is the residential area of Wutong Base. Stealing food is a challenge to the dignity of our Wutong." The 3 of them then noticed that there was a cleaning team member who was either tall nor short, either fat nor thin, standing at Su Pin's door. "Ha ha 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 ha, Brother Chang, look at him, is he serious? I am dying of laughter. This little brat dares to challenge us? Rob the food? We are hungry, can't we ask others for 2 steamed buns?" These 3 men exuded murderous aura and looked like thugs who had killed people before. At this moment, they were looking at Shui Yiming with disdain. In their opinion, he was just an ordinary cleaning team member. He could defeat zombies, but he might not be able to defeat the 3 brothers. "Oh? Are you challenging the authority of our Captain Song?" Shui Yiming looked at the 3 people with a half-smile on his face. In their eyes, it seemed that there was really nothing that could restrain them. "Captain Song? Ha ha ha, come on, I haven't even seen this person. Are you just bragging? Indeed, I've heard you talk about this guy so many times, but I've never really seen how powerful he is. Captain Song, the honest Captain Song, is he dead? Didn't they say he died in the forest?" The 3 of them looked sarcastic. Others knew how powerful Song Yan was, but they were different. They had only been here for 3 days. "I haven't even seen the shadow of Song Yan, and you're talking to me about Captain Song? Sorry, I haven't heard of it." Shui Yiming's eyes turned slightly colder, and he asked word by word. "You deserve to die for insulting Captain Song. You know, Song Yan is an indelible presence in the hearts of every member of the cleaning team." He took out the steel knife behind him, and then chopped it down on his head. Sizzle! Lu Jiqian, who was walking in front, had his head chopped off and fell to the ground with lifeless eyes. Fuck, he actually killed Brother Chang? The two people behind him were horrified. They didn't expect that their brother Chang could be killed with just one knife. Run! Swoosh! Swoosh! After 2 more slashes, Shui Yiming calmly retracted the knife and said to the stunned Su Pin, "Don't be afraid, we're just killing a few useless bastards. Do you want to join the cleanup team? Captain Song said they're going to expand the army soon." "Ah? Expanding the army, is that true? I will definitely go." Su Pin came back to his senses from his daze, a surprised smile on his face. "Ahem, let's go, what's going on outside?" Professor Pei walked out of the room and looked at the bodies of Lu Jiqiang and others, and asked in confusion. "It's okay, Professor, they were killing each other." Chapter 49, Recruiting. In the office, Pei Honkai, dressed in a suit, looked at Song Yen in front of him with a reserved expression. He didn't expect that Song Yen, who was called the leader, was so young. "Mr. Pei, your presence has brought honor to my humble abode." "Ha ha ha, don't be so polite. The world has changed now. My previous title of professor is no longer valid." Pei Honkai smiled self-deprecatingly, revealing a row of fairly neat teeth. "How could that be? Professor Pei, your research has benefited the entire world. Who dares to say that your influence is gone?" "I, Song Yen, would be the first to object." "Ha ha ha, young man, how can you talk so well?" Seeing Pei Honkai's face glowing with praise, Song Yen couldn't help but laugh too, and said to himself, "This is a good opportunity." In the memory of the previous life, Professor Pei would often repay kindness with gratitude, and this was also one of Song Yan's plans. "Professor Pei, are you interested in coming to my Wudong base and working here?" Song Yen saw that the time was ripe and carefully brought up the matter. The latter frowned, as if he had known for a long time that the former had other intentions, but he was also quite pleased with such praise. "If Commander Song is willing to take me in, I am willing to make some contributions to the Wudong base." "Great! Professor Pei can take office today. A genetic research institute will be built at our Wudong base, and the entire building will be yours." "Gene Research Institute?" Pei Honkai had a puzzled look on his face. He originally thought that he would stay just to do some labor or something, but he didn't expect that Song Yen would actually let him do his old job. "Of course. In addition, please take a look at these 2 recipes. If there is no problem, we will recruit assistants for you now." Song Yen slapped 2 formulas on the table. One was an optimized version of the inferior gene-enhancing serum, and the other was the physical enhancing serum drawn in the forest. Physical strengthening serum breeds strong cortical cells and can improve some physical attributes. The effect is similar to genetic enhancement, but the direction of help is very different. Pei Honkai, who was sitting in his seat, picked up the recipe. As he read the recipe, the shock in his heart became more and more intense. "It's unbelievable. There really is such a strengthening method in this world?" There was a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. If this kind of enhanced serum could be made, human genes would be rewritten? "How about it, Professor Pei, can the serum on this recipe be made?" "It can be done, but it requires equipment. I'm more curious about where you got it from." Pei Honkai nodded rapidly. The ingredients on this recipe were easy to put together and simple to understand. The only thing he didn't understand was the origin of this recipe. If Song Yen wrote it alone, then he should have the ability to make this configuration. "I got this formula by accident in an underground research institute. All the people in their institute turned into zombies, and only these data were left." Regarding the origin of the recipe, Song Yen made up a random excuse. It was impossible for him to say that he obtained it by signing into the system, right? "Do you still remember the name of the institute?" Pei Honkai was a little nervous. If he was to apply other people's intellectual achievements, he couldn't do such a thing, and it even went against his original intention. "I have no impression of it. Our top priority should be to research it as soon as possible and benefit the people in our Wudong base." Song Yen looked at Pei Honkai and said seriously. The latter looked at Song Yen and silently accepted this fact in his heart. "Yes, isn't it enough to be able to benefit mankind?" He nodded and looked at Song Yen sincerely. "As long as you give me the equipment, I am confident that I can figure it out within a month." "Okay. As for the instruments, just make a list and give it to Fang Qiuyue, and they will send someone to find them." After the discussion was over, Song Yen took Pei Honghai out of the office. After arranging the latter in a separate room, Song Yen returned to his own room. The next morning, Song Yen came to the back street. This street is called Taming Street. Judging from the height of the surrounding buildings, this street may not have been very prosperous in the past. Song Yen came to the corner of the street. Behind Kangming Street were the 200 acres of fertile land of the Wutong base. A deep ditch was filled with gurgling spring water. The high ridges at the edge of the field divide the entire field into small pieces of equal size, which look like chocolate from a distance. There were scattered people busy working in the fields, and a figure wearing a straw hat was planting rice seedlings. When Song Yen saw him, he couldn't help but show respect in his eyes. "Mr. Wang! Captain Song? Why are you here?" The latter finished planting the seedlings in his hand and then looked up. When he saw it was Song Yen, he smiled quickly, revealing a row of white teeth. "I came to see you and give you some seeds." Song Yen quickly walked up to Wang Shuixing and spread out the seeds in his hand. "What kind of seed is this, and how did it grow like this?" Looking at the strange seeds in Song Yen's hand, Wang Shuixing couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He was not well educated, so it was normal that he could not recognize this kind of seed. Song Yen reached into his trouser pocket with his other hand, took out a fruit, and explained with a smile. "This is the fruit of this seed. This fruit is similar in shape to an apple, but tastes sweeter than an apple." Wang Shuixing looked at the fruit in Song Yan's hand and was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "Where did this thing grow?" He looked at the brown apple, and a trace of doubt suddenly arose in his heart. "Out there in the forest, on that tree over there are these fruits. Maybe we can use this to create a kind of graft?" The smile on Song Yan's face froze, and then his expression changed drastically. Is this the true strength of a legendary figure? Why didn't he think of it? It's possible to graft? "Captain Song? Do you have any questions? If not, I can start researching this thing today." No, you can research as much as you want. I'm happy to wait for the results." Song Yen nodded, then left the seeds and fruits to Wang Shuixing, and then took out a red weed from the storage ring. He instructed the latter to propagate this grass if possible. After saying goodbye to Wang Shuixing, Song Yen came to Baiyang Square in the center of the town, which had been cleared and was used as a training ground. The area within a radius of 4,000 kilometers is already bustling with people at this time. "Everyone line up one by one. If you want to join the first echelon, line up properly." The expression on Chen Hu's face was a bit anxious, and he shouted at the long dragon in front of him. For a moment, the entire long dragon fell silent. "You're busy, Captain Chen? How's the recruitment going?" Song Yen walked through the crowd and headed towards the desk. "Captain Song, I don't think we can find 500 people, so we should have around 200. When Chen Hu saw that it was Song Yen, he quickly stood up and reported truthfully. Although there are nearly 1,000 people in the base, the number of people who want to join the first echelon of Wutong is far from the target. Chapter 50, A Private Visit. "More than 200? Song Yen glanced at the long queue behind him, feeling a little confused, and then he understood. These people may have concerns about safety? Ahem. Song Yen cleared his throat, stood in front of everyone, and said to everyone, "Don't worry, joining Wutong base will definitely give you the best benefits." Song Yen's words caused a lot of discussion among the crowd. Who is this guy? Why is he standing next to Captain Chen? It seems like this Wutong base belongs to his family. Really? You're such a grown-up, can you please queue up properly? You said it as if it were true. If I hadn't heard that I could become an evolver, I wouldn't have wanted to come. Chen Hu was a little embarrassed. He looked at Song Yen standing in front of the crowd and quickly reminded him in a low voice. Captain Song, they don't seem to know you yet. Ha 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 ha, it's okay. If you have any questions, feel free to ask our staff. It's the same if you asked me. Song Yen didn't care at all. He just stood straight in front of the desk and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. No, who do you think you are? Are you here to cause trouble? A young man with a crew cut walked out from the crowd, his face looking quite serious. He was the next person who should be tested. His name was Han Bin, but he didn't expect Song Yen to intervene and interrupt the test. Oh? You don't know me? Song Yan smiled slightly, and then he asked the people behind him. Don't you know me? Han Bin was speechless. How could there be such a person? He was looking for something to talk about when he had nothing to say. He was looking for a sense of existence when he had no sense of existence. Who knows you? Who are you? Really? You're blocking the door and preventing us from recruiting soldiers? Can you please stop standing here like an idiot? Don't you have a place to sleep? Everyone was also very angry. This man suddenly appeared without saying anything and interrupted the conscription activities, which made them really anxious. Song Yan nodded and said to everyone, Everyone, I have something to tell you. If you choose Wudong, then Wudong will definitely not treat you unfairly. We are always and always will be one. After saying that, Song Yan patted Shen Hu on the shoulder and walked away, leaving everyone with a calm figure. Who is this person? Is there something wrong with him? He is really good at pretending. Indeed, daydreaming in broad daylight? You speak like a leader. Do you really think you are a leader? Pa, why don't you look in the mirror and see how much you weigh? Shen Hu's face became more and more gloomy. He stood up with a dark face and shouted at everyone. Don't you know who he is? Does Song Yan know him? Song Yan? Everyone's voices suddenly stopped. They could not imagine that the ordinary figure just now was actually the only leader of the base. Okay, everyone, line up here and get ready to register. Shen Hu looked at this group of people and couldn't help but feel angry. Everyone watched the figure gradually disappear, and the expressions on their faces were full of sighs. They didn't expect that they would actually scold the leader today. Han Bin's face looked even weirder. He had just pointed at Song Yan's nose and cursed him. Now he felt a little scared when he thought about it. If the latter gets angry, won't I die without knowing how I died? Song Yan followed Fang Qiuyue's instructions and came to the newly built shooting range. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by Fan Bing's voice. Damn it, wasting 1 out of 10 bullets? You dare to waste it, don't you know what time it is now? I know, I was wrong, Captain. A short boy was carrying a rifle in his hand with a guilty look on his face. Captain Fan, how is the shooting team training going? A smile appeared on Song Yan's face. Fan Bing was actually so serious. This kind of thing was definitely rare. Boss? Why are you here? Damn, I just brought out a few guys with good marksmanship, and now they start to fail me. As Fan Bing spoke, he pointed at the boy who was lowering his head and touching his gun, with a look of disappointment on his face. Are these people going to be brought over to guide the first echelon? Song Yan looked behind Fan Bing and saw 7 soldiers in total, each of them holding a sniper rifle of his own. Fan Bing nodded, pointed at the boy in front of him and said, This kid is a natural shooter and has the best eagle eye abilities, but he doesn't practice hard. Song Yan was a little surprised. He looked up and down at the boy that Fan Bing mentioned. He had a standard square face and a sharp look in his eyes. Captain, I know I was wrong. I will never miss the target next time. The boy's head, which had just been raised, lowered again, and his expression became even more embarrassed. May I have your name? Song Yan saw the boy fiddling with his hands, which was insignificant. He was shocked and asked quickly. Commander Song, my name is Xiang Huangrong, and I'm 19 years old. Okay, no one's asking about your age, go and practice shooting. If I see you miss your target again, you'll be in trouble. Fan Bing had a look of disgust on his face. This was the only thing this kid said that was true. Everyone who knew him knew that he was 19 years old. Wait a minute, were you just adjusting the crosshairs? Song Yan watched the boy leave and quickly asked about the doubts in his mind. After all, this method of adjusting the crosshairs is not common. Even Fan Bing, who calls himself a military fan, is not proficient in it. Song Yan really can't believe that a boy who is not even 20 years old can do it. The boy was stunned for a moment, then turned his head quickly and said with an embarrassed look, I don't know, I just think I can shoot more accurately this way. Nonsense, you dare to break the scope, don't you want to practice shooting? Fan Bing, who was standing nearby, finally understood that there was a reason why Xiang Guangrong couldn't shoot accurately before, and that reason was that he had tampered with the crosshairs without permission. For a moment, he was furious. Fan Bing, don't get angry first, just look at what this kid says. Song Yan patted the boy's shoulder and looked up to give him an encouraging look. Xiang Guangrong was stunned for a moment, then stopped and explained with the gun in his hand. I thought my gun was crooked, so I readjusted the sight to find the right angle to make it fit this angle. Nonsense, does this explain why you missed the first bullet? As Fan Bing was talking, he suddenly froze. The first shot hit the hole, and every shot after that hit the target. I'm sorry, Captain. I let you down. I won't do that again next time. Xiang Guangrong felt a little sorry when he saw Fan Bing so angry, so he quickly bowed his head to apologize. The latter glanced at Song Yan, who was smiling, and continued. Show me your gun! Song Yan nodded. Fan Bing has grown a lot in recent days, from a stubborn boy to a qualified captain. Clang! Fan Bing held the sniper rifle and twisted it gently. The next second, the sniper rifle turned into a pile of parts. He lifted the barrel of the gun, and his eyes widened. Chapter 51, Little Tong Xian's Strength. After a long while, Fan Bing finally managed to utter, The barrel is indeed a little crooked. It's my fault. Xiang Guangrong felt a little embarrassed, but what the former said was indeed true. There was something wrong with the barrel of his gun, which is why he had to twist the sight. Song Yan nodded and said to everyone, The next step is to train the troops and strive to make the team have a certain degree of fit before the disaster strikes. Don't worry, boss. Anyone I'd bring out will definitely be very courageous. Fan Bing winked at Song Yan with a determined look on his face. Song Yan inspected everything around the base and then went to the office. You're back. Is everything going well? Fan Chuyue was flipping through the documents and knew who had walked into the office without even raising her head. Everything has basically been explained clearly. I think I can relax for the next 2 days. Song Yan found a chair and sat down, then picked up the documents on the desk. What was organized above was a plan for the development of the base. He became interested at first glance, and the content was basically consistent with what he had imagined. The construction team, the production team, the cleaning team, the shooting team, and the first echelon that has not yet been established. Relax, you've been tired for so many days. Also, what exactly is the future disaster? Fan Chuyue stretched, revealing her beautiful figure, and asked lazily. Song Yan picked up a pen and started to revise the entire plan. As he did so, he whispered, Future disasters are not important. What's important is that we should be prepared for danger in times of peace. Fan Chuyue frowned. This was still a long way off for her. Bang! It's fixed. Do you think there's anything else you need to add? Song Yan handed the revised plan to Fan Chuyue with a satisfied smile on his face. The latter was a little confused, so he opened the plan and read it carefully. Although the content has some shortcomings, it does not require so many revisions. As soon as I opened it, what caught my eye was the traces of large-scale revisions. So much? Fan Chuyue was a little shocked. The above content revisions were completely optimized. Not even one of the corrections was wrong. Song Yan looked at the latter's appearance, shook his head with some heartache, and then said, If you can't handle it alone, find 2 assistants and let them share some of the work for you. Song Yan walked out of the office and became the most idle person in the entire base. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Brother Song Yan, I have a question for you. Little Tong Xian ran over excitedly with a bag of potato chips in her arms. She had just come out of the supermarket warehouse when she saw Song Yan. What's the problem? My ability seems to have evolved, but I feel like it's starting to become something else. As Tong Xian explained, she put a potato chip into her mouth, making a crunching sound. Other abilities, why do you say that? Song Yan was a little confused. According to experience, abilities would only become stronger through awakening. He had never heard of anything like transformation into other abilities. Okay, use your strength and attack me. The two came to an open space, and Song Yan stood 5 meters away from Tong Xian. Xiao Tongxi nodded, and then said hesitantly, Brother Song Yan, you have to be careful. Song Yan nodded calmly. He had known about Xiao Tongxin's abilities for a long time, and was sure that there would be no accidents. Buzz! A snow-white beam of light fell from the sky and struck Song Yan's head. A cold breath suddenly enveloped Song Yan's body. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Xiao Tongxin's ability could be used in this way. It was simply impossible to guard against. Who could have imagined a beam of light falling from the sky? After feeling the power of this beam of light, Song Yan waved his hand to disperse it. If Xiao Tongxin is measured by the strength standard of an ordinary evolver, the latter's strength is at least enough to fight 10 people at the same time. Thinking of this, Song Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. With the help of the system, his strength has just reached 2 or 3 times that of his peers. Little Tong Xian can reach this level through the awakening of her abilities. She is truly envied by God and people. Brother Song Yan, there's also this! The little girl Xian Jiao shouted, and then a snow-white light enveloped her body. In the blink of an eye, the white light dissipated, and a snow-white armor emerged. The patterns on the armor are delicate and shimmer faintly in the sun. Song Yan's pupils shrank. The young girl in front of him seemed to have become a different person. She was as holy as a snow mountain lotus and extremely proud. Song Yan could even see a hint of the Frost Lord in it. Brother Song Yan, how about this? I think this armor is very beautiful. Yeah, next time you encounter danger, you must show your armor first. Song Yan nodded. Although this armor looked flashy, it actually had amazing defensive power. Little Tong Xian waved his hand, and his armor dissipated into the air, drifting away and melting like snowflakes. Oh yes, there is also this move. This move is the most powerful. As soon as Tong Xian walked in front of Song Yan, she remembered her new trick. She waved her hand, and a snow-white tornado appeared again behind her, growing from small to large. In the blink of an eye, he was taller than her. As Song Yan looked at the increasingly cold tornado, he gained a certain understanding of Xiao Tongxin's strength. At the very least, it is at the peak of the bronze level. How long has it been? It's not even been a month since the apocalypse, and Xiao Tong Xian has become so powerful. Is she leaving any chance for others to survive? With a loud bang, a snow-white tornado, more than 2 meters high, blew out like a tornado that destroyed everything in its path. The debris on the street was blown up and flew more than 10 meters in the direction of the tornado. One can imagine how spectacular it would be if such power were used on zombies. Little Tong Xian took the potato chips in her hand, took out a piece and put it in her mouth, crunching. Let's go hang out somewhere else and check that they're not slacking off. Song Yan suddenly thought of something, took Tong Xian's hand, and walked towards a place not far away. In the Xia Shan city base, Meng Chongqun felt the indestructible power all over his body and a smile appeared on his face. I never thought that this end of the world would become like heaven. He has now become the second evolver in the base, the first being Dong Liang. The latter was standing behind Meng Chongqun at this time, and said firmly, Commander, I think it's time for us to take back our own territory. Before, because the zombies were too dense, the supply collection team's search direction was often in sparsely populated areas. Now, if they can evolve comprehensively, the zombies will no longer be their opponent. Captain Dong, distribute the evolution crystals we collected this time, and try to get an evolution army of 100 people. Yes. Chapter 52 5 days later. At the same time, in front of the supermarket. There were nearly 30 people standing there, each holding a standard steel knife in their hands, flashing a sharp light in the sun. The first move, ascend the dragon gate. Guahaoyu raised the steel knife in his hand, shouted loudly, and then used his moves. The cleaning team members in front of him also followed the example of the former, practicing every move. The second move, 2 dragons going out to sea. A voice sounded, Guahaoyu did not move, and the team members present were also stunned for a moment, and they all looked towards the source of the voice. A young man with short, neat hair and a pair of bright eyes. Commander Song! Everyone shouted loudly, and the noise was quite loud. Guahaoyu was surprised. Boss, why are you here? Song Yan waved his hand, then stepped forward to take Guahaoyu's knife, and explained to everyone. This Panlong 13 swords emphasizes the combination of coiling and being one with the other. It can be used for both attack and defense, and can be used to advance and retreat freely. After saying that, he swung out a knife flower and then slashed with the knife. Swish! The speed is amazing. If this sword technique is skillful in Guohaoyu's hands, then in Song Yan's hands it is perfect. All the credit for this should be attributed to the system. When Song Yan obtained this book of swordsmanship, he had already evolved it thousands of times in his mind and was very familiar with it. He waved the steel knife, and the steel knife in his hand was like a swimming dragon, able to do anything, whether in heaven or on earth. Everyone looked at the knife and at Song Yan, and the admiration in their eyes was revealed again. Fuck, this sword technique is simply amazing! Commander Song is really awesome. Even his sword skills are so amazing. It's so cool. I have decided. I will start practicing in seclusion from tomorrow. I must learn sword skills as good as the commanders. After Song Yan finished his sword skills, he put away his sword and stood up, his face meticulous. From today on, I will teach you to practice the Panlong sword skills. Every member of the cleaning team must learn it. Yes. There was a hint of irresistibility in the voice, and everyone understood it. Guohaoyu took his steel knife and quickly ran to the team, seriously imitating Song Yan's appearance, and repeating the practice. In his opinion, there was a huge gap between his swordsmanship and Song Yan's, and they could not be said to be on the same level. He still has a big gap to go between him and Song Yan. Brother Song Yan, do I want to learn too? Little Tong Xian was holding a bag of potato chips and looking at everyone with curiosity. She had just come to her senses after being attracted by Song Yan's knife skills. Although this knife technique is very cool, it is not suitable for girls to practice. Song Yan shook his head and said to Tong Xian, No, you can follow the cleanup team to clean up the zombies. You can also get familiar with your abilities at the same time. Tong Xian had no choice but to give up and walk towards the cleaning team with the potato chips. Song Yan watched Xiao Tongxin leave, and quickly glanced in the direction of Guohaoyu and said, Haoyu, it's still 3 teams rotating now, right? Yes, the second team will guard the south gate, the third team will follow the shooting team to clean up the zombies, and the remaining team will practice swordsmanship here. The latter nodded and reported today's situation to Song Yan. Song Yan looked at the people behind him, then looked at Guohaoyu, then took out his saber and said to everyone, Come on, our task today is to practice the Panlong sword technique. In the forest south of Baozu town, a golden monkey was wandering in the forest and suddenly stopped. In front of it is a towering tree. Looking up, it seems as if the entire sky is covered by this tree. Cluck, cluck, cluck! A creepy laugh was heard, and the little monkey jumped up in fright. At the same time, an emerald green vine stretched out and the golden monkey grabbed it instinctively. Only then did it realize that this vine did not seem to be the kind that could be used to swing. Gradually, the vines bent and entangled the golden monkey. Squeak! The little monkey screamed, and dozens of vines appeared around it, wrapping it tightly. Soon, the little monkey died. The vines also stopped curling, leaving only one vine that bound the corpse and slowly stretched out in one direction. From a distance, it looked like an abyss. Chuckle! The ancient tree trembled, and a strange smiling face appeared on its gray-brown bark, as if it was full. But in the forest, there was not a single trace of it. In the next 5 days, Song Yan taught the members of the cleaning team to practice the Panlong sword technique every day. After his dedicated teaching, most of the members could wield it easily and smoothly. The recruitment of the first team was also very smooth. We recruited 300 aspiring young people and they successfully joined the team to kill zombies. The Genetic Research Institute was also successfully built with the joint efforts of nearly 100 construction workers. Xiao Tongxin played a significant role in the cleanup team. Basically, most of the zombies were killed by her. In these 5 days, a total of nearly 100 bronze zombies were eliminated. The cleaning task in Baozu town has been completed by 80%. On the 28th day after the apocalypse, Song Yan sat on the roof of the supermarket, looking at the grayish-white moon in the sky, feeling infinite emotion in his heart. Maybe tomorrow will be a brutal war. In the supermarket, there are all kinds of carnivals. They live here and have long felt that this place is like home. Work from sunrise to sunset every day. There is no need to worry about zombies appearing. The Wutong base is no different from the society of the previous era. Everyone has their own things to do. In this new world, safety is guaranteed, and they can even seek more powerful evolutions. Boss, why are you sitting on the rooftop? Fan Bing was holding a bottle of beer. He had found this thing after searching through all the boxes and drawers. It was very rare. It's okay. I just think that the good days we've had recently have been too comfortable. Song Yan was confused. Today was definitely not a good day, but the people in the base were not nervous yet. This is not a good sign. He stood on the rooftop of the supermarket and looked towards the south gate. There are nearly 100 soldiers on duty there, which is also Wudong's first line of defense. Looking at the flickering flames there, Song Yan felt a little relieved. Comfortable? It seems to be true. I feel like I have returned to the days before the end of the world. Fan Bing took a big gulp of beer and a smile appeared on his face. He has always been indifferent to disasters. After all, this is the end of the world. We should live one day at a time. Why bother making plans for the future all the time? There seems to be a destiny in the dark. A flash of fire suddenly appeared in the sky above the south gate. It was the light of a flare. Song Yan looked at the south gate, his expression suddenly froze, and then he shouted, "Assemble! Emergency assembly!" Fan Bing was also startled, then he drank the beer in his hand in one gulp, rushed into the supermarket and shouted, "Everyone prepare to fight!" Chapter 53, Silver Wolf King. Fortunately, the carnival was not so thorough and everyone is still in good shape. No one hesitated. They took up their weapons, lined up, and followed their captains to rush towards the south gate. Song Yan did not hesitate. He turned on the speed and rushed to the south gate first. As he got closer to the south gate, he could vaguely hear gunshots. His mood also became tense. 2 minutes later, Song Yan finally arrived at the south gate. On a 3-meter-high wall, nearly 100 people were on full alert. "How's it going?" Lu Qi hurried over and said seriously, "It's a pack of wild wolves. There are no less than 200 of them." Song Yan's pupils shrank slightly, and he secretly cursed in his heart. The strength of the wild wolf after evolution is comparable to that of a bronze evolver. It looks like this first wave of battle will involve the use of hot weapons. "Get your guns ready. I'm going to go out first. The cleanup team will be here soon." After Song Yan finished speaking, he rushed out without waiting for Lu Qi to react. "Captain Song! Everyone, get your guns ready!" Lu Qi was somewhat shocked by Song Yan's speed, but there was no way to stop him, so he had to obey. Dozens of machine guns were set up on the 3-meter-high wall, with their muzzles pointed at the pack of wild wolves outside the wall. Ouch! A wolf howl was heard not far away, and the sound revealed a hint of majesty and an unrivaled aura. Song Yan came to the door and saw wild wolves looking at him with scarlet eyes. His eyes were full of murderous intent and signals of brutality. "Kill!" Song Yan raised the saber in his hand and swung out a move to reach the dragon gate. Ouch! A wild wolf howled miserably and died on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze wolf and gaining 10 experience points. The wolves behind showed no fear and pounced towards Song Yan one after another. He did not panic, but used the 13 pan-long swords slowly and steadily, each strike drawing blood and being unstoppable. The soldiers standing on the city wall, looking at the mighty Song Yan below, couldn't help but feel a sense of confidence in their hearts. "Fuck, what kind of killing power is this commander? He's simply a wolf-killing machine! Damn it, I have to practice this sword technique again. Maybe I can be as handsome as the commander in the future. I'm so passionate, I want to jump down and kill together with the commander. Don't jump, or the wolves will eat you till there's not a bone left." Everyone stood on the city wall and felt a sense of admiration. Lu Qi also took advantage of this time to climb up the city wall. He held a machine gun in both hands and looked behind the wolf pack with a serious face. The pack of wolves in front of us is not the key. The most important thing should be the thing behind these wolves. Why did they attract the wolves? The construction of the base seemed to have nothing to do with the forest outside. Ouch! Another wolf howl was heard, and the wolves changed their strategy, surrounding Song Yan in the center. They can actually use strategy? What is behind this group of wolves? Song Yan made a brief guess, then took out a few grenades from his storage ring and threw them at the wolves that were gradually surrounding them. Bang! 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 The alert sounds rang in his ears frantically, which made Song Yen feel instantly relieved, but at the same time, it also caused heavy damage to the wolf pack. Ouch! Wailing sounds were heard, and the ground was filled with seriously injured wolves. Song Yen did not let them go. He raised the big knife in his hand. After all, this war was a life-and-death battle. Puff! Puff! Ouch! The wild wolves were filled with hatred when Song Yen fell, and the figures behind the wild wolves finally could not sit still anymore. It howled angrily, revealing its body in the moonlight, its silver-white fur emitting a shiny glow. For sharp fangs, strong and powerful limbs, and the same cruel scarlet eyes. When people looked at this huge silver wolf, a sense of panic suddenly arose in their hearts. Oh my goodness, what the hell is this? How can there be such a big thing? What on earth is the end of the world? It must be at least 2 meters high, right? Fortunately, the city wall is 3 meters high, otherwise it would have collapsed sooner or later. Isn't this too scary? Song Yen killed a wild wolf, his eyes slightly stern, and the few remaining wolves ran back. He raised his head and looked at the huge silver wolf 100 meters away, and was quite shocked. Is this the reason why Baozu town was captured? The huge silver wolf looked at the wild wolves crawling at its feet, with a hint of ferocity in its eyes. Ouch! Light blades condensed around the silver wolf's body and pierced through the wild wolf in the blink of an eye. Fuck! Why did it kill its own little brother? So cruel? Oh my god, why would you kill your own brother? Who the hell knows, maybe he's not in a good mental state. The silver wolf swallowed the corpses of the wild wolves one by one, and soon swallowed all the wild wolves. The red in its eyes became even more intense. When Song Yen saw this move, he was shocked beyond words. He knew what this was going to do. He turned around and gestured to the people on the city wall, who immediately understood. Rows of black gun barrels stretched out, aiming at the silver wolves 100 meters away. Fire! In an instant, dozens of tongues of fire spewed towards the silver wolf. The bullets tore the silver wolf's skin and flesh apart, and blood gushed out of the small holes, turning its silver-white hair red. Song Yen stared at the blood-red silver wolf, his eyes revealing a solemn look. Sure enough, the bright moonlight sprinkled down and gathered around the silver wolf, and its body was also glowing white. Oops! A trace of panic flashed across Song Yan's eyes, and then he started at double speed. The whole person was like a stream of black light, and in the blink of an eye he came in front of Silver Wolf. He held 2 grenades in his hands and looked at the latter with caution. Ouch! The Silver Wolf stared at Song Yan's hands with his huge eyes. A trace of despair flashed across his face, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. It was originally going to complete its evolution under the moonlight, but it didn't expect to run into such a ruthless person like Song Yen. Not only were all his subordinates killed, but he himself was also covered in wounds. Seeing the dangerous weapon in the man's hand, he was powerless to do anything. Song Yen naturally had no idea what the Silver Wolf was thinking. He only knew that he had to pull the ring of the grenade. Ouch! The Silver Wolf whimpered again, and turned over, revealing its snow-white belly, its eyes full of desire for survival. Song Yen was stunned for a moment. Is this begging for mercy? He was a little surprised. This kind of thing rarely happened in his previous life. There are very few evolved beasts that can be conquered, but those that are conquered are often very loyal. Song Yen took a closer look at the wounded Silver Wolf, and suddenly felt that taking it in might not be a bad thing. How is it? Is the problem serious? On the city wall, Fan Bing wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked everyone. Then, I saw a wonderful scene. Everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. Chapter 54 Wolf Spider Escapes. The Silver Wolf turned over, rubbed Song Yen affectionately, and stretched out its huge tongue to lick the latter's trouser legs. Is this recognition? Song Yen was a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. As a powerful silver evolved beast, it would actually bow to him? This is unbelievable. This was also a shock to Fan Bing and others standing on the city wall. Fuck! The boss is worthy of being the boss. It seems that this wolf has been defeated? Absolutely. Didn't you see it biting Captain Song's trouser legs and wagging its tail? Good fellow, I just said good fellow, After fighting for such a long time, he conquered him? Too strong, Captain Song is awesome! Fan Bing and others stood on the city wall and looked at Song Yen, who was standing not far away, with admiration. In their eyes, the latter could not be more powerful. Song Yen is like a god of war. He raised his hand and touched the Silver Wolf King, who had a flattering look on his face in front of him, and was slightly shocked. This silver-level evolved beast already had the intelligence equivalent to that of a 2- or 3-year-old human child. Ouch! The huge silver wolf rolled happily on the ground, and for a moment the earth shook. Ouch! Ouch! Behind it, the pack of wolves had to bow their heads in submission, lowering their huge wolf heads to Song Yen. Song Yen looked at the wolves in front of him, feeling dazed. He couldn't believe it. He had been preparing for the beast tide for more than 10 days, and this was the result? That's it. Of course it won't be that easy. Rustle. There was a rustling sound in the bushes not far away, and along with the sound came the trembling of the branches and leaves. Song Yen patted the silver wolf, but suddenly found a hint of fear in the latter's eyes, as if there was a monster in the bushes not far away. Ouch! The silver wolf whimpered and ran behind Song Yen with its 5 remaining brothers. 2 huge scarlet wolf eyes stared cautiously at the distance. Hey, why hasn't the boss come back yet? I guess the beast tide is over now. I don't know. Captain Song is standing there motionless. Is there something going on? What are you talking about? With Captain Song here, who dares to show up? Isn't this going to be killed with a single blow? That's right. If Captain Song takes action, who will be the opponent? The people standing on the city wall were naturally not afraid. They had been in the base for so many days and had been influenced by Song Yen. Afraid? Impossible. Hiss! A strange noise was heard, and a huge monster appeared in the bushes. It is 1 meter tall, with 8 thick black limbs covered with sharp spikes, and its body is decorated with fine white hairs, like tiger skin stripes. Song Yen was startled and quickly clenched the steel knife in his hand. He recognized this creature, the evolved wolf spider from the forest. Anyone who has reached this size must be at least at the silver level. He did not dare to neglect it, and was a careful observer. Woo! The silver wolf's fearful voice sounded again, and Song Yen understood in his heart. Although both are silver-level evolved beasts, there are complete differences between wolf spiders and silver wolves. The silver wolf relies purely on its physical strength and its ability to control the elements, but the wolf spider can rely on its 8 tentacles and highly poisonous spider silk. There is absolutely no comparison between the two. Song Yen looked at the huge wolf spider in front of him cautiously, waiting quietly for its movement. Based on his years of combat experience, this wolf spider is definitely a dangerous opponent. What the hell, what is that? Why is it so big? Oh my goodness, is this a spider? How did it get so big? It's so scary. Yeah, who says it isn't? It's such a big thing, it should be easy to eat a person, right? Captain Song, can you do it? This thing seems to have transcended the realm of living things. Fan Bing was a little nervous. After all, this opponent was really terrifying. His size alone was enough to scare most people. He rubbed his hands and looked in the direction of Song Yen. Hiss! The giant wolf spider's body tensed up, and then pale white spider silk spurted out from its dark mouthparts. The silk was as thick as an adult's arm and shot out at an astonishing speed. Song Yen trembled all over and dodged to the side as if it was a conditioned reflex. Swish! The pale spider silk sprayed directly onto a wild wolf, which was directly wrapped up by the spider silk. Ouch! The wolf let out a scream, and was then wrapped in spider silk, making no more sound. At this time, Song Yen did not hesitate. He drew his knife and stepped forward, directly chopping it on the wolf spider's thick thigh. Bite! Sparks flashed, and there was actually a sound of metal colliding. The spider silk was also retracted, and the wrapped wild wolf was completely corrupted in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Another mouthful of spider silk spurted out. Song Yen knew that he must not be touched by the spider silk at all at this moment, otherwise, his fate would not be much better than that of the wild wolf. Thinking of this, I turned on the speed and became as fast as a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the wolf spider. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? How can a single spit melt the wolf? This is too scary. I wonder if the boss can solve it. It's really scary. I was shaking all over just watching it. You have prostatitis. Just stop thinking about beautiful women when you go to sleep. Everyone looked from afar, and their hearts were also lifted up along with Song Yan's. This wolf spider not only looks ferocious, but its methods are also extremely terrifying. At this moment, there was only one man and one spider on the battlefield. Silver Wolf was hiding not far away, observing carefully. When it looked at the wolf spider, there was a hint of fear in its eyes, and the original fear was much less. Ding! 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 Sparks flashed, and Song Yan slashed around the wolf spider, trying to find a weakness. He kept looking for weaknesses while avoiding the erosion of spider silk. There were already 8 or 9 patches of corroded land around the wolf spider, which were sunken and blackened. Where exactly? Song Yan was a little anxious. Half of his speed-up time had already passed, and he had to find the answer within the remaining 20 seconds. Otherwise, with the strength of a wolf spider, the entire Baozi town might not be its match. Ding! 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 Puff! Hearing the voice, Song Yan's eyes lit up. It turned out to be here. The steel knife in his hand, which was about to be bent, cut a huge wound above the wolf spider's mouthparts, and pale green pus and blood immediately spurted out. Hiss! The giant wolf spider trembled, as if the knife had caused great damage to it. It shook a few times, spit out a large ball of spider silk into the sky, and then ran towards the depths of the forest. Song Yan hurriedly chased after it. He couldn't let it escape. If it is not killed, it will definitely be a big problem in the future. The silver wolf also hurriedly followed with his 4 little brothers. They already knew who had the hardest fist, so they naturally couldn't stand on the wrong side. The people on the city wall watched as 1 man, 5 wolves and 1 spider rushed into the forest. They all stared at each other, somewhat at a loss. Chapter 55 Little Gray. Are you kidding me? Why did the boss follow him in? Fan Bing's face was full of disbelief, and he just watched the latter walk into the forest. Brother Song Yan, no, I want to go find him. As she said that, Xiao Tongxin was about to jump off the city wall. Fortunately, there were a few people beside her who stopped her, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing this, Fan Bing was overwhelmed for a moment. He said, My dear aunt, what are you doing down there? Are you going to cause trouble? Who said I was going to cause trouble? I was going to help Brother Song Yan. There was a hint of sadness in the little Tong Xian's eyes. Taking advantage of the people around him not paying attention, he jumped down from the city wall. The long snow-white hair bloomed in the air, and then gathered together, like a nimble little animal, quite spiritual. The movements were so effortless that Fan Bing and others on the city wall were stunned. Where had they seen such a scene before? The city wall is 3 meters high, and there is concrete ground underneath. How can you land easily? Even if he is an ordinary evolver, he can't just jump. But Tong Xian was able to land without any injury. It is definitely not as simple as it seems. Fuck, Xiao Tongxin, when did you become so strong? Fan Bing's face was full of disbelief. He clung to the edge of the city wall and stuck his head down. You are too inexperienced. I am leaving now. We will talk when I come back. Everyone looked at the small figure leaving, looking at each other, feeling somewhat ashamed. Chenhu also had a dark face. Starting tomorrow, the training will be doubled. Lu Qi also nodded. I really need to practice hard, Xiao Tongxin is so strong. Guahaoyu scratched his head and asked Fan Qiuyue, who was sitting beside him supervising the battle. Sister-in-law, what should we do now? There are not many evolved beasts outside the city. To be precise, the only ones attacking are a pack of wolves and a giant wolf spider. But just these are enough to be considered a beast hive. Fan Qiuyue couldn't help blushing when she heard this strange name, but thinking that the situation was urgent, she quickly said, Everyone, return to your respective posts as planned, and the cleaning team will continue cleaning. There was a hint of seriousness in the voice, and the 4 captains nodded one after another. In their hearts, without Song Yan, Fan Qiuyue could completely replace the former. This is not a literal replacement, But it means that the judgment made by the latter is much more correct than that of these rough men who kill zombies. Fan Bing watched the teams being taken away one by one. He hesitated for a moment, then turned to Fang Chuyue. Aren't we going to support the boss? Speaking of this, Fan Bing was very confused. Now that Song Yen is stuck in a quagmire, shouldn't we go to support him? Fan Chuyue's body trembled, but she still said firmly, "We have to trust Captain Song. After all, with our current strength, we can't help him at all, and we can only cause trouble for him." At this time, Fan Bing also lowered his head in shame. "Yes, the strength of myself and the cleaning team is just a little bit, and can't help Song Yen at all. Even when faced with an evolved beast of this level, they didn't know how to deal with it." Guo Yu came over, patted Fan Bing on the shoulder, and smiled at him. "Let's go kill some zombies to vent our anger." The latter's confused eyes suddenly brightened, he took a deep breath, and then nodded. The two hit it off immediately and took their respective team members to rush towards the cleared streets. In the forest, an extremely huge wolf spider was moving around madly, constantly crashing into trees as thick as bowls along the way. Behind it, Song Yen was chasing after it with some comfort. At this time, the wolf spider had begun to regret. It did not expect that since its weakness was exposed, this despicable human could cut the same place every time. This made it extremely painful. It couldn't run away, nor could it not run away. Finally, it chose to stop. As a wolf spider that was like a forest overlord, it had to die with dignity. Hiss! A ball of spider silk flew out, but Song Yen dodged it calmly, raising the steel knife in his hand with a calm expression. Phew! With one knife, the already enlarged wound was cut open, and pale green pus and blood splattered, revealing a huge evolution crystal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the silver poisonous wolf spider and gaining 800 experience points. Boom! The giant wolf spider lost its vitality, and its 8 huge claws could no longer support it. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud noise. Song Yen took a deep breath and took out the evolution crystal stone that was the size of a human head. He did not choose to take it now, but put it into the storage ring. Ouch! The silver wolf came over at this time. He rubbed Song Yen carefully, and then looked at the wolf spider's corpse with its huge wolf head, his eyes full of heat. Song Yen nodded thoughtfully, and the silver wolf rushed to the wolf spider's corpse and began to devour it. Soon, a wolf spider as tall as a man was eaten clean by the silver wolf. Song Yen stood aside and thought. What exactly caused this beast tide? He felt that figuring out the problem was the fundamental way to solve the beast tide. Woo! A wolf howl was heard, and the silver wolf's body began to change. The silver-white hair on its body began to fade, followed by a dark gray color that was half black and half white. There was a sharp light flashing above the huge teeth, and the pair of scarlet wolf eyes disappeared, turning into a deep black. From a distance, it looks like a pool of stagnant water, but it has a hint of liveliness. Compared to before, Song Yen could feel that the silver wolf's aura had become much more restrained, but more stable and powerful. If he were to fight the silver wolf again, it would probably take a lot of effort. It can actually evolve. This silver wolf doesn't seem to be an ordinary wolf? Song Yen was a little confused. He looked at it carefully. This silver wolf seemed to be a little bit special. Without thinking too much, he reached out and touched the huge silver wolf. At this time, it was completely like a gray wolf. If it weren't for its huge size, Song Yen would even mistake it for Silver Wolf's younger brother. Ouch! The silver wolf rubbed Song Yen affectionately, as if to thank him. From now on, you can be called Xiao Huihui. Song Yen looked at the huge silver wolf in front of him, which was neither gray nor black, and was quite satisfied with the name he had given it. Silver Wolf. Brother Song Yen, where are you? A voice came from a distance. If it weren't for Song Yan's extraordinary hearing, this voice might not have been heard. Without hesitation, he suddenly jumped onto Xiao Huihui's body, reached out and grabbed 2 handfuls of soft wolf hair, and said to the latter, Go in that direction! Although Xiao Huihui didn't know why Song Yen wanted to climb on him, since he was going in that direction, he howled and rushed forward like a gray lightning. Feeling the cold wind whistling around him, Song Yen was a little surprised. Xiao Huihui's strength has improved a lot since he swallowed the wolf spider's corpse. Chapter 56, Double Upgrade. Song Yan rode Xiao Huihui through the forest, and soon his eyes lit up. A petite figure stood in the woods, with a confused look in her eyes, but not long after, she started to smile. Brother Song Yan! Xiao Tongxing? Why are you here? Where are the others? Song Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person in the forest was Tong Xian, who looked at him with admiration. I was more worried about you, so you came here. Where did this wolf come from? Where is the handsome silver wolf just now? She blinked her eyes and looked at the gray and black coyote in front of her with a puzzled look. Ouch! Xiao Huihui was a little upset. He was the king of beasts in the forest, but how could he be despised by a little girl? As it turns out, it was just disliked. Bang! Song Yan raised his hand and patted its head, and the latter quickly retracted its grinning expression, revealing a look of aggrieved and timidity. Come on, Xiao Tongxin, come up, let's go home. Song Yan touched Xiao Huihui's big head, and then asked Xiao Tongxin to sit on it. After Xiao Huihui's useless struggle, it finally realized its position and obediently carried Song Yan and the other man towards Baoziu town. At this time, it is Yingchun Street, the third street in Baoziu town. Fan Bing and Gua Haoyu stood together, one in front and one behind, and madly attacked a bronze zombie. Fan Bing, are you ready? Gua Haoyu's big hands tightly clamped the zombie's sharp claws, and the latter couldn't even move. Looking closely, there was a grayish-white light on his arm, just like the patterns on stone, fine and detailed. All right. Behind him, the voice of Fan Bing was heard. The latter was holding a sniper rifle with his right eye buried in the scope. Bang! After a gunshot, a bullet emitting red light flew out and directly hit the bronze zombie's head, causing it to explode. Snap! Gua Haoyu took out the evolution crystal from the zombie's body, then threw the body aside, gasping for breath. Done! It seems that these evolved zombies are not that difficult to deal with. Fan Bing put away his gun, sat next to Gua Haoyu, and looked at the latter with a satisfied expression. You are comfortable. It's very dangerous for me to be facing the zombies in front. Tisk, isn't it just to stop a zombie? I can kill it without you. Fan Bing said carelessly. He was not confident enough, so he made a joke appropriately, and then asked the latter. How's it going? What did you get today? Without even thinking, Gua Haoyu took out a handful of evolution crystals from his pocket and smiled at Fan Bing. That's all. It should be enough for the two of us. The latter looked at the handful of white evolution crystals with his eyes wide open, and shouted quickly. Quick, half for each of us, damn it, I want to become stronger. Soon, the two divided the evolution crystal into two parts, half for each. Fan Bing was not so particular. He just sat on the ground, grabbed an evolution crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. Gua Haoyu hesitated for a moment, thought about Song Yan, and started taking the medicine like Fan Bing did. When they saw little Tong Xian jump off the city wall in one step today, they both felt very upset. They thought they had tried the best, but they didn't expect to lose to a little girl. A sense of urgency has already arisen in their hearts. If they are not strong enough, it will be difficult to stay by the boss' side. Fan Bing opened his eyes, felt his strength increase, and quickly took another pill. In this way, the two of them sat together, swallowing one pill at a time. At the south gate of Baoziu town, Song Yan rode Little Gray to the gate. Lu Qi, who was standing guard on the city wall, was immediately surprised. He shouted to him. Captain Song, you're finally back! Lu Qi, who had seen the power of wolf spiders, naturally knew the horror of this matter. Seeing Song Yan coming back, the knot in his heart fell away and he was no longer worried about anything. Well, open the door. Xiao Tongxin and I will go back first. Captain Song, this wolf. Song Yan was slightly stunned, then after thinking for a while, he said to Xiao Huihui. Go back to the forest first, don't run outside unless there is an emergency. Ouch. Xiao Huihui nodded without hesitation, then raised his huge wolf head and ran towards the forest, looking back from time to time while running. After making this decision, Song Yan was not worried, because with Xiao Huihui's current strength, there would definitely be no rivals in the forest. Moreover, if it were placed in a town now, its daily food expenses would be quite high, and Song Yen could not afford to raise it. So letting it roam freely in the forest is a good choice. With a creak, the wooden door opened. Everything that comes into view looks familiar. Song Yen did not stop. He took Tong Xian and walked towards Fang Qiuyue's office. On Yingchun Street, 2 figures sat among the zombie corpses. If Song Yen were here, he would definitely recognize these 2 people. They are Guo Haoyu and Fan Bing. Although there was no deviation in their aura was constantly increasing. Guo Haoyu swallowed the last evolution crystal in his hand, and his whole aura changed. A heavy breath surrounded him, like a wind mixed with yellow earth. Steady and solid. His body also turned pale. This was not the paleness of losing blood, but the color of hard marble. The whole person's figure grew taller again, and if he stood up, he would look like a little giant. I'm so strong! Feeling the terrifying power bursting out of his body, Guo Haoyu felt extremely happy. Next to him was Fan Bing. The latter was not willing to be outdone and successfully broke into the realm before his energy was exhausted. He held his breath and concentrated, and a tiny flame appeared between his palms again. The strange thing was that the color of the flame was like snow. Ah, Fan Bing, is your flame only going to be this big in this lifetime? Guo Haoyu couldn't quite believe it. He had thought that the small flame in Fan Bing's hand would grow bigger, but it just seemed to change color. Fan Bing was filled with indignation. He felt that this was not his problem, and he even felt that the flames on his hands were not that bad. Don't talk nonsense, do you dare to touch my flame? As he spoke, he sent the small flame in his hand towards Guo Haoyu. Although the latter wanted to put out Fan Bing's flame with one hand, a sense of danger emerged in his mind. This made Guo Haoyu give up the idea. He put away his smile, looked around, and said with some doubt, Fan Bing, do you think there are any strange things around here? Why do I feel so dangerous? There's no danger at all. Are you scared by my flames? Why are you so weird? Fan Bing looked at him with disdain. Guo Haoyu is a grown man, and yet he is afraid of everything? Chapter 57. Preparing to leave. I'm not kidding you, I really feel a strange breath. Guo Haoyu shook his head and spoke to Fan Bing seriously. How could the latter believe it? He put away the flame in his hand, then stood up and shouted to the people around him. Whoever is here, get out of here right now! Fan Bing, are you crazy? Shouting like that will attract zombies. Guo Haoyu suddenly became nervous and looked around frantically, but fortunately, the operation just now did not attract any zombies. Fan Bing reached out to pick out the wax from his ears and said nonchalantly, Zombies? Haoyu, have you forgotten what we are doing? I tell you, we are here to kill zombies. But there's nothing to worry about. Hurry up and pack your things. We are going to fight. Fan Bing didn't let him continue. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath towards a place not far away. Wherever the eyes looked, the figures of zombies appeared. Judging from the distance, there are at least 100 of them. Guo Haoyu did not hesitate anymore. His eyes lit up and he said to Fan Bing, In that case, let's see who kills more zombies. The loser gives the spoils to the other. As soon as he finished speaking, before Fan Bing could react, a huge figure rushed out. Fuck, you actually tried this, don't let me catch you. Fan Bing, who was standing there, was anxious and angry, so he had to raise the sniper rifle in his hand. Speed and strength were not his strong points, so he needed precision. As long as it is accurate enough, it can be indestructible. A huge white figure rushed into the zombie group, and a pair of big hands kept slapping and suppressing the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies' heads were smashed open, and black and red blood splattered everywhere. Although Guo Haoyu's body was stained blood red, he was in a very good mood at the moment. He could feel that his strength had really improved a lot. If in the past you needed the efforts of 2 people to kill a bronze zombie, now you can definitely take it out alone. Just as he was stunned, Fan Bing behind him also pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet emitting white light shot out, passed by Guo Haoyu, and even emitted a heat wave. Puff! The bullet directly pierced through the head of a zombie, and then passed through again and again, directly exploding 3 zombies in a row. The first zombie to die from the sniper rifle even had white flames coming out of his head, and it caught fire in the blink of an eye. There was a smell of burning wool. What the hell is this? Guaoyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after Fan Bing's ability was upgraded, it would bring such a powerful change. Piercing 3 zombies in a row with one shot, this was simply impossible before. What's worse, can zombies be set on fire? Is this still the same small flame as before? I don't know, but I feel like my ability has gotten stronger? Fan Bing put the gun behind his back and spread his hands in front of him. 2 tiny flames appeared on his palms. They look like 2 cigarettes lit by lighters, and the most peculiar thing is the color. The flames are all pale from the core to the outer flame. Try again and see if you can light something? Guaoyu scratched his head. He didn't know much about this ability, so he had to make some attempts. Fan Bing nodded without hesitation, then threw a small ball of flame in his hand towards a zombie not far away. The flames flew in the air and pounced on the zombies in the blink of an eye. Boom! At this moment, the flames suddenly became bigger, from the size of a peanut to the size of a fist. Soon, the flames burned wildly and the zombie's skin began to be roasted into charcoal. In 7 seconds, a zombie was turned into ashes. Fuck! I actually underestimated your ability. You're so awesome! Guaoyu stood aside and was somewhat surprised to find that the latter's ability was really strong. Humph, now you know how powerful Fan Yi is, hurry up! I feel like I can still improve today. A look of joy appeared on Fan Bing's face, and he then pulled out a sniper rifle from behind him and aimed at the zombies. Guaoyu did not hesitate either, he knew that now was a good opportunity to kill zombies. In an instant, the whole person grew half a meter taller, emitting a bright light all over his body, and he punched and kicked the zombies one by one. In the office, Fang Qiuyue was thinking restlessly. She was a little worried about Song Yan. Ever since she had hunted the wolf spider earlier, she had been concerned about the latter's safety. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fang Qiuyue's confused eyes suddenly brightened, and she hurried over to open the door. There was a man standing outside the door, but he was not the man she wanted to see. Qiuyue, I know you have a good relationship with Captain Song, so just remember our old friendship and help your brother. The man pushed up his glasses, and there was a hint of pleading in his narrow eyes. His name is Cheng Bin, and he was Fang Qiuyue's former colleague. However, because of the end of the world, their identities are now very different. One is an ordinary laborer, and the other is the second in command of the entire base. Fang Qiuyue hesitated for a moment, then nodded and sighed. I'll report this to Captain Song, you can go back. Really? That's great, thank you so much. Cheng Bin forced a smile on his face, pushed his glasses, and hurried outside. His heart was also filled with joy. Being able to establish a relationship with Fang Qiuyue was definitely the luckiest thing in his life. At the same time, Song Yan and Xiao Tongxin just walked in. Cheng Bin quickly put away his smile, lowered his head and walked out. Captain Song! Are you back? Fang Qiuyue was about to close the door, but saw a figure walking outside and exclaimed in surprise. Song Yan nodded and then asked, What is the current situation of the base? Everything is normal in the base, and everything is proceeding step by step according to your plan. Very good, I need to go out for a while, I will leave tomorrow. As soon as Song Yan finished speaking, the 2 women hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Where are you going? Piltover, I need to find someone. Song Yan looked into the distance but didn't say anything more. Piltover is located to the east of Baozi town. Although Fang Qiuyue has never been there, it is clearly marked on the map. She looked at the former's determined eyes and had no choice but to say, Okay then, be careful on the road. Song Yan nodded, as if he had thought of something, and reached out to touch Fang Qiuyue's hair. I'll leave this place to you. When I come back, I hope Wudong will be even stronger. I won't let you down. Fang Qiuyue looked a little embarrassed, but still nodded vigorously. Crunch. Little Tong Xian put the potato chips in her hand into her mouth and chewed them without hesitation, making a unique sound. Chapter 58 officially established. Oh, by the way, I have something to tell you. A friend of mine wants to get a position in the base. Fan Chuyue suddenly thought of something and quickly said to Song Yen. Just arrange it as you like. Try not to move the positions I set. As for the rest, you can come up with anything you want. Song Yen had a smile on his face, and there was a deep look in his eyes. Brother Song Yen, have you forgotten something? Tong Xian finished the potato chips in her hand, held the bag of chips, and said to Song Yen. This sound immediately woke Song Yen up. He quickly pulled Tong Xian to the warehouse and took out a prepared radio. Fan Chuyue was a little curious and followed. Click. This is the Chinese General Headquarters. Zombies are now rampant throughout the country. People can seek shelter in the nearest military district. You can also be self-reliant and become an evolver. Evolved zombies have evolution crystals in their bodies, which can make people's physical fitness stronger, and even give them superpowers. The radio started to ring intermittently, and then a familiar and old voice came out. This is a disaster for the world. China should rise up and save the world from mankind, squeak. The sound stopped abruptly. This familiar voice is exactly what the leader said. The three of them looked at each other, a real sense of doomsday rising in their hearts. Only then did they really have to rely on themselves. The country today cannot take care of everyone. We should rise up and save the world as human beings. This sentence is very suitable for everyone, but Song Yen understands that this sentence has other meanings. Saving the world for the sake of humanity, Captain Song, is this also your philosophy? Fan Chuyue's eyes were a little dazed. She raised her head and looked at Song Yen, as if she wanted to get an answer. Song Yen shook his head and nodded. This idea was somewhat conflicting with what he thought in his heart, but they still had some similarities. He didn't say anything more, but went back to his room to pack up his things. Put all the things that could be used into the storage ring. It was evening and all the staff returned to the cafeteria to prepare for lunch. Even Fan Bing and Guohaoyu returned on time. It smells so good, what shall we eat today? Fan Bing smelled the flavor and was immediately amazed. I don't know. I don't know if the boss has come back. Why don't we go to the forest to check? Anyway, we are definitely strong enough to keep up now. Guohaoyu didn't think about dinner, but looked towards the forest. Hearing this, Fan Bing wisely shut his mouth. After all, they really couldn't do anything about this kind of thing. Captain Fan, Captain Guo, you're here early! Lu Qi stretched lazily. Today it was their team's turn to stand guard. Naturally, they were not as fast as Fan Bing and his companions in returning from the south gate. Oh, I don't know how the boss is doing now. Guohaoyu casually filled a large bowl of rice and sat down at his seat. At this moment, Fan Chuyue walked up to the podium with two soldiers. She cleared her throat and said to everyone, We at webtoon have developed another research that can be recycled. Now the sharpness of each standard steel knife can reach 3 times the original one. Such an improvement will definitely be extremely useful for killing zombies. For a moment, all the cleaning team members were stunned, and their eyes changed from dull to fiery. Fuck, is this true? It can actually improve the craftsmanship? Yeah, I thought the smelting level of our base was the same as before, but I didn't expect it to be even higher than the previous society. Isn't that awesome? Now we can kill zombies even faster. We are also determined to restore peace to Baozi Town. I don't know when we can use it. When the steel knife first came out, it was given to the captain. We ordinary team members probably have to wait a little longer, right? As soon as the news came out, everyone was filled with joy and sorrow. They were happy that the strength of the base had been enhanced again, and its security was more guaranteed. The worry is that the production speed is never enough. Although everyone has a steel knife, the production speed cannot keep up with the distribution. With the current recycling speed, we can recycle 10 steel knives a day, so everyone with an idea can try to kill more zombies tomorrow and make more contributions. Fan Chuyue stood on the stage with a meticulous expression. Song Yen, who was sitting in the audience, nodded silently. The housekeeper of this base had already taken shape, and it shouldn't be a problem to let her handle it herself. As he thought about it, he stood up and walked onto the stage. Boss? Shit, when did he come back? Fan Bing saw a familiar figure flash by and even thought he was dazzled, and the chopsticks in his hand stopped in the air. Guohaoyu on the other side also opened his eyes wide and was stunned. Just 2 hours ago. Tong Xian carried the plate as if nothing had happened and walked to sit next to Fan Bing. Oh my god, why are you back too? Fan Bing's eyelids twitched, and he looked straight at the petite figure beside him. What? Shouldn't I come back? As he spoke, a chill suddenly emerged, freezing people to the bone. No, it's as it should be. Fan Bing shuddered, and was even more surprised. He quickly put away his surprised expression and pretended to be doing nothing. Wait a minute, let's see the boss. Does he seem to be announcing something? Song Yin did as he said at this time, slowly walked to the stage, facing the stunned crowd and said calmly, I will announce 2 things below. First, we have received a radio message from the country. Boom! For a moment, the whole audience was shocked. This was no small matter. No one has received such news since the end of the world began a month ago, and they even thought they had been abandoned by the country. The general content is that the major military regions are the last refuge, and we Chinese people should rise up and save the world. To save the world and be a human being? Everyone's eyes turned to Song Yen at the same time. The only one who could do this here was Song Yen, right? Song Yen continued calmly. So if you want to stay, I, Song Yen, will welcome you. If you want to leave, I will not try to persuade you to stay. Everyone looked at each other, but no one wanted to leave. This place gives them infinite hope and possibilities. This is Wudong, and this may be the place to set sail again at the end of the world. Song Yen calmed himself down and said seriously, Since no one is willing to leave, I welcome you all to join me. Wudong Base is officially established today. Among them, the cleaning team consists of 3 teams, led by 3 captains Jinhu, Guahaoyu, and Lu Qi respectively. The first echelon is under the full jurisdiction of the cleaning team. Fang Qiuyue is the deputy commander. I'm not at the base, so this place is under your management. Chapter 59 Collection Team. Fang Qiuyue stood beside Song Yen, somewhat unable to believe her ears. I am actually the deputy commander of Wudong Base? Fuck, it's finally done. We don't have to worry about the incompatibility of official positions anymore. Fan Bing looked excited. He immediately stood up and saluted in the direction of Song Yen, his movements as standard as a machine. Guahaoyu from the first cleaning team, take the order. Guahaoyu stood up and spoke in a muffled voice, his face looking serious. Jinhu from the second team of the cleaning team, take the order. Clean up Team 3, Lu Qi, take the order. Jinhu and Lu Qi also quickly stood up, imitating Guahaoyu's example, and then shouted at Song Yen at the top of their lungs. Depend on! Only then did Fan Bing realize that he was the only one who said a swear word, while everyone else looked serious. Immediately, several black lines appeared on his face. Song Yen nodded expressionlessly and then said, The second thing is that I will be away for a while. Things here have been dealt with for now. I believe that even if I'm not here, you can complete the task under Fang Qiuyue's leadership. As soon as the voice came out, the whole cafeteria was once again filled with uproar. This is no simple matter, he has to leave the entire city and leave Wudong. Why do you want to leave again? Yes, our base is now well fed and well clothed, why does Commander Song still want to leave? Then will we be managed by Deputy Commander Fang from now on? The voices of the crowd were mixed, and they all looked towards the stage with a confused look on their faces. Song Yen nodded without saying anything else. He turned around, patted Fang Qiuyue's shoulder, and returned to his seat. Boss, why are you leaving again? Fan Bing saw Song Yen sitting down next to him and asked anxiously. This was not common. It was the first time Song Yen said he wanted to leave. The latter was stunned, then nodded and explained. This time I go out, I plan to find some talents for our Wudong. Without those talents, the base cannot develop. Talent? Aren't those in the base enough? Guahaoyu was also stunned. Speaking of talents, although he could not admit that he was one, there were definitely quite a few talented people in the base. That's not enough, Brother Haoyu. At least, Brother Song Yen means to find talents in all aspects. Tong Xian was a little hesitant, but still started to explain. This was not difficult for her to understand as she was very smart. Song Yen nodded and said affirmatively. What Xiao Tongxin said is very close to what I meant, so I will set off early tomorrow morning and expect to be back within 7 days. 7 days? Fan Bing asked in disbelief. This was not a short time. After all, this base had only been established for a month. You all need to practice your sword skills well, and the new recruits in the first echelon also need to be trained well. Well, don't worry, boss. No problem. The next morning, Song Yan woke up from his sleep. My mind is slightly moved, sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and receiving a set of special operations uniforms. Damn, they always give me items. I don't want items now. Give me some recipes or something. Song Yan was a little speechless. Recently, the sign-in rewards of this system were rather ordinary, consisting of some unnecessary supplies. Over the past few days, he has collected 7 sets of special combat uniforms and 2 standard steel knives. Things like recipes, except for a few recipes obtained in the forest before, have never appeared again. Could it be that this has something to do with the location? Song Yan shook his head and gave up the idea. He then threw 7 sets of special operations uniforms to Fang Qiuyue and drove his Range Rover out of the base. If you want to reach Piltover, the only way to get there is through Xia Shan City. Song Yan had nothing to do at the moment, so he drove towards Xia Shan City. At this time, Xia Shan City seemed to have changed its appearance. The bright and beautiful glass buildings were covered with dust, the high-end buildings were corroded to varying degrees, and the flat roads were covered with dried blood. This made Song Yan sigh. What a big change. A city, under the erosion of the end of the world, has become like a ruin. On the way, a military green truck caught Song Yan's attention. The license plate of the car happened to belong to Xia Shan City. There happened to be a fully equipped team of 10 people on it, which aroused Song Yan's interest. I remember that last time, it was a team like this that left a deep impression on him. He parked the car on the side of the road and walked over slowly. Who? Song Yan appeared in front of the team without any weapon, his clothes neatly on. A man with dyed yellow hair asked with a frown. Huang Mao couldn't help but doubt that a person who was neatly dressed and did not look panicky was quite rare in the end times. Song Yan grinned and asked everyone, Are you from the Xia Shan City base? Yes, you want to join our base? Next to the yellow-haired man is a huge fat man. It would be better to say that he is strong rather than fat. Song Yan was stunned when he saw the man's figure. He even thought Gua Haoyu was right in front of him. No, you misunderstood. I want to ask you about Dong Liang. Do you know anyone? Captain Dong? The fat man was startled and looked Song Yan up and down in surprise. How do you know our Captain Dong? The yellow-haired man patted the fat man, and the latter came to his senses. Know him? I'm his benefactor. Song Yan was a little confused. Captain Dong, is that guy the battalion commander now? Ah, if you say so, then so be it. I also said that I am Dong Liang's father, is that okay? Huang Mao had a sneer on his face, obviously not believing what Song Yan said. This cannot be blamed on Huang Mao. Song Yan was wearing a shirt on the upper body and trousers on the lower body, and looked like an ordinary person. In fact, it couldn't be more ordinary. Such an ordinary person actually called out the name of Captain Dong, who was an evolver, and even said that he was the latter's benefactor? It's outrageous. Song Yan frowned, then said, It doesn't matter. If you see him, tell him to come and play in Wutong when you have time. Now that things have come to this, there is no need for him to stay here. Besides, it was just a coincidence that he saw them. After saying that, Huang Mao and the others watched the ordinary man in front of them turn around and get into the car in the blink of an eye. The fat man rubbed his eyes, with a look of disbelief on his face. Fuck, Huang Mao, is this true? Could he be an evolver? Don't ask me, I don't fucking know. Isn't this too fast? The yellow-haired man watched the Range Rover driving away and swallowed his saliva. The slightest fantasy in his heart was shattered, and he even felt that what this man said seemed to be true. Fatty, do you remember what he just said? Remember, let our battalion commander have time to go to Wutong to play. Let's go, what are you waiting for? Go back and report. Huang Mao and others didn't hesitate much. They quickly got on the truck and drove towards the base. Chapter 60, The Whereabouts of Liang Hongbo. Piltover, adjacent to Westmount City, is a heavy industrial city where technological production is the mainstream. Many of the parts for the Land Rover driven by Song Yen were produced and processed here. Most of the buildings in this city are made of heavy materials, and have suffered considerable damage under the erosion of the end of the world. The whole city was filled with a gray hue and exuded a dead atmosphere. There were not many people on the street, but compared to before, there were a lot more. Most people heard the leader's radio waves, began to rekindle hope for the end of the world, and began to raise their weapons to fight against the zombies. Among them, there are many lucky ones who have successfully evolved and possessed unprecedented superpowers, which makes people want to live even more. Song Yen drove the car to the side of a building, which was the most important economic development zone in Piltover, Wonyung district. There are high-rise buildings everywhere, accounting for nearly 50% of the economic production capacity. He got out of the car and looked at the desolate city, feeling quite emotional. Help! A shrill cry for help was heard. Song Yen was a little confused. There were not many zombies on the street, and this behavior was tantamount to suicide. He rushed over following the sound, but the scene before him shocked him. A girl stood in a corner, surrounded by 3 men. The taller man looked like a gangster. "Fuck, you're yelling so loudly, do you want us to die together?" "Brother Long, don't tell her. You play first, and we'll keep watch for you." Next to him, a short man with a wretched look on his face was laughing. "No, don't come over here." The girl stood in the middle, her body trembling, her eyes full of despair. The girl's name is Liang Xiaoyu, an ordinary college student. She originally wanted to eat a piece of bread, but was asked to take off her clothes and serve. She took advantage of their carelessness and quickly escaped, looking at the 3 people with a pleading face. "Can I give you another piece of bread?" Crack! The tall Zhang Long untied his belt, and his expression became indulgent. He smiled evilly. "That's not up to you. You know the value of a piece of bread in these last days. Besides, we are all hungry, ha 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 ha." "Stop!" Song Yen walked slowly into the alley, his expression expressionless. The short Guyuan immediately showed a fierce look. He pointed at Song Yen and cursed. "Boy, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. You'd better not interfere in the Taitu gang's business." "Ironhead gang?" Song Yen was slightly stunned. Isn't this name a bit too vulgar? Guyuan didn't think too much about it. He thought Song Yen had been frightened, so he quickly put on an impatient look. "Get out of here right now! Our young leader is going to do something good. Don't make trouble here, or I'll beat you up." Song Yen shook his head. He was still the young leader of a gang, but they did look a bit like a gang. He did not leave, but stood there, pointing at Zhang Long behind Guyuan and yelling, "Let go of that girl! I am the Qinglong gang, so get out of here!" The girl was very familiar with the plot, and even had a glimmer of hope in her eyes. But this hope was fleeting because of this sentence about the Qinglong gang. "Qinglong gang?" Zhang Long slowed down his stripping, turned around and looked at Song Yen with a puzzled look, and asked, "Are you from the Qinglong gang? What's your boss name?" This really confused Song Yen. This name he made up actually existed? He cleared his throat and said, "I don't know you, but you'd better get out of here. For the sake of the leader, I will try not to kill anyone." The 3 members of the Taitu gang looked at each other, and then Zhang Long burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, who the hell are you? How dare you pretend in front of us, Guyuan?" The sound stopped abruptly, and Kazuhara, who was a few inches shorter, was hit directly by the hand knife and lay on the ground unconscious. The other one didn't even have time to react before following in Kazuhara's footsteps. The girl was in despair. She had just escaped from the tiger's den, but now she fell into a dragon's den. "I am a human being." Song Yen clapped his hands, a harmless expression on his face. For him, it was too easy to deal with a few ordinary people. Zhang Long had a look of ashamedness on his face. He said viciously, "Boy, you are very brave. Do you dare to tell me your name?" He stared at Song Yen, as if he wanted to engrave the latter's entire appearance into his memory. "A name? You don't deserve it!" Another knife strike, and Zhang Long fell to the ground. "Okay, the trouble is solved, you can go now, and don't encounter this kind of thing again next time." Song Yen put a bag of dry food on the ground. Without even looking at the little girl behind him, he turned and walked towards the building not far away. According to his memory, the high-tech talent should still be hiding in the building. Liang Xiaoyu was a little confused. She looked at the bag of food on the ground, then looked at the 3 iron-headed kids lying on the ground. She felt like she was dreaming today. First, he fell into the abyss, and then he seemed to be touched by a spring breeze, which made his heart and mind rippling. When I looked up again, the figure had disappeared, and I didn't know when I would see him again. Liang Xiaoyu picked up the food on the ground and ran towards her residence. Dingyang Building. Song Yan stood at the entrance of the building and looked up. It was a 40-story building. He nodded secretly in his heart, and then walked in. The situation inside was exactly as he had imagined. There were more than a dozen zombies on each floor, and the possibility of living people being present was not very high. The person he was looking for this time was named Liang Hongbao, an information engineer. In modern society, he worked for an internet company and helped the company generate nearly 1 million in revenue by his own efforts. After the end of the world, things got out of control. After forming a small team, they successfully developed communication equipment. With such abilities and such a level of talent, Song Yan would never allow him to develop outside. You must win them over. Even if you fail, you must make a good friend. Song Yan made up his mind secretly, and then began to search upwards layer by layer. The size of this building is really huge. Even though he is an evolver, he still felt tired when climbing the stairs. In one afternoon, Song Yan turned the entire building upside down, but did not find any information engineer. There were indeed a few survivors in this building. They followed Song Yan silently and never left his side. They knew that the man in front of them was like a savior. He kills zombies without even blinking. Who has ever seen such a ruthless person? I'm asking again, do you know Liang Hongbao? He's an information engineer and works in this building. Song Yan had a headache. Liang Hongbao was not found, but a bunch of survivors were found. Mr. Song, are you talking about Engineer Liang from Jinghong Enterprise? A man wearing narrow-rimmed gold-rimmed glasses looked at Song Yan with a puzzled expression on his face. Chapter 61 Liang Xiaoyu. Song Yan was stunned and quickly turned around to look at the man. The latter quickly explained. Engineer Liang, I saw him once a few days ago. He brought his sister here to get something and left. Younger sister? Song Yan was confused again, as it seemed that he had never mentioned anything like a younger sister in his previous life. Yes, Engineer Liang's sister is very pretty, but she should have found a place to live. The man pushed his glasses up, an envious look on his face. Song Yan chatted with the man for a few more words, then turned around and went downstairs. After he learned about Liang Hongbao's studio and his residence, he rushed to the studio without stopping. With the accelerator pressed, the Land Rover roared across the road. Xia Shan City Base, Collection Camp. Teams of soldiers were training on the playground, wielding all kinds of equipment. There is a small shed next to the playground. The man sitting here is Dong Liang, who has become an officer now. A man in camouflage uniform hurried into the shed and reported to Dong Liang. Report to the battalion commander, Huang Mao has important news to report. Let him in. Dong Liang looked at the soldiers outside the shed and his expression became serious. After a while, a blond man walked in. If Song Yan was here, he would be surprised. The man in front of him was exactly the one he had seen before. Reporting to the battalion commander, we found a man in the city who claimed to be your benefactor. Huang Mao was a little nervous, but he still told the truth. After all, there was nothing to hide. Benefactor? Dong Liang frowned slightly, thinking carefully in his mind, and then he continued. Did he say anything else? He also said that if you have time, go to webtoon to play. As the yellow-haired man spoke, he looked up at Dong Liang's expression. After he said the word, webtoon, the latter's expression suddenly changed. Dong Liang's eyes were naturally filled with shock. These two words made him feel more than just nervous. It was a fully equipped team of 100 people, well-equipped and powerful. In fact, each of them is an evolver, and each of them possesses extremely special and powerful abilities. This is much more powerful than their Xia Shan City. The first evolver in Xia Shan City base was Dong Liang, and up to now, there are only 10 of them. As for why there are so few, it has to do with the degree of threat that evolvers pose to society. If a powerful evolver does not intend to stay in Xia Shan City, and even wants to endanger the Xia Shan City base, the damage caused will be unprecedented. So Dong Liang must control all of this. This is an invitation from Wutong base. The benefit of Dong Liang's natural way is that he can make friends with a powerful base, which will be immeasurable for future development. Where are the others? Huang Mao was stunned, thinking to himself that something was wrong, and quickly explained. He was in a hurry to leave at that time, so we didn't invite him to come to our place. Prepare a car. I'm going to go out by myself. The expression on Dong Liang's face didn't even change. After he finished speaking to the guard beside him, he looked towards the playground. At this time in Piltover, Song Yan was still conducting a carpet search of Liang Hongbao's studio in the direction he was moving, but he did not find the target. Now, he parked his car in front of an apartment building, which is a residential area in Wanyang district called Changxianjuan. The greening in the community is very well done. Song Yan can smell the fragrance of flowers as soon as he walks into the community. This is why this place is called Changxiang. The green area accounts for 60%. Song Yan got out of the car and walked into the building. The corridor was very clean, without any signs of the end of the world, nor the bloodstains that Song Yan was accustomed to. This made Song Yan feel a little better. After all, this current situation just reflects that the safety of the people in this community is guaranteed. Just as he reached the third floor, bursts of sobbing sounds caught Song Yan's attention. Following the sound, he walked to a security door with the house number written on it, 302. This address exactly matched the information Song Yan had obtained. He was puzzled, but knocked on the door without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. What else do you want to do? I won't open the door. A familiar female voice came from inside, and there was a miserable emotion in the voice, as if she had experienced some great pain. Song Yan was a little confused, but didn't think about anything else and knocked on the door again. Click. The door opened, revealing a desperate-looking girl inside. There were 2 undried tear marks on her face, and her eyes were filled with tears. If we use Song Yan's aesthetic standards to score, this girl would undoubtedly score above 8 points. She has 2 curved dark eyebrows, a high nose bridge and a cherry mouth, and her fair skin is tinged with a hint of pink. Why is it you? Why is it you? Song Yan and the girl stared at each other for 7 or 8 seconds before they reacted and said in unison with a look of surprise on their faces. Song Yan had never expected that the girl was Liang Xiaoyu, whom he had rescued in the alley. I'm here to look for Liang Hongbao. Is he home? Song Yan felt a little reserved. It was indeed a bit rude to break into someone else's home like this. My brother? He was just taken away. As she spoke, Liang Xiaoyu's face showed a sad expression, and the tears in her eyes seemed to be able to flow out again. Don't cry yet, tell me what happened. Soon, Song Yan learned the truth. It turned out that half an hour ago, people from the Taitu gang came to her house and took her brother away. As for why it was her brother who was taken away, the reason was very simple. Liang Hongbao was very smart. He exchanged his life for Liang Xiaoyu's life. The latter was persuaded by her emotionally intelligent brother, and had no choice but to stay in the room and cry. I can't help much, and can only be a vase. Song Yan touched the latter's head and handed him a crystal. Eat it, and you will become stronger. Is this an evolution crystal? Although Liang Xiaoyu is not smart, she is definitely not stupid. She has naturally heard of this evolution crystal before, but she didn't expect to see it today. The evolution crystal was right in front of her. She stared at it with wide eyes, hesitated for a moment, and shook her head. I can't accept this, it's too expensive. Can I ask you for a favor? What's up? Song Yan was quite confused. He didn't expect that Liang Xiaoyu would not accept this crazy evolution crystal, but instead made a request. This was different from everyone he had ever seen, and the gap was even huge. Liang Xiaoyu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Song Yan eagerly. I beg you to save my brother. I am willing to exchange my life for yours. I will do anything you ask me to do. Chapter 62 Weird Warehouse. Is this true or false? Song Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the latter's request would be this. Please, Even if you didn't bring up this matter, I would have rescued Liang Hongba myself. He shook his head, then pulled the ladder up, and the evolution crystal stone fell into the ladder's hands. Eat this first, and then we can save your brother together. Save them together? There was a hint of doubt in Liang Xiaoyu's eyes, but in an instant she understood. She nodded firmly, swallowed the white evolution crystal, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Soon, the evolution crystal stone played its original role, and a white light enveloped the latter. Song Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Liang Xiaoyu could actually burst out such a powerful evolutionary wave. It must be a special ability. Not long after, the white light gradually faded away. Liang Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, and this time, Song Yan could clearly feel the sharpness as if it were being cut by a knife. She blinked, smiled at the ladder, and then said, "Let's go, I won't be afraid this time." She could feel that her body had undergone tremendous changes. If compared to her before, it was definitely a complete transformation. Song Yan nodded and took the ladder downstairs. When they got in the car, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What ability is it?" Everyone's awakened abilities are different. Compared to Liang Xiaoyu's special evolution, it should bring another new ability. "It's perception. I feel like I can sense news within 100 meters. Liang Xiaoyu sat in the passenger seat with her eyes closed and spoke in a very calm tone. As if this operation was commonplace for her, Song Yan nodded, feeling ecstatic in her heart. "I didn't expect that on this trip to Piltover. I could actually gather these two talents, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, together. Although they are both talented, Liang Xiaoyu's ability is more worthy of cultivation. Her perception is now at the bronze level, and she can use her own advantages to sense news within 100 meters around her. How unusual! In the long run, this ability is definitely powerful." Song Yan looked at the girl sitting in the passenger seat and compared her with the strategic machine of the previous life. They were exactly the same. He started the car and drove in the direction Liang Xiaoyu pointed. The headquarters of the Iron Head Gang in the New Testament era. There are about 80 people here. The reason why people gather here is because they are all attached to the boss of the Taitu gang, Zhang Taitu. After hearing the news on the radio, the latter began to kill zombies and collect evolution crystals. By chance, Zhang Taitu successfully captured and killed a bronze zombie, gained the ability to evolve, and turned his whole body into metal. Such ability is definitely enough to attract attention among ordinary people. The defense of the whole body is enhanced, and it even possesses a huge strength of several hundred kilograms. Its lethality to zombies should not be underestimated. In this way, relying on his own strength, Zhang Taitu formed the Taitu gang. At this time, a black business car stopped in front of the door, and 4 men got out of the car. 3 of them were Zhang Long and others whom Song Yan had met before. The young man sandwiched in the middle had a handsome face and a wise look in his eyes. However, his situation was not particularly good. He was held hostage by Gu Yuan and another younger brother, and was unable to break free. "Bring him in for me. Don't let him get away. Go get his sister later." "Ha ha!" Zhang Long directed the 2 men to bring the young man into the camp, and then continued. When the young man heard this, his expression suddenly became angry. He struggled and said to Zhang Long, "You actually don't keep your word, Zhang Long. Bang! Kuzuhara punched the latter in the stomach and shouted impatiently, "Damn it, why are you talking so much? Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate?" The young man curled up on the ground holding his stomach, twitching from time to time. It was obvious that the punch was very painful to him. "Liang Hongba, to tell you the truth, if you weren't willing to die for your sister, we wouldn't have brought you here." Zhang Long had a sinister expression on his face. Soon, Liang Hongba would realize how stupid his choice was. The latter slowly got up from the ground, his handsome face became much more ferocious. He looked at Zhang Long and said word by word, "If you dare to touch Xiaoyu, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Take away!" After Zhang Long gave his instructions, he walked towards a 2-story building not far away. Gu Yuanzi and his companions dragged Liang Hongba towards the warehouse. In the warehouse, there were several other people who were also trapped. They were all tied up and had listless looks in their eyes. "Where is this place?" Liang Hongbo couldn't help but ask this question in his mind, but he didn't ask it out loud. Instead, he carefully observed the surrounding situation. Soon, Gu Yuan took out a bundle of twisted rope and skillfully tied up the former. Enjoy the rest of your life here. Bye. Kazuhara and his companions left with a smile, but there was no trace of sympathy in their eyes. Liang Hongbo didn't take it seriously until he heard a cold voice in his ear. Next! Soon, the woman at the innermost part of the warehouse trembled all over, struggled to stand up, but her face was extremely pale. Hurry up and don't waste time. A man walked up, grabbed her twisted rope and threw it against the wall of the warehouse. The woman's screams of fear suddenly stopped, and the strangest thing was that her entire body disappeared completely, without a trace of life. Liang Hongbo stared at the wall of the warehouse not far away, but did not find anything unusual. How did it disappear? The man sitting by the wall closed his eyes calmly, crossed his legs, and muttered to himself from time to time. Liang Hongbo had never seen such a situation before. It was the first time in his life that he had seen something that could suck people into a wall. This time, he was really panicked. I thought I was just being tied up and should have a chance to escape, but in the end I was thrown into the wall? At the same time, in the office on the second floor, a woman was bent under a table, working hard. On the table, there was a burly man with a look of enjoyment on his face. From his hairless head, we can know that the big man's name is Zhang Taitu. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door, but Zhang Taitu showed no sign of shyness. He pushed the woman's head down with one hand and shouted at the door. Come in. As soon as the door opened, a figure rushed in. It was John Long. Dad, I want a woman. Ha ha ha, what's wrong with that? Here, your dad keeps his word. Zhang Taitu relaxed all over, as if he was in the clouds. Chapter 63 Rescue. No, Dad, I want someone I found outside. There is a girl I really like. John Long shook his head. He didn't want a woman who worked hard. If you want it, go get it. Why are you looking for me? Zhang Taitu was speechless. You said you didn't go to find your girl, but you came here to disturb me. That's wrong of you. I was just saying that the warehouse should have enough people. I just threw one in. Good. Zhang Taitu's face also showed excitement. The secret of this magical warehouse could finally be solved. This warehouse has existed since they arrived here. When he discovered it, his brothers were just moving goods inside. A bag of flour piled in the corner of the wall suddenly disappeared. This is not a good thing. A bag of flour is as precious as gold in the end times. After many repeated tests, the secret of the wall was not cracked, but instead the entire Taitu gang lost some supplies. Zhang Taitu threw a younger brother in a rage, but he didn't expect that a number would appear on the wall, 1/100. However, it takes about a minute to absorb a person, and the number of people under Zhang Taitu is obviously not enough to complete this huge project. Although I can't use the people under his command, I can find some useless people. Thinking of this, he sent people to capture people from the street, and threw them into the wall of the warehouse, as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. Although people don't know why the Ironhead gang is arresting people, dozens of people have been arrested and never returned. The entire Huanyang city began to boycott the Taitu gang, but there was no way because Zhang Taitu was the most powerful evolver in the area. The plan to capture the Toolman is still making progress. Now that the 100-person plan is about to be completed, how can Zhang Taitu not be happy? Great, it's finally done! At this point, John Long quickly stretched out his hand to signal, and the latter scratched his bald head, grabbed the ashtray on the table, and knocked it under the table. Zhang Taitu solved the problem and said to John Long with a smile. Well, I don't know what good stuff will be in there. If it's something about evolution, we'll be rich. Yeah, if I can evolve, I want to try it too. John Long withdrew his gaze in horror. His father had just killed a woman without any expression. This seems so unreal, but it is actually happening right before my eyes. This is probably the privilege of an evolver, right? John Long thought silently, and then left the room. He went downstairs, and at this moment a Land Rover rushed into the gate of the camp. The snow-white body of the car reflected a strange color under the gray light. Who the hell is this? Don't you know that you can't drive into the camp? John Long cursed fiercely, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. Who is this brat who dares to force me to drive the car? Soon, the person who got out of the car made him stunned. Where is Liang Hongbao? Song Yan's face was calm, but his heart was rarely moved. He was very excited when he thought about how the prototype of a camp could be created here. The construction of a camp is often led by a leader. Since this camp is the territory of the Taitu gang, the leader should naturally be Zhang Taitu, right? Why should I tell you? John Long was a little panicked, but when he thought about the fact that he was now on his own territory, how could he weaken his momentum? Song Yan frowned slightly, moved his feet, and his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bang! With one kick, he directly broke one of Shan Long's arms. Feeling the severe pain in his arm, Zhang Long no longer dared to act arrogantly. The man in front of him would really kill him. Tell me, where is Liang Hongbao? Song Yan's voice still rang clearly, which almost made Zhang Long stop thinking. The cold and ruthless voice was as cold as 10,000 years of ice. In the warehouse over there. Zhang Long knew that if he didn't tell the latter the answer, he might really die. With a whoosh, he lay on the ground, as if he felt a gust of wind blowing, and Song Yan disappeared in front of him. Zhang Long's pupils shrank slightly as he watched this almost divine operation. He wondered how this incredibly fast evolver compared to his father. Thinking of this, he quickly stood up and ran towards the building. At the door of the office, Zhang Long knocked on the wooden door frantically, shouting, Dad! An evolver has come, and he wants to kill me! What? Where is he? The voice in the room suddenly rang out, and Zhang Taitu pushed open the door and walked out. His gray-white metallic color was eye-catching. Seeing this, Zhang Long felt relieved a little. How could he possibly hit such a hard body? On the way to the warehouse, I really want to ruin our warehouse plan. As Zhang Long spoke, he added fuel to the fire. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Taitu was really angry this time. He ran wildly from the platform on the second floor, and the ground made a thumping sound with every step he stepped on. Warehouse, Song Yan flashed into it. A strange breath suddenly entered Song Yan's perception. The feeling was very familiar, yet somewhat strange. He raised his eyebrows. How could he encounter such a thing? But he didn't focus on that. Instead he shouted to the entire warehouse. Who is Liang Hongbao? Who are you? You can't come in without the boss's order. The man sitting next to the wall stood up, looking confused. Bang! Song Yan directly gave him a faux Shan shadowless kick and kicked him into the wall. He stood at the door of the wall and asked everyone, Who is Liang Hongbao? I am Liang Xiaoyu's friend. I came with her to save you. Among the 7 or 8 people standing in the warehouse, a man tied up like a caterpillar jumped out. Liang Hongbao has been thinking and analyzing since Song Yan walked into the warehouse. Where did this person come from, and what did he want from him? After seeing the latter's powerful strength, another thought ignited in Liang Hongbao's mind. Damn, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. When he heard Xiaoyu's name again, he couldn't hold it back any longer. Even if he died, he wanted to see his sister again. Song Yan looked at this caterpillar-shaped person, feeling a little amused and helpless. He said to everyone, You can leave now. This is not a good place. Don't get caught by the Ironhead gang again. After saying that, he walked forward and untied the twisted rope tied around Liang Hongbao. The latter hurriedly bowed to Song Yan to express his gratitude. Song Yan held him with one hand and prevented him from bending down. He took the ladder and walked out of the warehouse door. The people present were both surprised and delighted. They were surprised that such a huge Buddha appeared out of nowhere, and they were delighted that the Buddha was willing to help them out of their predicament. This was simply unimaginable in the end times where people were so cold and indifferent. A loud noise was heard, and Song Yan's heart tightened. He quickened his pace, and Liang Hongbao, who was following behind him, could hardly keep up. Chapter 64, Opening the Ruins. Outside the warehouse door, a 2-meter-tall metal-clad man punched open the iron door of the warehouse. When Song Yan arrived, he already saw a huge figure. However, through perception, this huge figure is only at the bronze level and is not worth mentioning. Dad, it's that guy, beat him to death! Zhang Long ran over. With the physique of an ordinary person, he was a little out of breath. He held on to the wall while uttering harsh words. Zhang Taitu naturally saw the thin Song Yan. He was puzzled, could such a tiny guy also be an evolver? The people following behind Song Yan also felt a chill in their hearts. Although Song Yan had beaten ordinary people easily before, the one he was going to beat now was Zhang Taitu, an evolver. They all began to complain and the whole place was in chaos. It's over. I'm blocked back before I even get out of the door. I'm definitely going to die this time. The leader of the Iron Head gang was actually alarmed. Is this guy here to save us? Isn't this harming us? Alright, let's run away while there's chaos. The better it is, it's better than being locked up here. Good luck to you. At my age, I probably won't be able to escape. Liang Hongba listened to the voices around him and couldn't help but doubt Song Yan's strength. The latter was in such a hurry. Could it be that he was hiding from Zhang Taitu? This is not good. I just escaped from the wolf's den, and now there's a tiger outside. Liang Hongba felt a little desperate. Could it be that he would never be able to see his sister again? Boy, you are very brave. Do you dare to report your last words? Zhang Taitu was blocking the door of the warehouse, leaving even a small gap. His voice was mixed with the sound of metallic bite, which made people's teeth aching. Last words? No need for that. You should worry more about yourself. Song Yan's words, in the eyes of everyone, seemed to be completely ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. It's already this late, and you're still trying to act cool? I help. Oh, now you can't win by just talking. I think we have no chance today. Yeah, how about you go back and lie down? I have no hope for life anymore. Okay, let's go back and lie down together. Just when everyone was ready to accept reality with a look of despair, Song Yan rubbed his hands and finally took action. A loud noise was heard. Bang! A huge dent appeared on Zhang Taitu's rock-hard chest. It's as big as a basketball. It seemed as if eggs could be stuffed into everyone's mouths. What the hell is going on? The latter's metallization collapsed directly, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, lying on the ground with the sunken chest exposed. Not only everyone else, the pride on Zhang Long's face also disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared. He stared blankly at his father being beaten unconscious, unable to believe the reality of it all. In his eyes, his father was like a mountain that had never collapsed. But today, a bigger mountain pressed down and crushed him into a piece of paper. It's over like this. What the hell? One punch destroyed Zhang Taitu's evolutionary ability? Oh my god, how much strength does this require? Too strong. Is this person a human or a ghost? How can he be so strong? Are my eyes fake? Is what I see real? The surprise on everyone's faces was beyond words. Their mood at this moment was like they had taken a big dip on a roller coaster. It only took a second for their mood to go from bad to good. There was a hint of surprise in Liang Hongba's eyes. He didn't expect that this man who appeared out of nowhere would be so powerful. It didn't feel real at all. Yes, why would such a powerful person save himself? After much thought, Liang Hongba could only focus the latter's purpose on his sister. Thinking of this, a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in Liang Hongba's heart. I thought it was bad enough that I had provoked the Iron Head gang, but now I am involved with such a pervert who can defeat the evolvers with ease. Okay, we can go now. Song Yan helped Liang Hongba out of the warehouse, but the latter was still filled with fear. At this time, the people standing behind Song Yan hurriedly followed the latter's pace. This was a real big Buddha. At least no one in this camp could afford to offend him. Brother great, you're finally back! Liang Xiaoyu, who was sitting in the car, sensed Liang Hongba's message, and quickly jumped out of the car and ran towards Song Yan. She didn't expect that she would be able to see her brother again. All this was thanks to Song Yan, who gave her the opportunity. Xiao Yu! Liang Hongba also had tears on his face. This meeting was not easy. If Song Yan had come later, he might not have had the chance to meet him again. Thinking this way, Song Yan's strength is very strong, and seems to be very suitable for his sister? Finally, the two hugged each other. Song Yan stood aside and sighed in his heart. Such family affection was extremely rare in the last days. But now, all the problems are solved. Okay, you guys go back first, I still have to deal with something here. After Song Yan finished speaking, he arranged for Liang Hongba and the other man to drive the Land Rover back first, and then he took out a steel knife. He did not attack these people, but killed a few zombies and threw them into the wall of the warehouse. After about half an hour, the ruins were finally filled. Looking at the 100 out of 100 appearing on the wall, Song Yan felt a sense of accomplishment. It's just that when I think about the fact that the members of the Taitu gang actually used other people to fill the gaps, this operation is really outrageous. How could human lives just disappear out of thin air? Buzz! The light on the wall flickered, and Song Yan walked in alone without thinking too much. A Land Rover was speeding on the road. Xiao Yu, what do you think Song Yan meant? Liang Hongbo was a little confused. He was thinking while driving. This question has troubled him for a long time. He is not clear about Song Yan's purpose. If he wants to get his sister, then wouldn't it be easy? But based on Liang Xiaoyu's description of Song Yan just now, could it be possible that the latter was coming for her? I don't know. I feel like he's really powerful. He dared to break into the Ironhead gang's camp by himself and defeated the Evolver with just one punch. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with excitement. Song Yan was undoubtedly the most powerful human being she had ever seen, so powerful that she had no idea how to define him. You just said that he came to find me from the beginning, but why did he come to find me? I don't have any strength. Liang Hongba drove the car carelessly. He always felt that Song Yan might have other purposes. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. I'll just have to wait for him to tell me when the time comes. Besides, I'm an Evolver now. Evolver? Liang Hongbo was so surprised that he slammed on the brakes, his eyes fixed on Liang Xiaoyu. The latter nodded and said seriously, Yes, I have the ability to perceive. Chapter 65 Trial Battlefield. At the same time, Song Yan on the other side was traveling in the world of ruins. I only heard about this kind of place in my previous life, but I never thought I could actually enter it. He observed the scenery of the entire ruins world, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this ancient world is really different. Not only the flowers and vegetation, but even the shapes of the animals are different, and are very different from everything in modern times. Song Yan was observing and suddenly felt cold all over. What if this world is not the world we live in? A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. This world might not be the world he lived in. Ding! A system fragment was found. Do you want to merge it? This made Song Yan inexplicably surprised. He didn't expect that there would be fragments left in this system, and it seemed that there were more than one. Song Yan was a little confused, but still recited it silently. Yes. Ding! Fusion begins, estimated to take 8 hours. A countdown panel appeared in Song Yan's mind. Only he could see it. It showed 7 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. So now I can only rely on myself? Song Yan stopped, and the strange scenery in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only then did he realize that the environment he was in was just a square space. There are 6 gray metal walls in this space, exuding a hint of coldness. Start the first level of trial. Countdown is 30 seconds. A cold metallic mechanical sound was heard, which at first glance sounded similar to the sound of the system. Song Yan was stunned. How could there be such a thing as a trial? If it were based on the original ruins, it should be possible to get rewards after playing around, right? He was a little nervous. A steel knife appeared in his hand, and his eyes stared straight at the countdown metal plate in front of him. 3, 2, 1. The trial begins! Boom! The area in front of Song Yan suddenly turned into a battlefield, and a bloody smell filled the air, which boosted Song Yan's spirits. Oh my God, how can it be so real? The ground where he was standing was littered with the corpses of the mutated monsters he had just seen, and a strange blood color was flowing all over the ground. Roar! A strange beast's roar was heard, and a ferocious monster appeared in front of Song Yan, but based on its strength, it was not very powerful. The monster was shaped like a cat, with thick limbs and a body that was 2 meters tall. It opened its bloody mouth and even wanted to swallow Song Yan. He sensed it slightly, and it should be at the bronze level. Feeling this, Song Yan's mood calmed down a little. He raised the steel knife in his hand and swung out the 13-pan-long swords. A slash hit the monster's huge neck. Tear! A huge wound appeared, and the monster's green blood spurted out wildly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze mad lion, and reward 10 experience points. Song Yan's pupils shrank slightly. Compared with the zombies in the outside world, such experience was definitely rich. Roar! Roar! A huge roar sounded again, and the mad lion that died beside him disappeared without a trace. 2 ferocious monsters of the same size pounced on him from the front and back. Although the two are almost the same size, there is indeed a big difference in appearance. The one in front had a sturdy figure, not much different from the mad lion that had died from the injuries caused by Song Yan before. The one behind looked very much like a mammoth elephant, and its steps alone were enough to make his scalp tingle. However, despite the reappearance of these two monsters, their strength has not improved much, and they still remain at the bronze level. Song Yan solved the problem easily as usual, and 2 prompt sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze mad lion and gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze elephant and gaining 10 experience points. Just when he wanted to relax and take a breath, the beast's roar sounded again. Damn, is it over yet? Song Yan was a little angry. Not only was he trapped in this broken place, but he also had to face all kinds of monsters. Although they were not powerful, no one liked annoying flies. This time there are 4 of them, all with different looks. Song Yan took a deep breath, and the steel knife in his hand danced wildly, using the 13-pan-long swords nearly every time. While killing, he was also making a summary. The first wave, a monster. The second wave, 2 monsters. The third wave consists of 4 monsters. If this continues, soon he will be surrounded by monsters, and Song Yan also discovered another clue. The monster's strength is constantly decreasing. Although they are still in the bronze stage, it is obvious that their strength and speed are slowly increasing. The fourth wave, 8-headed monster. The fifth wave, 16 monsters. The sixth wave, 32 monsters. This is not a solution. Song Yan can feel the strange atmosphere here, but he has not figured out how to break it. Just when he was anxious, the knife in his hand stopped. Panlung's 13 swords killed 31 monsters in a row. He stopped where he was and did not kill the last one, but looked for various opportunities to avoid it. As long as I don't kill this last one, will the next wave never arrive? Song Yan's eyes lit up. He put the steel knife back into the space ring and started flying a kite with the last monster of the 6th wave. With the advantage of speed, Song Yan doesn't have to worry about the ladder catching up with him. As he dodged, he relaxed his arm, which was sore from swinging the knife. Killing nearly 100 monsters in a row would be tiring enough for an Iron Man, let alone Song Yan. Soon, a minute passed, and the monster that was being tricked finally turned into pieces and disappeared. At the same time, the reminder sound rang in Song Yan's ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a bronze blood tiger, and you will be rewarded with 10 experience points. Can you gain experience points without killing monsters? Song Yan was shocked. It turned out that this trial was just a game of avoiding obstacles. Roar, roar, roar! A huge roar of the beast sounded, but this made Song Yan not nervous at all, because he knew how he wanted to play. There probably isn't anyone better than him in this game. As a silver-level evolver, Song Yan's speed far exceeds that of bronze-level people, and with the added speed of his magical powers, his speed can be unimaginable. He walked among the monsters with ease, and relying solely on his basic silver-level speed, Song Yan could easily defeat him. In the 7th wave, there were 64 monsters, and Song Yan won a great victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 640 experience points. Level up! Monsters of various shapes provided Song Yan with 600 experience points, directly sending him to the 4th silver level. After the attribute points were allocated, Song Yan's speed increased again. Before he could feel the changes in his body, a huge beast's roar came from beside him again. Damn, you really are tireless! The 8th wave, 128 monsters, filled the entire battlefield, so densely packed. Chapter 66 Part 1 Wudong Branch. The aura of each of the monsters this time was close to that of Silver, and their size was also a circle larger than before. Song Yan's face turned cold. The 8th wave and the 7th wave were simply incomparable. The strength of the 8th wave was the most powerful Song Yan had ever seen. In front of his eyes, monsters exuding astonishing momentum rushed towards him madly at an extremely fast speed. Song Yan did not hesitate and activated his magical powers at double the speed. His figure turned into a thread, shuttling between the monsters, constantly avoiding their attacks. The densely packed monsters launched attacks, making Song Yan feel a little overwhelmed, so he had to calm down and deal with them specifically. As he calmed down, every attack in front of him slowed down in his eyes. He could even sense the point where each monster's attack would land, and he could just shift his position a second before the attack came, and their speed would become very slow. Wait, slow? Is this high-frequency differential? Song Yan was somewhat surprised. He had never expected that he could comprehend such a magical skill in this special relic. The so-called high-frequency differential means changing the relative speed of the surroundings when the speed reaches its extreme. In other words, your speed is faster, and the opponent's speed is slower, so the speed difference is greater. This time, I really didn't expect to have such a pleasant surprise. Feeling this change in relative speed, Song Yan can move among the group of monsters with ease, just like a martial arts master with extraordinary lightness skills. Soon, a minute passed and his speed slowed down again. At this moment, the monsters in front of them also stopped. They looked up at the sky with empty eyes, and their bodies gradually disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1280 experience points. A reminder sounded, which made him feel cheerful. He looked at the skyrocketing experience on his experience bar and muttered, "It would be nice if there were more trials like this." Song Yan had been here for less than half an hour, but he had actually been promoted to the next level. He had gone from being annoyed to even feeling a little excited. Boom! A distant drumbeat was heard. The sound was very peaceful, as if it came from a faraway place. Hearing the sound, Song Yan immediately became nervous. This should be the same as usual to refresh the monsters, right? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. But no monster was refreshed. He was a little disappointed. What on earth was going on? If no monsters came, what would happen to his experience points? Just then, a strong wind blew. Powerful cyclones rose up around him, and then began to spin wildly in a counterclockwise speed. Could it be on it? Song Yan looked at the cyclone that surrounded him, and his heart moved. For some reason he looked upwards. A large black bird was hovering in the air at this time, flapping its wings, and gusts of wind formed a cyclone beside Song Yan. Chiu! A bird's cry sounded, as loud as if tearing the sky apart. Song Yan was a little confused. These cyclones gradually turned into a huge tornado, and he himself was in the middle of the tornado. Looking at the tornado spinning wildly around him, Song Yan felt a little overwhelmed. If I try to break through this wall of wind now, I will end up dying a miserable death and may even be strangled by the strong wind. But if he doesn't leave, the tornado will shrink again, and the space he occupies will become smaller. Gone, how should we break the deadlock now? Song Yan frowned, and the space between his eyebrows was twisted into the shape of the Chinese character. He looked up again at the dark figure flying above. All of a sudden, everything became clear. If we kill the creator, everything should be fine, right? Thinking of this, Song Yan hurriedly took out a sniper rifle from his storage ring and aimed at the big black bird in the sky. The latter had no idea what kind of weapon it was. It hovered in the sky, creating frantic winds at the intruders below. Bang! The shot hit the target, and the big bird in the sky fell down in the blink of an eye, followed by several black feathers. Chiu! The bird's song became more shrill, and the surrounding tornadoes began to shrink and then stop. Phew, I'm so lucky. I almost got sucked in. Looking at the devastated battlefield around him, Song Yan was still in shock. If it weren't for the sniper rifle in his hand, he might have died here. The big bird fell to the ground, its wings were hit, and it couldn't take off again. Good brother, when will the cycle of revenge end? Song Yan picked up his sniper rifle and dealt with the latter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a silver fallen crow, and you will be awarded 100 experience points. Ding! The trial result is being judged and evaluated. The evaluation level is perfect. Please choose one of the perfect level reward items. Do not take any extra items without permission. Otherwise, the Orito civilization will wipe you out. Orito civilization? Song Yen was a little confused, but before he could think of anything, the world in front of him returned to the small metal room again. The wall in front gradually transformed into 3 small grids, and the treasures inside suddenly emitted light. What the hell? How can there be such a thing? Song Yen looked at the things inside with some surprise: fallen wings, paladin blood, and dragon scale armor. These 3 things were very popular even in previous lives. Each one is enough to create a strong person. Fallen wings, a pair of flesh wings that can fan the wind and resist gunfire, capable of both offense and defense. Most importantly, it will grow stronger along with its owner's body. In the previous life, there was a human with wings. Although his strength was not very strong, with wings, his strength successfully made it into the top 100. Paladin blood, an 8th level peak paladin from the Orito civilization, with improved blood in the body and possessing the blood of a paladin. Song Yen didn't know much about the paladin, but it was definitely powerful since it could be included in the perfect level reward items. Dragon scale armor, resistant to platinum level attacks, can be transformed into a powerful dragon spear, can be said to be a piece of armor or a weapon. Fuck, this dragon scale armor seems to be pretty powerful, right? Song Yen hesitated a little, but then he chose falling wings. The reason is very simple. He is an evolver in terms of speed. When the speed is turned on, this pair of flesh wings can definitely reach a faster speed. When Song Yen took down the fallen wing, some words appeared on the metal plate in front of him, catching him off guard. Orito ranking. First, Song Yen. He looked at himself above, somewhat surprised. Perfect level players, do you want to re-edit your name? A mechanical prompt sound followed, which made Song Yen think again. After thinking for a long time, he opened his eyes. Change. Orito ranking. First, Wutong branch. Seeing this, Song Yen nodded with satisfaction. This relic will remain here forever. It will probably take a long time to wait for the next one to reach the perfect level, right? The metal wall disappeared, and what appeared again was the Iron Head Gang's warehouse. Chapter 67 Dong Liang visits. He's out! That kid's out! Run, I don't care. I'm almost going to pee if I wait here. I don't care anymore. I just got beaten, and I don't want to get beaten again. Several members of the Iron Head Gang standing at the door were frightened out of their wits when they saw Song Yen walking out of the wall. After all, he was the only one who had walked out from inside. Seeing everyone disperse, Song Yen didn't care. He wrote something on the wall and left in a leisurely manner. Everyone watched Song Yen leave and return to the warehouse cautiously. At this time, a whole wall of large characters attracted everyone's attention. Things to know when entering the Orito ruins: it's very dangerous inside. If you don't believe me, just go in and try. One person can only go in once anyway. There are still treasures to be obtained? Is this true? 10 levels in total? Are they all evolved beasts? Everyone looked at each other and fled in all directions. The news of the ruins spread throughout the city. Throughout Piltover, all the camps and forces, big and small, discussed before and after meals how to get there and get the rewards. After Song Yen left, he found a car and drove all the way to Changxiang Garden. He parked the car, turned and went upstairs. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a fierce argument inside. Brother, what are you talking about? Why should I marry him? This is Liang Xuyu's voice. You can tell that she is very confused. I'm not asking you to marry him, I'm asking you to be prepared to get along well with him, do you understand? This is Liang Hongbo's voice, which sounds a bit helpless, but helpless. What the hell is going on here? Damn it! Liang Hongbo doesn't think I'm that kind of person, does he? A black line appeared on Song Yan's forehead, and he knocked on the door with a gloomy face. Click! As the door opened, a mischievous face appeared. It was Liang Hongbo. Brother Song, you're back. Did you encounter any danger on the way? You don't have to call me brother, just call me Song Yan. Song Yan was speechless. Why did Liang Hongbo suddenly become so spineless? Okay, then would you like something to drink? I'll go get you something? No, I came here this time to take my sister away? Song Yan's face darkened again. What the hell is going on? How could I be that kind of person? He hurriedly explained to Liang Hongbo, who was confused, and after his explanation, the latter finally understood. Oh, so, rebuilding the communication system? Song Yan nodded. As soon as the latter talked about professional matters, his expression suddenly became serious. He was indeed the person he wanted to find. This question is not difficult, but I need a quiet environment and some professional equipment. By the way, do you have a small generator ready? Oh, by the way, the most important thing is, are you going to marry my sister or not? Boom! Song Yan left a big bump on the latter's head with a gloomy face, and then asked. Let's not talk about that for now. Where can we find the equipment? There are plenty of generators in Baozi town. Generators are very common in small towns, and almost every household has one. After all, in today's society, a power outage is like cutting off contact with the outside world. If you want equipment, you can go to my office. If you want to restore the communication system, the equipment I have is definitely enough. Liang Hongbo looked confident, as his studio was fully equipped with all kinds of equipment. Okay, then we can set off now. Song Yan stood up, and at this moment, the door of a bedroom suddenly opened, revealing a beautiful face inside. Brother Song Yan, be careful on the road. Don't worry, remember to keep an eye on the house and don't let anyone in. Liang Hongbo followed Song Yan out, leaving Liang Xiaoyu alone in the room. In one afternoon, Song Yan and Liang Hongbo successfully got the equipment from the studio. South gate of Baozi town. A military green truck stopped at the door and a stern-looking man got out of the car. Who? Two members of the cleaning team who were watching at the door, each holding a standard steel knife, saw the person coming and hurriedly asked. I'm Dong Liang from the Xia Shan city base. Your Captain Song and I have a very good relationship. This was the first time Dong Liang had seen such a scene. He wasn't so nervous the last time he came. Wait here for a moment, we'll go report. The two team members looked at each other, and then one of them ran towards the base. Okay, it's okay, I'll just wait here. After Dong Liang finished speaking, he couldn't help looking to the side. A 3-meter-high gray-white cement stone wall. Judging from the wall at the gate, the thickness is at least half a meter. If you want to build something like this, you need to have at least the human and material resources. Then comes the issue of time. To build a building like this would take at least 10 days, plus manpower. That would mean a 20-day project. In other words, Song Yan had already thought of this 20 days ago? At this moment, Dong Liang's admiration for Song Yan increased even more. He was simply a genius. It is definitely a wise move to be able to prepare all this at such an early stage. Soon, the team member came back trotting and said to Dong Liang, You can go in now. Our Deputy Commander Fong wants to see you. Deputy Commander Fong? Dong Liang was confused, but he still followed the pace of his team members and walked forward. I didn't expect that after not being here for such a long time, so many new things have emerged here. Dong Liang even felt the presence of densely packed evolvers in this small town. There must be at least 100. This number is more than 10 times that of the Xia Shan city base. This kind of atmosphere made Dong Liang even more curious, and he wanted to find out the reasons and pros and cons behind it. We're here. Go in here and turn left. That's the office of our Deputy Commander Fong. The cleaning team nodded to Dong Liang, and then ran towards the southern gate of Baozi town. Huh! Another evolver? Dong Liang was quite shocked when he saw the team members' incredibly fast speed. He didn't expect that there were evolvers where he entered. How many evolvers are there in Baozi town? He couldn't help but ask, and with this question, he stepped into the supermarket. Inside, there were rows of chairs, and from the small room next door, there was smoke rising and a fragrant aroma. Hey! A rare guest, who are you looking for? Fan Bing happened to walk out of the office at this time. He stood not far away and took a closer look before confirming who the person was. Huh! Captain Fan? I'm looking for an office. Ah, I see. This is it. What can I do for you? I want to meet Commander Song and have a chat with him or something. Fan Bing was stunned. He took a closer look at the latter and then said, The boss is not here. Come back another day. Not here? Chapter 68, Piltover Evolver. Not here? Dong Liang then realized that it was because Song Yen was not there that he was asked to meet the deputy commander. But Baozi Town has such a unique environment. Where did Song Yen go? Yes, he went out, but he didn't say where he was going. He may not be back in the next few days. Fan Bing scratched his head and walked outside with Dong Liang. Well, I came here this time just to meet him. In that case, I'll come next time. Fan Bing thought about it, and felt that there was no other way, so he simply sent him out of Baozi Town. After seeing Dong Liang off, 2 powerful auras suddenly erupted in the supermarket office. These 2 auras are not the same, but they are particularly unusual. One is strong, the other is strong with a hint of gentleness. Fuck, this breakthrough feels so good. Chenhu opened his eyes, revealing a pair of sharp eyes, and his strength had undergone a qualitative change. Next to him was Lu Qi, who also had a happy look on his face. This time, we were able to evolve thanks to Guohaoyu and Fan Bing. If it were just the 2 of them, getting enough crystals for evolution would be a difficult task. Very good, now we would only have 5 level 2 evolvers. Fan Chuyue looked at the 2 of them, a satisfied smile showing on her delicate face. Such an atmosphere was enough to make the entire base shine. 5? Besides the 4 of us, who else is there? Lu Qi was a little confused. He counted carefully and found that the cleaning team and the shooting team alone were less than 5. And me. Tong Xian, a little girl who was sitting on the side eating potato chips, said lightly. She did not emit a trace of aura, but within 1 meter, a chill was constantly emerging. Lu Qi looked at the little witch and quickly shrank his head, looking embarrassed. He actually forgot about this. What is the strength of Captain Song? I feel like he is much stronger than us. Chenhu could feel that although he was stronger now, he could never be a match for Song Yen, and he couldn't even survive a single move from the latter. Several people looked at each other and shook their heads. Okay, you guys continue hunting, and try to wait for Captain Song to come back and give him a surprise. After Fan Chuyue had finished speaking, she took up a steel knife from under the table. An exquisite symbol appeared on her palm and slowly imprinted itself on the blade. Chenhu and Lu Qi nodded and walked out of the room. Following closely behind was Xiao Tongqin. As she watched the 2 leave, this thought suddenly came to her mind. If I become stronger, can I fight alongside Brother Song Yen? Thinking of this, she followed him out. Piltover. At this time, all the large and small camps in Wanyang district formed a group and rushed to the Taitu gang. The team continued to grow, until even zombies were no longer afraid of them. I don't know if the ruins are real. If they are, wouldn't we make a fortune? No one can tell, but someone with a talent like mine can definitely make a lot of money. If I get the treasure, I will definitely become the savior of this world. Then you just need to follow me. Bah, you call yourself a savior? Look at the dirt on your body, do you deserve it? Everyone chatted as they moved towards the Taitu gang. There were no dangerous zombies on the road at this time, and they were all carrying weapons, so they would not run away when facing zombies. At least the black iron zombies can be easily dealt with. At this time, the power of the crowd came into play. With 1 cut from each person, a zombie would be killed to the point of being dead. Song Yen was driving past. At this time, the car was already loaded with several expensive machines. According to Liang Hongba, these machines were sufficient for research and development. The sound of a car was heard, and passers-by who were besieging the zombies on the roadside raised their heads. Oh my god, isn't this a Land Rover? Why is it still on the road? This is so fucking unreal. Have you forgotten? This car can be started without a key. Where do you think they are going? Are they going to the Iron Head gang? We have to stop them, or they will get the upper hand. That's easy to say, but how can we stop it? In my opinion, it's faster to find a car. As they were talking, the crowd began to disperse, and some walked towards the car, trying to start it. Oh my god, why are there so many people on this road? Liang Xiu's face was full of surprise. She thought everyone was still worried about the zombies outside like before, but the situation turned out to be like this. Song Yen frowned and thought for a while. These people probably have a purpose, but I don't know what the purpose is. If it's in this direction, could it be the Iron Head Gang? Liang Hongba looked sharply in the direction where the crowd was going. There was definitely something there attracting them. Song Yen glanced at the latter with some surprise. He didn't expect that he could infer so much with these things. He turned the steering wheel sharply and the Land Rover headed towards the highway not far away. This was the road Song Yen took when he came here, so it could be considered as returning along the same route. At the same time, a helicopter appeared in the sky. There's actually a helicopter. No, where did this helicopter come from? Liang Xiuyu was a little surprised and confused. How could this helicopter appear out of nowhere? In fact, all of this started when the news about the Taitu gang spread. After the Piltover military base learned the news, it planned to send people there, so it held an emergency meeting. Sending the 5 evolvers prepared by the entire base over there was equivalent to their first mission. These 5 evolvers are the hard work of the entire base, and the base has spent a lot of manpower and resources on them. In the helicopter, a man with a crew cut looked out the window with disdain, muttering, I don't know what's so good about this place that I even have to explore it. Howie, please stop talking. We are now considered citizens of the country. A short-haired man sitting next to him said that his facial features were no different from those of ordinary people. The most special thing was his nose, which had a nose ring. The man named Howie didn't say anything. He looked at the destination he was about to reach, put on his backpack and jumped off the plane. Hello? The short-haired man wanted to stop him, but the former had already jumped out. Okay, let's go down too. We should be here. A girl with a good figure stood up. Her hair was light red. It was not bright, but definitely eye-catching. She is the auxiliary staff of the entire team, and her name is Ning Xueruo. The short-haired man thought about it, then nodded, and jumped off the helicopter with the ladder. Song Yen looked at the 5 people who jumped out of the helicopter, especially the flowing red hair, and his pupils suddenly shrank. I didn't expect to meet these people. Chapter 69, the first team to enter the ruins. These 5 people are definitely famous. In their previous lives, these 5 were so powerful that they could even fight against overlords. At the same time, the level of Piltover also rose and became one of the top 10 bases. The names of these 5 are Rocket Hao-yi, Enhancement Pastor Ning Xueruo, Little Gun God Mu Fei, Jingwu Chen Ha-hai and Ming Wan Yen Shan. The strongest point among these 5 people is their ability to work together. Each of them has his or her own strengths, and they have received great training from the Piltover base. In the 3 years that followed, basically all one could hear about were their impressive battle records, and Song Yen was simply insignificant at the time. Being able to see these 5 people again at this time, he felt that it was a bit of fate. This is what makes the world strange. Song Yen did not turn the car around, but continued driving towards Xia Shan City, which was the only way back. But the situation in Piltover at this time was different. Everyone gathered in the camp of the Ironhead gang. At this moment, the place was crowded with people. I don't know who will get the treasures in the ruins today. It seems that they enter in groups. Yeah, this time the team is strong, and it feels like every one of them is very strong. I am more optimistic about this one. All 5 of them were specially trained by the Piltover military district, so their strength should be guaranteed. These teams are also very strong. I can't feel any difference between them. A total of 3 teams were selected. One was a Piltover team from the military zone, and the other was a few people from a slightly larger camp in Piltover. Finally, there was an unattractive black team. They wore black clothes and didn't even talk much. The first group to enter the ruins was this black-clad team. There were 7 of them in total, and each of them was an evolver. Although their abilities are different, the most important point is that they all have the ability to turn themselves into weapons, and the other differences are similar. A small team walked into the wall of the warehouse under the gaze of everyone. In less than 5 minutes, the team was driven out. The one walking in front had a look of deep fear in his eyes. Monsters, all monsters! They were so scared that they left here in the blink of an eye. There was no help for them. Staying here would just be a waste of time. The second team to come on the field came from a relatively large camp in Piltover. They used resources to build this team. Although their strengths vary, they are all very courageous. A group of 5 people walked into the wall. Howie, how do you feel now? Do you feel terrified? The man with short hair came up to Howie and said something ambiguous. Normally, if they can be frightened, it means there are definitely a lot of them inside, but you forgot one thing, right? Howie's expression remained unchanged. He turned his head and looked at the former. Xia Shan, their strength is just that of an ordinary first-level evolver, and we are second-level. There was a hint of unparalleled confidence in his voice, but it was true that their military region had enough strength and resources to train them all into zombie killers. Ning Xuero patted Howie lightly and reminded him. Keep your voice down. This matter cannot be disclosed for the time being. Captain Zhang has said so. Don't worry, it's no big deal. Do you think I want to show off? Howie turned his head away, looked at the warning on the wall, and said nothing. The tutorial for completing the game is written very carefully above, but isn't it as difficult as climbing to the sky to implement it? What does it mean to dodge monster attacks by relying only on speed without having to kill the monster? Next to them, a thin man was doing an analysis. He held a notebook in his hand, carefully calculating the probability of the ruins. He is Mu Fei, known as the little gun god in this team. Xia Shan was frustrated, so he bypassed Howie and came to Mu Fei. How about it, Mu Fei? What is the chance of our team's success? 1%. Mu Fei put away his notebook and looked towards the stone wall, a sharp look in his eyes. 1%? Is this true? Are you kidding me? Yeah, Mu Fei, why is it only 10%? Hearing the sound, the team members quickly gathered around. Even Howie, who was standing aside and didn't ask anything, came over. Based on what happened when their first team entered, there are a huge number of monsters inside, and they are of the same level as themselves. Mu Fei's words made everyone present open their mouths in surprise. They couldn't believe it. With so many monsters and strength of the same level, who could defeat them? How do you know they are of the same level? Chen Hai, who had been standing aside without saying a word, became interested. He was only wearing a loose vest on his upper body, revealing his 2 muscular arms. Mu Fei nodded and explained to everyone. The first team is all first level. If they can beat them, they will definitely hold on for a while. The second team, same result, you will know when you see it. After he finished speaking, there was a loud bang on the wall, followed by 5 familiar figures. There was a hint of helplessness in their eyes. This was simply too difficult. Who can withstand sparring with level 2 monsters, or even facing multiple of them? The people of the Piltover team were silent. Looking at the evolvers who left sadly, they were also in a dilemma. So what should we do now? Find the person who left the guide? Howie scratched his head. The ruins were right in front of him, but he couldn't get in. It was really maddening. Mu Fei glanced at everyone and nodded. At this point, this was the only solution. Soon, they found Zhang Taitu and his son. Zhang Taitu asked nervously, I'm Zhang Taitu. What can I do for you guys? This is a real talent in the military district, definitely much stronger than him. Just judging from his aura, Zhang Taitu can't catch up with him. He even thought that the weakest girl among these 5 people could kill himself. So this time, he behaved himself. We would like to ask, who left the message next to this relic? This person is the first explorer of the ruins. Obtaining his information will definitely be helpful in exploring the ruins. Leave a message? I know! Zhang Long's eyes lit up, and then he looked around, fearing that Song Yan was here at this time. He whispered, That man is not from Piltover. He came here to look for someone named Liang Hongbao. We don't know anything else. That's all? Mu Fei was a little disappointed. If this was all the information, it would be extremely difficult to find this person, especially in this doomsday world where there is no signal network. Zhang Taitu thought about it carefully, then slapped his forehead and said, I remember it now. The car that person was driving had a license plate from Xia Shan City. He probably came from there. West Mountain City? Mu Fei exchanged a glance with several team members and quickly boarded the helicopter. Chapter 70 Talking about cooperation with the boss. At the highway gate, Song Yan got out of the car and broke it off. Liang Hongbo was stunned by this action. He felt that such an action violated the original scientific theory, and he should apologize to the great Newton. Wow, he broke the gate pole off with one hand. In the past society, who would have seen such a strong man? The instigator of all this dusted off his hands, got into the car, and said indifferently, "Okay, now that the road is open, are you ready to come with me to our new home? Actually, I still miss Piltover a little bit, but it's still too dangerous." Liang Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, looking at the outside world through the rearview glass, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. "Song Yan, I want to ask, does your power really exist?" Liang Hongbo, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt like 1,000 alpacas were running through his mind. He looked at Song Yan's indifferent expression and felt extremely surprised. How could this person not realize that he is special? "Hey bro, if you want to break that thing, I can do it now." Liang Hongbo looked back at Liang Xiaoyu again. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyu seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Song Yan smiled slightly, took out an evolution crystal from his pocket, and handed it to Liang Hongbo. "This thing is the evolution crystal. Eat it, and you can become an evolver and have the abilities after evolution." "Evolution crystal?" Liang Hongbo held it in his hand and compared it to the dim sky outside the car window, and it reflected a faint white light. "Brother, don't hesitate, you will become stronger if you eat it." Liang Hongbo put the evolution crystal in his hand into his mouth skeptically. The evolution crystal melted in his mouth and tasted surprisingly good. This was also the last feeling he had after falling into a deep sleep. "Song Yan, why did my brother faint? Shouldn't he have evolved?" Song Yan looked at Liang Hongbo and explained to Liang Xiaoyu. "Don't worry, your brother is also evolving now, and each way of evolution is different." Little did he know that Song Yan had high expectations for this communications worker. The latter's evolutionary direction is different from that of most people. This evolution will make them different from many ordinary people. It's not about body strengthening, element control, or muscle mutation, but brain development. It can allow the brain to develop new control abilities. Song Yan knew how incredible this ability was. The car was driving on the road, and in front of the road, a helicopter landed on the highway. Song Yan frowned. He was a little confused. Could the person in front of him be? "Hey, there's a helicopter up ahead? Oh my god, why is it here?" Liang Xiaoyu sat in the back seat, looking at the huge vehicle in front of her with some excitement and nervousness. It was her first time to be in such close contact with a helicopter. "Xiaoyu, just stay here for now. I'll go check out the situation." Song Yan parked the car on the side of the road and got out. Sure enough, there were 5 people standing in a row in front of the helicopter, and the equipment they were wearing was not much different. Even from a distance, they looked like a row of soldiers. Mu Fei, who was standing among the 5 people, saw Song Yan coming over and hurriedly led a few people forward. In fact, Song Yan already knew the identities of these people a long time ago. With just a little calculation, he could figure out why these people came here. However, the efficiency of this investigation is a little too fast. Song Yan was caught before he even left Piltover. Mu Fei was the first to extend his hand and said to Song Yan, "Hello, I am from the Piltover Military District Special Operations Team. Mu Fei Yan Shan, Hao Yi Chen Ha Hai Bai Shuero, right? If you have anything to say, just tell me. If not, move the plane. I want to go over there." Song Yan said this casually and appeared calm on the surface. But in fact he was looking for a way to communicate with these people, a real way. These people will be true geniuses in the near future. Song Yan must make friends with them, or strangle them in the cradle. But there is no grudge between the two, so there is no need to kill each other. In this dangerous end times, more friends mean more paths. "Ah, you know us? Then I'll be frank. We want to know your strategy for the ruins." Mu Fei was a little surprised. Not only him, but the 4 people behind him also looked surprised. How did this person know them? Ruin strategy? Song Yan found it a little funny. He didn't expect these 5 people to be so childish. What did they think this was? A game? And a guide? However, Song Yan did not refuse these people's face, and asked directly, "Of course you can. We offer 20 evolution crystals." Mu Fei was a little nervous, but he still opened a small cloth bag in his hand, revealing a bag full of white crystals. Song Yan was speechless. He wanted to bribe him with just 20 coins. Wasn't that too cheap? Not to mention anything else, the evolution crystals in his storage ring are much more than this. Seeing Song Yan's hesitation, Howie said directly, "This is an evolution crystal, do you understand?" As soon as he said this, he realized his mistake. This is not a question of understanding or not. After all, the other party is a big shot who has cleared the ruins. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Everyone looked at each other, and no one knew what to say. Mu Fei finally realized what was going on and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, this is all we have. If you have any other requests, feel free to ask." Any other requests? Song Yan was delighted. These 5 people were the big guys in the next 3 years, and they actually let him make requests casually. Otherwise, his mobile phones and other things could not be used now. He recorded this conversation, which is definitely a family heirloom. He chuckled, took out a pen and paper from his pocket, and said to Mu Fei, "How about this, you write me an IOU. If my Wudong base encounters any setbacks in the future, you must remember to come and help, okay?" Wudong base? Now it was Mu Fei's turn to be happy. Not to mention where the Wudong base was. If he couldn't get in touch with it by then, wouldn't he be doomed? This IOU is more like a blank check, and is of no use to me. Such a free opportunity cannot be missed. He nodded quickly and said to Song Yan sincerely, "We promise you, on behalf of the Piltover military base, we promise that if the Sycamore base is in trouble, we will provide strong support." Song Yan also smiled and said with a firm look in his eyes, "Believe me, Wudong will definitely be a good choice." Just like that, a piece of paper had the following words written on it. "Piltover promises that if Sycamore base is in trouble, it will send troops to support it, and will do everything it can, no matter the cost." Song Yan took the notebook and looked at the signature on the lower right corner, including the signatures of Mu Fei and others, and felt much happier. "Okay, now let's talk about how to conquer this ruins." Chapter 71 Shadow Hunting Alliance. Song Yan put the notebook into his clothes and smiled with satisfaction. Yes, the Oroto ruins are actually treasures left by the Oroto civilization. Treasure? Yan Shan was delighted. He didn't expect that there was a treasure inside. Now, he had to visit this ruins. Yes, the heritage of the Oroto civilization is all in it, including the powerful bloodline of the Holy Knights and this armor with extremely powerful defense. Several people looked at each other, and then looked at Song Yan. Although they knew there was treasure inside, the most important thing was how to get it. Otherwise, if you only know that it is inside but cannot take it out, isn't it the same as not saying anything? The real way to enter this ruins and obtain the treasure is actually very simple. All you need to do is reach the peak strength of the 3rd level. Peak of level 3. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue to everyone's ears. Damn it, they have been training for such a long time and have just reached the 2nd level, and you open your mouth and say it is the peak of the 3rd level. Do you think it's easy to reach the peak of the 3rd level? Unless you are. Suddenly, the 5 members of the team looked straight at Song Yan, and only then did they realize the problem. Peak of level 3? Song Yan touched his nose, either denying nor admitting. He did not admit it because he was not at the peak of the 3rd level, and he did not deny it because he felt that his current strength was indeed at the peak of the 3rd level. If you want to survive unscathed from the mouths of more than 100 bronze monsters, you simply cannot do it without the 3rd level strength. Okay, thank you, Mr. Song. Mu Fei was a little disappointed, thinking that his plan could only get him this far. If he wanted to enter the ruins, it seemed that he did not have the strength of the 3rd level, so it would be better not to go in. The 5 of them all had the same expression. Before leaving, Mu Fei said to Song Yan, "Mr. Song, where is your base? I will definitely visit you if I have the chance." "Baoziu Town, Baoziu in Xia Shan City." Song Yan smiled inexplicably, watched the helicopter go away, and returned to the car. "The boss is really different from ordinary people." He muttered something, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards Xia Shan City. "Song Yan, those people just now, do you know them?" Kind of. We just achieved the goal of friendly cooperation. Friendly cooperation? Liang Xiaoyu was a little shocked. The man flying the helicopter was at least much better equipped than them, a bunch of civilians. Song Yan was actually able to become friends with him. He must have something extraordinary. However, can Song Yan's outstanding qualities be considered few? Her beautiful eyes looked at Song Yan, who was driving in front of her. His resolute features looked very tough. From the first time she saw him, the latter exuded a strong masculinity. This aura is different from his brother's, it is a strong aura. Ahem! At this time, Liang Hongbo, who was standing beside him, woke up, and a deep look appeared in his eyes. Are you awake? Song Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the evolution speed of this ability was not slow. Well, I need to consolidate. After saying that, Liang Hongbo fell into a deep sleep again, and this time he even snored. Damn, my brother fell asleep again? Liang Xiaoyu felt it was a little unbelievable that her own brother could fall asleep in just 1 second and sleep so soundly. In this way, Song Yan and Liang Xiaoyu chatted casually while the car headed towards Xia Shan City. At this time in Xia Shan City, incredible things were happening. Teams of soldiers lined up in every street and alley, and gunshots were heard from time to time. Zombies were constantly being killed and evolution crystals were being emptied out. Of course, such a large-scale attack was only directed at a small area. People on the streets are also trying to find ways to kill zombies in order to obtain evolution crystals. For the first time since the end of the world, military-civilian cooperation has officially begun. Everyone's goal at this time is unified, just to defeat the zombies and seize the crystal. A boy of 15 or 16 ran from one street to another, but instead of picking up a weapon and pointing it at the zombies like other people did, he took another path. He avoided the zombies and the crowd, crouched down, and ran towards the toll booth. He knew that only there would he find food, and in today's world, food was simply gold. The boy turned over and jumped into the window of the convenience store at the toll booth. Looking at the dazzling array of goods inside, his stomach started to feel weird again. He could even smell the fragrance inside the packaging bags. Without thinking, he grabbed a bag of milk and poured it into his mouth. He was extremely hungry and had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. The only way he could leave the empty room without food was by hearing gunshots on the street. At this moment, a black Range Rover drove over. The boy leaned against the wall to listen to the sound, and it seemed to have stopped. Song Yan said to Liang Xiaoyu behind him, "Wait for me here, I'll go get some gasoline and some food." The latter nodded. She had been driving on the road for the past 4 hours and was a little hungry. Song Yan jumped out of the car and walked towards the convenience store. Click! A voice sounded and Song Yan quickly turned around. "There is someone!" Seeing Liang Xiaoyu trying her best to speak in a low voice, Song Yan did not hesitate, raised the steel knife in his hand and walked towards the convenience store. The entrance of the convenience store didn't look like it had been touched by anyone. He walked in cautiously, but heard a heavy breathing sound by his ears. "Come out, I hear where you are," Song Yan said somewhat disappointedly. You can tell from the rough voice that it is definitely an ordinary person. The boy's body trembled, and he thought to himself that something was wrong, but he still walked out obediently. He stood in front of Song Yan with his head down, not even daring to raise his head. "May I have your name?" Song Yan was a little curious. It was strange that the little boy in front of him was here alone. If it were the same as usual, he would never appear here alone. Dan Garden. Dan Garden? Song Yan felt that the name was familiar at first, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that he had never heard of it before. He looked at the boy carefully, and this time he was really shocked. He saw a clear gap on the boy's left ear. Although this notch is not very ugly, if it is on a healthy person, it will affect the overall appearance of the person. So when Song Yan saw this strange place for the first time, it immediately reminded him of a huge organization from his previous life. Shadowhunter Alliance. Everyone in this organization possesses powerful assassination capabilities, and it can even be said that every member of the alliance is a killer. The most powerful one is the leader of the Shadowhunting Alliance, Falcon, whose assassinations have never failed. Thinking of this, he reached out and touched the boy's head and asked, "Do you want to become stronger?" The boy was resistant at first, but when he felt the heat emanating from Song Yan's palm, he was stunned. Deng Yuan looked up at Song Yan and nodded quickly. Chapter 72 Arrival at Wutong. Although taking this kid with him was not a big deal, the idea kept lingering in Song Yan's mind. In his eyes, a sound base must at least have its own intelligence system, but he didn't know much about this. It can be said that even if he was given such a set of things, it would be difficult for him to get started and even less be said to be proficient in it. It is difficult to train your own intelligence department. Song Yan brought a few people back to Baoziu town. At this time, it had been 2 days since he left. He sat alone on the roof of the supermarket, adjusting the system's setting interface, which displayed a series of new settings. I never thought that a fragment could update the system all over again. The unlocking function was also explained at the very beginning. The lottery system is turned on. A lottery is held every day, and the items drawn are related to the host's strength at that time. Song Yan was very surprised by this thing. It was much better than signing in. He was a little depressed because he hadn't drawn anything good using the sign-in function for more than 10 days. The new lottery function is set on a huge turntable with grids of different sizes on it. The more rare items are placed in smaller grids, while the larger grids contain more common items. But the commonplace mentioned here refers to Song Yan, who is at the silver level. If used on the cleaning team, it can also play a huge role. Muscle strengtheners, titanium alloy gloves, solar power generation devices, nuclear energy conversion devices, etc. This series is full of common items, and in the other column are the more rare equipment items. 27th century mecha G600 drawings, solar power station drawings, Tianqi-based design drawings, light track design drawings, etc. Although these are only blueprints, once they are produced, they will have a huge impact on the entire doomsday. Song Yan looked at the large number of reward items on the screen, and quickly recited to himself in his mind, and started the lottery. Almost at the same time, the lucky draw wheel started to spin, and the items on it began to dazzle the eyes. It took nearly 30 seconds for the turntable to gradually stop. He stared closely at the movement of the pointer on the turntable. As objects kept passing by with the pointer, Song Yan's mood became nervous. Finally, the pointer stopped in a dark frame. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the weapon, meteorite alloy long sword. Looking at the metal sword that appeared out of thin air in his storage ring, Song Yan was speechless. It seemed that he would have to live with swords for the rest of his life. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful this knife would be. But for now, he had to drive the car back to Baoziu town first. In this way, the car sped along the road and soon passed through the entire Xia Shan city. Before entering Baoziu, Song Yan stopped. This place was close to the forest, and he wanted to take a look at the little wolf brother. He parked the car at the entrance of the forest, explained to everyone, and then walked into the forest. Brother, are there really wolves that are 2 meters tall? I'm not sure, but Song Yan has never lied to anyone, so there should be some. After all, there are even zombies in this world, so why aren't there giant wolves? Liang Hongba looked at Song Yan's departing figure with a meaningful look in his eyes. Logically speaking, an evolved beast that can reach such a size will never surrender easily, which is enough to prove how powerful the person in front of him is. What are you talking about? Deng Yuan blinked and looked at the two of them with some confusion. We were talking about brother Song Yan's little wolf brother, who is said to be 2 meters tall. Liang Xiaoyu quickly reached out and touched the former's head. Although the little boy was young, he did look like a handsome boy and was very likable. 2 meters? Really? Can a wolf that big be used as a mount? Deng Yuan was a little excited. As a child living in the city, he had never seen such a big wolf, and a look of curiosity arose in his eyes. He leaned on the window and looked outside, his eyes constantly looking at Song Yan. Little Gray! Song Yan stood at the edge of the forest and shouted inside. His voice was powerful and penetrating. After shouting 3 times in a row, he felt a little disappointed and was about to turn back. A huge figure rushed out of the forest very quickly, its gray hair gleaming in the sunlight. Ouch! A wolf howled, with a hint of surprise in the voice. Song Yan touched the latter's head and said with some surprise, Good boy, are you almost forgetting me? Ouch! Xiao Huihui shook his head quickly, his eyes flashing with intelligence. The wolf behaved like a half-grown child. Song Yan was also quite surprised. Logically speaking, the intelligence level of an evolved beast that reached the silver level would be about that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. But this doesn't seem to be that simple for Xiao Huihui. He could feel that the latter's wisdom was definitely higher than this, but he had no way of knowing how much higher. The man and the wolf played in the forest for a while, then Song Yan said goodbye to Xiao Huihui and walked back towards the car. Little Huihui looked at the latter with some reluctance, but in his heart he felt that he was too weak and his master did not want him to fight alongside him. In its perception, Song Yan's strength increased again, and the speed of improvement was even not slower than its own. Xiao Huihui was very anxious. He could only watch Song Yan leave, and he could only dig the floor anxiously. Finally, it figured it out. It had to become stronger so that it could keep up with its master and stay by his side forever. Thinking of this, it roared wildly and galloped towards the depths of the forest. On the other side, Song Yan also drove the Range Rover back to the center of Baoziu Town. The center of Baoziu Town is the Lianhua supermarket. After continuous renovation, the supermarket now has a brand new look. Not only has the interior undergone tremendous changes, but the exterior has also been reinforced, making it look very sturdy. Song Yan led a few people into the office, and Fan Qiuyue inside said with surprise, "You are finally back. How is it? Is everything going well?" Song Yan nodded and introduced the latter. "It's okay. At least all the tasks have been completed. This is Liang Hongbao, the new director of Wudong's communications department, and this is his sister Liang Xiaoyu. This beautiful lady is Fan Qiuyue, the deputy commander of our Wudong base. Do you have any questions?" Liang Xiaoyu and Liang Hongbao looked at each other and shook their heads. From the moment they entered, they were completely devoted to this base. With perfect military management, every sentry post has a soldier holding a hot weapon. The solid city walls and the residents who were chatting and laughing throughout the base made them feel inexplicably at ease, a kind of peace of mind that they could not get in Piltover. "That's good. I'll send someone to take you to the Xinxing Hotel over there to find a room to rest. I'll notify you after the communications department is built." Chapter 73, Breath-Restraining Ability. "What about me?" Liang Xiaoyu was a little cautious. She didn't have the professional skills like her brother. Wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable to just eat and drink for free? Song Yan smiled and shook his head. He said, "You have a strong sense of perception. You can stay beside your brother and help him. By the way, where is Deng Yuan, the little boy who just came with us?" Liang Hongbao was a little surprised. Song Yan seemed to have already started, but then he left him behind? "Don't worry, I'll put him in a team and give him some experience. Maybe he'll become a great general in the future." Song Yan also recalled a little boy standing in the convenience store at the gas station, his eyes bloodshot but looking at him firmly. Most people would never possess this kind of willpower because they have never been pushed to this point. So when they first entered Baoziu Town, Song Yan handed him over to Guohaoyu. Handing him over to Guohaoyu would definitely not be a bad thing. After all, the latter can be considered to be a military man, and he definitely has different effects in terms of training. Therefore, it is not a bad thing to hand over Deng Yuan to them. Liang Hongbao was a little confused, but didn't say much. He just nodded and followed a team member out. Watching Liang Hongbao and the other man leave, Song Yan finally felt relieved. Just then, a man in a white coat walked in. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked excited. "Commander Song, you are finally back!" What's wrong?" Song Yan turned around. He knew this man. His name was Su Pin, and he was Pei Honsai's assistant. "But why is it here?" "Inferior gene-enhanced serum has been developed." There was a hint of fatigue in Su Pin's eyes, but above the fatigue, there were indeed many surprises. This can be considered a huge breakthrough. Being able to develop such a serum can even change the whole world. Strengthening the human body out of thin air, allowing ordinary people to reach the level of a bronze evolver, this can be regarded as a stone step that people can easily step on. "Good." Song Yan looked at Su Pin, pondered for a long time, and finally said a word. This kind of serum did not exist in the previous life, but now, Song Yan and his team have developed it with the help of the system's advantages. Things like this are destined to change the world, so people's strength levels will improve, or at least the lower limit will rise directly. Where is Mr. Pei now? Is it convenient for me to go see him? Song Yen was a little excited. This was no small matter, and he had to meet him in person. The first team of the cleaning team is currently clearing out zombies at the northernmost part of Baozi town. Guohaoyu felt a little overwhelmed when he saw the little friend sent by Song Yen, but after seeing the determination in the latter's eyes, he decided to keep him. He held out an evolution crystal and said, "Next, remember that you owe me this. When you become stronger, remember to return it to me." Deng Yuan looked at the white crystal in his broad palm, feeling somewhat unbelievable. They were not afraid that he would run away after taking the things, and they would actually give him such a precious thing. Something called emotion slowly rose from his chest, and a warm current gradually filled his heart. He nodded vigorously, then said to Guohaoyu, "Thank you, Captain." Deng Yuan took the crystal and carefully put it into his mouth. Feeling a surge of energy splashing from his mouth, his mood also fluctuated. This is an evolution crystal. Anyone who takes it can gain superpowers. Deng Yuan has this kind of dream every night, and even during the day, he often fantasizes that he has superpowers. Now, he felt that the evolution crystal in his mouth seemed a little unreal. Soon, he felt a force of energy enveloping him, and his body tissues began to slowly change. Guohaoyu looked at the thin little boy with some emotion in his eyes. If I hadn't followed Song Yen, I might have been much more miserable than this little boy. As he watched, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The little boy in front of him was no longer breathing. Yes, with his strength as a second-level evolver, he should have been able to sense the breathing and heartbeats of the people around him, but Deng Yuan's heartbeat and pulse stopped. Respiratory arrest? A doubt came to his mind and Guohaoyu's brows twisted together. This kind of thing had never happened before. At this time, Deng Garden was undergoing a huge transformation. Every cell in his body underwent a tremendous transformation. After a moment, he opened his eyes, looked at Guohaoyu blankly, and then hurriedly thanked him. This action scared the latter. How could a person move when his heart stopped beating? Is this a human or a ghost? Guohaoyu observed carefully. Deng Yuan? Your name is Deng Yuan, right? Well, my mother called me Deng Yuan, and Yuan is not the circle. Deng Yuan nodded, and then bowed to Guohaoyu. Deng Yuan, what is your ability? Guohaoyu's doubts lingered in his mind. It was hard for him to accept the current Deng Yuan. Without a pulse, he was simply not a human being. My ability? It should be called breathing reduction. It can make all my breathing disappear. Restrain your breath? Guohaoyu's brows, which had been gradually relaxing, frowned again. What kind of ability was this? How come he had never even heard of it? Thinking of this, he took Deng Yuan and walked towards the front line. Then he activated his ability. His whole body turned gray, and in front of the latter's surprised eyes, he reached out and grabbed a zombie. That's right, Guohaoyu grabbed a zombie with his bare hands as easily as picking up a glass of water. He pinched the zombie and said to Deng Yuan, "Come, pick up that knife and kill this zombie." The latter was stunned, and then picked up the knife on the ground reflexively, with murderous intent in his eyes. Guohaoyu was a little shocked. He had only seen such boundless murderous intent in Song Yen, but how could such a little brat have it? Is this really true? Where did Song Yen recruit this talent from? Just as he was daydreaming, the zombie in his hand was chopped down by a knife, deader than dead. How does it feel? I feel like I can walk into the zombies, and they won't eat me anymore. Deng Yuan took a deep breath and explained his strange illusion to Guohaoyu. Just now, the zombie was chopped off without even resisting. Not eating you? Are you kidding? Guohaoyu naturally wouldn't let him take the risk. If this kind of operation was suggested by Song Yen, then maybe it could be tried, but Deng Yuan? Forget it, how could a little kid? Hey! Where the hell are you going, little brat? By the time Guohaoyu reacted, Deng Yuan's figure had disappeared in front of him. At this time, the latter was strolling leisurely among the zombies, but no zombie dared to attack him. Can this be true? A strange idea was born in Guohaoyu's mind.